The man just touched the body of Whitebeard during the war at the top, unexpectedly gaining all his abilities. Not only did he perfectly master the three colors haki, but he also had the power of the tremor fruit. Just because Luke crossed over to the world of pirates and became a marine, he originally planned to stay low-key and stable, but suddenly awakened the corpse touching system. The first task released by the system is to let Luke join the Navy, and after completion, he can receive a reward. The team moved forward slowly, and it was finally Luke's turn. He took a deep breath and handed over the prepared documents. The Navy officer in charge of recruiting new recruits, without looking up at the documents in his hand, immediately pointed to the empty space next to him and said, "Go over there and do 2,000 push-ups first." Luke was taken aback. "How much?" The Navy raised its head and looked at Luke, who looked puzzled. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Didn't you do any research before signing up?" To be honest, Luke really didn't do any research. In his understanding, the Navy's foot soldiers were just ordinary characters, regardless of the size of the battle. With just one skill from the main characters, countless foot soldiers would die. Therefore, the Navy must always need a large number of fresh blood to replenish. In such an environment, it was surprising that the threshold for joining the Navy was still so high. Just as Luke was about to speak, suddenly, the Navy officer holding his documents paused. "You were in the army before?" Luke immediately nodded. The Navy officer continued, "If you're transferring from the army to the Navy, there's no need for assessment. Just go over there and get your uniform." After saying that, a large green stamp was pressed onto Luke's documents. Luke finally breathed a sigh of relief, took the documents, and went to the back of another line. It didn't take long for him to receive his Navy uniform, a white short-sleeved shirt, blue pants, and a Navy standard hat with a seagull emblem, along with a few other Navy recruits. Luke arrived at the assigned dormitory. The room for 4 people was not in great condition, but as a new recruit, Luke had nothing to complain about. After changing into the Navy uniform, an excited voice echoed in Luke's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully joining the Navy. Would you like to claim your reward?" With almost no hesitation, Luke immediately thought, "Claim, ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining the top-tier Overlord color domineering. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving Lord Lu's blessing. Can go 50-50 with anyone, can be used 3 times. Listening to the voice of the system, Luke's heart trembled. Although he was not a pirate enthusiast, he still knew about the Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki is the rarest among the 3 types of Haki used by pirates, with only 1 in millions being able to possess it. It is a qualification to stand above others as a king, and cannot be strengthened through training. He unexpectedly obtained the top-level Conqueror's Haki directly. Looking at the second reward, Luke's mouth twitched slightly. Lord Lu's blessing. What is this? But it can be evenly matched with anyone. And if this skill is used properly, the potential is still very high. The system's voice came again. "Do you want to claim the top-tier overbearing color dominance?" Luke didn't think much and directly thought in his heart, "Claim." In the next moment, an extreme sense of terror emanated from Luke's body. The other 3 people in the dormitory hadn't even had time to react before they collapsed directly to the ground, and a teeth-gritting creaking sound came from all the furniture in the house. Bang! A long crack spread across the entire wall, and on the wooden bed frame, countless wood chips exploded. The few white clouds that had been slowly gathering over the naval branch were instantly dispersed, and inside the entire naval branch, only a few people were still standing at this moment. The next moment, a loud voice echoed throughout the entire naval branch. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" In the dormitory, Luke, who was slow to react, only then realized that he might have caused trouble. With his overwhelming aura leaking out, how many people in this naval branch, led by a mere brigadier general, could withstand it? Luke quickly restrained his aura, looked around, and then directly lay down on the ground, pretending to faint. After a long time, footsteps were heard outside, followed by a person pushing open the dormitory door. "What's going on? Is anyone injured?" The other 3 people in the dormitory slowly woke up upon hearing the call, and Luke could only rub his head and pretend to have just woken up. The lieutenant in charge of the new recruits stood at the door, looking like he had just woken up not long ago as well. The 4 awakened people in the dormitory looked at each other in confusion and shook their heads. The lieutenant muttered something under his breath, then moved on to the next dormitory. After a long time, everyone in the branch woke up. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Due to this inexplicable enemy attack, the entire branch has entered a state of alert. Fortunately, Luke's dominance was just an unconscious leak. If it had been deliberately released, there might not have been a single person standing in the entire naval branch. As the deputy leader of the branch, accompanied by several school officials, patrolled near the branch for a long time, and carefully inspected the entire branch, The culprit of this enemy attack was not found. Everything returned to calm a few days later. If it weren't for some traces of dominance destruction still present in the branch, everyone would suspect if it was an illusion. In the end, this matter could only be reported to headquarters and left unresolved. After all, there were no casualties, and it is difficult to guard against such a powerful strongman targeting their branch. After a week of alert, everything returned to normal, and on a morning exactly 1 week later, the branch received an order from headquarters, Marineford, requiring all branch forces to immediately head to Marineford. The next morning, on the huge square of the Navy branch, all the soldiers, officers, and non-commissioned officers of the branch gathered. As the highest leader of the branch, the Brigadier General, wearing a cloak, stood on the high platform. The Brigadier General scanned the crowd and then spoke loudly, "All personnel, except for Second Lieutenant Mocha, the third-class soldier, immediately board the ship and prepare to go to the Navy headquarters for support." Below, a group of soldiers responded in unison, "Yes," and Luke was among them. Upon hearing the Commodore's order, Luke froze, and then a bad thought came to him. The naval headquarters in Marineford, with Marshal Sengoku and 3 admirals in attendance, and Tekken Garp, the so-called hero of the Navy, is also in Marineford. Such a battle power was enough to pull out and walk across the entire ocean. It simply wouldn't take a branch to give almost all of its war effort to support it. It wasn't very familiar, but Luke at least remembered some of the important plot points of the original. If memory serves, the only war in which Marineford poured almost all of the Navy's war effort, only, tops the war. Could it be that one is now going to the famous war at the top? It is in the nature of the military to obey, and no one within the large group would ask what mission to Marineford. Luke couldn't speak up if he had any more speculation. Because of his experience serving in the army, Luke had just entered the Navy as a private. At that moment he walked out of the naval branch with a group of privates following a sergeant. 5 warships were anchored on the harbor outside the branch. Once everyone was aboard, the warships slowly pulled away from the harbor. At night time, the warships traveled above the endless sea. Luke was put on deck with a Navy man, also a private, to stand guard. It was at this point that Luke finally had a chance to speak. Pulling a bad cigar from his pocket, he handed it to the Navy man at his side. "Smoke one, old man?" The fellow private Navy looked around to make sure nothing could see before taking the cigar Luke handed him. Although a fellow private, Luke had been in the Navy the shortest. So in the eyes of this group, he's still a newcomer. Smoking his cigar, the veteran looked at Luke. "I heard you were in the army before? Why did you switch to the Navy?" Luke grinned. "There's little chance of promotion in the army, so I thought I'd give the Navy a try." The veteran exhaled a thick puff of smoke and squinted. "The Navy naturally has more chances for promotion, but the dangers above the sea will be beyond your imagination. None of those vicious pirates are to be trifled with." Luke nodded his head in agreement, and then the conversation turned. "Is there something big going on this time when almost all of our branch's war effort has traveled to Marineford?" The veteran flicked the ashes of his cigarette into the ocean and looked at Luke before speaking. "You came from the army, it's normal to not know some things. This time not only our branch, but almost all branches were drawn to Marineford for support. Do you know why?" Luke was immediately curious. "Why?" The veteran deliberately showed off, pausing before speaking. "In a few days, a pirate is to be executed in Marineford, and that pirate is the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors." Luke's brow snapped up, his own suspicions were true. The veteran went on, self-consciously. "There is information that the Whitebeard pirates will be traveling to Marineford to stop the execution. When that time comes, Whitebeard and his pirate group will show up, so of course we have to take it seriously." Luke took a deep breath and stopped talking. Even those who don't watch pirates will have heard of the war at the top and pirates. In this war, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, was killed in battle, and Ace was killed by Akainu. The entire Whitebeard pirates were almost wiped out. Of course, the number of casualties on the Navy's side was grueling. And now Luke was about to go to war as a Navy man, which made the ever-patient heartbeat back. Just then, the veteran standing next to Luke suddenly spoke up. "What's over there?" With that, the veteran picked up his binoculars, and just by looking towards the distance, the veteran turned pale and exclaimed, "Not good. It's a pirate." Upon hearing this, Luke also followed the veteran's line of sight, only to see that not far from the sea in front of him, a few shining pirate ships were vaguely seen in the field of vision. The veteran immediately picked up the phone bug at his side and yelled into it. "Report! Unidentified pirate ship has appeared in the warship's 3 o'clock reverse direction." In a flash, the alarm bell rang above the warship. The Navy, which was still resting, all hurriedly grabbed their weapons and walked out of the cabin. And at this time, the pirate ship that was still in the distance was getting closer and closer, close enough to make out the ship's flag. The veteran next to Luke stood a little unsteady as he took in the flag. It's the Whitebeard pirates." The other soldiers on the ship also got a good look at the flag on the pirate ship in the distance. In the center of the bone cross there is a skeleton wearing a white beard, the very flag that is the symbol of the Whitebeard pirates. All of them were at once as if they were on the verge of an attack. That was the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors, and the highest combatant on their 5 battleships was just a commodore. It's simply not enough. Everyone prepare to fight. Orders came over the loudspeaker, and all the soldiers on deck took up arms in their hands. Luke also tightened his grip on the lance in his hand. Encountering the Whitebeard pirates on his first voyage, is this good or bad luck on his part? But soon Luke calmed down. He was now in possession of a top-tier hegemonic color hegemony. That is, when you encounter the Whitebeard pirates, there is at least no problem in saving your life. Just then, suddenly, a huge greatsword grew larger and larger in the sight of the pirate ship in the distance. In the next second, the greatsword slashed hard on top of the warship Luke was traveling in. The ground shook in an instant, and the entire warship shook violently. Almost all of the soldiers on the ship were shaken to the ground. There were even countless navies that ran head-on into the flying greatswords and were split in half. The warship Luke was on took a frontal attack and the remaining 4 warships immediately opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The roar of the cannons rang out. Luke was on his back on the deck early on, well out of harm's way. After a few cannon shots, a voice came from the pirate ship's side. Hey, Bren has business to attend to, don't waste your time with this bunch of irrelevant navy. A soft grunt was then heard as the greatsword attacking the warship disappeared. After a moment, Luke looked up. Noticing that the pirate ship was far away in the distance, and that the warship he was on had left a horrible scar and several corpses in its wake. Voices also came from the warship. The pirate ship has escaped, is it being pursued? Do not start a war with the 4 emperors without orders from the world government, save the wounded first. Luke's little heart was thumping in his chest. When the world of pirates is opened up with the perspective of a navy brat, it's not at all hot-blooded or touching. For the little people, the world is full of dangers everywhere and so watery. The slightest mistake could somehow kill you. Chapter 3, Getting Stronger by Touching a Corpse. The veteran who had been laughing and joking with Luke just moments ago was now a slightly warm corpse. A deep scar appeared on the hull, though it didn't affect travel. The Brigadier General ordered the battlefield to be cleaned up, and only a few bodies were left behind as the wounded were carried away. The battleship began to start up again. Luke followed a couple of soldiers tasked with cleaning up the scene, a numbness on the faces of several. The only other Marine, also in a private's uniform, had some red eyes. Sighing slightly, Luke reached out and tried to close the eyes of the veteran he had just been talking to. Just then, suddenly the afterglow saw a small ball of light next to the veteran's body. Luke froze and looked up at the others, all but himself, who were minding their own business. A Navy man carried a bucket of water in his hand to wash the blood off the floor. The water flowed through that massive light, which the Navy couldn't seem to see. After observing for a moment, Luke determined. That tiny ball of light on the ground should only be visible to you. What is this? Luke came to the massive light and reached out to try to touch it. Just at the moment when his fingers touched the light mass, a voice suddenly sounded within his mind. Agility +1. Strength +1. +1 to marksmanship. Swordsmanship +1. Iron block base +1. Listening to the voice inside his head, Luke immediately looked over to the other several bodies next to him. Sure enough, several equally tiny balls of light were scattered next to the bodies. Looking around to make sure no one was paying attention to him, Luke then took a step over to the remaining bodies and once again reached out to touch the massive light. Agility +1. Strength +1. Swordsmanship +1. Gunsmithing. Is this yourself another gold finger besides the system? Whenever someone dies, a light ball like this will burst out, and by touching the light ball yourself, you can gain the skills of the deceased during their lifetime. After picking up all the balls of light next to all the bodies on the floor, Luke and another Navy man lifted the bodies and placed them on the lowest level of the warship. The bodies of this Navy will be buried back at the dorm, because of the attack earlier. In what had been a dormitory of 4, only Luke and one other person were left. Both men lay in bed without speaking. Luke's mind, on the other hand, pondered. This skill of picking up corpses and getting stronger on your own was simply a divine skill. It's just the wrong timeline to travel through, if you travel to when Roger is being executed. What could one pick up from beside Roger's body when he died? Luke couldn't even begin to think about it. Then again, death means war, and war means danger. Take for example the upcoming war at the top for yourself. As far as Mark knows, Whitebeard will die and Ace will die. Just thinking about it made Luke a little excited. What could be inside the massive light between the two of them? Whitebeard is an existence that can fight against Roger, picking up his light group, wouldn't he just take off? But then Luke turned his thoughts to the brutality of war. When I first watched the anime myself, the perspective was on the main character. With the aura of the protagonist looming over him, there was certainly no danger. After all, how could the protagonist dogpile so easily? But now he's just a Navy brat, and if he's not careful, he'll die in an unknown AoE. And if you want to pick up Whitebeard and Ace's light clusters, you'll inevitably have to get close to both bodies. Those two can be the center of attention on the battlefield. Just as Luke was swaying from side to side, suddenly, a voice rang out within his head. Ding, the system releases a new mission. The host is invited to make a hit in the top war, and will be rewarded upon completion. System hint, the rewards will change depending on the degree of the host's one-hit wonder. The more amazing it is, the more rewarding it is. Luke, who was still swaying from side to side, took a deep breath after hearing the system's voice. Spell it out, the so-called rich and famous. Exuding his top-tier hegemonic color hegemony at full power in the war at the top should achieve the system's one-hit wonder effect, right? Luke thought darkly, and before he knew it, he fell asleep in the rocking of the warship. The next few days of sailing went pretty well. Occasionally encountering a few pirate groups, after seeing the Navy's flag from afar, they also wisely chose to avoid it. 3 days later, the warship finally arrived. From a long distance, Luke on the deck could see a huge island in the distance. The huge naval headquarters on the island looked like a dormant beast. The towering walls give a feeling of sternness and coldness. The word Navy is written in large letters on the wall, and in the center is the seagull symbolizing the Navy. At this time countless warships were docked around the Navy headquarters, while several huge pirate ships were also docked aside. Luke's eyes narrowed as he took in the pirate flag on one of the ships. Surprisingly, it's the pirate group of one of the 7 Muskai under the King, Doflamingo. Luke then remembers that the 7 musketeers under the King were summoned by the world government in the war at the top, and all of them were there as well. I didn't expect Ming to be the first to arrive. After the warship docked and the order to stand by was given, all the men stayed on board and stood by. Looking around at his heavily guarded surroundings, Luke suddenly thought, if the Whitebeard pirates arrived early now, the Navy headquarters defenses might not even be in time to stop them. Over the next few days, Luke saw the pirate groups of the Shichibukai under the King arrive one by one. Luke had been about to look up for a closer look when a pirate ship with a skull symbol surrounded by 9 snake heads appeared, only to have his head pressed down by a Navy man at his side. You don't want to live? That's the 9 Serpents Pirates, one of the 7 Martial Seas. You'll turn to stone if you see that one. Luke muttered inwardly. He himself has a top-tier hegemonic color hegemony, though it's hardly much of a battlefield. But turning to stone shouldn't be enough. Sneaking up to look, the 7 Muskai under the King, almost all of them were there. Except for Jieping and the Blackbeard pirates. At this point in time, the Marineford naval headquarters had brought together almost all of the Navy's war power. Finally, after another long day and night of waiting, early the next morning, on top of the huge high platform inside the Navy headquarters, a huge figure nearly 3 meters tall appeared. The figure wore a naval cape that read Justice, and on his shoulders were the golden epaulets that represented the Marshal. The military cap on his head has a seagull symbolizing the Navy. The beard on his chin was braided into a thick twist. The person who came was none other than the Grand Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Warlord. Luke stood on the warship looking toward the figure on the raised platform inside Marineford. I didn't feel it when I first watched the anime, but now that I've actually seen the group, it took Luke a moment to realize just how freakishly tall the group was. His own height of 1 meter 86 was already considered to be able to stand tall in the normal world, but in the world of pirates, one is a complete dwarf. Warlord stood on top of the high platform, his eyes behind his glasses looking out to the sea in the distance, wondering what he was pondering. Chapter 4, The War is about to begin. The tall figure of Warlord stood on top of the high platform and paused for a moment before departing. Luke also turned his head to look back at the endless ocean. According to the original storyline, the Whitebeard pirates only appeared when Ace was about to be executed, when the sun rises completely above sea level. Inside Marineford, the Navy was already standing. Countless lieutenant generals appeared in the square within the bay, and 2 tall giant figures stood below the execution platform. Among the group of lieutenant generals, Luke also saw Captain Crane. After about another half hour or so, a slight commotion suddenly arose at the scene. All eyes looked to one spot. Luke glanced over as well. Only 5 figures, in turn, appeared above the execution square. The crowd, which was originally still in commotion, quieted down in a flash after the 5 figures appeared. Luke's eyes narrowed slightly as well. Clad in a pink cape and with a trademark brash, open-mouthed grin on his face, Doflamingo walked at the front of the pack with a 6-pack stride. Behind them were Bear and Empress and Mariah in that order. As for Hawkeye, who was the shortest in stature, he walked at the end of the line, the huge black blade behind him standing out, though the shortest in stature of the few. But Luke, who had read the original, knew that Hawkeye's strength should be the strongest among the current 7 musketeers. When the 5 arrived at the plaza, the Navy near them was almost afraid to breathe. The 7 musketeers under the King who are entrusted to the world government, each one of them is an existence that cannot be underestimated above the sea. At this time, it was surprising that 5 of them appeared at once, and the oppressive feeling of the 5 standing there alone made people feel chilled. It didn't take long for the scene to fall silent, and the elevated platform below the execution platform. 3 figures clad in cloaks of justice also appeared. The Navy, which was originally pressured by the 5 figures and could barely breathe, saw the 3 figures at the sight of them, all apparently relieved. The King's 7 musketeers are certainly fearsome, but let's not forget that they have 3 admirals in the Navy as well. Green Pheasant Akane Yellow Sara walked into the square in turn, and the 3 of them casually sat down on the prepared chairs. Akane and Yellow Sara crossed their legs, with Yellow Sara's face looking even more relaxed and cozy. As the three top combatants of the Navy, the appearance of the three admirals undoubtedly gave a shot in the arm to all the Navy on the scene. There was even a Navy that chanted out the names of the three admirals. On the battleship outside the bay, one of the Navy beside Luke was even in tears of excitement at the sight of the three admirals. Luke took a deep breath, and now all he could think about was how he could make a hit in front of such a powerful lineup. All the people on the scene were present, and Warlord stood on the execution table, nodding to a brigadier general at his side. It wasn't long after the Commodore turned away that two men escorted a figure to the execution platform. Seeing that figure, there was already some chatter at the scene. He's Ace, captain of the 2nd unit of the Whitebeard pirates. It's said to be the possessor of the burning fruit, so it's pretty strong too, isn't it? To be the captain of the 2nd team in the Whitebeard pirates, one's strength is certainly not weak. There was a murmur as Ace knelt on the execution table. The two Navy men on the left and right held rapiers in their hands. Warlord suddenly spoke to the soldiers around him. "Bring me the phone bug." A soldier hurriedly brought a telephone bug, and after receiving it, Warlord took a few steps to the edge of the execution platform. Looking down below at the admirals and school officers who stood densely packed with the Navy, Warlord took a deep breath and opened his mouth. "Let me tell you all. Portcus D. Ace, the great significance of this man's death here today." With that said, Warlord looked to the kneeling Ace and exclaimed, "Name your father." On the battleship, Luke, who was watching everything on the execution table in the bay, was not too concerned about what was going on inside. Having already read the original, he naturally knew that in a moment the Warlord would announce the bombshell news that Ace was Roger's son. Luke, at this point, had his full attention on the sea behind him. If memory serves, 3 of the Whitebeard pirate ships appeared directly in the bay through the coating. The rest of the pirate ships, however, all came in from the front. This battleship of his own would be the first defense that the Whitebeard pirates would have to break through in a moment. At this time, these few warships were almost all filled with some ordinary soldiers just like themselves. The entire cadre of the general school is in the bay. They are, in fact, total cannon fodder. Inside the bay, there was an uproar when Warlord said that Ace was Roger's son. Of course, there were plenty of people whose faces didn't look surprised. The crowd's uproar didn't last long, when suddenly on the execution platform, a soldier with a face full of panic came to Warlord's side. Reporting to Marshal Warlord, the Justice Gate received no instructions and opened on its own. Can't reach the powerhouse at the moment either. Warlord's brow furrowed furiously, though he expected that today's execution was not destined to go smoothly. But I didn't expect the first line of defense to be lost so easily. Most of the people on the scene heard what that soldier said. Many people looked out to see beyond the bay. The Gate of Justice is lost, meaning that the Whitebeard pirates will appear on the far side of the sea at any moment. An eerie silence enveloped the entire Navy headquarters, and Luke was looking behind him a little nervously. Suddenly, one of the navies in charge of reconnaissance high above, holding binoculars in his hand, shouted violently, "Coming!" At the same time a shrill alarm bell rang throughout the headquarters. For his part, Warlord didn't hesitate to order with a phone bug in his hand. "All hands, prepare for battle." Almost the instant the alarm went off inside the headquarters, Luke saw the sea not far behind him. Countless pirate ships suddenly appeared, a blackened group of hulls nearly filling the distant horizon. And the battleship Luke was on was blocking the middle between the pirate ship and the naval headquarters. It has become the first line of defense. To attack? Someone asked for instructions. "Don't act rashly yet, there's no sign of Whitebeard yet, he must be nearby. All hands on deck. Prepare for battle." And almost everyone's eyes were searching for Whitebeard. Just then, the sea in the bay suddenly fluctuated. In the next second, a huge pirate ship surprisingly broke the water from the surface of the bay. The huge ship kicked up huge waves. Looking at the pirate ship that suddenly appeared, someone had already recognized it and exclaimed, "It's the Moby Dick." Surprisingly, it appeared from the bottom of the sea through the coating. Just as the crowd was shocked, suddenly 3 more pirate ships leapt out violently from the bottom of the sea. The 14 captains of the Whitebeard pirates, led by Marco, all appeared on the ship. The crowd looked dead at the Moby Dick in the center, and finally, with everyone watching, a tall and lanky figure wearing a cloak slowly appeared. Chapter 5, Touching a Good Time. With everyone watching, Whitebeard appeared on the deck with a clump of cloud cutters in his hand. Facing all of the Navy's battle forces, the expression was frighteningly calm. The tall figure alone stood there, giving off a powerful impression. As a contemporary of Roger, a man who once reigned supreme on the seas. After Roger's death, Whitebeard was also known as the strongest pirate in the world. Bang! The clump of cloud cuts in his hand were thrust aside. The cloak behind him swung in the wind. As everyone watched, Whitebeard violently closed both fists and curled his body slightly. In the next moment, he suddenly clenched his hands into fists and swung out violently. Bang, bang, bang. What seemed to be the sound of breaking glass rang out. With Whitebeard's fists as the center, cracks appeared in the space all around. The ground shook in an instant, and the sea also instantly turned up huge waves. Garp, standing at the bottom of the high platform, frowned deeply and exclaimed, "It's the shock fruit." Boom! A huge wave kicked up violently, and the violent shaking caused the Navy standing on the ground to tumble. Everyone looked in horror at the monstrous wave that was about to engulf the entire Navy headquarters. Just then, Green Pheasant, who was sitting on 3 chairs, suddenly moved. He was seen leaping high into the air, his hands spread out to face the monstrous waves that had been set off. Terrifying cold air poured out from the palm of his hand. The huge wave that was about to engulf the entire Navy headquarters instantly condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ice Age. Seeing his first attack being neutralized by Green Pheasant, Whitebeard, who was standing on the deck, raised his head to look at Green Pheasant in the air, a small smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It was finally the first time he had spoken since he had appeared. Green Pheasant, you little brat. For Whitebeard, who has dominated the sea for almost 2 eras, calling Pheasant a brat is not an exaggeration at all. The airborne Green Pheasant grunted softly out of his mouth and crossed his arms over his chest. 2-spine spear. In the air, several spears condensed from cold ice appeared out of nowhere. Emitting a piercing air-breaking sound, it instantly shot toward Whitebeard. Facing an attack from one of the Navy's strongest 3 combatants, Whitebeard didn't even bother to look back at him. Once again, his right hand formed a fist and slammed it hard into the air. The sound of that glass shattering appeared again, and countless cracks appeared in the space. Sensing something bad, Green Pheasant hurriedly wrapped his entire body in cold ice. Bang! In the next second, Green Pheasant was slammed out of the air with a punch and fell to the sea. The moment he landed in the sea, a terrifying cold wave centered on him and quickly spread in all directions. It didn't take long for the entire sea to freeze into ice. A loud, unimpeded laugh escaped from Whitebeard's mouth. Raise your own hands. Let's go to war. With Whitebeard's order, countless pirates leapt down from the ship, waving the weapons in their hands towards the Navy to kill. And the Navy responded in kind, waving weapons in their hands. The two forces instantly killed each other. The war at the top officially kicked off. On the warship outside the bay, Luke took it all in. Now he has only 2 immediate tasks. Number 1, and that's picking up enough light clusters in this war. Second, find a way to hit the ground running on the battlefield. With his current strength, although he had a top-notch hegemonic color hegemony, it was obviously still a bit difficult to make a splash on the battlefield. So it's better to pick up more light clusters at the very beginning of the war and have enough strength to make a difference. Behind them, the other pirate ships of the Whitebeard pirates had already killed. Though they were aiming for the bay, there were still a few pirates coming up from a few of the warships here. A voice came over the battleship's loudspeaker. Everyone prepare to fight. On Luke's person was one of the Navy's standard muskets and long swords. By now there were already a few pirates killing from below the battleship. The ones who stayed behind to guard the battleship were all privates like Luke, not much of a fighter at all. Luckily those pirates who rushed up were just a few stragglers. The Navy and the pirates fought, and Luke took advantage of the chaos to try to feel his way toward the bay. After all, the main battlefield was there, and if you wanted to pick up some powerful light masses, you'd have to go inside the bay as well. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was fighting and no one noticed him, Luke felt his way down to the ship. The sea in the bay was frozen into thick ice by Green Pheasant's Ice Age, providing an excellent battlefield for the 2 armies to fight. At this time, the main battlefield had already been fought to a standstill, and the Navy's Vice Admiral, too, joined the fight. When someone fights, naturally someone dies. Luke quietly felt his way down from the battleship, and just as he came out onto the thick ice, he saw countless balls of light scattered on the ground from a distance. There's the Navy and there's the pirates. These light clusters made Luke's eyes light up at the sight of them, and he immediately sneaked closer towards the battlefield. At first, Luke only hung around the edges of the battlefield. The battle here wasn't quite as gruesome, after all, the main forces were in the center of the battlefield. Quietly, he picked up several light clusters, and a constant beeping tone went off inside his head. As the light mass picked up more and more, Luke could even distinctly feel it. Himself was rising at a noticeable rate, both in speed and strength. Suddenly, a loud birdsong came from the sky. Luke looked up and saw a huge blue and yellow firebird spreading its wings in the air, and countless yellow balls of light, falling from even higher up, although the main target of the yellow balls of light was the firebird. But there are still countless people who have been affected and lost their lives. Luke knew that it was one of the 3 great admirals of the Navy, Yellow Sorrow, and Marco, the captain of the white-bearded pirates' first squadron, exchanging blows. The balls of light fired by Yellow Monkey kept smashing down from the air, and even countless navies were hit. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. This was the deepest realization Luke had at that moment, and also felt it again. Opening up the world of pirates from the perspective of an ordinary person turns out to be so brutal. The wails of countless pirates and navies rang out, and Luke hastily retreated towards the edge of the battlefield once again. It was only after Yellow Monkey's round of lightball attacks ended that he once again leaned slightly closer towards the center of the battlefield. There were more clusters of light on the ground, each one representing a human life. But at this moment Luke couldn't care about sympathizing with those people, he just kept wandering around the battlefield, picking up the light clusters scattered on the ground. Ding! Agility plus 13. Ding! Strength plus 10. Just as Luke kept picking up the balls of light and feeling the thrill of getting stronger, Suddenly, a huge ball of light in front of him caught his attention. Most of the light clusters on the battlefield were no bigger than the size of a basketball, but this one in front was big enough to compare to a small car. In Luke's experience, generally the larger the light mass, the stronger the owner was in life. A ball of light this big is at least a lieutenant general. Looking to the side of the mass of light, Luke was surprised to see the body of a pirate. It seems to be some powerful cadre of the Whitebeard pirates. Luke leaned toward the mass of light, the moment his fingers touched it. A crisp voice rang out inside his head. Ding, divine evasion proficiency plus 10. Chapter 6, Picking Up a God's Avoidance? Listening to the voice inside his head, Luke froze in place. He himself had picked up the divine avoidance on the corpse of a pirate? Even Luke, who was not too clear about the original pirate story, knew that the skill of divine avoidance was a divine skill that had only been used by the former pirate king, Roger, and the Redhead. The power naturally needed no introduction, and he had surprisingly picked up this skill on a pirate's body. If this pirate could divine avoidance, how could he be killed so easily? Just as Luke froze, suddenly a loud cry came from the side. Die for me! Then the sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air came from Luke's ears. It's a good thing Luke has picked up a lot of light clusters in the battlefield just now, and his strength has increased. Faced with a sudden slash, he immediately bent down to dodge it. A pirate over 2 meters tall appeared next to Luke. He was obviously a bit surprised that a Navy brat had managed to dodge his sneak attack slash. But soon the corners of his mouth revealed a sardonic smile, and the large sword in his hand once again slashed towards Luke. Luke dodged in a hurry, relying on the paper drawings he had picked up of the Navy's Form 6 to keep dodging. The tall pirate was unforgiving, and the long sword in his hand kept slashing. After a few rounds, it was clear that the pirate had a bit of an unsure look on his face. The opposite party was clearly just a small soldier of a pirate, but he was able to dodge his attacks continuously. When did the Navy's skirmishers get so good? Being attacked continuously, Luke panicked a bit. Picked up a lot of light clusters though, both in agility and combat power, and also mastered some of the Navy's 6 styles. But after all, it was the first time he had fought someone, and he was completely inexperienced. One could only keep dodging in the face of the opponent's attacks. After a few more rounds, it was clear that the pirates on the other side of the room were getting a bit overwhelmed. As a mid-level cadre of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors, it was surprising that he had fought with a Navy brat for so long and still hadn't struck him down. It's just a strange shame for him. Just then, suddenly another pirate appeared from the side. Monty, what are you up to? Why don't you finish him off and hurry to the center of the battlefield for support? The look on the face of the pirate known as Mundy was even more stifled when he heard his companion's words. Is he the one who doesn't want to make it quick? This Navy guy across the street looked like he was clearly just a punk. But the dodging ability is ridiculously strong. It was always easy to dodge in the face of his constant attacks. There was nothing one could do with him. In desperation, Monty could only call out to his companion. He's simply not as strong as a Navy brat should be. Come help me kill him together. His companion frowned at his words. With that, holding the weapon in his hand, he attacked Luke along with Monty. Facing one person's attack, Luke was still able to dodge it easily, but facing 2 people at the same time was obviously a bit of a struggle. After dodging a few times, the chest position was suddenly cut by a knife. Blood flowed down and intense pain came from the wound. Calm down, calm down. Luke gritted his teeth and adjusted his breathing to calm himself. The naval longsword in his hand was gripped tightly, and in the next second, the whole person instantly rushed out like an arrow off the string. Luke, who had picked up so many clusters of light, was not weak at all, but just a little flustered the first time he faced actual combat. Performing one of the Navy's 6 styles of shaving, Luke's figure transformed into a stump. The 2 pirates on the opposite side of the street's expression snapped, and before they could react, Luke's figure appeared behind the duo. Finger guns. With Luke letting out a low roar, a blood splash suddenly appeared on the chest of the pirate Mundy. The muffled sound of blood and flesh being penetrated came. The large sword in his hand subconsciously still wanted to swing behind him, but his arm, which had just been raised halfway, became limp. With that, the entire tall body of the man fell to the ground. The companion's eyes were filled with panic within his eyes when he saw that Monty was actually killed in a single move. The opposite side was obviously just a Navy brat, so why did it have such strong combat power? Without waiting for him to react, Luke's figure once again turned into a residual shadow. The next second it appeared in front of him. Erasure kick. With a muffled sound, the head of the pirate in front of him turned into a bloody mist. Luke, who had never killed anyone before, killed 2 people in a row and seemed to be in little discomfort except for his heart beating a little faster. 2 clusters of light appeared on the ground. Luke picked it up in a hurry. Ding! Strength plus 25. Ding! Agility plus 30. After taking care of the 2 pirates, Luke once again traveled through the battlefield, constantly picking up light clusters. Occasionally, Luke chose to go straight for the jugular when he encountered an ungrateful pirate. System beeps continued to ring within his mind. Just as Luke was busy shuttling across the battlefield, suddenly the entire frozen sea in the bay shook violently. Luke looked up to see a huge block of ice being held aloft by a figure. Come block if you dare. The figure let out a roar, and the huge ice cube that looked like a small mountain was directly thrown out by him. A great shadow was cast over the entire navy of the bay. Seeing that the huge block of ice was about to smash into the navy headquarters. At that moment, Akainu, who had been sitting in a chair as one of the navy's 3 great admirals, finally stood up. A disdainful smile crossed his face. If they all attack, then who will guard this place? As he spoke, a dazzling searing red color emanated from his fist. In the next moment, countless magma wrapped around his arm. The Great Spitfire. A huge fist composed entirely of magma ruthlessly smashed towards the ice that was like a small mountain in the sky. A loud boom came. Even though they were far apart, Luke felt the blazing heat. Is this the strength of a great general? The magma fist collided with the ice, and the small mountain of ice was barely able to block it. It was reduced to nothing in an instant. The powerful blow clearly shook all the pirates to their core. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the huge magma in the sky. The lava that smashed the ice stayed in the air, and suddenly, the lava began to fall apart in pieces. It turned into a fireball that smashed into the pirates on the ground. Run! It's a volcano bomb! A quick reacting pirate hastily shouted out, and the ground pirates were suddenly in a mess, all desperately dodging. But how could an ordinary small pirate outrun a huge fireball? As the fireballs continued to fall, whales continued to come from all around. Luke dodged out of the way in a hurry before the fireball descended. As he watched the countless fireballs fall, light clusters continued to appear on the ground, and each one of them represented the dissipation of a life. Boom! With a loud bang, one of the Whitebeard pirates' pirate ships was hit by a fireball. At the same time, the rain of fireballs in the sky finally stopped. Akainu's strike has energized the entire naval force. A lieutenant general waved a long sword in his hand. Shoot! Don't stop! The roar of the cannons came again, and countless navies once again raised their weapons to kill the pirates. The several captains of the Whitebeard pirates, too, immediately began to counterattack. Don't back down! In a blink of an eye, the navy and the pirates were once again fighting each other. Chapter 7, The Giant General's Light Group. Faced with a battlefield that was once again scorched, Luke didn't hesitate and once again began rushing into the fray to pick up the light clusters. As his strength grew, Luke slowly edged tentatively towards the center of the battlefield. After all, where the main battlefield was located, the mass of light was clearly larger than the periphery. Just as Luke was picking up the pieces, suddenly there was a vibration coming from the frozen ice. Looking back, he saw a behemoth suddenly appear in the sea outside the bay. The massive figure that suddenly appeared was cloaked and had 2 horns on its head, with huge fangs showing. Looking at the behemoth that suddenly appeared, the Admiral rushed to take command, pointing and yelling at the giant mountain-like figure. Shoot! Shoot! The roar of countless artillery shells came, but the ejected shells hit the huge figure and seemed to have no effect on him. The figure advanced towards the bay step by step, a vibration coming from the ground with every step. Against the heavy artillery fire, the figure stepped in front of several naval warships. The huge scimitar that matched his size was raised high in his hand, and then slashed viciously towards several warships. Luke experienced in this moment what it meant to be shocked by the power of size. The mountainous figure with the giant greatsword in his hand slashed at the warship. Rumble! A loud bang came, and the warship that had been firing shells violently just moments ago was instantly split in two. The mountainous figure looked at Ace on the execution platform in the bay, and a voice like thunder came out of his mouth. Ace! The pirates on the ground's aura went into a frenzy as the figure appeared. A pirate called his name. Good job! Go for it, Little Oz! Inspired by the pirates, a low roar came out of Little Oz's mouth, followed by raising his arms high. The huge body let out a low roar, as if there was muffled thunder ringing in the sky. And the Navy side realized that allowing such a behemoth to rush into the bay would surely create a scene of destruction. Little Oz murmured as he looked at Ace on the execution table. Ace is a gentleman, I'm not going to let him die. Inside the bay, Luke licked his lips slightly as he watched the huge form of Little Oz. He knew that this mountain-like giant would end up dying at the hands of the 7 musketeers. What kind of ball of light will he explode? Luke had some expectations. Just then, on the Navy side, there was a ground-shaking commotion. 8 figures that were not as large as Little Oz, but definitely qualified as giants moved. With their huge cloaks of justice fluttering in the wind behind them, the 8 raised their weapons in their hands and charged towards the mountainous Little Oz outside the bay. Wherever they passed, weapons were casually brandished, causing countless casualties. The artillery also remained unabated, constantly firing towards Little Oz. Little Oz was not the least bit afraid, still taking one step closer towards the bay. Casually holding the mast of a warship, the huge warship was lifted straight up. It was then thrown hard. The target was none other than the 8 naval giants rushing towards him. The 8 naval giants were barely able to stop them before they were smashed right into the bay by the huge warship. And the barrier against the pirates was smashed right through the gap by Little Oz's casual throw. Looking at the gaping hole that had finally appeared, the pirates burst into a frenzy. Charge into the bay. With an angry roar, the pirates rushed towards the bay. The situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. And the huge figure of Little Oz was still inching his way toward the bay. Several Navy giant lieutenant generals who had risen from within the rubble rushed towards him once more. A couple of Navy giants were like dwarfs compared to Little Oz. In just a few rounds of exchanges, a giant lieutenant general was killed by a single slash from Little Oz. With that, a huge ball of light appeared on the ground. Luke squinted at the massive light, the first of the giants so far since the start of the war. "You guys, go help him with the aftermath." With a command from Whitebeard, who was standing at the bow of the ship, countless pirates began to cover Little Oz as he advanced towards the bay. Such a behemoth charging into the battlefield inside the bay was a one-sided massacre. Another Navy giant vice admiral was cut down by Little Oz's slash, and looking at the huge mass of light that reappeared, Luke couldn't hold back any longer, and his figure instantly rushed towards the battlefield. The eyes of everyone in the arena were on the huge figure of Little Oz. No one noticed a figure in the uniform of a Navy private approaching the center of the battlefield at an alarming rate. Upon approaching the battlefield, a few pirates saw the sudden appearance of Luke, though their faces were shocked. But upon seeing the private's uniform on Luke, they all showed slight disdain. A pirate casually swung the long knife in his hand towards Luke. Finger snatch. Luke let out a low growl, and a muffled sound of blood and flesh being penetrated came from him. The pirate looked incredulously at his chest as a bloody hole appeared. Luke rushed towards the corpses of the two naval giants without stopping, and the pirates in his path who came to block them were all killed in one move. On the verge of approaching the two huge light masses, the movement on Luke's side finally caught the attention of some people. But when they looked at the situation, they were all astonished. A Navy private, charging into a group of pirates as if it were no man's land. The pirates who came to block were all easily killed by him in seconds. "Stop him!" a pirate shouted, and instantly a group of pirates rallied to surround Luke. Looking at the encircling pirates, Luke murmured softly, "Moonwalk." In an instant, the entire group rose up in the air and broke away from the pirates. A few jumps brought him to the huge mass of light, and Luke reached out to touch it. The voice came instantly from inside his head. "Ding! Strength plus 1000. Ding! Strength plus 1000. Ding! Hegemony proficiency plus 1. Ha! I can't believe I picked up the hegemony skill?" Luke's heart rejoiced at the two giants' light masses. Not only did they increase their strength by 2000 points, but they also gained the hegemony skill. Though with only a little proficiency, it might not even be cast. Just as Luke froze, a group of pirates had already surrounded towards him once again. Having already picked up the light cluster, Luke's purpose had been achieved, so he didn't get the slightest bit attached to the battle, rapidly fleeing towards the outside of the battlefield. This behavior on Luke's part seems a bit baffling to everyone. Rushing into the midst of pirates despite the danger, killing a few and then doing nothing before making a hasty escape. This kind of behavior is a complete demonstration in the eyes of the buccaneers. A Navy private, charging through the midst of them at will, and not stopping anyone yet. This made a group of pirates feel suffocated, and a few pirates waved their weapons in their hands and were about to charge towards Luke regardless. However, someone immediately shouted from the sidelines, "Leave him alone. Cover Little Oz to save Ace first." Upon hearing this, several pirates who were preparing to chase Luke could only bite their teeth in resignation, then turned around and returned to cover Oz's group. Chapter 8, The Body of Little Oz. This little fiasco didn't cause much of a ripple. Little Oz took one step closer towards the execution table, and was about to come in front of Ace. Luke looked in the direction of the 7 musketeers, and sure enough, the bear, who hadn't been moving, moved at that moment. His tall body looked extremely small in front of Little Oz, but no one in the room would underestimate him. The bear was seen standing in front of Ozzy Jr., with his hands slowly spread out. A sound of air being compressed came from his palm. Then, a huge bear paw-shaped light mass visible to the naked eye appeared. As the bear's hands continued to compress, the huge ball of light became smaller and smaller, until the bear's hands merged, then gently released. A miniature bear paw-shaped ball of light appeared and floated towards Little Oz's massive body at a not very fast speed. Bear paw impact. The bear murmured softly intently. The tiny miniature bear paw ball of light was completely negligible in front of Little Oz's mountainous body. But the moment the two touched, a loud boom came. A violent explosion enveloped Little Oz's form, and even the sand flew behind him for a moment. After a long time, the smoke drifted away. Little Oz's huge form appeared. The tall body was covered in blood at this point. The straw hat on his head was also knocked aside. Boom! Little Oz snapped to his knees. In such a miserable condition, everyone thought he could no longer stand up. But in the next second, Little Oz's huge body unexpectedly began to move again. Moonlight Mariah looked at Little Oz with some excitement. Such a powerful body, if it can become my puppet, what a powerful battle force it will be. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the small mountain-like body rose from the ground once again. Trembling, he approached towards the execution table where Ace was. "Shoot!" a lieutenant general commanded loudly. Boom boom boom. The roar of artillery fire came again. Little Oz, who was already at the end of his strength, had no ability to resist normal artillery fire at this point, and a single shell solidly bombarded his body. Ben was just bracing himself to stand up, his frame shaky. Just moments before he was about to fall, Ozzy Jr., eyes looked to the one standing in front of him, Doflamingo, who was one of the 7 musketeers. A final fire erupted within his eyes. At least, take out a Shichibukai. With that said, Little Oz's huge fist was raised high and slammed down hard towards Doflamingo in front of him. Boom! A corner of the square was smashed out under a punch from Oz Jr. Smoke filled the air and open laughter rang out above Little Oz's head. Oz Jr. looked up to see Doflamingo in a pink cape crossing over his head, and at the same time, he lost control of one of his feet. It's the sound of bone breaking. In the next second, intense pain came, and a giant foot was neatly severed in a splash of blood flying in the sky. Little Oz, who was already holding on strong, lost his balance completely after losing a foot. The massive body fell to the ground with a loud thud, and at that moment, he was only one step away from Ace's execution table. Looking at Little Oz, who fell to the ground with a loud thud, Ace's eyes widened in anger. Oz! Fighting with his last ounce of strength, Little Oz's palm reached out towards Ace on the execution table. Shadow Mage! Shadow Horn Lance! With Moria's shout, countless shadows erupted from the ground, instantly coalescing into a long spear in the air, straight through Little Oz's chest. At the last moment, Little Oz's huge palm was still desperately trying to reach towards Ace on the execution table, but the vitality within his eyes was collapsing little by little. Bang! Little Oz's huge body finally fell to the ground with a loud thud. The ground was smashed out of gaping holes by his huge body. Ace, on the execution table, watched as Little Oz fell in front of him. Despair had filled his eyes. Luke, watching everything from the far side of the battlefield, couldn't help but sigh deeply. Pirate Navy. It may not even be possible to say who was wrong and who was right. It's just a different position. As Little Oz fell to the ground, a huge ball of light followed. Luke took a deep breath. All he had to do was pick up enough light clusters to make himself stronger in this war. Then complete the quest required by the system to hit the ground running on the battlefield. Thinking about it, Luke's eyes went to Whitebeard standing in the distance at the bow of the ship. His light mass, that's the main event. Ace on the execution table was filled with agonizing despair, tears streaming down his face. And Whitebeard, who was standing at the bow of the ship, looked at Little Oz, who was already a corpse, and his figure seemed to fall a little forlorn for a moment. Oz. Just as Whitebeard whispered to himself, Luns, a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, suddenly leapt high in the air with a giant axe in his hand, showing the cracks. Whitebeard. Despite the seriousness of the occasion, Luke, in the distance, could barely hold back his laughter. As the 3 most confident famous scenes of the pirates. Iron is the strongest, lean the boat over, and at this point, you're showing your weakness, Whitebeard. Unsurprisingly, Luns's giant axe just got close to Whitebeard. It was then blocked by Whitebeard's raised palm. The ability of the shock fruit was unleashed, and the huge iron axe was instantly shattered into pieces. With that, Whitebeard's large hand grabbed Luns's head and pressed it hard in front of him. The shock fruit was unleashed again, and the mask on Luns's face was reduced to pieces with a loud bang. Fresh blood gushed out from within his 7 orifices, and his eyes rolled over and his entire body fainted. He was then casually thrown out by Whitebeard, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. And at that moment, Whitebeard's eyes were already filled with anger within them. It is known that Whitebeard loves to recognize his sons, and everyone he recognizes as a son, he loves like a real son. At this moment, one of his sons died in front of him, and his anger had reached its peak. But the most important thing now was to save Ace first. Having already lost one son, he didn't want to lose another. Step forward, Oz. At Whitebeard's command, the pirates charged towards the square like mad. The loss of their companions filled their hearts with thoughts of revenge. The battle was once again at its peak. Luke, too, at that moment, prepares to lean toward the huge corpse of Little Oz. After all, a massive light that big is sure to touch something good. At this moment, a group of pirates were stepping on Oz's corpse and charging forward, so that's where the battle was the most intense. Luke's form flickered as he approached quickly toward Oz's body. Soon enough, a pirate noticed him. It's him again. This damn Navy brat. Kill him. Luke then kills his way through the group of pirates before Oz dies. At this point in time, they were in the process of losing their companions and were overwhelmed by anger. Seeing that Luke, a Navy private, actually rushed over again, all of them hated each other for a while. Countless pirates raised the weapons in their hands and then surrounded towards Luke. This time, make sure to give this little soldier a run for his money. Chapter 9. Whose ministry is this? Luke's figure was as fast as it could be. The light mass from the 2 Navy giants just now had increased his speed and power once again. At this point in his life, this group of ordinary pirates were powerless to stop him. Wherever he passed, the pirates he encountered were basically killed by him in a single move. The many people watching the battlefield naturally noticed Luke. A small soldier in a Navy private's uniform, rampaging through the pirates. It was hard not to draw attention to such a scene. Just as Luke was charging along, about to get close enough to Little Oz's body to touch the massive light, suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. Being so arrogant would make us pirates look too weak. At the same time, a strong sense of crisis surged through Luke's mind. Turning his head, he saw a figure wearing a tall bowler hat and 2 mustaches arrive in front of Luke. In his hands, he held two long swords. In an instant, the hairs on Luke's body stood up. This man he certainly recognized. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Team 5, Blossom Sword, Bista. He was the one who blocked the attack of Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, at the very beginning of the war. Strength is on par with Hawkeye. The current Luke might be crushing against ordinary pirates, but against such a monster, there was absolutely no chance of winning. Froze. Bista had raised both swords in her hands and instantly struck out towards Luke. Stab. Luke didn't even have time to react before his chest was slashed by a single stroke of Bista's longsword. Blood gushed out all of a sudden. Picked up a lot of light clusters and took advantage of fighting countless pirates. Luke's mind was drifting a bit, but Bista slashed him back to reality with a single stroke of his sword. The current self is still too weak. Whether it was speed or strength, Bista was crushing it for himself. One sword hit, and Bista's second sword followed. Luke hastily raised the Navy-issue longsword in his hand. Buster Rap. In an instant, Luke's overlord color hegemony poured out. The ordinary longsword glowed a dark red color as it was wrapped in the overpowering aura. Shock welled up within Bista's eyes. Apparently, a Navy brat had actually mastered the overlord color hegemony. And surprisingly, it did the dominant winding. It's just impossible to stay calm in a situation like this. Bang! The two weapons clashed and Luke let out a muffled grunt as he took several steps back. Bista, who originally still had a contemptuous face, had a gloomy expression at this time. The twin swords were pointed at Luke. Obviously you're not supposed to be strong enough to be a Navy brat, who the hell are you? Luke gritted his teeth. It's just an unknown pawn in the Navy. With that said, Luke's entire body leapt high into the air, his longsword in his hand raised high towards Bista to slash. At the same time, the top-level hegemonic color hegemony was completely released without reservation. In an instant, countless figures in the surrounding area directly fainted with their eyes rolled over because they couldn't endure the pressure of the hegemonic aura. And the ground around them cracked from the ravages of the Bajra. What a strong domineering aura! Bista murmured, meeting Luke with both swords in her hands. The two men's weapons clashed, and the powerful overpowering aura caused dark red arcs of electricity to appear in the air around them. Unfortunately, Luke only lasted a few seconds before he was knocked back by the power on Bista's twin swords. Obviously Bista's power was far above his. After stomping back a few steps, a trace of blood oozed from the corner of Luke's mouth. Bista, on the other hand, remained bland. Bah! Luke spat a mouthful of blood toward the ground. It's too strong. This man is too strong. Even after picking up so many clusters of light and having a top-tier hegemonic color hegemony. But one is still no match for him. And such a person is nothing more than a captain of the Whitebeard pirates. If he fought hard, he had no chance of winning. Eyes crossed over Bista to the huge ball of light that landed behind him next to Little Oz's body. Luke gulped, then mumbled in his mind. Use the blessing of Grandmaster Lu. Ding, is Bista using it? Yes. Luke had just finished his meditation in his mind when Bista on the opposite side had already raised both swords in his hands and attacked towards him. At this point, there was no longer any contempt within Bista's eyes at all. The strike is full force. Bang! The two men's long swords collided. Feeling the power coming from the weapon, Bista's heart shook again. What's going on? Did you not use your full strength at all just now? The two exchanged a few moves again, and Bista was surprised to find that his opponent, who could have been suppressed just a moment ago, at this moment, he was suddenly on par with himself, and he couldn't even feel any chance of winning. And the pirates still standing around looked to the exchange between Bista and Luke. His face was also filled with shock. What's going on? He's obviously just a Navy brat. Why is it possible to be on par with Captain Bista? And what about his terrifyingly powerful overlord color hegemony? Not only were the pirates shocked, the Navy side was also filled with dismay. The lowest rank on the battlefield in the bay was that of a colonel general. Even the lieutenant generals have died several times since the war started. But now a minion suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Not only are they rampaging within the pirates, it's even on par with the Whitebeard Pirates Team 5 captain, Hanabi Bista. How could such a man be just a petty officer in the Navy? That strange face no one even recognized. Garp on the high platform suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, when did the Navy have such an interesting brat? The other lieutenant generals were also looking at Luke with amazement. The strength of this little soldier was incomparable to that of some lieutenant generals, but he turned out to be just a pawn. Whose ministry is this? The question came to everyone's mind. On the battlefield, Luke could finally breathe a sigh of relief after using Goldfinger, but the wound on his chest still ached. Looking over at the massive light over there, Luke approached towards it as he exchanged blows. Finally, after a few rounds of exchanges, Luke arrived in front of the massive light. The moment his body touched the light mass, the system's voice resounded within his mind. Ding, strength plus 50,000. Ding, hegemony proficiency plus 100. According to the system's hints, picked up skills could only be used if they had a proficiency of 10 or more. He himself had just picked up the hegemony in the light mass of two Navy giant admirals, but unfortunately the proficiency level was only 1. 0. Now in this cluster of light, he had directly picked up 100 proficiency, which meant that he was now able to cast hegemony. Bista was still in hot pursuit, and Luke decided not to fight anymore now that his goal had been achieved. A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bista, who was exchanging blows, saw the smile at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, Luke forced Bista back with a sword, suddenly raising his own long sword high in his hand. Hegemony! As Luke let out a loud shout, the long sword in his hand slammed down towards the front. A powerful shockwave instantly chopped out. Bista hastily raised both swords to block. The powerful shockwave pushed his figure backward, his feet pulling out 2 deep grooves in the ground. And wherever the shockwave passed, everything was reduced to pieces. Chapter 10, the main character appears. Luke with a dominating country shot. Once again, it shocked everyone. The deep traces of destruction caused by the hegemony on the ground made all the surrounding pirates tremble in fear. Bista was forced back dozens of meters. Luke put away his longsword and performed a moonwalk to escape the battlefield. A group of pirates would have tried to chase after them, but they were stopped by Bista. There's no need to chase after him, you're no match for him. Save Ace first. The group of pirates gulped. Yes, that little soldier could fight Captain Bista without getting the better of him. That was simply not an opponent that their group of ordinary pirates could stop. Thus, a group of pirates once again killed their way towards the bay. Luke escaped all the way to the edge of the battlefield. Looking at the wound on his chest, he was lucky it wasn't serious. One's current strength was far from being able to hit the ground running in the top war. With that thought, Luke looked away. Whitebeard's tall figure still stood straight up in the bow of the boat. Through the battlefield his gaze was distant from the warring nations on the execution platform. The two of them had also noticed the exchange between Luke and Bista just now. But more than that, there were more important things that needed their attention. Warlord knows that this war can only be won if Whitebeard is destroyed. And Whitebeard knows that this war will never be as simple as it seems. The name of wise General Buddha's warlord is not an empty claim. Luke took off his jacket and treated the wound on his chest briefly. Once again, he looked to Whitebeard and licked his lips. Perhaps the only way to get Whitebeard's light group is to have the ability to make a splash at the top war yourself. As the war scorched on, Garp suddenly lifted his foot towards the execution table above him. Warlord heard footsteps and turned back to the stairs. Upon seeing Garp's figure, a slight frown creased his brow. He was aware of the other layer of Cap's relationship with Ace. What are you doing here? Garp looked down at the battlefield. Nothing. Warlord opens his mouth, so. Before Warlord could say anything, Garp suddenly exclaimed. Shut up. What does it matter if you let me stay here? In the face of Garp's rude interruption, Warlord didn't say anything. The entire Navy headquarters knew that even the 3 admirals, no one dared to speak to the Warlord Marshal like this. The only one who could have this attitude towards the Warlord Marshal was Garp, a lieutenant general. Snap. Garp sat down on his knees beside Ace. At this moment, Ace's figure looked a bit forlorn. The Whitebeard pirates gave everything they had to go to war with the Navy just to save themselves. And since the start of the war, on the execution platform, he had seen with his own eyes that countless former partners had fallen on the battlefield, never stood up again. Little Oz's death, in particular, was a deep irritant. The emotion mixed with self-reproach caused him to have an emotional breakdown for a while. Facing Garp, who was sitting beside him, Ace didn't even have the courage to turn his head to look at him. Countless memories from my childhood come flooding back. Ace, you guys are going to be a powerful Navy, okay? Ace, you as an older brother are going to learn to take care of people, you know? Ace, say anything else about being a pirate and I'll give you a taste of my iron fist of love. Ace, in the future you'll be the grandson of the old man, just like Luffy. Ace. Grandpa. Grandpa should be disappointed. The two gazed down at the battlefield below, and a long time passed. Garp's pale frame suddenly trembled. Asshole. Why don't you do what the old man says? Ace looked over at Garp. The old man, who was so strong that he seemed to be able to do anything, was in tears at the moment. It turns out that the man people call a naval hero also cries. Warlord, who had never seen Garp so out of sorts, spoke in a hushed voice. It's now or never, if you want to get any ideas. I'll never spare you, Garp. It was said like a warning and a reminder. Garp sniffed coldly. Humph, if I wanted to do it, I would have done it a long time ago. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard in the distance, who had just given orders through a phone bug. Scrap the previous execution plan and advance the execution of Ace. So, you don't stand a chance. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly came from above the sky. At the sound of the voice everyone looked upwards, only to see a huge pirate ship, suddenly appearing above the head of the naval headquarters. What's going on? There are ships coming down from the sky. Could it be a surprise attack by the Whitebeard pirates? As everyone watched, several figures descended with the ship. In the distance, one could still hear someone cursing loudly as several people descended. Straw Hat Kid. I never should have listened to your bull ********. Dropping dead like this. Not the way I want to die. I'm a rubber. I'm not afraid. On the execution table, originally Garp was still full of grief and sadness, but after hearing the sound in the air, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. No one was more familiar with his own grandson's voice than he was. And Ace, at the same time, looked into the air. No one was more familiar with his own brother's voice than he was. Ace! Shouting rang out again in the sky. Ace looked up into the air and could even see the silhouette already. The warship and a group of silhouettes descended sharply, eventually slamming hard into the ice. Bang! There was a loud noise and countless waves were lifted up. The silhouette in the ship all fell into the hole that was missing a piece from being lifted by Jaws and smashed into the Navy headquarters a moment ago. The pirates looked at the huge warship that had fallen thinking it was the Navy. And the Navy, seeing the group of prisoners on the ship in their Propulsion City prison uniforms, knew they were pirates. Frozen for a moment, all of them reacted. It was a group of pirates who came to the battlefield in a warship. Kill! Shoot! At the Lieutenant General's order, the Navy attacked towards the warships. Luke, in the distance, chose a place to sit and rest after treating his wounds. Everyone had witnessed his battle prowess just now, and there wouldn't be any pirates who wouldn't come towards him unknowingly. Hearing a ship land in the sky, Luke looked up. Having read the original, he knew that this was the main group of protagonists making their appearance. Picking a comfortable position, Luke silently looked out over the battlefield. The current him had a rough judgment of his own strength. After picking up Little Oz's light cluster, his own battle power should now be at the Lieutenant General level. Barely the best in the LT. Gen. But not as good as Cap, of course. He was an existence whose strength was definitely not inferior to that of a great general. The difference between himself and the great general is still far. Without the golden finger, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match against Hanabi Bista again. Now that the main group of protagonists has appeared, it's the next battle that slowly moves to the top. Until then, it's better to meet out yourself in silence. One's current identity is the Navy, and the protagonist is a pirate. Ben is the antagonist, if he is targeted by the protagonist. That would be a pain in the ass. Luke's eyes, burning, went to Whitebeard. Chapter 11, the main character's aura is good. Whitebeard's light mass was the ultimate goal for himself. Briefly cleaning up the wound on his chest, Luke looked to the center of the battlefield. There the Navy and the pirates fought to the death. And a thin figure was killing its way out of the warship that had fallen from the sky. Rubber pistol. Luke saw that a row of generals in cloaks of justice were punched out of the air. There was a grin on his face. The protagonist has not officially grown up yet. In the original, after the war at the top, it was only after 2 years of training and going out to defeat Doflamingo of the Seven Seas that he really began to make a name for himself. It was also since then that Juan Luffy had never lost. Even the duel with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, on top of Onigashima in the later stages. There were a few twists and turns, but in the end it was a victory. And also awakened the Nika form. Completely invincible since then. Luke rubbed the corner of his mouth if he killed him now and picked up his light cluster. Would one gain access to some of his abilities as well? But soon Luke shook his head and dismissed the thought from his mind. With the protagonist's aura shrouding him, it was a toss-up whether he could kill him or not. On the current battlefield of Marineford alone, the Empress of the 7 Martial Seas, Boa Hancock, and the Navy's Iron Fist, Garp, both would never let anything happen to Luffy. Not to mention the fact that he has a series of powerful connections behind him, including the Redhead as well as the Dragon. He himself was now just a small person with no background and not much strength. There's basically no difference between offending the protagonist and seeking death. Suppressing the mixed thoughts in his mind, Luke gazed at the battlefield. As the two sides fought, there were many more clusters of light on the battlefield. The clusters of light, Luke observed, would be about half an hour or so from the time they appeared to the time they disappeared. Wait for everyone's attention to be diverted before heading to the battlefield to harvest a wave yourself. On the execution table, Ace's eyes finally met Luffy's. Ace! Luffy shouted as the two brothers, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, were now reunited on the battlefield. On the execution platform, Sengoku looked at Luffy's figure in the distance and yelled towards Garp in displeasure. Garp! It's your asshole family again. Garp covered his head. Ace was not his own grandson after all, even though he was also his grandson. But the one standing in the distance now fighting the Navy is his actual own grandson. His own grandson came to such a dangerous place and had to do such a dangerous thing. Garp was angry and worried. Everyone on the field looked at the group of figures that suddenly appeared. Crocodile and Jippy-Eye, a former Shichibukai and a current Shichibukai. Bucky and Straw Hat Boy, 2 pirates. And Ivankov, an important cadre of the Revolutionary Army. It's amazing that such a complex tripartite force has come together. Did they all come to save Ace? Just as everyone was wondering, Ivankov and the crowd looked around. Where's Crocodile? Bucky smiled broadly and opened his mouth dismissively. Must have been so intimidated by such a big scene that they chose to bolt. Suddenly, Bucky trailed off and pointed aside in alarm. There! Everyone sniffed and looked toward the place of his gaze. Only Crocodile's old sandy body, transformed into a strip of quicksand, was flying towards Whitebeard. The cigar in his mouth had been out for I don't know how long. Old Sand's figure came behind Whitebeard's, the gold-colored hook in his left hand raised high. Whitebeard, long time no see. Having once fought and lost to Whitebeard, he had always wanted to wash away the shame of that defeat. Today is a great opportunity. Facing Old Sand, who came behind him in a surprise attack, Whitebeard's figure remained straight. Didn't even look back. What a guy who can't remember his lessons. From a distance Luke smacked his lips as he watched Old Sandy's behavior on the battlefield. Where did Old Shaw get the courage to take on Whitebeard when he had a defeat at the hands of the current Luffy? Just as the hook in Old Sandy's left hand was raised high and about to fall, suddenly, a foot kicked violently from a distance. Hard kicks back at Old Sandy. Luffy got between Old Sandy and Whitebeard. Looking at Luffy, who had been in the same boat as himself just a moment ago, he was now confronting himself. Old Sandy spoke in a deep voice. Why are you protecting Whitebeard? Luffy's body flashed with the red warmth of second gear. Is this older man really Whitebeard? No shots at him then, Ace is very fond of him. In the distance Luke winced, never having found the dialogue midway through the anime when he first watched it. Luffy blocked Old Sand's attack, and by now several Whitebeard pirates had arrived at Whitebeard's side. Several men set up their swords in case Old Sandy strikes at Whitebeard again. Whitebeard, on the other hand, looked down at Straw Hat behind Luffy. This Straw Hat reminded him of two people. One is a former rival and best friend, Roger, the world's recognized king of thieves. There was another one, the red-haired Shanks, who was now the fourth emperor and half a friend of his own. As powerful as Shanks was, he lost an arm in the East Sea. It was as if the redhead's reply at the beginning was ringing in his ears. I'm betting it on the new era. So the new era the redhead was talking about was this little kid in the straw hat he once wore? Kid, your straw hat looks a lot like the one the redhead used to wear. Hearing Whitebeard mention the redhead, Luffy instantly felt more intimate with the older man in front of him. Do you know Shanks too, uncle? This straw hat, he gave it to me for safekeeping. Whitebeard looked into the distance and spoke in a deep voice. Is it to save your brother? Luffy nodded once. Yes. Do you know who you're making an enemy of? Saying that, Whitebeard's hand clumped Cloud cut heavily on the ground. A powerful aura violently erupted. With you, having several lives isn't enough. Bucky Ivankov is watching this side. The two were all startled when they saw Whitebeard suddenly explode his powerful aura at Luffy. That's Whitebeard, a figure comparable to the last pirate king, Roger. Anyone facing such an existence would be intimidated by his aura, right? But Luffy, who was in front of Whitebeard, had no fear at all. Shut up. It's none of your business. I know, you want to be the king of thieves too, don't you? But, the one who's going to be the pirate king is me. Luffy faced Whitebeard with no fear in his aura. Crossing her arms, she exclaimed. In the distance Luke covered his face in disbelief. It's so nice to have the main character's aura looming over you. If it were anyone else, with such a weak strength, they would still dare to be so reckless in front of Whitebeard. I'm afraid that the shock fruit would have been shaken into Chiu Chow beef balls long ago. But having a protagonist's aura is different. Not only will nothing happen, even Whitebeard would appreciate his courage and swagger. As expected, everyone at the scene was shocked by Luffy's words and guessed how Whitebeard would strike. Whitebeard, however, suddenly waved his hand in the middle of the bush cloud cut. There was no anger on his face, and even a flavor of appreciation. What a big mouth. I won't be able to spare you if you hold me back. Little thief. Chapter 12 Pacifists. And likewise, everyone around them was impressed by Luffy's aura of defying Whitebeard. Ivankov sighed as he looked at Luffy, remembering the dragon. How dare you talk to Whitebeard like that, worthy of being his son. As Luffy appeared, the gazes of everyone in the battlefield converged on him. Whether it's the Navy's top brass or the pirate forces. That's probably where the protagonist aura comes in. Ace. I'm going over there now. At the bow of the ship, Luffy yelled at Ace on the execution platform and then jumped off the pirate ship. Rubber rockets. The navy that surrounded him were all sent flying by his move. Infected by Luffy's aura, the pirates also ignited their fighting spirit. All the pirate forces once again killed in the direction of the execution platform. It seems that along with the appearance of the protagonist, the war really kicks off. The battlefield was in chaos, and all eyes were on Luffy. No one was paying attention anymore, the navy brat who had just fought with Hanabi Bista. This was the perfect opportunity for Luke to make his move. The bleeding from the chest wound had stopped for the time being. Time to clean up the mess. Luke's form, once again, began to weave through the battlefield. Ding! Strength plus 10. Ding! Speed plus 10. Ding! Naval Style 6 Moonwalk Proficiency plus 10. Ding! Once again, the hints of the harvest within his mind began to sound continuously. At the front of the main battlefield, Straw Hat Luffy was continuously approaching towards the execution platform. On the other hand, Bucky, who is one of the future 4 emperors. It was because of some inexplicable conversation with Whitebeard that he made a fool of himself in front of all his men. On the battlefield outside the bay, the navy fighting the pirates has been routed. But in the face of the routed navy, the pirates were not the first to make an impact towards the bay. Instead, they attacked the re-enveloping warships on either side. Warlord on the execution platform, upon hearing the battle outside the bay. A soft chuckle, plans fall through? Was it recognized by Whitebeard? Just as the battlefield was in chaos, someone suddenly noticed. High above the execution platform, two soldiers with long swords appeared at some point. The two soldiers crossed their long swords in their hands and held them against Ace's front. It was as if the execution was about to take place. A pirate yelled, "What's going on? Isn't it time for the execution yet?" Warlord above the execution platform, looking down at the pirates who were charging forward like they didn't want to die. There was a smile on his face that had everything under control. Whispered to himself, "In a few hours, the world will receive news of our victory. The Navy stands for absolute justice, and justice must prevail, even by any means necessary." As his words left his mouth, suddenly, there was a violent explosion from outside the bay. Some of the pirates looked back and saw several explosions, all coming from their pirate ship, and several strange figures appeared on the battlefield outside the bay. In the smoke after the explosion, several bright yellow pillars of light suddenly flashed. A few more explosions came along with the flashes of light columns. This was followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Those strange figures appeared through the smoke in front of everyone. Upon seeing the appearance of those strange figures, a look of surprise flashed across everyone's faces. A few figures that were surprisingly identical in appearance to one of the 7 musketeers' bears. The white-bearded man at the front of the boat squinted to the rear and muttered to himself, "Is this the legendary world government's human weapon?" Luke, who was picking up clusters of light on the battlefield, looked at the group of pacifists that suddenly appeared with a look of interest on his face. "I wonder if they, being robots, will also explode into a ball of light when they die." Though the situation on the battlefield right now was not going the way Warlord had originally expected. But there's no big deal. Nothing more than pacifists implicating some warships when they attack. It's just a slightly bigger loss compared to the original plan. Warlord held the phone bug in his hand, and a complaint came from War Mamamoru, the man in charge of pacifism, on the other side. "Didn't the plan say that the pirates would all be in the bay when we showed up?" Listening to War Mamamoru's complaints, Warlord spoke up. "Even if there's no way to encircle left and right, it's still possible to attack vertically." War Mamamoru, but then, there would be some warships involved. Warlord, never mind all that, everything starts according to plan. Battle Mamamoru, who had gotten the order, put away the phone bug. Looking at the pirate in front of him, he swung the large axe in his hand. "Go, pacifists!" On command, countless pillars of light lit up behind them from the mouths or palms of the pacifists. The pillar of light attacked the pirate in front of him. Violent explosions rang out, countless pirates were affected by the explosions, and wails of blood continued to ring out. After a bombardment, the pacifists all flew towards the battlefield. Faced with robots that knew no pain, had no fear, and were terrifyingly strong in battle, the pirates were hardly a match. And the pirates whose back roads had been cut off were almost in a desperate situation at this point. There was no choice at all but to move forward. Looking at the pirates who were desperately approaching the plaza, Warlord ordered from high above, "Everyone off the ice, never let them rush the square." When the navies received the order, they all began to engage while retreating towards the square. At this time, the pirates had a powerful naval battle force in front of them and a terrifying pacifist behind them. It's just like a turtle in a jar. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Sengoku's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at Whitebeard in the distance, murmuring, "No matter how much you struggle, you can no longer shake our advantage. When all live images are cut off and the siege wall is activated, you will lose." As he spoke, Warlord looked aside to his men. "Are there still images that haven't been cut off?" The henchman was sweating profusely and panicked. "Not yet, please wait a little longer." Turning around, he yelled at the phone bug. Upon receiving the order, it was logical that all live video feeds should have been cut off. But there's one left out in favor of the other, and never could find it. The Navy decided not to honor the agreement for an early execution, and a war machine like the pacifist was deployed. News that borders on scandalous would have a major impact on the Navy's image if it were broadcast live. So, all live feeds from the site are going to be cut off. Just then, suddenly Warlord saw a large screen not far away. Live footage about the Marineford scene came in. After a few shaky moments, Bucky's figure appeared on the screen. Seeing the image, Warlord burst into a rage. "What's going on? I want you to cut off this inexplicable livestream immediately now." The Navy under his command immediately panicked and explained. "Report! There's an image bug being snatched by a group of inmates." Warlord raged. "So it's the inmates that are live now? Stop them for me at once." The men led the order and immediately began searching the battlefield for the group of live prisoners. Though the live stream is not completely choked off at the moment, and the rest of the plan cannot be executed immediately. But the pirates below, under the back-and-forth attack of the Navy and the pacifists, were already showing defeat. Chapter 13, Whitebeard's Assassination. Aboard the Moby Dick. Pops. At the bow of the ship, hearing the call behind him, Whitebeard turned his head. After seeing the figure behind him, Whitebeard spoke. "Squad, are you okay?" He had not been found on the battlefield outside the bay just now. With little expression on his face, Squad silently took a few steps closer towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard continued, "I haven't been able to contact you just now. What's the situation outside the bay?" The look on Squad's face was obscure. The flag pirate group seems to be heavily damaged, and I came from the path. Whitebeard looked at the battlefield ahead and leisurely said, the warlord is not going to give us a hand. We'll have to go all out to get around him. Squad suddenly raised his head and looked at Whitebeard's tall back. Pops, you found out about the Navy's strategy, haven't you? Whitebeard said with intent. Warlord and I are kind of old rivals. At those words, the look on Squad's face suddenly became extremely grim. In a deep voice, he spoke, so it is. Whitebeard, who had his back to Squad, naturally didn't see the change in his face and remained to himself. Being surrounded from behind by the Navy is actually just what I need. It's also time to take matters into your own hands and attack in one breath for good measure. Squad took a few steps closer towards Whitebeard's figure once again, muttering under his breath. Yeah. Taking a few steps to Whitebeard's side, Squad slowly drew his longsword, to go through fire for Pops and the pirates without a single regret. Hearing Squad's sudden words, Whitebeard turned his head and gave him a somewhat relieved look. A hint of apology seemed to have been brought within the tone. It's really over the top. Before Whitebeard could finish his sentence, Squad interrupted him. I understand that this is a fight to protect my family. Whitebeard pirates is never going to abandon his family. Even if the place we are in now is hell, we have come after you. The man under his command seemed to be getting a little resentful, and Whitebeard didn't answer him again. Instead, he headed forward, ready to join the fray himself. And behind him, Squad suddenly murmured in a low voice. Your family. Wouldn't it be great if we could actually be a part of it? Put. It was the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh and blood. Countless blood flowers bloomed in Whitebeard's chest. Pops. Several shrieks came from the battlefield. Squad. Marco let out a roar as the giant blue firebird blossomed into the air, instantly swept towards Whitebeard's side. Luke, who had just finished picking up a cluster of light, also had his eyes on the bow of the Moby Dick. Whitebeard's tall figure had half kneeled on the ground, obviously that slash had injured him badly. But for more than the physical damage, his heart should have suffered more. Everyone knows that the Whitebeard pirates are known for loving their crew. The fact that all of the crew members have to call Whitebeard Pops is enough to say that Whitebeard treats them like his own sons. Now it's being stolen by his own son. TSK. Luke smacked his lips. He knows. As powerful as Whitebeard was, he certainly wouldn't be killed so easily with a single slash. That cut was just the beginning. However, it was one step closer to picking up Whitebeard's light mass for himself. Aboard the Moby Dick, Squad announced Whitebeard's purpose out loud to everyone. We're all your tools. Tools you're going to use to make a deal with the Navy and save Ace, right? Each of Squad's questioning had a good reason, and the situation of the battlefield at this moment seemed to be proving that everything was true. At once, many pirates were shaken in their hearts. There was a hint of skepticism and disappointment in their former admiration as they looked at Whitebeard's figure. The pirates, who were already at a disadvantage, completely lost their fighting spirit at this point. A portion of the pirates even threw down the weapons in their hands, with only the thought of escape remaining in their minds. Warlord let out a light laugh as he realized that he had won this battle. And Green Pheasant had found the last image bug on the battlefield at that moment, and as his figure swept past, the group of prisoners holding image bugs were instantly turned into a single ice sculpture. With everything ready to go, Warlord was finally able to give his final command into the phone bug. Surrounding wall, activate. A roar came from the earth, and countless barriers were about to rise from the bottom of the sea. All the pirates in the bay would then be surrounded by death. And on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard hugged Squad. My foolish son, I love you in spite of it all. With that, Whitebeard stood up, even with blood still on his chest. But the tall figure still exuded a mind-blowing pressure. Whitebeard curled his body slightly and formed his hands into fists. In the next moment, both fists ruthlessly smashed into the space on both sides. The sound of shattering glass came as if an earthquake had struck the whole of Marineford. Cracks visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions along Whitebeard's double fists. In an instant it spread over the ice. Boom! The sound of ice exploding came. The ice wall that was originally trapping everyone was actually completely shattered by Whitebeard's double fists. The pirate ship outside the bay, trapped by the frost, also untangles itself at this moment. As pirates, it is up to you to decide within yourselves what you should believe. Whitebeard let out a roar, looking at the shattered wall of ice, and the rescued pirate ship outside the bay. At this moment, everyone understood. If you want to escape, you can do it anytime. Pops, we believe you. It's all a Navy plot. Damn it, Squad is under the spell of the Navy. How dare he injure Pops? Charge! Avenge Pops! How could Pops betray us? Damn the Navy! In an instant, the original military heart was in chaos without fighting spirit of the pirates, under the Whitebeard's one action. Once again, the coalesced, and the tall figure of Whitebeard slowly came to the edge of the bow. If one chooses to follow me, then follow me at the risk of your life. With a roar, Whitebeard's tall figure leapt high into the air. For the first time since the beginning, Whitebeard stepped into the battlefield himself. It was amazing to see that their old man had taken matters into his own hands. The confidence of the pirates was once again high. All the pirates raised their weapons in their hands and their shouts broke through the clouds. Warlord, who was high above the execution platform, frowned and said in a deep voice, "Everyone prepare to counterattack." Jumping off the bow of the ship, Whitebeard, in the hands of the bushcloud, cut a finger high above the war country. The pirates behind them immediately rushed towards the front without any hesitation. Cook, who was still happily picking up the light mass, saw a large swath of pirates rushing behind him. In a hurry, they retreated towards the plaza in the bay. Just kidding, Whitebeard himself has joined the fray. If he was targeted by him, with his current strength, it could be said that he was dead. As long as he waited quietly, according to the plot, Whitebeard's light group himself aspired to win. Just as Luke was retreating toward the square, suddenly, a calm voice without anger rang out behind him. "Hey, you're the kid who just fought Bista without losing and had a great dominance, right?" Luke, who was running away, whipped his head around at the sound. A great shadow enveloped itself. The tall figure of Whitebeard was standing behind himself with a clump of cloud cutters in his hands. Chapter 14, But You're in the Navy. To be targeted by Bista was something that made the hairs on Luke's body stand on end. Then at this moment, being stared at by Whitebeard, who was holding a bush cloud cutter in his hand, the blood in Luke's body seemed to freeze. "What's wrong with you? Why don't you hurry up and save Ace when you're hurt like this? Why are you staring at yourself as a Navy private?" Luke mentally screamed. But looking around, that's when he realized. The Navy all withdrew to the plaza after receiving the order to retreat. And at this point in time, there was only one Navy of his own on the ice in the bay, besides the pirates. Crap, got too caught up in picking up light clusters. Didn't even notice that he was the only Navy left on the ice. Whitebeard's 6-meter-tall body blocked the sun in front of Luke, and the clumps of cloud cuts in his hands emanated a cold aura under the blazing sun. One eye looked down at Luke. A fine layer of sweat crept onto Luke's forehead. After a long time, Whitebeard suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. The laughter shook Luke's head and he wondered what Whitebeard was laughing at when he looked at him. It took a moment before Whitebeard put away his smile. The look within his eyes also suddenly became incredibly serious. The characters of the old era should have fallen, and countless new stars are slowly rising. With that he looked off into the distance where Luffy was heading. Before speaking slowly, "Pirates, Navy, there will be new stars. That's the way it's supposed to be, isn't it? After all, whether it's a powerful Navy or a powerful pirate, if there's only one on the Great Sea, that would be too boring." Luke swallowed, under the intense pressure from the figure across from him. He didn't even hear what Whitebeard actually said. At this time he was full of thoughts, thinking about how to get out of the trap. Buzz. Whitebeard suddenly raised the clumping cloud cutter in his hand and pointed it straight at Luke in front of him. "But, I'm a pirate after all, and you, a Navy man." As Whitebeard's last words were spoken, all Luke could hear was a toothsome sound in the air around him. Luke knew that it was the sound of the shock fruit about to be activated. With his brain running desperately, at the height of the crisis, Luke suddenly exclaimed, "You don't want the secrets of one of the Ds to be made public either." Suddenly, the toothsome sound that filled the air stopped. Bang! The clump of cloud cuts in Whitebeard's hand dragged on the ground. Although Whitebeard was trying his best to hide it, Luke still caught the shock deep in his eyes. Luke was heartened. Bluffing? But suddenly, Whitebeard's eyes erupted within a more violent killing intent. Luke keenly perceived and hastened to open his mouth. "Don't presume that killing me will silence you. If I have an accident, my partner will make everything public." Whitebeard's face was extremely gloomy, looking dead at Luke as he opened his mouth. "Who the hell are you?" "Luke, Roger told you the secrets of the D1 in One Piece before he died. If I tell all of this, guess what the consequences are?" Whitebeard's surface is calm, but inwardly he has already turned over shocking waves. The secrets Roger told himself before he died were clearly known only to himself and Roger. How did the little Navy man in front of me know? Luke's identity had become a complete mystery in Whitebeard's eyes at the moment. He can fight with Bista without losing, and his hegemonic color hegemony is even more terrifying. None of this should be the strength of a Navy brat. Now he even knows so many secrets. Who was this Navy brat in front of me, anyway? Luke looked at Whitebeard, who was frozen in place, and a hint of amusement rose in his heart. He didn't know exactly what those secrets were, of course, but it seemed to be a mere mention of those things. It would have been enough to bluff Whitebeard. Unfortunately, Luke's heartfelt glee didn't last long. The white beard in front of him, and his complexion was then completely restored as before. The clump of cloud cuts in his hand, on the other hand, was once again lifted by him. "Kid, even if you know those secrets, so what? Those outrageous things, even if they were told, no one would believe them, right?" As Whitebeard finished speaking, ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Luke cursed. Suddenly, countless cracks began to spread in all directions with Whitebeard at the center. The target is none other than Luke. Miso. The Navy standard longsword in his hand was drawn by Cook. Hegemonic color hegemony wrapped around the blade. Hegemony. With a roar, Luke met the long sword in his hand towards Whitebeard. On the battlefield just now, Luke picked up many more light clusters. The power is constantly on the rise. The hegemony at this point is far more powerful than it was against Bista. Boom. As if two great mountains collided, the domineering aura on Luke's body caused countless dark red arcs of electricity to appear in the air around him. Whitebeard, on the other hand, was surrounded by countless cracks caused by the activation of the shock fruit. The long sword and the clumping cloud cut collide. The huge impact sent ice shards flying on the ground. The pirates who were closer to the duo were directly overturned by the airwave. Even the steps of the Navy headquarters plaza behind Luke had countless cracks appearing under the tremendous impact. All of the Navy in the square were preparing for Whitebeard's attack, but he was surprised to find a small soldier in the way of Whitebeard. That's right, it wasn't Whitebeard who approached Luke and all of them. Instead, Luke took it upon himself to block Whitebeard. After all, the order to retreat had been given long ago, and all the Navy withdrew to the square at the first opportunity. Yet the only one who chose to stay behind was the young soldier, alone to face Whitebeard. What kind of courage is that? Just as the crowd admired Luke's courage, suddenly, the boom came. The longsword in Luke's hand below collided with Whitebeard's clumping cloud cut. The aftermath of the two's exchange of blows even toppled a few Navy men who were a little closer on the spot. Immediately a Navy man exclaimed, "Engage! What a strong domineering aura! That little soldier actually blocked Whitebeard's attack. What a strong two!" And the warlord on the execution platform narrowed his eyes at the two men exchanging blows. Early in the morning he noticed the little soldier. After all, when that little soldier fought Bista, what he revealed was both his strength and that dominating aura. It's all hard to ignore. What puzzled Warlord, though, was that little soldier didn't fight to kill the enemy on the battlefield. More often than not, it's just back and forth across the battlefield, and often stopping by dead bodies. Don't know exactly what I'm doing. When Luke's sword collided with Whitebeard's Kangankiri, a flash of deep shock similarly crossed from the depths of Warlord's eyes. As a naval marshal, for the strength of Whitebeard, the sea pirate who was one of the four emperors, the warring nations have a very clear perception. There are only a handful of characters in the entire navy who can block a blow from Whitebeard. But now an unheard of pawn had blocked Whitebeard's blow head-on. At that moment, suddenly Garp, who was on the sidelines, spoke up. "It's a bit of a shame if such a person is easily killed by Whitebeard, isn't it?" Even as he spoke, Garp couldn't hide the surprise within his tone. Chapter 15, Old Man, let's see how much longer you can run around. On the battlefield, Whitebeard's hand held a giant bush cloud cut and kept firing. Luke, who was short in front of him, was struggling with his longsword in his hand. The two weapons clashed, leaving the air around them covered in cracks and dark red arcs of electricity. In just a few seconds, Luke could no longer resist the power coming from the longsword in his hand. Bang! The longsword in his hand instantly turned into pieces, while Luke's figure, like a kite with broken strings, it was directly knocked away. Just as Luke was preparing for the impact of a hard fall to the ground, suddenly she was aware that a pair of strong arms caught her. What a firm chest! What a hot embrace! I'll look up. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's Akainu. Catching Luke, Akane's eyes looked away from Whitebeard, only a sneer on her serious face. Kid, justice takes courage, but courage without self-knowledge is recklessness. With that said, Akainu placed Luke on the ground in the plaza. That's Whitebeard, an existence that even I would find tricky. Luke was just about to speak when he opened his mouth to stifle a few coughs and a mouthful of blood spewed out. Looking away from Whitebeard, Luke wiped the corners of his mouth, cursing darkly. Old piker, let's see how long you can still jump around. Whitebeard, in the distance, sees Luke being saved by Akainu. Nor was there any intention of continuing the pursuit. Instead, he slowly inserted the clump of cloud cuts in his hand onto the ice side. With that, the hand suddenly stretched out towards the sky. Seeing Whitebeard's movements, Luke immediately realized that it was not good. In the original, Whitebeard just let go of a big move right after making this move. The whole of Marineford was almost completely destroyed by him. Only to see Whitebeard's raised hands suddenly became claws, then grabbed the air and viciously ripped down. For a moment, a sound that seemed to be high voltage going through power lines resounded throughout the sky. Lying there, Luke only felt the ground beneath his feet begin to tilt. It was as if the whole world and heaven and earth were about to reverse. In the distance the frozen sea cracked in pieces, as if it were a cracked continent. A tsunami of huge ice chunks rises up. The entire island and sea of Marineford began to tilt, and countless buildings developed cracks. Huge cracks in the ground engulfed countless figures that had lost their balance. At this moment, both the pirates and the navy were desperately looking for a safe place to hide. All the sights were as if the world had come to an end. The violent shaking caused extensive building damage and injuries. It went on for a long time before it finally stopped, and a large portion of the entire naval headquarters in Marineford was almost in ruins. Everyone who had slowed down looked at Whitebeard in horror. The ability to almost destroy an island, is that still a power a human can possess? But not before the crowd took a breath. Whitebeard's body flexed slightly once more, followed by a fist slamming in front of him. The cracks in the air as if glass had shattered reappeared. A powerful impact rushed straight towards the execution platform. Just as the shockwave was about to reach the execution platform, three figures suddenly blocked the front of the shockwave. Boom! The speeding shockwave suddenly dissipated in front of the three figures. 3 men, the very same 3 admirals of the Navy. Akainu, Yellow Sorrow, Green Pheasant. Defusing Whitebeard's attack, Green Pheasant frowned slightly. Has the siege wall not been activated yet? Akainu sulked. It's not as if your ice is too thick and interferes with the activation of the encircling walls. The pirates who had escaped the scene of doom just now had converged once again, preparing for another assault towards the execution platform. High above, Warlord spoke to one of his men at his side. The enclosing wall still won't activate? The henchman panicked. The ice is just too thick. Before he could finish, Warlord interrupted him. Use all the functions of the entire headquarters on the encircling wall. The men were quick to lead the way. Yes. Congealed pirates, ready for the final onslaught. But just then, suddenly there was a shaking at his feet. Then the tall walls, one by one, rose from the sea. Boom boom boom. The massive wall rose up piece by piece until it finally encompassed the entire bay. And all the pirates, all caught in the wall. Some of the pirates raised their weapons in their hands and attacked the wall. But in the end, it turned out that no matter what kind of attack, surprisingly, he couldn't even leave a mark on the wall. And that's when a single, blackened barrel appeared above the encircling wall. All guns, aimed at the pirates in the bay. Crap! We're surrounded. Is there no way out? Being surrounded, wouldn't we be a target for them? Wait, there's a road there. Everyone sniffed and looked towards where the man was pointing. Only a gaping hole was visible in the neatly encircling wall. That gaping hole is exactly where the fallen Little Oz was. Little Oz's huge corpse caused the enclosing wall of that piece to not rise. It's Little Oz. He made a way for us to live. On the execution table, Warlord looked at the body of Little Oz. What's going on there? The henchman replied in a panic. His body was too heavy for that piece of the enclosing wall to rise. Frowning, Warlord immediately spoke. Never mind that, Akainu, start planning. At that, Akainu walked towards the encircling wall. And his arms were wrapped in dark red magma in an instant. Meteor volcano. With a low growl, Akainu's magma arms were raised high in the air. Countless magma fireballs erupted from his arms and shot toward the sky as if they were setting off fireworks. The next moment, above the sky, a huge fist condensed from countless magma descended violently. The target was none other than the pirates trapped inside the encircling wall. Boom! A loud sound came from the countless magma fists that fell. The ice was smashed. The sound of melting ice came. The pirates let out a wail. Luke in the square finally slowed down a bit at this point. He endured Whitebeard's blow, and although he could barely stand up at this time, his entire internal organs felt like they had all shifted. Taking a few deep breaths, he looked up at the fist of lava that kept landing in the sky, listening to the wailing of the pirates within the encircling walls. Luke couldn't help but sigh. Whether it was Whitebeard's ability to almost destroy the entirety of Marineford just now, or the roiling lava now caused by Akainu, it all made Luke feel that there was a gap between himself and them. Though now he had top-tier hegemonic color hegemony and had picked up a lot of light clusters. But in the face of this group of perverts, a great sense of powerlessness still rose from the bottom of his heart. It would be nice to have a powerful devil fruit. But devil fruit, it's almost unattainable. And almost all of those powerful devil fruits have owners now. Luke looked away from Doflamingo. There are no weak fruits, only people who won't develop them. A thread fruit that's trashy to the core can be used to great effect by Doflamingo. But it's prudent to be careful with something this important that you can only have once. I wonder if the system will have something like devil fruit in its future rewards. Chapter 16, Killing Oz. The ice within the encircling walls, under the ever-falling fists of lava from the sky. The ice began to melt, and even the temperature of the melting seawater was surprisingly rising. And the artillery on the encircling wall, too, rang out at that moment. Cannon fire interspersed with lava fists, the pirates in the bay could not avoid them. In a panic, he tries to escape in the direction of Little Oz's body, but there are countless naval forces stationed there. As this continues, it's almost only a matter of time before the pirates are completely wiped out. That's when Whitebeard, who was standing, finally stepped in. The shock fruit's ability was unleashed once again. Whitebeard slammed his fist towards the encircling wall in front of him. The airwaves rolled over, and countless people were blown away, unable to open their eyes. After a loud bang, everyone looked up. But he was shocked to find that Whitebeard's blow had only left a deep depression in the encircling wall. What's going on? I can't believe Pop's attack didn't open the wall. This is no ordinary wall. Whitebeard's face, for the first time, showed a different look. Akainu, in the square, had a vicious smile on her lips, murmuring, "Whitebeard, it's time for your time to end." With that said, Magma's arms once again gushed out countless fireballs. At this point, the encircling wall was like a coffin, and all that could be heard was the constant sound of explosions and the wailing of pirates coming from it. Above the execution platform, Warlord held a megaphone bug in his hand and announced loudly, "All is well with the battle, the pirates have no way out. And now, the execution of Bitka's D. Ace begins." Although the pirates inside the encircling wall couldn't see what was going on outside, Warlord's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. What to do? There's only one way left, the Little Oz side. With the Navy guarding it, there's no way to punch through there. But Ace is about to be executed. Are we going to wait for Ace to be executed? Among the navies in the square, all of them stood at the rank of Admiral. Luke was the only one wearing a private's uniform. But with the engagement just now, there was no longer anyone who would take this little soldier lightly. Someone who can engage Hanabi Star and even harden himself against one of Whitebeard's moves. It's just not a bad comparison to some of the LT generals. Luke got up and walked around the square to where he could see the gap in the enclosing wall. Just before he came to the gap, Luke saw Luffy's figure. Behind him, followed by a group of pirates. Everyone was preparing to charge with their lives towards the gaping hole created by Little Oz's corpse, and the Navy's side sensed the pirates' intentions. At once all the firepower was focused in that direction. Countless pirates were blown away in the cannon fire. Luke also saw countless balls of light appear, just as Luke's eyes glowed as he looked at those balls of light. Suddenly, the huge corpse that had been lying on its back, with all the light masses picked up by Luke, actually moved. As Little Oz's body trembled slightly, a voice resounded within Luke's mind. Resurrection of the departed detected, light mass about to be returned. Grip it. Listening to the voice in his head, Luke let out a yelp. There's no point in giving back what's been taken. He had worked so hard to pick up so many clusters of light himself. Little Oz's light cluster was by far the largest one, and his own strongest skill, Bajoku, was picked up from Little Oz's corpse. If this is returned, one is not working for nothing. Luke immediately asked inside his head, how can I stop it? System, stop it by letting the owner of the light mass die. Listening to the system's cold reply, Luke gritted his teeth and looked inside the enclosing wall. Luffy's skinny figure was dodging a few shells and rushing towards the outside of the encircling wall. If he himself made a move to kill Oz, he would inevitably make an enemy of the protagonist group. But on second thought, it seems that he is now on the opposite side of the protagonist group. Whether it's this naval uniform he's wearing or his performance so far since the beginning of the war. Fought Bista and took Whitebeard's attack hard. All represent their positions. Clenched his fists, one way or the other. Luke came to a Navy man. Looking at Luke's sudden appearance in front of him, the Marine was obviously a bit flustered. Be respectful. Luke's just a private. Treat your subordinates with the same attitude as your superiors, but Luke's strength is so strong that he doesn't have the guts to do it himself. Luke spoke in a hushed voice. Commodore Sama, lend me your sword. When he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the Brigadier General to reply. Luke reached straight up and drew his saber, then took a step toward Oz. Several generals looked at Luke's back and spoke with trembling voices. What's he going to do? Is it to join the battlefield yourself? Do you still have the strength to fight off Whitebeard's attack just now? A few steps brought him to Oz, whose huge head was bobbing and ready to lift. Suddenly he perceived a figure standing before him. Luke took a deep breath and held his sword high in both hands. I'm sorry. Hegemony. A powerful aura emanated from Luke's body, and Ace, high above the execution platform, looked at Luke's back. Vocally exclaimed, Oz. The crowd inside the enclosing wall also noticed Luke's movements. Everyone exclaimed in panic, Oz. Luke couldn't care less how many people he would offend with this sword. The long sword in his hand slashed down hard. Huge waves of air erupted. A muffled thud came from Little Oz's head. All of a sudden blood splatters were flying. Boom! Little Oz's head, which had just lifted, dropped once again. And a portion of the light mass that had just been returned, once again, returned to Luke's body. Luffy, who was inside the encircling wall, was now filled with rage within his eyes. He looked Luke dead in the eye. And all the pirates looked as if they could not wait to tear Luke alive. How dare you kill the one person Ace cares about the most? I won't spare you. Luffy let out a roar, and that's when Jipping came to his side. Luffy gritted his teeth and spoke to Evening, send me there. His voice was horribly low. Evening had a serious look on his face, and his gaze toward Luke was tinged with mischief. Gotcha. After saying that, Jipping grabbed Luffy's arm. Seawater over the shoulder drop. With a loud roar, Luffy's figure, grabbed by Jinpei, was thrown towards the outside of the encircling wall. The target is none other than Luke. Luke scowled, though his current self was not necessarily weaker than Luffy. But there was a protagonist's aura shrouding people's bodies in the end. He fought him himself and had to watch out for Empress and Garp in the back. Despite the fact that Garp wears the title of naval hero, his own grandson is in danger if he is. How could you possibly see death? So Luke turned and ran without hesitation. In one breath, he fled behind the three great generals. Seeing Luke fleeing over, Yellow Monkey smacked his lips. Hey, what a strong little kid, so timid. Luke was tempted to spit out a comment about how you usually chant so scary to anyone you see. How can you mock your own cowardice? Luffy's eyes filled with anger when he saw Luke fleeing, and he chased after him regardless. Until it was blocked by three figures. When he looked up, the three admirals of the Navy stood in front of him. Chapter 17, The Light Within the Enclosing Wall. Luffy was holding a huge wooden stick, his body slightly red from the second block. Looking up at the three great generals, Akainu, Yellow Ape, and Green Pheasant each had a different look on their faces. Because of Garp, Green Pheasant didn't look at Luffy with too much hostility. In his opinion, Luffy was nothing more than a brat who had just grown up. Even if he dared to face their three great generals alone, it could only be considered courageous. Yellow Sorrow still had that careless look and muttered under his breath, "Worthy of being Garp's grandson, nah, it's scary, scary, scary." When he finished, he glanced slightly sideways at Akainu, whose fists were already clenched. The dark red magma on top kept churning. Akainu, who upholds absolute justice at heart, would never give Cap any face. Anyone who dared to stand in the way of justice would be crushed by his fists. Luffy in front of him let out a low roar, and the wooden stick in his hand swung violently towards the three. In the face of Luffy's strike, Green Pheasant just casually pointed his hand, and the incoming wooden stick turned into ice and smashed back towards Luffy. Luffy leaped high. Rubber machine gun. Anum. Bang, bang, bang. The ice in front of him was shattered by a kick from Luffy. However, no one expected that Luffy was actually just bluffing. The moment he landed after kicking the ice, his figure leapt towards the execution platform. The yellow ape smacked his lips and his body disappeared into a ball of yellow light. The next second it appeared in front of Luffy. "That's really slow, kiddo." After saying that, one of Yellow Monkey's feet turned into a ray of light and kicked Luffy's body hard. Bang! Without any resistance at all, Luffy hit the ground hard. Splash of smoke. On the execution table, Garp tensed when he saw Luffy rushing over. At this time, when he saw Luffy being kicked away by Yellow Sorrow, he was even more livid and his fists were clenched, obviously worried about his grandson's well-being. Warlord just looked at him and opened his mouth with a soft grunt. "Prepare for the execution." Receiving the order, the two executioners who stood beside Ace with sharp blades raised their longswords high in their hands. In an instant everyone's eyes went to the execution table. Even Whitebeard's complexion was completely flustered. Ace gets killed, then everything they did today is a joke. Marco and several other captains all yelled, "Ace!" Just in the nick of time, suddenly two streaks of yellow sand rose from the execution platform. The two executioners with their sharp blades held high didn't even have time to let out muffled grunts. Instantly strangled in place by the yellow sand. Anger erupted violently within Warlord's eyes as his gaze looked downward. Roared, "Crocodile!" Old Sand, who had suddenly stepped in to save Ace just now, looked unconcerned when he heard Warlord's angry roar. Warlord looked at him and questioned angrily, "Why did you save Ace? Aren't you on the opposite side of Whitebeard?" Old Sandy exhaled a mouthful of thick cigar and spoke faintly. "I just don't want to see you deplorables with too much smugness on your faces." Warlock's teeth squeaked. Just then, suddenly a handler came to report. Reporting to the marshal, "The pirates in the encircling wall have shown movement." Warlord looked into the encircling wall, where the ice had been completely melted by Akainu's lava. Most of the pirates were soaking in the water, and at this point, the group of pirates, however, swam desperately towards the gap where Little Oz's body was as if they didn't want to die. Warlord let out a cold grunt. "Shoot!" The sound of artillery fire rang out in the sky, fire that could not always be avoided on land. At this point the swimming pirates were even more unable to dodge. The wailing resumed. Just then, however, a churning sound was heard from the sea in the bay. With that, a huge pirate ship violently leapt out from the bottom of the sea. "There's another pirate ship!" Been hiding at the bottom of the ocean, it's Whitebeard's ship. The ship, leaping high into the air, received the group of desperately swimming pirates aboard. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the boat, waving the clump of clouds cut loudly. "Punch it in!" The ship sailed toward Little Oz's body and collided momentarily. To save Ace, to win this war, they have no choice. The ship collided with Oz's body, relying on inertia to punch up the body. After a loud bang, the ship carrying the pirates broke out of the encircling wall and came above the square. Whitebeard jumped off the bow of the boat without a single word of caution. The clump of cloud cuts in his hand swung straight up. The ability of the shock fruit was unleashed with a huge impact. Large swaths of the navy were simply toppled, except for the Admiral. "Little ones, save Ace and destroy the navy." The warring states on the execution platform looked at the pirates who had already rushed in front of them. Slowly, he rolled up his own sleeves. "It's time for us to get real." The battlefield was filled with smoke and various fruit abilities were constantly clashing. Luke, on the other hand, was once again transformed into a transparent person at this point. The pirates had already broken out of the encirclement wall, and inside the encirclement wall, it was empty at the moment. To cover his tracks, Luke even stripped off his upper naval uniform and came inside the enclosing wall bare-chested. Because of the tragic battle just now, countless balls of light were silently floating on the surface of the sea within the encircling wall at this moment. Licking his lips, Luke jumped into the sea and swam towards one of the light masses. The strongest mass of light Luke has picked up since the beginning of the war is Little Oz's. Enough to add 50,000 power points to yourself. Most of these unusual pirates or navies have light clusters that only increase by about 20. All of them combined don't even add up to as much as Ozzy's one cluster of light. It was a good thing that at this time, the light clusters within the encircling wall were densely packed, almost covering the entire surface of the sea. That much? That's tens of thousands of dollars at least. After picking up these clusters of light, one's strength would once again undergo a qualitative metamorphosis. If you can also pick up nice skills, that's even better. Luke kept swimming in the sea, and one by one the balls of light were picked up and disappeared. The system's beeps inside his head also kept ringing. As for the outside of the encircling wall, the sound of killing that rushed through the sky there had nothing to do with him at all. I don't know how long it took, but the entire sea was about to be picked up when the floating light masses were finished. Luke suddenly heard a loud bang coming from inside the Navy headquarters behind him, accompanied by a flickering light of fire through the sky. In his ears, the cheers of the pirates came. Deliverance! Ace was saved. We did it! We are victorious! Well done, Straw Hat Boy! Listening to the cheers of the pirates, Luke muttered, "Looks like Ace was saved." After the chant, Luke continued to swim toward the remaining light masses. He knew though that Ace was now saved, but he was not going to make it out of Marineford alive. What ended up happening was a horrible death deflecting Akainu's punch for Luffy. Until then, it's better to finish picking up the light clusters here. Go back to the main battlefield and pick up Aces. With that thought, Luke sped up his hand movements. Chapter 18, The Death of Ace. Finally, when Luke finished picking up the last of the light clusters, suddenly, the whole earth shook. Luke swam desperately toward the shore, and coming to the shore he looked in along the gap. Only on the battlefield inside, Whitebeard was standing alone in front of the navy. The rest of the pirates, on the other hand, were all already moving towards the huge pirate ship. It seems the time has come for Whitebeard to help break everyone's back and face all the navy alone. Luke searched the crowd and quickly caught sight of Ace. Now he was dead on Ace. Because it won't be long before Ace dies under Akainu. His light cluster is the main event of this war. On the battlefield, the navy that came to pursue were all blocked by the tall figure of Whitebeard. But all the navy has seen that Whitebeard is now at the end of his rope. From the start of the battle until now, for not caring about the wounds on his body, he kept unleashing his powerful fruit abilities. At this point, his face no longer had the subdued look it had at the beginning. Even the violent panting made his tall form tremble slightly. Nonetheless, facing this sea pirate who had dominated the sea for many years, there was still no one who dared to act rashly. On the other side, a group of pirates were already fleeing towards the distance. Several warships anchored outside the bay were also occupied by them. Once you escape to the boat, there's a vast ocean out there. They'll be safe. Luke lay on his back on the encircling wall, silently looking down at the battlefield below. Now, it's Akainu's turn to strike. Just as Luke was chanting, in the battlefield, Akainu's figure finally appeared. Looking at the fleeing pirates, Akainu didn't hesitate to strike. Huge fists of lava slammed into the fleeing pirates, causing large swaths of death and injury. But most of the pirates were still fleeing towards the distance regardless. Seeing that it could no longer be blocked, at this time, Akainu suddenly withdrew her hand. He stood still, looking at the fleeing pirates with a teasing tone. "You're going to run away with your tail between your legs after saving someone? The Whitebeard pirates, they're all a bunch of cowards." Akainu's words floated clearly into the ears of every fleeing pirate. A couple of people's figures paused, and a man on the sidelines immediately spoke up. "Don't fall for such an obvious provocation." Upon hearing this, several pirates gritted their teeth and continued to run away. Akainu went on, self-consciously. "With a captain who looks like a coward, it's no wonder the crew below are so. The most powerful pirate on the Great Sea, what a joke, in my opinion, is nothing more than a loser left over from the last era." The word loser is one that Akainu bites extremely hard. Luke on the siege wall scratched his ass, thinking that the taunt wasn't much of an attack. None of them are as offensive as the language of the teammates you used to play and meet in ranked. Ace can be tricked by this? Look to the front of the battlefield. Sure enough, Ace, who was running away, suddenly stopped when he heard Akainu's words. Only slowly he turned his head and looked at Akainu and spoke calmly. "Loser?" Boom! 2 balls of fire sprang from Ace's palms. He looked at Akainu and said one word. "Take back what you just said." The few pirates around Ace were busy trying to persuade Ace. But at this point, Ace was clearly on top of his game. A flurry of fire sprang from his body as he gritted his teeth. "How dare you look down on Pops, you fellow?" Akainu looked at Ace, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth as she spoke slowly. "Take back my words? Did I not speak the truth? You can only show off in front of some stray fish, and for so many years you've just found a peaceful place to make a fool of yourself. Claiming to be the most powerful pirate with a cry of something is laughable. Being in the same era as Roger in the first place and not doing anything meaningful with his life. Just adopting a bunch of so-called sons to put on a family farce over the ocean? What's a guy like that if he's not a loser?" With every word Akainu spoke, the flames in Ace's body grew more intense. Eventually, Ace took a step towards Akainu, and eventually, surprisingly, came to him. Looking up, the two of them locked eyes. Ace's voice was as deep as water. "I will make you understand the name of this age. It's called Whitebeard." As the last word exited, flames completely enveloped Ace. A fist wrapped in blazing fire swung viciously toward Akainu. Akainu wasn't the least bit intimidated, and even had a conspiratorial grin all over her face. Again raising his fist to collide with Ace. A flaming fist, a lava fist. The two collided together fiercely. Luke, who was far up high, felt a mouth-drying heat wave come over him. Watching the clash of flames and lava on the battlefield, Luke couldn't help but sigh. It seems like Ace really doesn't understand what it means to leave something to chance. The collision between the two lasted only a few seconds before Ace let out a wail and was sent flying. It then fell hard to the ground. Luke stood up from the enclosing wall with some excitement. Ace's light group is going to show up. Akainu, who had knocked Ace away, looked at the fallen Ace, and Luffy behind him. Mumbles. Son of Roger, son of Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army. All of this filthy bloodline should be removed from this world. When he finished speaking, his gaze turned to Luffy in the back. The next moment his figure leapt up high, his right fist was completely wrapped in magma and was about to smash towards Luffy. Just as Akainu's fist was about to hit Luffy, a figure suddenly blocked in front of him. The fist, made of magma, passed through the figure's chest. Ace. Luffy, who had watched Ace being punched through the chest with his own eyes, had a completely twisted expression at the moment. He desperately tried to hold onto Ace's body. Akainu, however, had once again arrived in front of the duo. Lava fists raised high once more, Akainu murmured. It doesn't look like it's dead yet. With that, the second punch was about to fall. At that moment, Jinping's figure suddenly appeared and blocked Akainu's way. The magma fist collided with Jinping, and a large area of hot magma splashed in all directions. In the distance, Garp was taking a step towards Akainu's back. His fists clenched. Behind him, Warlord acutely sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly sprinted forward. One pushed Garp's head into the ground. Garp's body trembled slightly, breathing heavily. Muttered the opening. Yeah, just hold me down like that or I'm afraid I won't be able to resist killing Sakazuki. Luke quickly leapt off the enclosing wall. For he saw that an orange mass of light, though not very large, was of a different color than all the ones he had seen. Slowly, it fell to Ace's side. Is it true that because you're an important character, the light clusters you drop are different from everyone else's? I wonder what kind of things a light mass like that would pick up. Chapter 19 Ace's Light Cluster. Ace in Luffy's arms, his body heat dissipating a little. The body also slowly slipped from his arms. Luffy looked unbelievably at Ace in his arms, tears streaking down his face as he let out a sob. In the end, he even fainted with his eyes rolled up because he couldn't bear the great grief. Even Ping, who was protecting in front of him, was no match for Akainu. Only a few moves were exchanged before they were knocked to the ground. Magma churned in Akainu's arm as he looked at the already dead Ace in front of him. Another look at the passed out Luffy and a vicious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Raise your arm high and you're about to slam it down. In the nick of time, the figures of both Marco and Bista finally appeared. The giant orange and blue Firebird, and Bista's twin swords, took Akainu's attack. The three figures were fighting on the sidelines. The down Jieping hurriedly climbed to his feet and reached out to pick up the unconscious Luffy. Just flee the battlefield. But just as he turned around, a figure stepped in front of him. When Jampion looked up, he saw Luke, who had taken off the top of his naval uniform, standing in front of him with his longsword in his hand. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared, Jinping's eyes narrowed. It's that Navy brat. Evening said in a deep voice. A silent and nameless pawn, does he also want to block the old man's way? That's a bit too much to look down on the strength of the old man's 7 musketeers. Luke shook the longsword in his hand and did not answer Jinping's words. Instead, he took a step towards Ace's body. Right after his body touched the orange-colored ball of light on the ground, the system's voice rang out inside his head. Ding, strength plus 100,000. Ding, speed plus 50,000. Ding, physical skill plus 50,000. Ding, armed color hegemony plus 10,000. Hearing the voice inside his head, Luke raised his eyebrows slightly. Worthy of being the protagonist's brother, the power added by this one light cluster is about the same as the sum of all the light clusters he's picked up so far since the start of the war. Ding, devil fruit plus 50. Hearing the last beep inside his head, Luke was astonished. Devil fruit plus 50? That's giving yourself 50 devil fruit? Is the system so raw? Hearing Luke's doubts, the system immediately explained. This is just the value. When the value reaches 100, it can be converted into a devil fruit. Luke immediately asked, what fruits can all be converted? System, the current value has not been reached and cannot be queried. Listening to the system, Luke licked his lips. Surprisingly, you can redeem devil fruits. I wonder if all devil fruits in the pirate world can be redeemed. If so, what would be the effect of getting a Nika fruit yourself? This devil fruit value should only appear in the light cluster when those fruit abilities die. It's the first time I've picked it up myself. Just as Luke was studying the rewards of the Escalation, suddenly, a low growl came from in front of him. If you're still dazed against the old man, then pay the price of looking down on people. Luke withdrew his mind and looked up to see that before him, Jieping had set Luffy down in his arms, was slamming his fist towards himself. In the face of the attack from Vulpine, Luke just raised his longsword to block it casually. Bang! Fists and longswords collided. Luke didn't move a muscle, the look on his face didn't change in the slightest. As for Jinpei, he was blown right out of the air. Jieping, who had fallen to the ground, looked at the breezy Luke with shock within his eyes. That strong? An all-out strike was actually blocked by him so easily? Feeling the soreness coming from his fists, Jinpei gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground again. With a roar, he came at Luke again. Luke shifted in the face of the incoming evening. There was only a residual shadow left in place. Evening exclaimed. What speed? Before he could react, Luke's figure appeared in front of him. A fist slammed into his chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, the huge fishman body of Evening was smashed straight away. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth. After this fall to the ground, Evening was completely motionless. The surrounding pirates looked at Luke, who suddenly appeared. The look on his face became horrified. Killing one of the 7 musketeers, Jinping, with a single punch, such a powerful strength. How can they resist? Luke just gave the group of pirates a faint look, completely uninterested in them. A normal pirate with a light cluster only has about 50 power at most. After seeing Ace's light clusters, Luke had kind of lost sight of those little light clusters. Suddenly, his eyes went to Luffy, who was lying motionless on the ground. A bold idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. I wonder what Luffy, who is the absolute protagonist and also a Nika fruit possessor, will pick up in the light group. Now one is on the opposite side of the protagonist group. Whether it's killing Oz, or Justin, who just injured the future road crew. Both himself and Luffy were sort of bonded. Might as well just do it now. The more he thought about it, the more Luke felt tempted. Without realizing it, he stood in front of the unconscious Luffy with his longsword in hand. Just as Luke was sizing up Luffy, suddenly, an extremely powerful sense of crisis came from behind him. At the same time, a low voice rang out. One day today, is it your intention to make the old man lose his 2 grandchildren? Luke snapped his head around, only to see the tall figure of Cap standing right behind him. At this moment, Garp was filled with a murderous aura. A pair of fists, known as the Iron Fist, clenched tightly. Luke swallowed. Before he could say anything, Garp repeated his question with a roar. One day, is it to make old me lose 2 grandchildren at the same time? After saying that, Cap's huge fist came crashing down towards Luke. Feeling the anger in Cap's iron fist, Luke inwardly cursed. This is taking Ace's death, and his grudge against Akainu, out on himself? The longsword was raised in his hand and clashed with Garp's iron fist. Bang! Feeling the immense power coming from the longsword, Luke gritted his teeth. Not bad for a naval hero contemporary of Roger. At this moment, Cap was like a beast that had lost its mind, and his fists were like rain towards Luke. Luke kept responding with his longsword in his hand. Countless rounds later, Luke's heart had a fire in it. Mother ********, do you really think I'm a sandbag? With a low growl, Luke gripped his longsword with both hands. In one move, he forced Garp back and raised his longsword high in his hand. Hegemony. Aside from the divine evasion, which has only 10 points of proficiency, the Bastard Kingdom is Luke's strongest move at the moment. And it had just been augmented by the power of Ace's light cluster. The hegemony is much more powerful at this point. Boom! Garp's iron fist clashed with the longsword. Smoke and dust filled the surroundings, and countless figures were lifted off by the aftermath of the duo's battle. A huge deep pit appeared at the feet of the duo. Chapter 20, Whitebeard's light group is about to appear. All around, whether it's the pirates or the navy, cold sweat ran down his forehead as he watched the two who were exchanging blows. A pirate shuddered. What's going on? Is the navy imploding? Why is one of our own fighting one of our own? How dare a punk take a shot at a naval hero? And it's a totally even fight. On the battlefield, Luke's longsword and Cap's fist were pitted against each other. Powerful pressure continuously emanated towards the surroundings. Garp looked at Luke angrily. After seeing Ace get blown away by Akainu's punch, the anger almost made him choose to take a shot at Akainu. Now Luke is seen again standing in front of an unconscious Luffy with his longsword in hand. At that moment, Garp sat down completely. Even if Luke's initial dominance wowed him, even at that time, his heart grew to cherish Luke's talent. But what is at stake today is the safety of his own grandson. What with absolute justice and naval heroes, Garp didn't care anymore. With only his grandson's safety in mind, he blatantly chose to take a shot at Luke. Although angry, as a naval hero, it was certainly impossible to go all out against a junior. So KO's idea at first was just to teach the kid a lesson. But when the fist actually collided with Luke's long sword, Garp's expression changed and changed. It was only in his heart that he realized that he had completely underestimated the strength of this little soldier. This little soldier is a bit strong. Stronger than one would expect. Iron Fist and Hegemony collide. Garp kind of regretted that he hadn't gone all out. Because of the closing hand, he couldn't even tell the difference between himself and this brat for a while. Just as the two of them gritted their teeth against each other, Luke suddenly let go of his left hand and made a gesture of pointing his gun, aimed at none other than the unconscious Luffy behind him. Seeing Luke's movements, Cap snapped his expression. Angrily, he roared, "Kid! How dare you!" For a moment, panic flooded Garp's face, and the strength in his fists suddenly diminished. Luke seized the opportunity and lashed out with his longsword in his hand. Garp let out a muffled grunt. The tall figure flew backwards directly toward the back. When the surrounding minions saw this, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Lieutenant General Garp is actually defeated? Just how strong is this little soldier? How could you defeat Lieutenant General Garp, known as Iron Fist? That's a naval hero. Garp flew backwards, smashing down a building. Luke held his longsword and swung again with a bajoku. Bang! Suddenly, a huge golden figure stood in front of Luke. Luke's hegemony slashed at a huge golden Buddha statue. It made a sound of gold and stone. And the voice of the warlord came at that moment. Want to take a shot at your superiors, kid? Luke looked up to see that the one who had blocked the blow for Cap was none other than the warlord in the guise of a golden Buddha. Putting away his long sword, Luke stood his ground. Seeing Luke close his hand, Warlord returned to his original form. The bottom of his eyes, on the other hand, were filled with shock. Garp's strength was something he knew, although he could tell that Garp hadn't used his full strength just now. But the fact that this minion could beat Garp was enough to show how tough he was. Garp definitely possesses the strength of a great general, but closing his hand is not to be underestimated. Now it was surprising that he had lost in the hands of a little soldier whose name was unknown. This is something that could blow a lot of people's minds when it gets out. Luke's eyes looked through the warlord to Cap behind him. In a hushed voice, he spoke, I wonder why Lieutenant General Garp suddenly took a shot at me. Garp covered his chest and clenched his teeth. The look on his face was extremely complicated. He himself is the navy that represents absolute justice and has been hailed as a naval hero. But himself, he is also Luffy's grandfather. The moment he chose to strike out at Luke, it already represented a betrayal of the justice in his heart. The bottom line is that one also loses. Warlord looked at Cap's silence and could only turn his head to Luke. Frowning, he spoke, and that's no reason for you to take a shot at your own superiors. Luke knew, of course, that the warlord would defend Cap with an iron fist. Even if the warlord didn't protect it and fought again, a serious Garp himself really wouldn't be a match for him. So there was no point in saying anything else. When he turns back, he realizes that the unconscious Luffy has been carried by Jieping and escaped. Luke muttered inwardly, is this the so-called protagonist Sora? In the distance, Akainu, having gotten away from Marco and Bista, also saw Garp and Luke fighting. Akainu stroked her chin and looked at Luke's figure, wondering what she was thinking. Just then, he suddenly noticed a shadow appear behind him. Turning back, he saw the tall figure of Whitebeard, standing behind him. And within his eyes, he had been completely eroded by anger. Facing Whitebeard's anger, Akainu subconsciously tried to dodge. But Whitebeard's fist, already raised high, and slammed down. The blow that carried all of Whitebeard's anger blasted Akainu's head, hard, into the ground. Under the powerful force of the shock fruit, Akainu's head was almost deformed and crushed. Luckily, the fruit ability was utilized to carry the blow. The rising Akainu quickly retreats. The head was already covered in blood. Whitebeard swings a clump of cloud cutters in hot pursuit. In just a few moves, Akainu was knocked out by Whitebeard. Looking at Akainu, who had fallen to the ground, Whitebeard was filled with rage. Raising his fist high once again, the shockwave formed by the shock fruit wrapped around his right hand. At the critical moment, Akainu suddenly gritted her teeth and roared, Stygian dog. In an instant, dark red magma wrapped around Akainu's entire body. His fist slammed hard towards Whitebeard's abdomen. Put! Before Whitebeard's fist could land, Akainu's fist had already gone through his abdomen. Bang! The tall figure fell to his knees. Akainu withdrew her fist and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Look at Whitebeard. Die, Ace is dead and your plan has failed. You've already lost. Akainu hadn't finished his words when suddenly, a palm violently grabbed his neck. The next moment, his body was lifted high in the air. The severely injured Whitebeard surprisingly stood up again. Akainu struggles helplessly in Whitebeard's grip. All that was seen was a wave of Whitebeard's hand, and Akainu was thrown straight out. With that, the ripples of the shock fruit continued to emerge from Whitebeard's fist. Even the hum of air vibration could be heard within the air around them. Bang! Whitebeard's fist swings out. A crack in the air was spreading, as Akainu, who was right in the center. His body was directly shattered into pieces, and large mouthfuls of blood gushed out from his mouth. The cracks that shattered Akainu didn't stop, but continued to spread in all directions, until it spreads throughout Marineford. Luke, who had already seen the horrors of the shock fruit, was still shaken. Whitebeard's blow nearly destroyed the entirety of Marineford. After one blow, there was no longer any building intact in all of Marineford. Countless cracks spread across the land, and the buildings all became ruins. After the earthquake, Luke spoke to Warlock. Marshal, I'll go for backup. With that said, Luke walked towards the figure of Whitebeard. He knew that the white-bearded mass of light was about to appear. Chapter 21, Whitebeard's Light Group. Luke's figure leaned towards Whitebeard's side and stopped when he was still a few hundred meters away. His gaze swept around Marineford. Finally, I saw the figure I wanted to see. Blackbeard's pirates. And on the battlefield, someone finally noticed the figures that suddenly appeared. Blackbeard was sitting arrogantly in a chair on the execution table. Looking down at the battlefield below, he wore a satisfied smile on his face, especially when his eyes skimmed over Whitebeard's chest and saw the two shocking wounds. The excitement in Blackbeard's eyes increased. The purpose of his visit was none other than Whitebeard's shock fruit. Noticed everyone had noticed themselves. Blackbeard stood up from the execution table with some excitement, his eyes looking towards the severely injured Whitebeard. Ah ha 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 ha, Pops, it's great to be here to see you off. Whitebeard looked up at the familiar arrogant figure with a deep frown. Of all the kids he had, the only one he had looked away from was probably Tiki. When Tiki was a child, he was homeless. The Whitebeard pirates took him in. But I didn't realize that after more than 20 years of hibernation, Tiki was waiting for an opportunity. He would not hesitate to kill his former partner for his own purposes. And Ace's death was arguably caused by Blackbeard. Looking at Blackbeard standing right in front of him, Whitebeard murmured in a deep voice, "Tiki." Hearing Whitebeard call his name, the smile on Blackbeard's face grew even wider, and at this point, Whitebeard had completely lost his old aura. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates had retreated. What Whitebeard, now scarred and alone, had done seemed to Blackbeard. All of them were like a dying trapped beast making a last futile struggle. Not long for Blackbeard to be happy. Whitebeard's left hand was suddenly raised high. Looking at Blackbeard, he spoke, "So arrogant, is it because you think you're winning?" After saying that, a vibration-forming ball of light smashed out of Whitebeard's left hand. It slammed straight in Blackbeard's direction. Blackbeard's face looked flustered. Apparently he did not expect that Whitebeard, who was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. "It's amazing that you can still land such a powerful blow." In a panic, he tried to escape, but was obviously a step too slow. The ball of light hit and an explosion enveloped Blackbeard's form. After a long time, the smoke drifted away. Blackbeard lifted a boulder and slowly stepped out. Patting the dust on his body, he grinned. "After all, he's your son too, and he strikes out with so little mercy?" Whitebeard stood in place, and there was little surprise that Blackbeard was able to block his blow. Blood continued to gush out from his body, and there were already 2 large puddles of blood where his feet stood. He looked at Blackbeard and spoke slowly. "Tich, only you don't deserve to be my son." Saying that, the Tsongyun Kiri in his hand pointed straight at Blackbeard in front of him. "Today, let me take off your head and give everything an understanding." A mouthful of blood gushed out of Whitebeard's mouth only halfway through his words. Blackbeard let out another hearty laugh at the sight of his appearance. "All near death and still have the ability to remove my head?" With that, his hands reached out towards the ground. Countless black substances poured out from his hands and body, and wherever they passed, everything was devoured. The black substance crawled up the ground along Blackbeard's hands and quickly surrounded towards Whitebeard. In an instant, the place where Whitebeard stood was all infested with a black substance. The dark cave path. Blackbeard let out a soft murmur, and the black substance on the ground seemed to boil. It quickly churned up, and under Whitebeard's feet, it even collapsed a little bit. The black substance was actually going to devour Whitebeard's tall figure little by little. "Pops, you're getting old. The world today is not for old men like you." Just as Blackbeard and Whitebeard were fighting, Luke's figure quietly came to flank Whitebeard. In the original, the dark fruit setting was truly perverted. In its presence, any other fruit is rendered useless. And Blackbeard even relied on the dark fruit and his own special physique to devour Whitebeard's shock fruit. Became the only being in the entire world with a double fruit. Battlefield, in the face of Blackbeard's dark fruit. Whitebeard's fruit ability was completely useless. Looking at Blackbeard's arrogant and laughing look, Luke shook his head. Whitebeard was right, egotistical arrogance and rashness are all weaknesses of Blackbeard. As expected, Blackbeard's arrogance didn't last long. Whitebeard, who was trapped by the black substance, suddenly gave up his fruit ability, only to see that he directly waved his hands Tsongyun Kiri, relying on his physical skills, and swung it towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard, who was arrogantly laughing 1 second, was directly slapped away by Whitebeard's Tsongyun Che the next. Whitebeard, who had gotten rid of the black substance, leapt high into the air and grabbed Blackbeard by the neck. "Pops, don't kill me." Feeling the threat of death, Blackbeard let out a scream. He didn't realize that Whitebeard was clearly dying of serious injuries. Why is it still so hard to beat? Whitebeard was silent as he grabbed Blackbeard's hand and shock fruit's ability was unleashed. A violent vibration came through the air. Boom! With Blackbeard at the center, a huge deep pit appeared. When the smoke dissipated, Blackbeard, at the bottom of the pit, stood up trembling. Fear crept into his mind as he looked at the white-bearded figure before him. Seeing that Blackbeard wasn't dead, Whitebeard staggered towards him, the ability of the shock fruit in his hand activating once again. Eyes are about to hit Blackbeard. Just then, a gunshot rang out. Bang! A trail of blood blossomed from Whitebeard's long-scarred body. Seeing that he was saved, Blackbeard immediately yelled towards the Blackbeard pirates crew behind him. "Kill him!" Van Oka Shiro and a bunch of other crew members quickly rushed towards Whitebeard. Dense gunfire rang out. Blood flowers continued to bloom on Whitebeard's body, and Blackbeard let out his anger. Frantically, he pulled the trigger in his hand. The rain of gunfire went on for a long time before finally stopping. Whitebeard's figure was still standing in place, and the ground around him had long since been dyed with blood. Off to the side Luke rubbed his teeth. It's not even dead? After all, he hadn't seen a white-bearded mass of light appear on the ground. Whitebeard, who was drenched in blood, looked at Marineford, which was almost in ruins in front of him, and suddenly laughed out loud. As he laughed, blood continued to pour out of his mouth. After a long moment, Whitebeard reached up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly he shouted, "One Piece is real." The last shout seemed to take all of Whitebeard's strength, only to hear him continue to murmur intently. "I am a remnant of the party of the old times, and the new times have no ship that can carry me." Whitebeard's eyes slowly closed, and a huge white ball of light appeared at his feet. Luke rubbed his hands together. The thing one has always coveted appears. Chapter 22, Rattling Thunder Fruit. With Whitebeard's death, Blackbeard lets out an unrestrained laugh, then opened his hands and yelled, "Now the magic begins." A huge black cloth, held open by his men. It then enveloped all of Whitebeard's body and Blackbeard. All eyes were on Blackbeard's movements on the field. No one even noticed the sneaky Luke off to the side. The pure white mass of light was right in front of his own eyes. Luke reached out a finger and gently touched the mass of light. The voice in the back of his head that made people excited and thrilled came. Ding, strength plus 1 million. Ding, agility plus 500,000. Ding, physical skill plus 500,000. Ding, swordsmanship. Ding, all skills proficiency plus 10,000. Ding, devil fruit plus 50. Ding, full level of devil fruit development, currently do not possess a devil fruit yet. Listening to the voice inside his head, Luke's face was filled with excitement. A whole million power, which had already surpassed the total of all the light clusters he had picked up since the start of the war. Add 10,000 to all skill proficiencies. Then the divine evasion that he had originally only had 100 proficiency and could only barely cast was now able to be cast at will. And this, what does full devil fruit development mean? Hearing Luke's question, the system promptly explained. When the host possesses a devil fruit, the process of development can be dispensed with and the host can be awakened directly. Hearing the system's explanation, Luke raised an eyebrow. This means that if one does have the Nika fruit in the future, just swallow the fruit and you can awaken the Nika form without any effort to develop it? Wait, the system says that devil fruit values can be converted into a devil fruit when they reach 100. Picked up 50 values from Ace himself, and now adding Whitebeard's 50. Is it already possible to convert devil fruit directly? Thinking of this, Luke immediately said in his head, I have 100 devil fruit values now, is it possible to just convert them? Ding, the devil fruit value has reached 100, is it possible to extract the devil fruit? Hearing the system's words, Luke was surprised. Isn't it a direct conversion? How did it become an extraction? Ding, 10,000 devil fruit values before any devil fruit can be directly converted, 100 devil fruit values can only be extracted. 10,000 devil fruit values? Luke exclaimed. You know, it doesn't matter how powerful the fruit ability person is. The light mass after death has only 50 devil fruit values. 10,000 devil fruit values, that would take picking up 200 fruit abilities light clusters to make up. After thinking about it, Luke asked, is it possible to draw any fruit? Ding, the host can draw 3 times, and 10 devil fruits will appear each time. You can choose the best to keep, and after the 3 extractions are complete, you can choose the best of the 3 devil fruits left behind. Listening to the system's explanation, Luke muttered, how is this still the same as a car shakedown? Then he asked again, so if we get another devil fruit value together in the future, can we still replace the devil fruit we already have? Ding, yes, and the degree of fruit development will be retained. Luke licked his lips once, in that case, then he could smoke with confidence. The big deal is that you can change it later. So Luke didn't hesitate to say, start extracting the devil fruit. Waiting quietly for a moment, 10 devil fruits appeared in Luke's mind. The eyes swept over and could see the abilities of each fruit. Scanning around the room, Luke huffed. 10 devil fruits, and surprisingly most of them are pretty trashy in the Superman department. Although there is a saying that there are no trashy fruits, only trashy users. But what the hell is this superhuman voice fruit that allows the ability to speak super loud? The megaphone has become a spirit? But on second thought, Luke thought that if it was developed as a sonic attack, it didn't seem too bad. Hesitating for half a day, Luke finally chose a nature-based hail fruit out of the 10. Draw again, 10 devil fruits refreshed. Luke's eyes scanned, a little speechless. Still mostly trashy superhuman fruits. What a great big fruit that can instantly make one's body a whole lot bigger. There's also some kind of exuberant fruit that allows your body's hair to grow at will after eating it. Who's gonna eat this? After a half-dozen choices, Luke finally chooses a Superman-type Megumi fruit. The ability after eating it is probably the same as clairvoyance. With one last draw, Luke took a deep breath. 10 devil fruits refreshed again. Eyes sweeping, there was little hope within Luke's eyes. Seems like the best bet would be that hail fruit. Although the ability is a super degraded version of Green Pheasant's freeze fruit, it's at least natural. And it's one of the best of the extracted fruits too. The big deal is that you can change it later. Just as Luke's eyes went to the last devil fruit, suddenly, his eyes widened. Rattling thunder fruit. Looking at the last one, a light blue color with arcs of electricity flashing across it from time to time, the devil fruit. Luke's eyes blossomed anew. This fruit appeared in the original series and is possessed by a Nairu. In a previous life, someone on a forum voted to rank the most unfortunate fruits, Analu's rattling thunderfruit is a solid number 1. Everyone agrees that the rattling thunderfruit is only there because it came out too early. If it comes out in the later stages, then Anilu was definitely solidly at the 4 Emperor level. Whether it was speed or destructive power, it was simply unbeatable. The rattling thunderfruit shows up, so there's not much suspense in Luke's choice. He didn't hesitate. I'll go with the rattling thunderfruit. Ding, the rattling thunderfruit was successfully collected. Outside, a light blue fruit appeared in Luke's hand. With little hesitation, Luke opened his mouth and bit into the rattling thunderfruit. A strange flavor spread through his mouth, almost making Luke throw up. I really didn't realize that the taste of devil fruit turned out to be so disgusting. The good thing is that you only need to take one bite to have devil fruit powers. If he ate it all, Luke suspected that he really wouldn't be able to make it. Eating the rattling thunderfruit, Luke squeezed his fist. Multiple arcs of electricity surrounded his palm. Nowadays, he has millions of power and masters the rattling thunderfruit with a full level of development. It also has a top-notch hegemonic color hegemony. The current version of himself is no weaker than the 4 emperors, right? Just as Luke was surveying the changes in his body, suddenly a baleful gaze looked at him. It was none other than Luffy of the Blackbeard pirates. His face was heavily painted with makeup and he wore a tall bowler hat. Waving his wings behind him, he looked at Luke. Where did the brat come from? When did it get so close? With that he lifted the scepter in his hand and flew towards Luke. I don't know what the captain is up to, but it's better not to be disturbed. Chapter 23 Blackbeard's Pirates, Who Are Not to Be Beaten. Although Luke's top has been lost, his hat and pants remain. All of this is enough to show that he's a Navy brat. Luffy casually waved the scepter in his hand. A Navy brat, just obliterated will. Snap. The scepter, which was casually swung out, was actually caught by a hand. Luke looked up at him. A look of surprise crossed Luffy's face. Although he himself had only casually struck it, it was by no means something that a small soldier could easily take. Gullible? Chanting, Luffy jerked his longsword out of his scepter, instantly stabbing towards Luke's chest. There was a crisp ringing sound. Luffy's longsword stabbed Luke in the chest, and the expected sight of blood splattering did not occur. Instead, a huge force backfired, shocking his palms. What? Luffy looked surprised and immediately realized that he had kicked the can down the road. He quickly tried to draw back his longsword, but a powerful suction force sucked his blade to death. In the next moment, a bright electric light was like a swimming dragon, following the blade of the sword towards him. Crack! Electricity flashed and Luffy lay charred and blackened on the ground. The commotion over here naturally caught the attention of the rest of the Blackbeard pirates. Rain Hirio's fingers tapped the hilt of his sword. What's going on? Can't Lafayette even handle a pawn? Poison Q gave Luke a breathless look. It seems to be a bad presence to mess with. Rain Hirio slowly drew his own longsword. As much as I don't want to fight such a tricky one, if the captain fails, we'll have to disband. I don't want the gang I just joined to break up. After saying that, Rain Hirio's figure rushed out violently. Leaping high into the air, he slashed towards Luke with his longsword in hand. Facing the sudden attack of Rain Shiro, Luke casually raised his right hand. Powerful blue arcs of electricity violently leapt out from the palm of his hand. In a burst of electricity, Rain Hirio let out a muffled grunt as he fell from the air. Van Oka's expression became serious. Everyone together, this guy is not easy to deal with. With his words, the remaining few black-bearded crew members no longer hesitated and instantly rushed towards Luke together. Faced with several people attacking together, Luke's figure disappeared in place. Only a few arcs of electricity were left flickering. Van Oka's face was shocked, and he didn't wait for him to react. Luke appeared right in front of him, his palm flashed with purple arcs of electricity and ruthlessly slapped on Van Oka's chest. Put! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Van Oka flew backwards and fell to the ground. The remaining few ended up almost no differently than Van Oka. Luke's figure was as fast as it could be. In just a few seconds, the entire Blackbeard pirates group fell to the ground. There was nothing but scorched blackness on his body, and his limbs were constantly twitching. In the distance, Garp had risen from within the rubble, patting the dust off his body. Looking away from Luke, he muttered, "It's a devil fruit?" Warlord's brow furrowed deeply. He didn't expect that this little soldier could surprise him so much. From the beginning of the hegemony, to the blow against Whitebeard, and later defeating Garp, one unexpected after another. Thought that was all he had. But I didn't realize that he had a devil fruit ability that he hadn't shown all along. Garp looked at Luke and murmured, "Is it the rattling thunder fruit? Isn't that fruit in the hands of an Iru from the empty island?" Warlord also mused. "I didn't think that Ani Lu would lose to your grandson. Where did he go after that?" Garp shook his head. Warlord muttered, "I didn't expect his fruit to appear here, so he should have died at the hands of that pawn. With his strength, it's not impossible to kill an Iru. Garp, such a person is only a junior member of our navy, shouldn't we check him out thoroughly? And what he joined the navy for?" Warlord nodded. Luke rubbed his hands together after finishing off a few members of the Blackbeard pirates. Killing these guys should result in a nice cluster of light as well. With this thought, countless electric arcs coalesced in his palms. But just as Luke was about to make his move, suddenly, the black cloth covering Whitebeard's body was lifted right off. Blackbeard's figure appeared in front of everyone. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard, who had just appeared, let out a hearty laugh, and it could be seen that everything he had planned was going well. But upon seeing the crew lying on the ground, Blackbeard's laughter came to an abrupt end. He gazed over to Luke, who was standing off to the side. Did you do this? Luke looked at Blackbeard, a bright light flashing within his eyes. The current Blackbeard is now the only person in the entire pirate world with 2 devil fruit abilities. Kill him, and the light cluster will pop out something really good, too, I think. Luke nodded softly. Yes, I did. Blackbeard, who had just gotten the shock fruit, was in a moment of bursting self-confidence. Seeing someone take the initiative to provoke, he had no qualms about giving this guy a little lesson, and at the same time showing everyone a bit of his power. Blackbeard grinned and suddenly flexed in the same signature move as Whitebeard. A familiar vibrating hum came through the air. Countless cracks appeared in front of him. Everyone on the scene let out a shriek. It's the shock fruit. He actually got Whitebeard's shock fruit. Doesn't he already have a devil fruit? Why can he still have another devil fruit? A huge shockwave of vibrations came towards Luke. Luke took a deep breath as countless purple thunderbolts nearly condensed into substance in front of him. The air around them was also distorted by the appearance of lightning. Bang! Lightning and vibration shockwaves collide. Letting out a loud bang, Blackbeard's face snapped. It was only because the purple arcs of electricity were still coming towards him after defeating the vibration wave. Gritting his teeth, Blackbeard growled low. What a powerful thunderbolt! Then let's see what the dark fruit can do. Black matter gushed out from his palms, forming a barrier in front of him. When the purple lightning met the black substance, it was absorbed without a sound. Ha 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 ha, even if it's a stronger thunderbolt, what can it do? Blackbeard let out a maniacal laugh. Just as he laughed out loud, Luke's form disappeared from its spot once again. Before possessing the rattling thunder fruit, his speed was extreme. Now with the assistance of the rattling thunder fruit, I'm afraid that in terms of speed, only Yellow Sara's shining fruit can match. Blackbeard let out a gasp. Hegemony! A low roar suddenly sounded in front of him. Only Luke's form was seen, appearing in front of him. Right fist raised high. Surprisingly, he swung a Bajoku with his fist. Ah! Blackbeard let out a scream because of his special physique. He had an uncanny sense of pain. Frontal hard against Luke's strike of Bagua, the intense pain almost made him lose his mind. It hurt so much. You ing brat! The fallen Blackbeard cried out in pain. Chapter 24, Shanks makes his appearance. Amidst the ruins, Blackbeard rolled in place in pain. Luke no longer hesitated, his hands slowly extended. The sky was suddenly flooded with large, thick leaden clouds. Countless lightning bolts flashed within the clouds. It was as if a great calamity was brewing among the clouds. The distant warlord saw Luke's action and suddenly his face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Is this kid trying to kill everyone?" Clouds piled up, accompanied by bursts of thunder and lightning that grew stronger. Just then, a figure suddenly came to Luke with a hard step. Luke gave a puzzled Looking down, she saw a head of pink hair appear. The pink hair was obviously under tremendous pressure, and even standing in front of Luke seemed forced. Still, he gritted his teeth and walked over to Luke. Struggling to lift his head, a determined gaze looked at Luke. Stop. Stop it. This war is over. If we strike again, only more people will die. It would be pointless war. Luke looked at him with a puzzled look on his face, and although he felt familiar, he just couldn't remember who he was. So the puzzled question was asked. Which one of you? The pink hair said in one word. Chief of the Navy Headquarters, Kirby. The moment he heard the name, Luke snapped to attention. Navy Kirby, the most famous White Lotus and Madonna in the pirate world. If you were to pick one of the most obnoxious characters among the pirate world, Kirby would definitely be at the top of the list. Even more damned than Momonosuke. Cowardly, timid, ungrateful, king of deserters. Unable to recognize their own identity, they always engage in neurotic behavior that they think is righteous and self-motivated. Luke looked at Kirby and one of his outstretched palms suddenly changed direction to aim at him. The arcs of electricity in his palm continued to surge, and the terrifying energy fluctuations caused the surrounding air to distort. You're going to stop me? Kirby swallowed hard in the face of the terrifying arc of electricity. Trembling. The war is over. If we continue, there will be nothing left but killing. That's not what war is about. Luke snorted, good man. You started the war as a deserter and ran away faster than anyone else, and now you're jumping out to take the moral high ground and say something grandiose. You don't want to suffer any of the misery of war. You want all the great names. Luke smiled slightly and shook his head, murmuring intently, accept the sanction of God. A bolt of lightning slammed down from the leaden clouds in the sky, and the lightning in Luke's palm surged out instantly. The two lightning bolts went towards Kirby at the same time. Suddenly, a long sword noiselessly appeared between Luke and Kirby. Lightning and the long sword collided, and the electricity disappeared without a sound. After resisting the lightning, the long sword was swung violently. Huge sword chi erupted out, and even the lead clouds Luke had condensed in the sky were split apart. A one-armed figure, holding a sword in one hand, appeared in front of Luke. Kirby had sat on his but out of fear. The figure suddenly appeared, twisting his head to look at Kirby. "Well done, young Navy." Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, Luke narrowed his eyes. Shanks, the redhead, finally showed up. The original war at the top was ended by the appearance of the redhead. Now, though, not so much. In the distant sea, Shanks' pirate ship had also appeared. Shanks looked at Luke in front of him and put away his long sword. "Never seen you before. Are you the newest combatant to emerge from the Navy?" Luke didn't say anything, but the lightning in his body couldn't stop surging. Shanks smiled slightly. "Since you want to make a scene, I'll keep you company." Just then, Blackbeard, who was off to the side, saw Luke distracted. Suddenly, out of the blue, the shock fruit's ability was unleashed, and violent vibrations came towards Luke. Facing Blackbeard's sneak attack, Luke turned back to palm a lightning bolt in response. Violent explosions rang out. After a puff of smoke, Luke's form appeared in the distance. Blackbeard stood up from the ground as well, grinning as he looked at the wound over the redhead's eye. "Red-haired Shanks, it's been a long time." Shanks smiled softly and nodded at Blackbeard. "It's been a long time, Tiki." Blackbeard stood beside him with a grin. The redhead spoke softly, "The war should be over." "Blackbeard, you're right, it's time to end it, but the problem now is that kid," said Blackbeard looking to Luke in the distance. "Looks like we have the same opponent now. Are we going to join forces for a short while?" "Ha ha ha ha," said Blackbeard and laughed out loud. Teaming up with the redhead, this kind of thing was outrageous plus funny just thinking about it. But to his surprise, the redhead nodded. A tricky one indeed. Hearing the redhead's words, Blackbeard snapped his head back to look at him. Filled with surprise, he was only jokingly uttering the joint forces, not expecting the redhead to have no rebuttal. And it was said to be a tricky opponent. Doesn't the redhead have any confidence in that kid to win either? Luke, in the distance, had a vaguely excited look on his face. He certainly didn't forget the system's mission to hit the ground running in the topsy-turvy war. Now, isn't that the best opportunity? One man against two men, Blackbeard and Redhead. I wonder if that's enough of a hit? The current version of himself had a top-level hegemonic color hegemony and over 1 million in power. And the proficiency of divine avoidance and hegemony is horribly strong. Plus the full development level of the rattling thunder fruit. Facing Redhead and Blackbeard is not a battle. In the sky, the black, dark clouds once again kept gathering. The whole of Marineford was enveloped. Terrifying lightning bolts constantly streaked through the clouds, and under the powerful pressure, it was as if the world was ending. It made many people not dare to breathe. Blackbeard stood next to the redhead and swallowed hard. It was only now that he felt that what the redhead had said was true. The Navy brat in front of him was as powerful as a pervert. Definitely not something you can fight against on your own. The redhead, on the other hand, was looking at Luke with a serious face. To end this war, taking care of this tricky pawn is the first thing to do. And further away, both Sengoku and Garp, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. They certainly saw what the Navy brat was trying to do. He actually tried to take on both Redhead and Blackbeard Tiki at the same time. Everyone in the room sensed Luke's thoughts. One looked at Luke as if he were looking at a madman. More than that, someone exclaimed. Is he out of his mind? How dare he try to take on both Redhead and Blackbeard at the same time? That's one of the 4 emperors, the Redhead. It's impossible to even hope to win against one of him alone. Not to mention that there is another opponent, Blackbeard, who possesses both the dark fruit and the shock fruit. Either of these two is not to be underestimated, and he actually wants to take on both by himself? Crazy, crazy, crazy. He must be crazy. Amidst everyone's shrieks, the thick black clouds in the sky seemed to press down. The constantly flickering arcs of electricity were emitting a powerful pressure. Chapter 25 1 against 2. An ear-splitting thunder continued to ring out. Luke stood there, electricity flashing around him. With everyone watching, Luke slowly extended his hands. Accept the judgment of God. As soon as a sentence was uttered, thick purple lightning from the thick clouds that had been brewing for a long time violently fell from the sky. The target was none other than Blackbeard and Redhead in the distance. The Redhead drew her own longsword and lowered her torso. When it's over, consider it a favor I owe you, Tiki. After saying that, the Redhead's figure was like an arrow off the string, violently leaping towards Luke. And the purple thunderbolts in the sky had already fallen. Blackbeard's face was filled with horror. Hastily, his hand stretched out and his dark fruits ability was activated to block the thunderbolt that was falling from the sky. The Redhead's form arrived in front of Luke, the longsword swinging out of his hand. Divine evasion. The Redhead, who decided to go all out, struck with the strongest killing move. Luke, who was wrapped in lightning, gave a small smile and reached out with a false grip. Lightning condensed into the shape of a long sword in his hand. God avoidance? Sorry, I can do that too. With that, Luke let out a low growl. Divine evasion. The longsword condensed by lightning clashed with the Redhead's longsword. The divine avoidance of the two met. The violent explosion caused a roar. The ground underneath the duo's feet instantly turned into pieces. Sand flew between the field for a while, and everyone squinted their eyes. After a long time, the smoke drifted away. Luke remained where he stood while the redhead backed up and returned to her original position. Warlord sucked in a breath of cold air. Did he just pull the same move as the redhead? Garp murmured, that's right, it's got avoidance. Why does he know Roger's moves? Warlord was silent. The identity of this little soldier had become a mystery. There have been so many shocks for everyone so far out of the gate. All the Navy in the room looked at Luke like he was looking at a monster. Why does he have divine avoidance too? Wasn't that once a move of Roger the Pirate King? After Roger's death, the only person in the world who could pull off that move was the red-haired Shanks, so why would he even be able to? Could he be related to Roger in some way? The three admirals of the Navy also stood together at this time. Yellow Ape looked at Luke and smacked his lips and muttered, "It's really scary, yo, rattling thunderfruit. It seems like it's hard to run if you're facing such a tricky guy." Pheasant was silent, inwardly contemplating if he were to cross paths with Luke. What are the chances of winning? And after half a day's thought, the answer seems to be almost nothing. Akainu then murmured, "With a guy like that, we should be glad he's wearing a Navy uniform now. If a guy like that became a pirate, it would be a headache." Green Pheasant similarly said in a deep voice, "If he becomes a pirate, perhaps the entire landscape of the world will change." Retreating back, the redhead looked at Luke and gritted her teeth. For his opponent to actually perform the same move as himself, he was puzzled and surprised. Talking to myself. It's been a long time since I've fought someone so seriously. On the side, Blackbeard relied on the dark fruit to receive Luke's thunderbolt divine punishment, and was now gasping for air. What's going on? Why is he god dodging too? Could he have been on Roger's pirate ship back in the day? The redhead shook her head slightly. No, he's too young. Blackbeard exclaimed. Then why is he god avoiding? Damn it guys, why is a monster like that staring at me? Redhead, instead of complaining, let's figure out how to team up and take care of this guy. Halfway through the sentence, the redhead exclaimed, "Look out!" Luke, in the distance, suddenly disappeared. Redhead and Blackbeard, at the same time, sensed a powerful crisis appearing behind them. The duo snapped back towards their backs and struck out. Luke appeared behind the duo with such terrifying speed that it made Blackbeard's scalp tingle. Luke's lightning-wrapped fists met Blackbeard's fist and the redhead's long sword. With a muffled grunt, Luke took a few steps back. It seemed that a force of over 1,000,000 would have trouble fighting off both Redhead and Blackbeard at the same time. Insouciant! Blackbeard roared, his hand shock fruit ability activating as he slammed his fist towards Luke. And the redhead swung the longsword in her hand, and a divine evasion slashed towards Luke again. Facing a simultaneous attack from the duo, Luke let out a low growl. Hegemony! The left fist wrapped in lightning, a Bajoku slammed towards Blackbeard's fist. At the same time, his right hand was clenched in a false grip, and a long sword condensed by lightning appeared in his hand. Divine evasion. With another low roar, the long sword of lightning in his right hand met towards the redhead's long sword. One hand against the redhead and one hand against Blackbeard. Everyone who watched Luke strike had only one thought within their minds. What an arrogant lunatic. The silhouettes of the three collided together, and the redhead's body released his overlord color hegemonic aura at full strength. And Luke's body, with the same overbearing color hegemony, was no less impressive at all. The violent clash of hegemonic auras caused the air around them to be covered in dark red arcs of electricity. The powerful pressure caused many navies to fall to their knees. The slightly weaker ones even fainted directly. The collision lasted for several seconds, and Luke let out a muffled grunt as his entire body flew backwards. It was only after retreating a few meters that he stabilized himself. A trace of blood slowly spilled from the corner of his mouth. It seems like it's still a bit hard to tough out Redhead and Blackbeard head-on. Seeing Luke defeated, Blackbeard's arrogance reared its ugly head once again. He looked at Luke and yelled openly, "Egotist!" Luke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took a deep breath. Slowly. Then let Thor descend. The sky's thick dark clouds churned violently, and bursts of loud thunder shook everyone's heads. The purple lightning was like a swimming dragon within the clouds. Everyone sensed that Luke was brewing something horrible. The arrogance on Blackbeard's face instantly disappeared and he and the redhead were like enemies. Luke slowly raised his head and suddenly let out a low growl. Trillion volt. Thunder God descends. Boom. Countless thunderbolts suddenly appeared, and the whole of Marineford was enveloped in electricity. The lightning within the dark clouds in the sky kept surging towards Luke. Under everyone's gaze, a gigantic figure over 100 feet tall suddenly appeared within Marineford. The huge figure that suddenly appeared had a green face and fangs, and the hair that was transformed into thunder and lightning flew wildly. Lightning surged through every inch of the body's muscle lines. The huge figure opened its mouth and let out a roar towards the redhead and Blackbeard. What came was a loud thunder-like rumble. In the face of the huge lightning figure, Blackbeard's face was nothing but panic. Arrogant and very afraid of death is his nature. At this time, he very clearly perceived that even if he possessed the dark fruit, which was a complete restraint on devil fruits. However, if the lightning figure in front of him made a slight strike, he simply did not have the slightest chance of winning. The redhead had the same serious face. As for the surrounding navy, the timid ones had been completely frightened by the horrifying sight in front of them and sat on the ground with their legs weak. Chapter 26, The Siege. The giant lightning figure moved surprisingly fast. Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled with each footfall. The whole of Marineford seems to be shaking. In just a few steps, the huge figure arrived in front of the redhead in Blackbeard. Run! Shanks let out a yelp, and Blackbeard's figure dodged in a hurry. And a huge palm of thunder and lightning that covered the sky came down from the sky and ruthlessly slapped on the place where the two of them had just stood. A deep palm print appeared on the ground. Electricity also arced within the palm print from time to time. Sweat was already falling from the forehead of the redhead who had dodged the blow. He shouted towards Tiki, who was also desperately fleeing in the distance. It's his fruit ability. Can your dark fruit restrain it? Blackbeard was equally sweaty from his escape and hated to curse at the redhead's words. One's own dark fruit, despite its restraints on other devil fruit abilities, was in a situation of similar strength. What they were facing now was nothing short of a monster, and there was no room for his dark fruit to come into play. Blackbeard, who was just about to open his mouth, suddenly heard a gust of wind from behind him. Hurriedly, he looked back, and for a moment his soul nearly fell apart. One could only see that the gigantic lightning figure was raising his left hand high, and a gigantic lightning spear that looked like a mountain was thrown out by him. With such a large attack range, it was impossible to dodge. Rumble! With a loud bang, the lightning spear smashed into the ground. The entire island of Marineford cracked under the blow. Blackbeard let out a mournful scream, and as the redhead saw the moment, her body leapt up. The long sword in his hand slashed out towards Luke. Another move of divine evasion. Because of his huge size, this move was impossible for Luke to dodge. The god dodged the hit, and Luke's huge figure only gave a slight lurch. In the next moment, it seemed to go into a frenzy from the redhead's attack. Lightning surged through his body, and his huge figure quickly slammed towards the redhead. The entire island trembled violently due to Luke's wild run, and the cracks originally caused by the lightning spears continued to expand. With such a huge figure, the redhead was unable to dodge. One could only grit his teeth and raise his long sword, choosing to carry it hard. The redhead was as small as a fly in front of Luke now. The two collided fiercely, the violent impact coupled with the raging thunder and lightning. The redhead let out a muffled grunt and was directly knocked away. A large mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth when he landed. And Luke, unrelenting, once again chose to run wildly toward the redhead. Just then, the redhead suddenly yelled towards the distant warlord. And to stand by with folded arms? Warlord didn't say anything as his brow furrowed. The redhead then yelled, "The war isn't just about me and Tiki anymore, he's out to destroy Marineford. By that time, no matter what the pirates or the navy, they will all sink into the sea." Warlord looked over at the giant Thor figure that Luke had transformed into. With every step the figure took, the entire Marineford island would send out a tremor. After experiencing countless strikes from Whitebeard, the island was already shaky. Under the stomping of the huge figure, it seemed like it would disintegrate and sink to the bottom of the sea at any moment. All around, no matter if it was pirates or navy, there was nothing but fear on their faces, if they indulged this lightning figure to continue striking. It was only a matter of time before everyone accompanied Marineford to the bottom of the sea. "He's killing everyone." Garp looked away and spoke in a deep voice. "Going to make a move?" After a long time, Warlord sighed slightly. "Shanks is right, this war isn't just about him and Tiki anymore. If he is allowed to go on with his recklessness, all of Marineford will sink to the bottom of the sea. There are already too many dead navies in this war. We can't afford any more damage." Garp slowly rolled up his own sleeve. "Then let me, an old bone, meet him again." With that said, Garp's figure leapt high into the air. The hegemonic aura wrapped around his fists, and black lightning constantly streaked around him. In the hasty exchange of blows with Luke just now, he hadn't gotten the slightest advantage himself. Now it's time to give Luke a serious try. The punch, which was claimed to be comparable to a nuclear bomb, slammed towards Luke's tall figure. Luke's huge figure running wildly suddenly stopped when he saw Cap, who was attacking towards him. The island shook again. He raised his huge fist and struck back towards Garp. The fists of the two clashed, and Garp's form was slammed straight into the ground. However, in the next second, his figure reappeared. The redhead exclaimed as she saw Garp strike. "Strike together!" Warlord threw off the cloak behind him, and his entire body transformed into a giant golden Buddha statue. Knock, knock, knock. The golden Buddha statue, running towards Luke. Though compared to Luke's figure at this point, Warlord's golden giant Buddha was much smaller. But it's also the only one on the battlefield at this point in time with a size that's barely an equal match for Luke. The statue of Buddha confronted Luke's massive figure. Luke was surprisingly restrained for a moment, unable to move. Warlord exclaimed, "While it lasts!" The redhead and Garp's forms leapt up from the ground at the same time. Garp's iron fist, the redhead's long sword, were all entwined by the overpowering aura. The two of them had no reservations, and both of them went all out. Bang! Fists and long swords hit Luke's form hard, and Luke let out a thunderous wail. Just then, the redhead suddenly frowned. "Where's Tiki?" The eyes scanned, and that's what they saw. Blackbeard had fled with his own newly awakened crew toward the outer bay. The redhead gritted her teeth, running away from such behavior happening to Tiki. There wasn't a hint of surprise. Luke, who was eating the pain, seemed to explode with potential at this point. The golden giant Buddha, which was still evenly matched, was actually directly lifted by him and then viciously thrown into the distance. Luke's huge figure slammed the ground with both fists, and the whole of Marineford trembled violently as countless navies fell to the ground unsteadily on their feet. Billions of volts. Divine punishment. Luke's huge figure let out a roar. Countless thunderbolts surged out from his body, flying recklessly like long whips. And countless thunderbolts fell from the leaden clouds in the sky at the same time. The entire world was dominated by lightning. Countless lightning bolts struck the entire Marineford indiscriminately. The long whip of lightning flung across, leaving a deep gully in the ground. Countless navies wailed as they were sent flying. Warlord kept dodging and yelling at Akainu, Yellow Sorrow, and Green Pheasant. Everyone, attack that monster with all your might. The Navy's three major warpowers also realized the seriousness of the matter at this point. If that monster is not stopped, all of Marineford will be destroyed. And there are probably very few who will survive. The three of them turned into three shadows and attacked towards Luke. At one point, Warlord Cap, Akainu, Green Pheasant, Yellow Sorrow, and the Redhead. Taking turns, they attacked Luke's huge figure. Ice lava, sizzling yellow balls of light, kept slamming towards Luke. Cap's form, meanwhile, kept flickering around Luke as his fists continued to fall. A round of bombardment shook Luke's huge form. The thunder and lightning that dominated heaven and earth also weakened. And the Navy, finally able to take a breath, looked at the besieged Luke with a hijacked expression on their faces. Fear had been all that remained within the eyes. What kind of monster is he? I can't believe it took 3 great generals plus Lieutenant General Garp to do it together. Martial Warlord also used his full power, didn't he? And then there's the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, if that doesn't defeat him. No one said the next words, if that didn't defeat Luke. Nothing but despair would describe their feelings. Chapter 27, The End of the War. A group of people, at this point, was like a group fighting monsters. Countless skills were flung towards Luke's huge figure. Each time he was hit, Luke let out a wail. Luke's original intention was to just take on the duo of Blackbeard and Redhead. However, at this moment on the battlefield, almost all of the top combatants were surrounding him. Such an attack was simply not something that the current him could carry. Bucky in the distance, surrounded by prisoners holding up image bugs. He stared daggers at the battlefield. Everyone never dreamed that this war would end up like this. This monster that appeared out of nowhere. Surprisingly, it took one of the 4 emperors, the Redhead, and almost all of the Navy's top combatants to join forces to lay siege to it. Was this monster's strength terrifying to such an extent? And the situation on the battlefield was being broadcast out unreservedly by the image bugs. All of the people who saw the live feed had their mouths wide open in a dazed manner. Before that, it didn't matter if it was Ace's identity or Whitebeard's death. Both brought them more than enough shock. But now that they saw the images on the live broadcast, everyone felt like their worldview had been refreshed once again. Luke's huge figure looked to them as if it was the real Thor descending into the world. What the hell kind of monster is that? I can't believe it took so many people to surround us. His strength is comparable to the 4 emperors of the sea. It's already far beyond, isn't it, which 4 emperors need so many top-notch combatants to surround them? It's horrible. It's like a monster. The faces of the several 7 musketeers in the distance, all of them except Bear, also had complicated looks on their faces. Moria murmured as she looked at the besieged Luke. If I can get his shadow, then what a powerful zombie puppet I should be able to have. The look on Hawkeye's face was extremely serious. He's always been on par with Shanks when it comes to swordsmanship. Shanks was an absolutely formidable opponent in his mind. But just now, he had witnessed the Redhead being casually defeated by Luke. Taking a deep breath, Hawkeye turned and was about to leave the battlefield. Doflamingo looked at him as he prepared to leave and spoke. Don't you want to watch such a wonderful fight before you leave? Hawkeye carried a huge black blade behind his back, and his head sank without looking back. Fighting like this only makes us realize how small we are. And there's nothing left to lose or win. I have to admit he's strong. But in the face of a siege from so many top combatants, I'm afraid that even if a true god were to descend, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Doflamingo let out a signature maniacal laugh. Without another word, Hawkeye turned away. And the battlefield, it seemed, serves to validate his words. Luke's huge form, the lightning on his body was getting fainter and fainter. Facing the group's siege, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Finally, one of Garp's jabs landed. All the lightning on Luke's body surface completely collapsed. The huge figure dissipated, returning to its original size as he fell rapidly down towards the ground. As he watched Luke crash to the ground, Yellow Ape gently skimmed his lips. Everyone hasn't even used their full strength yet, so it seems he's not as strong as he thought. On the side, Green Pheasant gave him a faint look and spoke. In the face of a siege from the likes of us, there shouldn't be any creatures above this sea that can resist. Make a full effort? What kind of joke are you talking about? Yellow Ape let out a sighing laugh. Akainu, on the other hand, was frowning. He barely put up much of a fight in the siege of Luke. Now that Luke was down, Akainu spoke in a hushed voice. If Marshal Sengoku and Lieutenant General Garp used their full strength, that terrifying lightning figure would have been defeated without a doubt. But that's outrageous enough, isn't it? At that neither Yellow Sorrow nor Green Pheasant said anything, Akainu was right. There was no shame at all in being defeated by them in such a siege. Quite the contrary, this will only shock everyone. Sharp pain came from every corner of his body. Perhaps it was a side effect of the rattling thunder fruit being used extremely, or perhaps it was caused by being attacked in turn. Luke felt pain coming from every crack of his bones. It was as if the bones were breaking by the inch. Disheveled force lay on the ground, blood nearly staining his body. The chest rose and fell weakly. He saw Warlord Cap Redhead standing around himself, playing big. Luke mumbled feebly. I had thought that I could complete the system's one-hit wonder quest by picking two. I didn't expect to end up under siege. My own current strength might be able to single-handedly challenge anyone present. But being surrounded, I'm afraid that just one Garp and one Redhead would be enough for myself. Not to mention that just now, Warlord and the three great generals had also made a move. Looking at Luke, who was dying of serious injuries and had fallen into a coma, the Redhead took a deep breath. How could he not expect to meet such a monster in this war? And it's amazing that one has never heard of such a horrible person. Looking at Luke, the Redhead spoke. This monster, if we don't get rid of him now, there will be countless troubles in the future. Everyone didn't say anything. What to do with Luke, it seems, becomes a dilemma. The strength he displayed made everyone present feel tricky. The Redhead looked to the rest of the battlefield. Ace's body was covered by a cloth. Whitebeard's body was still standing. Retracting her gaze, the Redhead spoke slowly. I also ask you all to give me face, this war, please end it. The surrounding navy heard the Redhead's words, and a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. Someone yelled. On what grounds? Are you casually denying the victory we made at great sacrifice? We in the navy aren't going to take orders from a pirate. That monster no longer has the ability to strike. We certainly can't let go of that group of escaped pirates. Even that monster is one of our navy. He just struck out at the pirates. Now is the perfect opportunity to completely blow the horn of the counterattack and wipe out all the pirates. Just then, Warlord suddenly let out a roar. Quiet. Everyone closed their mouths and looked at their marshal. Warlord looked at the devastated Marineford. The navy headquarters that once stood on the island was in ruins. Taking a deep breath, Warlord spoke slowly. It's time for the war to end. Everyone looked at him incredulously. In the eyes of the navy, the pirates are now routed. Whitebeard dies in battle and the Blackbeard pirates escape. The Redhead had also suffered a defeat in the battle with that huge monster just now. And they, the navy, though they were also dead and wounded. But Marshal Warlord, Lieutenant General Garp, and three other great generals still stood on the battlefield. The navy's war effort was largely unaffected. Isn't this a good time to strike at those remaining pirates? Marshal. Someone tried to voice a protest, and Warlord immediately interrupted him. I'll take all the consequences. At these words, there was silence. It is the nature of the military to obey. Despite the fact that more people wanted to avenge their dead buddies, despite the fact that more people felt that a navy victory was in sight, the Redhead bowed her head slightly at Warlock. With pleasure. Warlord waved his hand, grab the wounded and treat them. Of course, this casualty does not include Luke, who is lying on the ground. Chapter 28. A pirate ship left Marineford. Inside the ruins, the navy began to pick up the pieces. Stretchers, perhaps of bodies, perhaps of the wounded, were carried through the rubble. Whenever they passed the fallen and unconscious Luke, all of them just looked up for a quick glance. Then he left in a huff with his head down. Curiosity and fear were revealed within the eyes of each one. It was as if what lay there was a horrible monster ready to prey on people. The aftermath of the battlefield was handled by the three great generals, with Warlord and Cap standing next to the unconscious Luke. Garp looked at Luke and spoke slowly. What's the plan to deal with this guy? Warlord mused for a moment before speaking. I'm going to the Holy Land of Manhwa to report on this battle, and I'll report along with this guy then. Until then, keep him in custody. As for what to do with it in the end, it's up to the Manhwa guys. Garp nodded slightly, though on the battlefield, he had created a little bit of friction and discomfort between himself and him. But now Cap looked at Luke with a hint of appreciation. At such a young age, he had strength so strong that it was perverted. This time the war ended with Whitebeard himself admitting that the existence of One Piece was real. This is bound to cause a bigger stir on the ocean. Countless pirates would go crazy for the treasure. As a navy fighting against pirates, the pressure must have increased quite a bit. At this time, the navy was in desperate need of a strong war effort to replenish. And this kid, if he's in the navy's camp, he's sure to be a powerful booster. With that in mind, Garp spoke up. Leave the investigation of this brat's background to the old man himself. After all, regarding the background of this fellow who fought me twice, old me is also curious. Warlord nodded slightly, agreeing to Garp's request. Then he spoke suddenly into the distance. Smug, come here. Smug, who had white hair combed back and a cigar in his mouth, sniffed and walked over to Warlord. Marshal. Warlord pointed at Smog and pointed at Luke on the ground. He was then escorted to the city of propulsion by you personally, having witnessed his horrors firsthand. So make sure you take it seriously and don't miss a beat. Yes. Smog looked at the unconscious Luke on the floor and let out a long, thick puff of cigar. Such a terrifying guy, if he got out of control, would never be something he could easily handle. After all, it was only through the siege of so many people that he was subdued just now. Luke woke up leisurely, just trying to move his limbs. A clattering sound of chains rubbing together was heard, and when he looked down, he saw a pair of black shackles being placed on his limbs. At the same time the chain went through his collarbone. A feeling of limp powerlessness surged through his body because of the black shackles. Seafloor stone? Luke's brow furrowed as a sharp pain shot through his collarbone from the tugging of the chains. Cold air sucked from Luke's mouth at the pain. Looking around, he was locked in a cell, the door of which had a black sheen to it. Apparently it was also built of seafloor stone. In the doorway of the cell stood two Navy men in cloaks. To be able to wear a cape within the Navy was at the very least Admiral rank. At that moment, hearing Luke's movement in the cell, the two Navy men turned back. When they saw that Luke had woken up, both of them had a slightly horrified look on their faces. But how many people who were involved in the war at the top and have seen the horrors of Luke can look at him and not tremble with fear? It was reasonable to say that escorting such a terrifying fellow to Propulsion City, such a task should at the very least be handled by a lieutenant. But now the burden is on the heads of a group of their school officials. If this thing gets out of control, they're all dead. The mission was solely in the hands of Colonel Smog, so immediately upon seeing Luke awake, one of the men went forward to report to Smog. It didn't take long for a footstep to come from outside the cell. Then Smog's figure appeared in the doorway of the cell. Also as a fruit ability person, Smoggy had a natural fear of the Hellscream. Through the crack in the Seacrest cell door, Smog looks inside at Luke. Luke, who had retreated from his Thor state, looked like an ordinary teenager with a white face and a head of black broken hair. No threat was visible in the narrowed eyes. If he hadn't seen his terror in the war, no one would have thought that such a clean-cut youngster could be that horrible. Smoggy lit a cigar and looked at Luke as he forced himself to speak. Don't think of any tricks, the cell is all surrounded by seafaring stone. You're also covered in shackles made of seafloor stone, you have no chance of escaping. Luke moved, tugging at the wound on his collarbone, and sucked in another painful breath. I'm not running away. And I have no reason to run away, I just don't know where to send me now? Smog, with his cigar in his mouth, spoke. We have been ordered to escort you to Propulsion City. Propulsion City? Luke frowned, that was where the Navy held criminals, and he himself was now a criminal? So Luke looked up and asked, what are my charges? At that Smoggy looked puzzled, in fact he didn't know exactly what Luke was guilty of. From the beginning to the end of the war, every strike Luke makes is directed at the pirates. Even when he finally transformed into a lightning monster, he struck out at both red-haired Shanks and black-bearded Tiki. There's nothing wrong with the Navy attacking the pirates. The only reason Smoggy can think of is that Luke's ability to do so is intimidating to everyone. That's why he had to be imprisoned. So Smog spoke up. I'm just following orders, too. Luke shrugged, pointing to the chain of helicite that ran through his collarbone. I promise I won't run, can you help me get this off? Smog didn't answer his question. Luke was a monster in his mind. A monster whose slightest slip could send everyone to hell. All they could do was not to make any mistakes in the face of such a monster. So Smoggy left without a word. Watching his departing back, Luke sighed deeply. Immediately though, he remembered something else and immediately asked within his mind. System, is my mission complete? He could have participated in the top war in the first place just to fulfill the system's mission, and now the war was over. Having been reduced to a prisoner himself, it would be a farce if the mission was to remain unfinished. Inside his head, the system's voice came. The one-hit wonder mission in the war at the top has been completed, do you want to claim your reward? Hearing the system's voice, Luke was relieved. It was a prisoner, but at least the mission was accomplished. Taking a deep breath, he murmured softly in his head. Pick up. Chapter 29, The Fruit of the Hour. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the top level seeing color hegemony. Listening to the voice inside his head, Luke's face didn't look very surprised. The first time he completed the mission of joining the Navy, the system rewarded himself with a top-tier hegemonic color hegemony. Now that you've completed the second quest, which rewards top-notch seeing colors, it all makes perfect sense. According to this pissing contest, the next time the mission was completed, the reward would most likely be a top-tier armed color hegemony. The system's voice inside his head continued to sound. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the fruit of the hour. Hearing the system's voice, Luke froze slightly. Fruit of the hour? If I'm not mistaken, Toki no Fruit is the wife of Mitsuki Goten, Momonosuke's oldest mother in the original series. The fruit's possessed by a time. The ability of this fruit is, to say the least, pretty unbelievable. Sort of the only fruit ability so far that can travel through time. But only being able to travel to the future doesn't do much for Luke at all. Compared to his current rattling thunder fruit, the Toki fruit is really a bit of a chicken. As if knowing what was in Luke's mind, the system's voice sounded in a flash. When the Toki fruit is awakened, you can travel to the past and future at will. What? At the sound of the system's voice, Luke's eyebrows snapped up. If you just traveled to the future, the fruit of the hour would be a piece of chicken for you. But if one could travel to the past, then the timeless fruit would be a god-tier fruit for oneself. One's gold finger is the ability to get light clusters from the bodies of the dead, if one can cross over. Then those powerful people who have been dead for a long time, like Roger, like Rox himself if he traveled back to when they died. Wouldn't that be a way to get their light clusters? Roger and Rox's light mass, Luke was thrilled just thinking about it. Just Whitebeard's light mass alone gave himself such a terrifying ability in one leap. Then, if one obtained the light clusters of the two of them, it would definitely be enough to give oneself the strength to sweep across the entire sea. Just as Luke was getting excited, the system's voice came from inside his head. Should I replace the rattling thunder fruit with the Toki fruit? The degree of awakening may be reserved. Luke sniffed and rubbed his chin. It's better to wait a little longer, now that you're a prisoner. With the sea light shackles on his body, he has no ability to cast the fruit at all. Everything still had to wait until he got out of the trap. If only I could just make my fruit powers disappear, so that these seafaring stone shackles on my body would be useless. He was absolutely certain that he could escape straight away. Too bad the system doesn't have that ability. Getting out of the way. With a murmur, Luke's gaze went to the outside of the cell. The two Navy men still stood straight in the cell doorway. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit lax about the monsters held in the cells. There's always a chance. Luke mused silently. But the opportunity was long overdue. For the next few days, the warship holding Luke sailed the seas. It seems that even meals are only one a day in order to limit Luke. After a few more days, the warship finally stopped. The door to the Hellscream cell where Luke is being held is also opened for the first time. Smog and a group of Navy men were on guard, all of them looking at Luke warily. Two lieutenant commanders, armed with seaborne weapons, escorted Luke off the warship. Upon stepping out of the warship, a rigid prison appeared in front of Luke. The very same propulsion city prison that the Navy uses to hold criminals. The thick gate was slowly opened, and two figures appeared at the gate of the City of Advancement. It was Magellan and Hannibal. In order to take Luke into custody, the two top leaders of the City of Propulsion actually show up at the same time. It's clear how seriously the Navy takes Luke. On Magellan's body, there was a purple sticky liquid constantly flowing down because of the poison fruit ability. It gives off a pungent, unpleasant odor. Not long ago, Propulsion City suffered a succession of disturbances from Luffy and Blackbeard. A large number of prisoners escaped, and I heard that the latter group went to Marineford and made a big fuss. This incident made Magellan look very bad. He was even more somber when he heard that Luke had been escorted from the battlefield of Marineford. The huge body took a few steps to Luke, and the two Navy men responsible for escorting Luke saw Magellan. Both curtsied. Administrator Magellan. Magellan didn't pay any attention to the two Navy men, but instead looked Luke up and down with his eyes. After a moment, it spoke. Seems different than expected. Doesn't look like a scary guy. The two navies didn't say anything, and that's when Smoggy came up from behind. The same naval salute was given. Administrator Magellan. Magellan nodded slightly before Smog continued. Don't be deceived by his appearance. This guy launches himself as if he's really the god of thunder descending into the world. The look on Smog's face was much lighter when he arrived in Propulsion City. His own mission was finally accomplished. Finally, we can get rid of this tricky guy. And it's a little bit of a relief to have Administrator Magellan on board. Magellan grunted softly. You don't need to remind me, I've seen countless vicious criminals on these seas. I wouldn't take any of them lightly. Smog spoke up, escort him here and my mission will be complete. Marshal Warlord has requested that he be held at the bottom of the pile. Magellan's eyebrows raised slightly. There are 6 floors in the City of Propulsion, and the further down you go, the more impressive the criminals being held. As for the 6th floor, after so many years, there were hardly any more prisoners going in. Now this kid he'd never heard of was being asked to be imprisoned in the lowest level. Smog continued to add, as if unsure. Don't think it's a trivialization, but in the war in Marineford, he took on both Redhead and Blackbeard by himself and didn't lose a single step. In the end, it was Marshal Sengoku and Lieutenant General Garp, along with the 3 great generals, Green Pheasant, Yellow Sorrow, and Red Inu, who stepped in together to subdue him. Magellan's face jerked. The guy who needed almost all of the Navy's top combatants to come together to subdue him. Just how terrifying did he have to be? Behind him, Hannibal also looked at Luke with a shocked expression. To him, Luke was nothing more than a quiet-looking brat, even with a scrawny streak. It was impossible to connect such a person with the monster that Smoggy had spoken of. Luke's eyes were glancing around as the two talked, trying to find an escape. He knew that if he entered the 6th level of the Propulsion City, it would be much harder to escape. Unless, like Sky the Golden Lion at the time, he chose to cut off his own legs and run away. All around them, besides Administrator Magellan and Deputy Administrator Hannibal, countless weaponized Propulsion City jailers stood by. He himself had left the warship, but the Seacrest shackles on his body had not been loosened for a moment. The chains on his collarbone were even more painful to pull. There's not even the slightest chance of escaping now. Chapter 30, Escape. Magellan reached for the chains that bound Luke. Okay. Smoggy nodded, and was about to leave. And Magellan is about to escort Luke into the inner sanctum of Propulsion City's rigid prison. If you don't do it, you won't have a chance. Luke suddenly murmured. Magellan seemed to hear his chant and stopped. Still fantasizing about getting away with it? Luke slowly raised his head and gave Magellan a smirk. Seeing Luke smile, Magellan's brow furrowed. He was shackled in Seacrest shackles and surrounded by all Navy men. What is this confident smile of his in such a situation? Luke glanced around, then mentally mumbled. Use Lulu's blessing, target Magellan. The system's voice then sounded. Is it possible to use the blessing of Lou Bastard on Magellan? Luke didn't hesitate. Yes. In the distance, Smoggy had gone out some distance, but stopped as if he had sensed something. Twisting his head, he suddenly yelled. No good. And Magellan sensed something was wrong at that moment. The skinny figure in front of him was clearly controlled by the seafloor stone shackles, but a terrifying aura slowly awoke from his body. Luke looked up and reached out to slowly take hold of the chain of helicite being held by Magellan. A teeth-gnashing sound came from Luke's palm, and in the next moment, the chain of seafoam snapped violently. Countless light blue arcs of electricity began to slowly pour out of Luke's body. Bang! The chains of helicite on Luke's body also crumbled at the roots, and the bindings through his collarbone came undone at that moment. Smoggy exclaimed in the distance. What's going on? There are clearly seahorse shackles. How did he escape? The surrounding group of weapon-wielding naval forces were also alarmed. A few school generals around Smog who had seen Luke's terror had turned pale by now. In Marineford, it was a combination of Marshal Sengoku as well as 3 great generals and Lieutenant General Garp, which was able to subdue him. Nowadays, in the entire city of Propulsion, the person with the highest combat power is Administrator Magellan. That's not going to stop that monster at all. Luke held the sky with one hand, and a huge ball of lightning coalesced in his palm. Million volts. With a yell, the lightning ball of light in Luke's hand was thrown hard. A shocking sound came from the sky. Magellan ducked out of the way just in time, and the formidable high wall on the outskirts of the advancing city was smashed through a huge gap. Electricity flashed around Luke. Magellan was much calmer than the rest of the group, who were in a state of shock. Although Smog described the brat as terrifying, he had just faced him out of hand. I don't know if it was just his own illusion, but Magellan felt that he had the ability to fight him. A feeling of being evenly matched surged through him. As a result, a large amount of purple slime gushed out from Magellan's body surface. It instantly transformed into a huge venomous palm. The palm slapped hard towards Luke. Facing the venomous palm, Luke clenched one hand in vain, and a lightning spear coalesced from his palm. Spear palms collide. Both were reduced to nothingness in the air. Magellan let out a grunt. Looks like this guy isn't as scary as he thought. With that said, the venom once again coalesced into a palm towards Luke. Luke was able to easily neutralize any of Magellan's takedown attempts. However, because of the use of Lulu's blessing, Luke's strength was now 50-50 with Magellan. There was no way to gain the upper hand. By using this ability on someone stronger than himself, Luke's strength grows. But if used by someone weaker than himself, Luke's strength drops to the same level as that person's. That means that at this point Luke is weakened. In the distance Smoggy had been alarmed, but after seeing Luke and Magellan go through 2 moves, a frown went up. What's going on? He seems to be weaker in comparison to the battlefield of Marineford. Is it because of the last few days of incarceration? Smoggy muttered suspiciously. In his preconception, once Luke, this monster, got out of the trap, all of their group could only be killed in seconds. But the monster that had fought all the top combatants in Marineford was actually fighting Administrator Magellan at that moment. And Luke, who had fought Magellan, was darkening his face at that moment. By his own strength, he would never have fought Magellan back and forth. System, is there a way to undo Grandmaster Lu's blessing? Ding, can't be voluntarily disarmed. Hearing the system's reply, Luke cursed in his heart. And at that moment, Hannibal, who had a long knife in his hand, joined the fight. As the deputy administrator of Propulsion City, it was naturally incumbent to step in at this time. Against Magellan alone, Luke could go 50-50ths. But Hannibal joins the fight, and Luke is instantly strained. Despite now having the support of a top-notch seeing eye color hegemony. But within a few exchanges, a wound was still left on his back by Hannibal's long knife. Seeing that he had hurt Luke, Hannibal's face was agitated. If you solve this prisoner, you'll surely get a commendation from your superiors, and a promotion will be more than expected. Hannibal fought excitedly in his mind and struck harder. Luke gritted his teeth, knowing that if he dragged on any longer, he would surely lose. So with a roar of rage, he exerted his full strength. A huge lightning spear was thrown high up by him. The targets are none other than Magellan and Hannibal. Luke's form, on the other hand, quickly fled towards the distance. At this moment, Luke only had to flee. When Grandmaster Lu's blessing was over, there would be no one left to stop himself. Luke escaped in the direction of the very warship that was parked in the distance. Smug saw Luke running toward him. Spit out the cigar in your mouth and hold the helicite weapon in your hand. What a shock to be surprised by your appearance in Marineford. You're not as scary as you thought. Seeing Luke getting closer, Smog raised his weapon high in his hand. The next second, however, a thick bolt of lightning came at him. Bang! Smoggy didn't even have time to smog himself. The tingling sensation of electricity running through his body came. Snap! Smoggy's body went limp and he was directly electrocuted. With Smog down, the few remaining men have even less courage to stop Luke. Several people watched as Luke fled toward the warship, and Magellan, in the rear, let out a roar. The entire body of the person was instantly wrapped in venom and grew larger. No criminal escapes from my men. Magellan let out a roar, and then a palm that covered the sky slapped towards the fleeing Luke. At the critical moment, Luke's figure was instantly wrapped in lightning. But at this point in time, Luke is nowhere near as good at casting Thor's descent as he was at Marinvento's. A small Thor, many times smaller, met the venomous palm with both hands. The two collided, and Luke used the force to fly directly in the direction of the warship. I said, "No one can escape at my hands," Magellan yelled, his huge body coming after him toward Luke. The navy around them also pulled their triggers toward Luke at that moment. Chapter 31, pushing into the 6th level of the city. There were a few stationed naval personnel on the warship, at the sight of an electrified Luke charging in. They all froze in place in fear. Magellan's figure in the rear was closing in, and Luke's figure looked to be about to board the warship. Just then, suddenly the sea was far away, and a warship with a naval flag flying was rapidly approaching this way. And a tall figure had jumped down from the warship. The tall figure raised his own fist in the air, and his entire body turned into a stump as he approached Luke's side. I knew things wouldn't be so easy. Did you really let this kid get away? Garp's voice drifted in from a long distance. The next moment, his figure appeared in front of the fleeing Luke. Upon seeing Cap, Luke let out a long sigh. The heart knew that there was absolutely no hope of escaping today. Cap, who had experience with Luke, struck out at full force. The iron fist, with its overlord color hegemonic aura wrapped around it, slammed hard into Luke with a whistling sound. Bang! After a loud bang, Luke's figure was like a kite on a short string, smashing straight into the ground behind him. Garp looked strangely puzzled and gave a soft eep. Simply because it was obvious to him that Luke's strength seemed to have regressed a lot. How did that monster that needed to be subdued by joining forces suddenly become so weak? Luke's form slammed down right in front of Magellan, who immediately placed a pair of helicite shackles on the unconscious Luke. Then, generally unsure of himself, he passed the seahorse chain through Luke's collarbone again. Again, he hurriedly ordered his men to bring huge, heavy balls of solid iron and tie them to Luke's feet. Garp woke up the electrocuted Smog and the two walked over to Magellan. Looking at the unconscious Luke on the floor, Cap spoke up. How did he escape? Hannibal, the deputy administrator on the sidelines, had his little mind already moving at the sight of Garp. Garp was only a vice admiral, but anyone who knew him knew his position in the navy. Even Green Pheasant, one of the 3 great generals, was his disciple, and a reputation as a hero in the navy. As long as one gains his favor, it will definitely be of great help to one's promotion. So Hannibal immediately jumped the gun. Lieutenant General Garp, we don't know what's going on. He broke free of the sea light without warning, and it was fortunate that Administrator Magellan and I joined forces, which prevented him from escaping so easily. Magellan's tall figure glanced at Hannibal, thinking that if Lt. General Garp hadn't shown up in time, the criminals should have all escaped onto the warships. Garp rubbed his neck and then spoke. It's fortunate that we didn't let him escape. This terrifying fellow would have a hard time trying to catch him again if he escaped. Imprison him on the 6th floor and remember to strengthen the defenses. This guy is a dangerous one. Luke wakes up on the 6th floor of the darkened city of propulsion. Heavy seaholite shackles pass through his collarbones to secure his limbs. The slightest movement tugged a sharp pain from the wound in his collarbone. Surrounded by walls made of seafloor stone, it brought a sense of despair. Has anyone ever escaped from the 6th level of Propulsion City? As far as Luke knows, only Sky the Golden Lion has ever managed to escape in all these years. But it also came at the cost of losing both feet. That's too high a price to pay, and one certainly doesn't want to do that. The surrounding sea floor stones not only limit fruit abilities, it's also as if he's preying on Luke's power. It made his whole body go limp. Not an ounce of strength. System. Luke called out softly inside his head. Is there any way to escape from here? There was a silence and no one responded to his words. It seems that one's system is not intelligent. Are we going to be stuck here forever? It's so hard to cross over to the pirate world and have such a powerful golden finger. Before he could come into his own, he was imprisoned on the 6th floor of the dark city of propulsion. It made Luke upset. The mind kept thinking of ways to escape, but it was clueless. For the rest of the day, except for the jailer who came to deliver the food, Luke never saw anyone else. A newspaper would be delivered to him every day in addition to his meals. Reading the newspaper became the only way for Luke to spend his time during these boring days. Newspaper accounts detail the passage of the war at the top. Aside from the deaths of Whitebeard and Ace, what shocked the world the most was the sudden appearance of the Thunder Giant on the battlefield. The newspapers called him Thor. and the news of Luke's confinement to the 6th level of the City of Propulsion hit the papers. Everyone, outside, was curious about Luke's identity. And Luke, imprisoned in the City of Propulsion, spends his days pondering how he can escape. As long as you escape the City of Propulsion, then utilize the ability of the Tokiwa fruit. Roger and Rox's mass of light beckoned to him. The holy land of Manhwa. Inside the huge conference room, 5 figures in suits sat on chairs. Sengoku stood in front of the 5 men in his Marshal of the Navy uniform. The 5, naturally, were the 5 Elder Stars representing the world government. Listening to Warlord finish his report on the battle in Marineford, Mercury Wachuli, the one of the 5 who was in charge of legal affairs, tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Although both Ace and Whitebeard were obliterated, the casualties on our side this time were too much. All of Marineford is almost in ruins. And Wachuli paused before speaking next. At the end of the war we clearly had a chance to hunt down the remaining forces of the pirates, and you passed it up? At the words Warlord replied without being condescending. The deaths and injuries on our side at that time were too heavy, and if we continued to pursue, it would only result in more casualties. Those so-called remnants of the pirate forces are also a battle force not to be underestimated. The 5 Elder Stars looked at each other, and Mars Makasmaz spoke slowly. I heard that at the end of the war, there was an interesting fellow on the battlefield. Warlord nodded. It was a Navy junior who suddenly took on one of the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks C and Blackbeard Tiki. The 2 of them, Shanks and Tiki, were no match for him, and were later subdued only by our combined efforts. Although I had heard some news from the battlefield for a long time, but now I got a positive answer here in the warring states. The faces of the 5 still showed a look of surprise and astonishment. No one would question the strength of the red-haired Shanks. That little soldier actually fought both Shanks and Blackbeard Tiki all by himself. What a scary guy, really. And in the end, it took the warlord's combined efforts to subdue him, so such a guy is an unknown Navy brat? Saturn Satan Saint, one of the 5 Elder Stars, asked. Where is that little soldier now? Warlord answered truthfully. I have ordered him to be held in the City of Propulsion, and it is up to you all to dispose of him. Satan Saint narrowed his eyes slightly. Such a fellow should take a bit of his blood to study. Jupiter Pit St. nodded slightly. We get it, and as for what to do with the guy, we need to confer. Warlord nodded back, then took a deep breath. Our army has suffered heavy losses in this war, and everything is due to my faults. In order to accept responsibility, I would now like to resign my position as Grand Marshal of the Navy. Chapter 32, Lord M. This statement was obviously not made on the spur of the moment by Warlord. Rather, the decision was made after a long and thoughtful process. When the 5 Elder Stars heard Warlord's words, they all jerked their heads up to look at him. It is important to realize that the position of Grand Marshal of the Navy is already the supreme leader of the Navy. It's a position that many people can only dream of, and now Warlord has offered to resign. Peter Saint looked at Warlord for a long time before speaking. There's no taking back what's been said. Warlord took a deep breath and stood up straight. I'm not babbling about this war, it's entirely due to my personal failings that have caused irreparable damage to the Navy. There is really no other way to make up for my heartfelt apologies than to resign as Marshal. Pit St. suddenly grunted softly. Stop talking like resigning as a Marshal to make amends. At the words Warlord but did not open his mouth to explain anything. Pit St. spoke next. We'll give you an answer tomorrow. Whether it's about your resignation as Marshal or what to do with the boy. When Pietro Saint finished speaking, the Warlord didn't say another word, turned straight around and walked out of the conference room. Watching Warlord's figure disappear completely, Jupiter Pit Saint slowly spoke. What do you think? Saturn Satan Saint frowned. You mean about Warlord's resignation as Marshal? Pit St. shook his head. I mean the little soldier who appeared out of nowhere. Satan Saint wondered. That little soldier who appeared out of nowhere may be powerful, but for the world government, a character like that would be good for a little attention at best. In contrast, the resignation of the warring states is more of a headache, I guess. Peter Saint suddenly looked at Satan Saint, his voice slightly lowered. You also participated in the Valley of the Gods battle back then. Satan Saint nodded rightfully. Of course, that fight. Suddenly, Satan Saint's voice stopped. Then he looked to Pietro St., sounding a bit alarmed. Are you saying that this little soldier, and the one who appeared in the Valley of the Gods back then? With that, Satan Saint shook his head violently. No, it can't be him. After so many years, how can he still look like a brat? I only fought him once back then, but that person's overlord color hegemony and seeing eye color are both very dominant. But that little brat on the battlefield of Marineford didn't have the seeing eye color. Pit St. opened his mouth. But he also used divine evasion, didn't he? Other than Roger and Shanks, he's the third person in this world to make divine evasion. And that little kid from Marineford was almost exactly the same size and age as the one from the Valley of the Gods back then. Is it a coincidence? Just as Satan Saint was about to say something else, suddenly, a tall figure appeared in the conference room. The 5 members of the 5 Elder Stars, who were still sitting on their chairs, all stood up from their chairs the moment that figure appeared. The 5 knelt down neatly. The tall figure that suddenly appeared was covered in black robes and wore a large crown on his head. "Greetings, Lord Im." Imam's blood-red pupils looked around at several people and spoke faintly. "Bring him to me." After leaving those words, Im's figure disappeared. Although it only appeared briefly, a fine layer of sweat appeared on all of the 5 Elder Stars' heads. Making sure that Im had left, the 5 dared to raise their heads. Satan Saint wiped the sweat from his forehead. "What's going on? How could you have alerted Lord Im?" There was the same fine bead of sweat on Peter Saint's head, and he took a deep breath before he spoke. "Since Lord Im wants to see him, bring him here as soon as possible," Satan Saint said in a deep voice. "I'm leaving now for Propulsion City." With that he walked out of the conference room. Lord Im's orders must not be delayed for a single moment. The 5 Elder Stars knew the tactics of that person better than anyone else. Satan Saint left, leaving only 4 people in the conference room. Pit St. then spoke. "As for Warlord's resignation as Marshal, let him go, and the new Marshal, choose from among the 3 great generals." The remaining few nodded, none of them having any objections. Pushing into the city's prisons after so much time in captivity, Luke's entire being was on the verge of going crazy with boredom. There was nothing more to do each day than read that delivered newspaper over and over again. During this time Luke repeatedly yells at the jailer delivering the food that he's willing to recruit anything. "Not sure what I'm trying to recruit though." But the jailer who delivered the food simply ignored him, no matter what he said, no matter how flowery his words were. They all treated him like he was air. Kidding aside, the 6th floor of the Propulsion City holds all the most important guys. It's something that can never go wrong in any way. How could they possibly respond to a few words from a prisoner? Finally, just as Luke was about to go crazy, Magellan's figure appeared outside the brig. Looking at Magellan's figure, Luke could only feel the overwhelming closeness of his head with its horns open. Magellan, who was standing at the entrance of the prison, raised his head, and immediately a jailer opened the cell door with a key. Luke tried to get to his feet in a flurry of excitement, but a pain came from his collarbone as the chains tugged at it. "Follow me." With just 3 simple words, a jailer escorted Luke to follow Magellan. The group walked out of the darkened prison. Luke breathed in the fresh air outside greedily, finally getting out of that hellhole. At the same time there was a pang of curiosity in his heart. Where is this taking him? Is someone trying to interrogate himself? Who could it be? There is nothing wrong with the identity one has crossed over to. No matter who investigates, he or she is just a small army brat from a small army. And this body's father and grandfather were all army. Now he is absolutely innocent. No matter how to investigate, how to try, Luke is not afraid. Just a little curious as to who the person interrogating him or her would be, given the strength he or she had demonstrated. With curiosity, Luke was escorted all the way out to the bottom of the ocean. The Push City prisons are all built under the sea, especially the 6th level at the bottom, which almost never sees sunlight. Coming to the 1st level, the long-lost sunlight shone on Luke's face. With Magellan leading the way, Luke was escorted out of the City of Propulsion by his jailers. It was still the same gate that he had come in through that day, and a huge warship was parked outside, and a lanky figure in a suit was standing in front of the warship. Seeing that figure, Luke raised his eyebrows slightly. He recognized the figure in the suit as Satan Saint, one of the 5 Elder Stars. Could it be that the one who wants to interrogate himself is the 5 Elder Stars? Sartaniste. Eyes carefully surveyed Luke, who was being controlled by the seafaring stone shackles. The words of Pietro St. still echoed in his ears. Gradually, Luke's figure, and that figure that had fought him back in the Valley of the Gods, slowly reunited. Could it be that this kid and the one from the Valley of the Gods back then are really the same person? Satan Saint mused silently. Luke is escorted inside the warship to a cell much like the one he was escorted to in the first place. The surrounding area is still built of seafloor stone, but on a much more lavish scale than the warship that Smoggy was in charge of. It wasn't long after entering the cell that Luke became aware of the warship slowly sailing beneath him. Chapter 33, Meeting Him. The warship hadn't been sailing for long when Luke heard footsteps coming from outside the cell. Looking up, he saw the tall form of Satan Saint standing in the doorway of the cell. The two locked gazes, Satan Saint's gaze looking dead into Luke's eyes. It seemed as if he was trying to see something within his eyes. After a long time had passed, it seemed that the desired information was not forthcoming. Satan Saint withdrew his gaze and spoke. "Remember me?" Luke was at a loss. "What do you mean? You've seen him?" It couldn't be, he had traveled so far and was only a pawn until the top war. There will be no contact at all with people at the level of the 5 elders. So Luke shook his head in confusion. A trace of disappointment flashed across Satan Saint's face, and he secretly said in his heart, "Is it just a resemblance in stature and age?" After all, the blank look on Luke's face didn't look like a fake at all. After a pause, Satan Saint continued to speak. "Where did you get your rattling thunder fruit?" Luke shrugged, picked it up from a chest on an island. Satan Saint grunted, clearly not believing Luke's words. "This devil fruit, the original possessor was named Anilu. Did 2 identical devil fruits appear in this world?" Luke spread his hands, indicating that he had nothing to explain. Seeing Luke's oily look, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Satan Saint's mouth. In the next moment, a sharp pain suddenly came to Luke's head. It was as if his head was going to explode. The intense pain caused Luke to fall to the ground and let out a series of muffled grunts of agony. A long time passed before the sharp pain slowly disappeared, and Luke's body was already wet with sweat. There were many other tactics that Satan Saint would have wanted Luke to try if Lord M hadn't wanted to see him in person. The fallen Luke gasped for air and gritted his teeth as he looked at Satan Saint. According to the original storyline, Satan Saint would end up being personally obliterated by him out of the blue because of his unfavorable execution of his mission. Luke cursed viciously in his mind. Old thing, don't let me get out of this. When we get Roger and Slocum's light mass, we must let this old thing know what cruelty means. Only then did he speak under his breath. Really picked it up. Sartaniste. Grunted softly and scowled at Luke a few more times before turning to leave. In his mind, Luke would definitely not be the same person who had fought with him in the Valley of the Gods in the first place. After all, the one who had fought with him in the first place was very strong. Not at all this brat who can only talk tough. It was another long sea voyage, about 10 days, before the huge warship finally stopped. Luke was escorted out of the warship by Satan Saint himself. After getting off the warship, Luke was shocked to find that the remaining 4 of the 5 elders were all standing outside. 5 characters who were one man in this world looked at Luke as if they were looking at ants. With a slight wave of the hand of the pewter saint, all of the seafaring stone chains on Luke's body were unlocked. All 5 of them were present, and the seafaring stone bindings were like a joke. Pit St. Spoke, follow me. Encircled back and forth by the 5 elders, Luke walked towards a huge palace. It didn't take long to arrive inside the palace. The palace is extremely luxurious in style, with tall columns and rich domes that seem to speak of the beauty of power, and at the very top of the hall was a beautifully modeled throne. Around the throne, several weapons were stuck. Luke surveyed his surroundings and pondered in his mind. This, I believe, is the ancient city of Pan in the holy land of Manhwa. Above the great hall is the Void Throne, which represents the pinnacle of power in the pirate world. A footstep came. When the few people from the 5 elder stars heard the footsteps, they all knelt down. Luke, for his part, looked up at the top of the great hall. Only a tall figure whose entire body was shrouded in black robes appeared beside the Void Throne above the great hall. On the figure's head was a tall crown. Greetings, Lord M. The 5 elder stars said together. You guys get out first. Yes. The 5 elder stars exited the great hall. At that moment, only 2 people, M and Luke, were left in the empty hall. Luke stole another glance up at him. Is this the biggest boss in the pirate world? Those crimson eyes brought Luke an inexplicable pressure. M, above, sized up Luke delicately. It was a long time before M's androgynous voice slowly sounded. Why have you become so weak? Luke, huh? M went on. And why have you become so timid? Luke again, huh? M added. You weren't like this back then. 3 words in a row left Luke in a daze. It's odd how the higher-ups in the world government talk, whether it's Satan Saint, who just met himself, or now him. Why do they all seem to look like they've seen themselves before? But it had only been a few months since he had crossed over, full stop. Before that, he was nothing more than an army brat. There's no way there's any possibility of having met him and the 5 elders of Satan Saint. The tall figure of him walked step by step down from beside the throne of the void, until he stood in front of Luke. Luke caught a whiff of what seemed like gardenias mixed with cinnamon. Sniffing, Luke said darkly, could him really be a woman? Imam towered over Luke, her red eyes looking down at him. After a long time, the tone seemed a bit puzzled. You're not him? But after a pause, he added. No, you're him, there's no mistaking it. Luke had no idea what he was talking about. Just then, Im suddenly raised his right hand. Slim, slender fingers, pointing towards Luke's brow. The plain and ordinary finger brought Luke a powerful sense of crisis that he had never felt before. It was as if one's own little life would be lost under this finger point. In an instant, the overlord color hegemonic aura surged out crazily. The ability of the rattling thunder fruit is also unreserved. Luke's form was about to be wrapped in lightning, but Im's finger still gently tapped down, and the originally furious lightning on Luke's body instantly disappeared. Even the surging overlord color hegemonic aura seemed as if it had been sealed, and could not be used in the slightest. Im's finger rested against Luke's brow. It's too weak. Was there some kind of accident? The knot in Luke's throat surged hard. He couldn't muster a single thought of resistance in the face of him. The hegemonic color hegemonic aura and fruit abilities were all ineffective, and the power of more than a million was as if it was an ant in front of him. A feeling of powerlessness and insignificance of an ant seeing the sky came to my mind. Im slowly withdrew her fingers, murmuring in a puzzled tone. Was there an accident? With that Im stomped back up the stairs one section at a time to the side of the void throne. Luke, below, was already sweating profusely without realizing it. Im sat on top of the throne of the void, holding his forehead with one hand. You go. At that, Luke tried to move his legs to leave the great hall, but the legs seemed to have lost their senses. The shock that Im brought to him was too terrifying. Chapter 34 Appointment of the Grand Admiral. The pressure that him brought to Luke was like a mountain over his heart. It was at this point that Luke realized that even if he had gotten Whitebeard's light group, even with the system bonus of top-tier dominance, this includes the rattling thunderfruit, which is developed to the extreme and is incredibly powerful. All of this still seemed too small in front of this world's top-notch combatants. At this point, Luke is more and more eager to utilize the fruit of the hour to go back in time. He needs to get stronger. In the end, it was Pit who brought Luke out of the Great Hall. A few of the remaining 5 elders saw Luke's disoriented appearance and a snicker flashed deep in their eyes. As expected, even how much of a great character would be like that when seeing I'm Sama. Newspaper article about Thor, who caused a scene at Marineford. To them, it's a joke. There would be no one in this world who would be a threat to I'm Sama. Inside an opulent conference room, Luke stood in front of the 5 elders. Pietro St. looked at him and spoke slowly. There are 2 choices before you now. Either submit or be obliterated. That's what Lord M meant. Luke took a deep breath. Now that he was there, he simply didn't have a choice. Until he obtained Roger and Rox's light group, he was not qualified to fight against the top power in this world. Pit St. went on to say, on this great sea, there is no doubt that the world government is the most powerful being. Choosing to serve Lord M is a wise choice. Luke slowly lowered his head, though he didn't say a word. At the same time, he said inwardly and silently, the most crucial thing now is to gain freedom so that you can have the chance to utilize the fruit of the hour to go back to the past. Seeing Luke's appearance, the 5 elder stars had nodded in satisfaction. Pit St. continued to speak. On the Navy side, Warlord has chosen to resign as Marshal. The vacant Marshal position will be chosen from among the 3 great generals. When that time comes, there will be a vacancy in the position of Grand Admiral, so you will fill the vacant position of Grand Admiral. Before the war at the top, Luke was just a petty officer in the Navy. Now it's possible to take a step up to the position of Admiral. It could be said to be a flight of fancy. It was a gift given by choosing to serve Lord M. It's night. A warship sails over the sea. In the bow position of the warship, 2 figures stood. Luke, at this point, had completely shed his status as a prisoner. His body was clad in the uniform of a Navy admiral, and his cloak, which read Justice, winced in the night wind. And Warlord, standing right next to Luke. Both men were carrying a document from the world government. One letter is about Luke's appointment as Grand Admiral, and one about Warlord's resignation as Marshal. Until a new Marshal comes along, of course. The warring nations remain as Marshals. The 2 men looked at the endless sea for a long time in silence. It was only then that Warlord opened his mouth. Kid, you must be so proud of yourself right now. Luke shrugged. What's there to be proud of? Warlord, from a private, he jumped to become an admiral representing the Navy's highest combat power. Isn't that something to be proud of? Luke pulled a cigarette he'd passed along from a school officer from his pocket, lit it and took a long drag. It's nothing to be proud of. Warlord narrowed his eyes. Before that, Lt. Gen. Garp had gone ahead and investigated your background. Your father and grandfather, both were a regular army man, and you joined the army when you were 16. 3 years of service in the army, and only a short time ago you chose to join the Navy, after which you fought in the Battle of Marineford. The words of the warring nations seemed to be a warning. Warn Luke not to attempt to hide anything from his presence. He could feel out Luke whenever he wanted. Luke looked back at Warlock. What's the problem? Warlord, of course, from what Garp's investigations have told me, you grew up in your hometown and never left there. How in the world did you get your rattling thunder fruit and all that dominance? Luke took a deep drag on his cigarette, not bothering to open his mouth to explain anything to Warlock. Now himself, though he was an admiral in the Navy. But one works directly for him. That's a background that could run roughshod over the Navy. Seeing that Luke had no intention of opening his mouth to explain, Warlord looked off into the distance for a moment before speaking. The Navy, which stands for absolute justice in this world. Whatever purpose you were in, and what you talked to Lord M. But if you dare to do anything against justice, Warlord said word for word, I will never spare you. Luke mentally spat out, old centerfold. Then he went back to his cabin without a word. Warlord watched his departing back and narrowed his eyes slightly. Luke made him really unreadable. Garp's research can't be wrong. A grandpa and dad are both in the army. Definitely counts as a clean family. But the warring nations don't believe in the bull **** about the son following his father's wishes. Garp's son and grandson illustrate this well. A naval hero who raises the son who becomes the leader of an organization that rebels against the world government, and a grandson who becomes a pirate. So what exactly was Luke's purpose in joining the Navy? Warlord couldn't guess, which kept him on his toes with Luke. Though Luke has never done anything to contradict the Navy so far. But Warlord always felt uneasy. He had a hunch that if someday there was a big problem within the Navy, that's definitely because of Luke. The news of Luke's tenure as Admiral was nowhere near as powerful as the news of Warlord's resignation as Marshal. Inside the conference room, almost all of the admirals from the Navy headquarters were present. Luke rested his legs on the conference room table and crossed his legs. Despite being an admiral, he had just joined the Navy headquarters himself. Not familiar with everyone in the Navy headquarters yet, so now they're the ones discussing them. He himself was just relaxing with a cup of tea and a cigarette. At this moment, everyone in the conference room looked at Warlord in shock. Senator Crane's demeanor was considered the most composed of all. She looked at Warlord. So, Marihoa's side has agreed? The look on Warlord's face was one of disinterest. Of course, the papers concerning my resignation as Marshal, and the boy's appointment as Grand Admiral are all here. The group's eyes briefly skimmed over Luke, who was smoking a cigarette with a matter-of-fact look on his face. Garp suddenly laughed out loud. Actually, it's good. It'll save a lot of heartache if you don't become a marshal. Warlord also laughed. Marihoa means that the new marshal will be chosen from among the generals. In an instant, all eyes looked at the four great generals, including Luke. Luke raised his own hands in a huff. I've just assumed the post of Grand Admiral, and I'm not much interested in marshal. At those words, everyone locked their eyes on Green Pheasant, Yellow Sorrow and Akainu. Yellow Sorrow also raised his hand in a hurry at that moment. I'm not really interested in being a marshal either. It would be exhausting to be a marshal. Chapter 35, The Marshalship. At this, all eyes went to Green Pheasant and Akainu. For generals, two of whom have chosen to abstain. Then the marshalship would have to be decided between the duo of Green Pheasant and Akainu. Pheasant stared ahead, little expression on his face. Silence, however, had spoken volumes about his attitude. Akainu, on the other hand, craned her head to look at him, then spoke in a deep voice. Since it's what Marihoa wants, let's do it. Luke pressed the cigarette out of his hand into the ashtray. Being a traveler, he certainly knew that. The duel, a deathmatch between Green Pheasant and Akainu, saw the two fighting with all their might, causing the landscape of the island to shift. The end result is that Akainu is victorious, while Green Pheasant not only loses, but is left with a leg to pay for it. Akainu clasped both arms to her chest, her eyes not looking at Green Pheasant. Then I'll see you in 3 days on Punch Hazard. Pheasant gave a soft The two then walked out of the conference room. Garp sighed helplessly as he watched the backs of the two departing. It's not going to be a fight to the death over a crappy marshalship, is it? Peach Hair exclaimed as he glanced at Garp. It's not the position of a broken marshal, that represents the highest honor of the Navy. Garp scratched his head and laughed. The marshalship was sort of finalized for the time being, though there were still people looking at Warlord lustfully. But things are clearly settled. Next, there's the matter of Luke's new admiral. There have always been 3 admirals in the Navy. Now it's inevitable that one of Green Pheasant and Akainu will be promoted to marshal, so Luke's addition to the team fills that void. All eyes surveyed Luke. He would have been the youngest of all those present. But no one who fought in the Marineford War would underestimate him. The appearance of that day as if a true god had descended to earth was still fresh in my mind. Marineford is in ruins and has a small part of Luke's credit. Senator Crane's pale face was ancient as she looked at Luke. Speaking of which, we haven't gotten to know anything about this newly appointed Grand Admiral yet. Luke had the good sense to gather his legs and get up from his chair. Tugging at the cloak behind him, he spoke with a slight yawn. My name is Luke, I'm 19 years old, and I was formerly a Navy branch private. T. Dolphin looked at Luke's slightly boyish face as a replacement for the Grand Admiral, but he had been preceded to the Grand Admiral's position by an airborne brat. It would be an absolute lie to say that there were no disconcerting thoughts, especially knowing that the brat was only 19 years old and had only been a private in a branch before. Even though how strong his battle prowess is, it's too haphazard to be promoted directly from a second-class soldier to a great general. T. Dolphin muttered silently. On the other hand, Peach Hair, who was also a reserve general, had a pair of beautiful eyes that were constantly sizing up Luke at that moment. She had previously learned from Cap's lips that Luke's origins were as an army man. And both my father and grandfather were from the army. A 19-year-old brat with such strong battle power, it's really intriguing. Peach Rabbit said in his mind. Luke introduced himself and sat down. The crowd had nothing to ask. After all, the horror of Luke's strength was evident to everyone on the battlefield of Marineford. With that kind of strength, there was no excuse for taking the position of Admiral, despite his young age. Luke sat back in his chair quietly, eager to do what he wanted to do now, which was to get busy with these trivial matters. Grab the time to use the fruit of the hour to travel to the day of Roger's execution. But just then, Warlord suddenly spoke up. In 3 days, you're going to Punkacid Island as well, and I want you to stop them both before they make a scene. Luke pointed to himself. Me? Warlord nodded. Luke's mind wasn't even here right now, and he was subconsciously about to refuse the mission arranged by the Warlord. Marshal, I've just taken office and I have a lot of things to do. Not too familiar with all aspects of the Navy, why don't you let Yellow Ape go? Before Luke could finish his words, Warlord spoke up with a sullen face. I've resigned, but I haven't officially stepped down as Marshal, I'm ordering you now. Didn't anyone teach you when you were in the army before, or in the branch, that the nature of a soldier is to obey? Luke was about to speak up when Peach Rabbit, who was on the sidelines, took the lead. Marshal, Grand Admiral Luke has just taken up his post. It would be more appropriate for young Cap to go to something like this, wouldn't it? Warlord looked at her and grunted. Are you helping him disobey a military order? Seeing that Warlord seemed to be genuinely angered, Mama Hair only muttered a few words even though his face was disgruntled. Luke looked to Peach Hair, who had helped him out, honestly, when he first read the original. Don't remember much about this character who came along late in the game. All that's known is that she's an Admiral's replacement in the Navy, and she seems to be pretty strong too. Now that he had seen her in person, Luke had to sigh a little. These legs are literally longer than my life. Letting out a long sigh, Luke knew in his heart that this was the Warlord's way of trying to give him a piece of his mind. But no harm done, now that it's free. There's no hurry about using the fruit of the hour to cross over. The duel between Akainu and Green Pheasant is considered a famous scene among pirates. It wouldn't hurt to check it out. So Luke spoke up. Okay then, I'll be there. Warlord thought for a moment, and seemed to think that Luke wasn't very comfortable if he went alone. God knows if he'll sneak something bad behind his back. So the warring nations again a finger to the Crane Senator. Lieutenant General Crane, you go with him. Crane had a kind smile on her face. She had little animosity toward Luke. It should be noted that most people in the entire Navy headquarters have little animosity towards Luke, except for the Warlord. Dolphin, despite some resentment, Marihoa's posting papers are down, and there's really no doubt about Luke's strength. So at best it's a few complaints. Lieutenant General Crane spoke slowly. I'm getting old, you've resigned, and I'm afraid I'm about to, so I'll stay out of this kind of thing as an old man. Let the Peach Bunny go. After a brief moment of thought, Warlord nodded. Then it's just you two, go in 3 days. Luke shrugged in agreement. Once everything was organized, the meeting was closed. Marineford was destroyed and now the naval headquarters needs to be resited. The entire Navy headquarters, with the exception of Luke, the newly appointed Admiral, are all busy. Luke was happy to be free. Have been recuperating at ease. After all, there had been several previous battles, both in Marineford and at the gates of the City of Advancement. His own body was left wounded. Not to mention the fact that he had been imprisoned in the City of Propulsion for so long behind him, with a wound in his collarbone where a seacock had passed through. Unconsciously 3 days passed. Early in the morning, Luke took the warship that Peach Bunny had arranged and headed toward Punch Hazard Island. By the time he reached his destination, Luke could see it from a distance. Akainu and Green Pheasant were already standing on the island. The sky was windy, the sea breeze blew through, and the cloak behind the two men on the island rattled. Peach Hair and Luke stood on the bow of the warship, watching the duo on the island. The two great generals were fighting, and it was obviously a bit difficult for Mama Hair, a reserve general, to try and stop the duo as they fought for their lives. At that point, it was all about Luke. Peach Hair looked at Luke beside him, thinking darkly. I'm afraid my own mission for this visit is to spy on him. Chapter 36 Akainu vs. Akiji. The Akainu duo didn't have much to say about the arrival of the warships on the sea. Luke knew the battle wouldn't be over soon, so he simply had his subordinates set up a square table and iron skillet on the bow of the ship. Fresh meat ingredients are served. Luke sat on the bow of the boat and actually ate fondue. Across the room, Peach Hair looked over at the relaxed Luke. After all, the other man had just taken office a short time ago, and Peach Hair wasn't sure exactly what the young, new Grand Admiral's personality was. Seeing the way he looked at that moment, his mind had already equated him with Garp. Seems to be a slacker too. Peach Hair thought silently. Rumble. A loud clanging noise came from the island and Luke, who had just taken a bite of fish, looked up. Only half of the island was seen to be engulfed in crimson magma. And almost simultaneously, Green Pheasant, across from Akainu, opened his hands. Countless blue ice crystals wrapped the other half of the island. Before they could strike, the extreme cold and blazing heat collided. Let there be a muffled sound faintly heard in the air. This vast array of battle caused Peach Rabbit's pretty face to show a shocked expression. As a reserve Grand Admiral, she is not as strong as the Grand Admiral. Such a scene would naturally shock her. Luke just glanced up and looked down to continue eating his fondue. After swallowing a mouthful of meat, he spoke to Mama Hair, who was standing at the bow of the ship looking out over the battlefield. Dare to keep an eye on them at all times. This battle won't end easily. Peach Bunny asked, looking back at Luke with a frown. Are you saying that this battle won't be decided anytime soon? Luke nodded. Of course, it could take days to finish. Peach Bunny bit her lip. Luke's strength she recognized. Since he said so, it shouldn't be wrong. So Peach Bunny sat down across from Luke and crossed her legs naturally. Despite sitting down, Peach Bunny looked up in the direction of the island from time to time. Green Pheasant and Akainu have begun to exchange blows. The collision of magma and ice was destructive. The warship underneath the duo was shuddering from the waves. Luke still had his head buried in his fondue, glancing up at Peach Bunny from time to time. The legs are really long and the neckline is really low. After a long time, Luke was sort of full. After wiping his mouth he lit a cigarette and looked up at the battlefield. The battle between the two Akumas has reached a fever pitch. Every strike the two made was at full strength. Luke sighed silently. It seems both men have a great obsession with the marshalship. After watching the two trade blows for a while, Luke just didn't see the point. It's kind of a famous scene in Pirates, but two people of equal strength fighting each other. Aside from the splendid collision of skills, it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand for a while. Besides, Luke, who had read the original, knew that the winner would come on the 10th day. So, for the most part, Luke's attention was on Peach Hair compared to the battle on the island. I don't know if it's that old thief Onoda's special hobby, but the whole pirate world, with the exception of a few individual Lolitas, there isn't a single flat-chested character at all. After a little while longer, Luke decided it was just a bit tedious. So then he stood up and stretched. I'm going to go in and rest for a while, just call out to me if anything changes. Peach Rabbit, still nervously following the situation on the battlefield, simply nodded at Luke's words. Luke turned and went inside the warship. The aftermath of the battle caused the warship to shudder uncontrollably, and Luke, who was lying down, had no way to sleep soundly. In the end, there was no choice but to order his subordinates to move the warship backward. Despite Peach Hair's expressed displeasure at this, but Luke swore that he would absolutely step in and stop the two men before they put up a fight. So Peach Hair had to stop. After being far away from the battlefield, Luke was finally able to sleep soundly. Luke, lying down again, was just about to close his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical synthesized tone sounded in his head. A new mission has been released, please host to set up your own pirate group, and after completing the mission, you can obtain rewards. Listening to the voice that suddenly appeared in his head, Luke almost jumped right out of bed. This system is psychotic, isn't it? His own first mission, to join the Navy, and his second, to hit the ground running in the topsy-turvy war. The first two missions seem to be making Luke choose to side with the Navy. But now the third mission is directly asking Luke to start his own pirate group. There's no mistaking it. He's just become an admiral in the Navy himself. There were only two choices that him had given himself in the first place, either serve or be obliterated. Himself if he defected from the Navy and became a pirate. Im will definitely find himself in trouble. Right now, he didn't have what it took to fight against him. Frowning in thought for a long moment, Luke let out a long breath. Anyway, the system didn't require when to complete the task, so one could take their time to plan everything, or wait until we get Roger's light cluster and then think long and hard. So for the next few days, Luke put the mission aside for now. Every day is nothing but sleeping and eating hot pot. Otherwise, he was sitting on the bow of the boat with Peach Hair, watching the battle in the distance. The explosions on the island never stopped roaring. Finally, on the 10th day, Luke gives the order to bring the warship closer to the island. Mama Hare had been following the battle between Akainu and Green Pheasant for the past few days. At this moment, seeing Luke finally approaching the island, he immediately asked, "Is the battle going to end?" Luke leaned on the railing and squinted at the island, nodding slightly. Mama Hare followed his gaze in the same way, and in her field of vision, nothing seemed to have changed in the battle between the two Akainu. There were still countless magma and ice clashing, and loud noises were constantly coming from them. As the warship continued to approach, Luke held his hands on the railing and pondered inwardly. Might as well save Green Pheasant's leg, that way he'll owe him a favor. It might come in handy in the future. In the original, Green Pheasant chose to leave the Navy after this defeat, eventually joining Blackbeard's pirate crew. Since the system was now giving himself the task of starting a pirate group of his own, that Green Pheasant, definitely a good crew choice. With this in mind, Luke silently paid attention to the situation on the battlefield. After 10 consecutive days and nights of endless fighting, both Akainu and Green Pheasant were clearly exhausted. The landscape of the island had completely changed because of the battle between the two. Half of it was azure, bitterly cold ice, and half was dark red, blazing magma. It was until noontime. On the battlefield, there was finally a change. In view, Akainu's entire body transformed into a lava giant, her right fist raised high. At the same time an angry roar came. Now, decide the winner. Along with the roar, the sea on the Akainu side of the island showed signs of boiling. Stygian dog. Akainu let out a roar as her magma fist slammed hard towards Green Pheasant. As for Green Pheasant, the last of his vitality erupted violently within his tired eyes. Ice wrapped around his left leg. Magma and ice, going for a final collision. It's now, Luke said in his mind. Spinning around, one raised his right hand and a bolt of lightning sliced through the air, running towards the two men on the battlefield. Rumble. The huge collision caused the entire island to tremble violently. It was as if they were going to dismember and sink to the bottom of the ocean the next second. Peach Bunny, standing next to Luke, covered her mouth nervously. After the loud noise, the heavens and earth were quiet. On the island, the figures of Green Pheasant and Akainu stood opposite each other. A sea breeze blew through. Snap. Green Pheasant's body went limp and his entire body slumped to the ground. Peach Bunny called out. Split the difference. Panting, Akainu looked back in the direction of the warship. Eyes locked with Luke's. Of course he sensed that Luke had just struck out. Otherwise, with his own punch, Green Pheasant would definitely be more than just unconscious. Luke shrugged slightly. I was ordered by Martial Warlord not to let either of you two appear to be in fear of your lives. Akainu grunted softly and didn't say anything, taking a step towards the warship. He won. The Marshal's seat, it's his. Chapter 37, Settling the Dust. Akainu's movements to board the warship looked labored. Once he finally climbed up, he lay down on the deck breathing heavily. Luke looked at the unconscious green pheasant on the island and thought for a moment before speaking to his subordinates behind him. "Bring me some food and water." The subordinates led the way, and soon brought large quantities of food and water. Luke shouldered the huge package with food and water and jumped to the island in one leap. Taking a few steps to the green pheasant, Luke placed food and water beside him. Green pheasant's chest rose and fell weakly. Luke didn't care if he could hear him speaking softly to himself in general. "We'll meet again someday." With those words, Luke prepared to walk toward the warship. He had just taken a few steps out when suddenly the hoarse, faint voice of green pheasant came from behind him. "Thanks." Luke's form lurched slightly, and he gave a slight wave with his back to green pheasant. Turning, he headed toward the warship. He knew that he had achieved his goal, whether it was out to save his leg or the food and water left behind. This would mean a lot for starting your own pirate group in the future. Boarding the warship, Luke was in a good mood and shouted orders. "Departure. Return." On the side, Peach Hair was busy. "But Admiral Green Pheasant is still there." Luke grinned and gave her a smirk. "Everyone has their own choices, so let's not interfere." Peach Hair looked puzzled, wondering what Luke meant. With some concern, he glanced at Green Pheasant, who was lying on the island. The warship slowly started up and left the island of Punkacid. The site of the former naval branch G1 became the site chosen for the new naval headquarters. This is on the backside of Marineford, the entrance to the new world. In a few days, the new naval headquarters was basically in place. Today is one of the more solemn days. Many admirals and officers of the naval branch were present. The huge plaza was filled with Navy men in cloaks of justice. The meeting had not yet officially begun. A group of Navy men standing in the square are talking. Although it has not yet been officially announced, some gossip has long been known. After the Battle of Marineford, the Navy suffered heavy losses at the grassroots level, and now there are changes coming at the top. The thing that surprised everyone the most, naturally, was the fact that Warlord had voluntarily resigned from his position as Marshal, and the two great generals, Akainu and Green Pheasant, fought for 10 consecutive days on Punkacid Island for the position of Marshal. Word has also gotten around. Just as everyone was talking, high above the square, a tall figure slowly walked out. It's exactly the Warring States. At this time he was still wearing his marshal's uniform. With the appearance of Warlord, the noisy square suddenly quieted down. Warlord stood on a raised platform with the phone bug in front of him. After looking around below, Warlord took a deep breath and spoke slowly into the phone bug. "I have asked you all to come here today because there are a few things that need to be announced concerning the future of the entire Navy." Everyone stared and held their breath, listening intently. Warlord paused before continuing to speak word for word. "As of today, I am resigning as Marshal." As soon as these words were uttered, they caused quite a commotion in the square. After all, it was all gossip before, and now it's getting an official announcement. Most of them had a look of shock on their faces. It took a while before Warlord blurted out into the phone bug. "Quiet." The scene quieted down then. Warlord continued. "Let me make the second announcement. As of today, the position of Marshal of the Navy headquarters will be held by one of the original 3 admirals of the Navy, Admiral Akainu." At these words, there was silence, and the figure of Akainu had appeared on top of the high platform. After a few days of recuperation, his body has recovered. Standing on top of the high platform at this moment, a powerful majesty naturally radiated out. Akainu assuming the position of Marshal was shocking though, but no one had any complaints. After all, Akainu's usual style of doing things always carried a flavor of ruthlessness. Carrying out absolute justice with thunder and lightning, that's Akainu's style. And with Akainu's seniority in the Navy, serving as an admiral would be perfectly adequate. Warlord coughed lightly and then spoke. "Next, I announced the third thing." Everyone looked sideways, waiting for what was to come. Warlord continued. "Luke, formerly Private Second Class in the Naval Branch, is hereby appointed Grand Admiral of Naval Headquarters." When these words came out, the scene was first dead silent. A few seconds later, it was like a drop of water sliding down a frying pan, causing a furor in the square. "A private serving directly as a Major General? Did I hear you wrong? How many people can't finish the road in a lifetime, and he did it in one step? Speaking of which, who the hell is this Luke? Why haven't I heard of him? Yes, it should be a very powerful character to serve as a great general. Why has no one ever heard of him?" While everyone was wondering and talking, Luke, wearing the cloak of a great general, appeared on the high platform with his hands in his pockets. As his figure appeared, it was as if the originally noisy square was suddenly strangled. Many people stared at Luke's figure on the high platform with wide eyes. Countless people opened their mouths wide as if they had seen a ghost. "It's him! It's the one from the battlefield of Marineford! I can't believe it's him!" A few shrieks came from the crowd. Many of those who fought in the Battle of Marineford that day are standing in the square today. They looked at Luke's figure, and the scenes of the horrors of Marineford seemed to resurface before their eyes. The shock brought to them by that heaven-destroying thunder and lightning figure was as if it had reappeared. No one will ever forget that day. A solo battle against the 4 Emperor Redhead and Blackbeard Tiki, one of the 7 Musketeers. It ended up being more of a scene where it took almost all of the Navy's top combatants to subdue him. More than that, it made countless people swallow hard just thinking about it. This horrible guy has become an admiral of the navy? Didn't they say he was imprisoned on the 6th level of the City of Propulsion? Someone asked in a trembling voice. No one answered his question. No one knows why this horrible guy suddenly transformed into an admiral of the navy. But soon there was a sense of celebration. Wouldn't it be the best outcome for a guy like that to become an admiral in the navy? If he became the antithesis of the navy, then he would undoubtedly be in existence no less than the 4 emperors. Such a terrifying opponent would only cause everyone to feel despair. After the 3 important announcements, the meeting continued as scheduled. But most of the people's eyes would steal a glance at Luke's figure. Those people's gazes were tinged with a few moments of anticipation and a few moments of fear. It went on for 2 hours and the meeting was finally over. Luke, sitting on the raised platform, had gotten impatient a long time ago. The ashtray in front of him was full of cigarette butts. The meeting finally ended and Luke immediately got up and was about to leave. He had important things to do. Now all the trivial things should be over. According to the original storyline, 2 years after the end of the Top War. It's almost like a time period where nothing much happens. Himself, it was time to utilize the fruit of the hour to meet Roger as soon as possible. Chapter 38 Crossing the Sea Circle Calendar 1498. Having just taken office, Akainu has a lot to deal with. In front of the desk, there were many papers and documents. And Warlord, who had resigned his position as Marshal, was standing by with a gloating look on his face. A few reminders will be voiced for things Akainu doesn't know. Akainu was distracted by the pile of paperwork. Just then, suddenly there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Placing the cigar in his mouth in the ashtray, the door to the office. A school officer walked in. Akainu frowned. What is it? The colonel was obviously a little nervous about facing the newly appointed Akainu. Twisting his head, he glanced at the former Marshal of the Navy, Sengoku. The school official placed a piece of paper in his hand on Akainu's desk. Marshal, Grand Admiral Luke just asked me to give you this letter. He said he might disappear for a while. Akainu frowned and picked up the paper from the table. It turned out to be a leave of absence note. It's the kind of thing that rarely comes up in the Navy. What's up with this brat? It's a busy time of year, and he's going to disappear for a while. The school official scowled and didn't say anything. He too had just suddenly been yanked by Luke outside. Then he was asked to deliver this letter to Akainu. Before Akainu could then speak, the warlord on the side suddenly looked at the school official with a serious face and asked. He didn't say where he was going? The school official revealed a thoughtful look and spoke. Grand Admiral Luke only said he had something important to do, not where he was going. Warlord frowned. Akainu waved a hand. I know, go about your business. When the school official left, Warlord's brows were still twisted together tightly. Akainu asked, twisting her head as she sensed something strange. What's wrong? Warlord shook his head slightly. I always felt that what that brat was going to do wasn't going to be good. Akainu, you mean Luke? Warlord nodded. You should have someone look into it. What the hell he did to get there? Akainu didn't quite understand why the warlord seemed to be so wary and skeptical about Luke's attitude all the time. In his opinion, Luke had such a perverted strength at his age. It's natural to have some secrets on your body. But who can live without a little secret in their body? Wouldn't it be a bit of a fuss? After all, everyone's pretty busy right now. Sengoku wanted to say something else, but suddenly realized that he was no longer the Grand Marshal of the Navy now. So there was a soft grunt. Of course, you're the supreme leader of the Navy now, and you need to make the call on everything. I'm just proposing, by the way, to remind you that that kid is definitely not a peaceful guy. Akainu let out a long breath, and after a moment, she picked up the phone bug on her desk. Guillaume, you come to my office. On the ocean, a small boat without any flag floated. Luke is sitting in the cabin. System. Calling out softly in his head, the system responded with only a ding. Luke gulped. I want to replace the devil fruit. Ding, it has been detected that the host currently possesses only one devil fruit, the Toki fruit. Do you replace the rattling thunder fruit with the Toki fruit? The degree of development may be retained. Luke took a deep breath. Okay. Ding, the rattling thunder fruit has been replaced by the fruit of the hour, and it will take 10 days before the fruit can be replaced again. Hearing the system's voice, Luke's eyebrows jumped. Tentatively, he asked, 10 days before I can do the fruit replacement again? Are you saying that in 10 days I will be able to change the rattling thunder fruit back again? Ding, of course you can, as long as the host possesses a devil fruit, it can be replaced every 10 days, and the level of development is always retained. Luke was stunned, then delighted. It's not the same as being able to have countless devil fruits yourself. You can replace it every 10 days anyway, and the level of development will remain. Originally, he had made plans to give up the rattling thunder fruit in order to use the Toki fruit to go back in time. But now it seems that he just needs to wait for the end of the crossing to replace the rattling thunder fruit back. Luke was secretly happy inside. After all, the rattling thunder fruit was a fruit that was extremely powerful in both group destructive power and single killing power. With the fruit replacement, Luke's feeling of being able to manipulate lightning with impunity slowly faded. The system's voice came from inside his head. Ding, top level of Fruit of the Hour development, with 3 chances to travel through the past. However, after traveling through the past, you must not influence the direction of history, or you will be erased by the rules for causing time disruption. For the sake of the host, the system reminds that after crossing over, try to hide your identity as much as possible to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Listening to the system's reminder, Luke sucked in his breath. Can't influence the course of history, that means what has already happened cannot be interfered with to change it, or be obliterated by the rules. But it's true when you think about it. After all, if you can travel back in time to change history with reckless abandon, the entire timeline would be messed up a bit, and one small act on your part would cause a huge butterfly effect. For example, one could just travel to the very early past and just get I'm dead while he was still young. That way his current self would not be threatened by him. Shaking his head, Luke thought no more about it. Anyway, one's purpose of going back was only to get the light clusters of those already dead powerhouses, nor does it need to change the course of history. Taking a deep breath, Luke held out his hands. With a flick towards the front, the space around them twisted. A dark hole appeared in front of Luke. This is the ability of the Fruit of the Hour. Looking at the time portal in front of him that looked like a black hole, Luke chanted. Roger was executed in the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, the exact day is unknown. Then travel to the first day of that year. Chanting, Luke lifted his foot into the time portal. A sensation of heavenly spinning instantly wrapped around him. After a long time had passed, Luke opened his eyes again. Found himself on top of an island. Did that work? Luke chanted, glancing around toward the island. The island wasn't too big, with dense jungle growing around it, and a few large trees growing in the center of the island. The locations that appear after the Tokiwa travels through time seem to be randomized. One doesn't know exactly what day Roger was executed, so one has to get to Logtown as soon as possible now. In case you missed Roger's execution, it would be a wasted crossing. Surrounded by seawater, Luke didn't really know where he was. As a fruit ability person, touching seawater was a big no-no. Even if he could touch saltwater, Luke couldn't find his way by swimming. So the first order of business is to find a way to build a boat and get off this island. Scanning his eyes, Luke quickly locked onto the towering trees in the center of the island. Despite the loss of the rattling thunderfruit, the good news is that Luke still has over $1 million of power in his possession. A few kicks broke the sky-high tree. Luke begins to build a small boat. A sturdy boat is a must if you want to sail the seas. In case something goes wrong with the ship during the voyage, being a fruit ability, there's nothing left but death. Unfortunately, Luke has little experience in shipbuilding. After a few days of delay and a few failures, something that could barely be called a ship appeared in front of him. There was no way around it. Luke just couldn't waste any more time. He needed to get to Logtown as soon as possible, and must not miss Roger's execution. So Luke got on this humble boat with a few coconuts he had picked up on the island. There were a couple other small hunts that came along for the ride. The sea of the pirate world is just too big. After drifting at sea for days on end, not only did he not see a single piece of land, not even one other ship in sight, Luke was inwardly incredibly anxious to miss Roger's execution. Finally, just as he was on the verge of despair, a piece of land finally appeared in front of him. Looking at the land in the distance, Luke burst into tears of excitement. Controlling the small boat, he quickly approached towards there. Upon ascending to land, Luke realizes that this is not too big of a town. Anyway, finally on land. The first thing Luke did was buy a newspaper. A quick glance through the paper showed no mention of Roger's arrest. Just in case, Luke still asked to the owner of the newspaper seller, "Haven't there been any news about the Navy or the pirates lately?" The owner, who was sipping tea, looked lazily at Luke. "Isn't it the pirates and the Navy that are reported in the newspapers every day?" Luke asked tentatively. "Roger, the King of Thieves, has not been arrested, has he?" The boss put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the young man in front of him like a psychopath. "What nonsense are you talking about? If the King of Pirates Roger is arrested, then the headlines of the newspaper will surely carry this explosive news continuously." At that Luke was always relieved. It seems he didn't miss much. Roger hasn't been arrested yet, so head to Logtown yourself. There's still plenty of time. Chapter 39, Meeting Roger. At this point Luke was covered in a black hoodie. The system had warned that as a traveler, if he changed any history, then it will be obliterated by the rules. Just in case, Luke simply hid his. He was traveling on a fishing boat that would be passing through a city that was relatively close to Rogue Town. The ship had been on the ocean for several days. In the pirate world, the sea is definitely an extremely dangerous place. It was only a fishing boat, but it was equipped with several so-called escorts. The men had weapons in their hands, and all they had to do on a daily basis was stand on plywood and constantly patrol. But whenever a pirate ship or a suspicious vessel is spotted in the distance, the captain is immediately alerted to avoid it. Ordinary people, trying to make a living in this crisis-ridden world is indeed difficult. The captain has said the most words in the last few days, just complaining about the damn pirates. After a few more days, the fishing boat finally docked. This is the last resupply of supplies for the fishing boats, and next, they head to their destination to start fishing. Luke disembarked from the ship, which was only 2 days away from Rogue Town. Found a random place to eat. Half a day's poking around the towns, but for the rest of the journey, it was impossible to find a ship that was on the way. So Luke had to hire a small boat at his own expense, which wasn't too far anyway with only 2 days left to travel. 2 days later, the town of Logan finally appeared before Luke. This is where Roger was born and where Roger died. The man who spent his life sailing the seas ultimately chose to be executed in the place where he was born. It's kind of like going back to your roots. Finding a random hotel in the town, Luke stayed for the time being. Next, just be quiet and wait. As the days went by, Luke spent his days wandering around the town. Though every effort had been made not to draw attention to it. Still, a number of people knew that there was an extra youth wandering around the town. Unconsciously a few months passed. It was noon again, and Luke made his usual visit to the tavern where he often dined. Ordered a rum punch with a side of seafood fried rice. Sitting quietly at the bar, he waited. Just then, suddenly a tall figure wearing a hat sat down beside him. A glass of rum and a seafood fried rice. The tall figure said to the waitress inside the bar. As the tall figure sat down, Luke wrinkled his nose slightly. A sour smell of not having bathed in days came from the figure's body. Luke picked up his own glass and moved it toward the side. The figure looked up at Luke slightly. "Kid, are you disgusted with me?" The man spoke in a loud voice, as rude and casual as possible. Luke, being a traveler, didn't want to mess with anything, so he kept his head down and didn't say anything. The figure didn't care at all and laughed a few times to himself. A loud laugh shook Luke's ears. A seafood fried rice was served and all Luke wanted to do was hurry up and eat and leave. However, that tall figure on the side seemed to be deliberately looking for a fight. He moved toward Luke with his glass. "Kid, can I have that fried rice?" Luke, who had bowed his head and was just about to eat, took a deep breath at the sound. Inwardly, you keep reassuring yourself, you're a traveler, you mustn't get into trouble, or you'll be wiped out by the rules. After a long adjustment, Luke looked up with what he thought was a placid smile, pushing the seafood fried rice in front of him. "Of course, take your time." After saying that, Luke picked up his wine glass and drank the contents in one gulp. For this meal, he was going to eat somewhere else. Finishing his drink, Luke got up and was about to leave the tavern. The tall figure seemed to feel that he had gone a bit too far when he saw that Luke was leaving. A few more loud laughs. "Kid, I'm not trying to bully you, it's just that I'm afraid of my time." The tall figure's voice suddenly took on a bit of despondency. "It's just that I'm afraid I'm running out of time. The seafood fried rice here, I loved it when I was a kid, and I'd be sorry if I couldn't have it at the end of the day." Luke didn't have any interest in being nosy in the face of the tall figure's obviously storytelling words. Pulling up the hood of his hoodie and buttoning it over his head turned. "Then it's good to eat." With that, he was ready to head towards the door of the tavern. Just as Luke was approaching the doorway, the powerful scene colors suddenly caught a hint of crisis. The next second, there was a loud bang from the door of the tavern. A shell smashed through the door and came towards the tavern. Luke was standing in the doorway position and couldn't even think about it, subconsciously about to strike. But a figure, however, stepped in front of him first. The figure held a long sword in his hand. The long sword swung through, and the black projectile directly split in two. And the shock carried by the shell lifted the man's hat. Snap! Sheathing his long sword, the tall figure blocking Luke's path turned back toward Luke with a smirk. "Kid, thanks for the fried rice." Luke looked at the figure's face, his face frozen. The Roger he had been waiting for had appeared so suddenly. Outside the tavern, Garp's much younger voice came. "Roger! You've been surrounded. Come out and surrender." Roger, who was in Luke's way, let out his signature laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha. Didn't you get my message to come to Logtown? I was supposed to turn myself in." Garp's voice came next. "Come on out then." Roger exclaimed, "What a party pooper, couldn't you wait until I finished my last fried rice?" Outside, Garp grunted softly. The next moment, a huge cannonball smashed in from outside the tavern again. There was no sound of a shell being fired, apparently it was thrown in by hand by Garp. It's very much in keeping with his style. The long sword in Roger's hand was once again sheathed, and the shells were easily knocked down. Yet shell after shell kept coming from outside the tavern. Roger turned back to Luke with a big apologetic grin as he batted down the shells with his long sword. Kiddo, I'm so sorry. It seems to implicate you." Luke had no choice but to keep pulling the hood of his hoodie down. If one is caught up in this, one is unaware of some of one's small behaviors. Will it change the course of history? If it will, that's bad. Looking around, the tavern had no back door at all. Apart from the big door in front of you, it's the window next to it. Gritting his teeth, his options now seemed to be limited to escaping through the window. So he took a few steps to the window and reached for it, ready to open it. Roger saw his movement and immediately warned. "Garp says we're surrounded, and it must be all Navy out there. If you try to escape in a hurry, you'll get hurt." Luke mentally cursed. "Who the is we with you? It's only you that Garp wants to arrest. I'm totally the innocent who got dragged into this." Chapter 40 Arrest. Luke didn't bother with Roger and pushed the window open on his own. Outside, sure enough, it was already crowded with the navy. Countless blackened muzzles were pointed at every corner of the tavern. The window was seen to be pushed open and shots were fired. A bullet came hurtling toward Luke. Helpless, Luke could only reach out and deflect the bullet. To the side, Roger's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Luke's movements. Looks like my hunch was right, it really isn't an ordinary guy. Deflecting the bullet, Luke looked around and realized that the owner and waiter at the bar were all crouching with their heads in their hands. How about disguising yourself as a civilian and hiding? Just as Luke was thinking, outside the cantina, Cap's voice came again. Taste the awesome guys. As soon as the words left his mouth, a huge impact came from outside the tavern. Boom! After a loud bang, the entire tavern was instantly leveled. At the critical moment Luke could only protect himself with the Overlord color. In the smoke, only Roger and Luke remained standing in the entire tavern. The young Garp outside, whose hair hadn't turned completely gray at this point. Standing tall, he wore a black suit. When he saw that there were actually two figures in the ruins, he was obviously a bit surprised as well. Upon noticing the overbearing aura that was still leaking out of Luke's body despite his best efforts to suppress it, Garp said in a skeptical voice. Who is this guy? Roger waved his hand and patted the dust off his body. You guys, didn't I tell you I was turning myself in? Why involve so many more innocent people? Garp looked at Luke and then at Roger. Turn yourself in? Do you need to turn yourself in with such a helper? Roger laughed out loud. You mean that brat? He's the one who's not my helper. Garp grunted lightly. Who's going to believe your bull asterisk? This guy who's obviously not simple either, can't have just appeared out of nowhere. On the sidelines Luke gritted his teeth, knowing that today was hardly going to pass easily. He himself had drawn the attention of Roger and Garp and was implicated in the matter. Gritting his teeth, Luke suddenly transformed his body into a residual shadow and rushed towards the outside of the encirclement. Garp grunted lightly. Today, I won't let anyone get away. After saying that, Cap's figure also transformed into a residual shadow and blocked in the direction of Luke's escape. The two figures collided. Instantly they all took a few steps back. Luke covered his slightly numb fist and muttered darkly. Compare that to Cap from the Top War, who is now at the peak of his power. Obviously much tougher. It might not be hard to get out of it, but the longer it was entangled, the more unnecessary trouble it would cause. This is not the result one wants. And Garp, who had taken a few steps back, rubbed his wrist, the shock within his eyes unconcealed. This mysterious guy who suddenly appeared is so strong? The strength was not below himself at all. It was just that against Roger, one didn't even have much of a sure grasp of the situation. Now with the addition of this difficult guy, there would be no chance of winning at all. Roger claims he's turning himself in, but with such a great guy at his side. Does this look like you want to turn yourself in? Inside Garp's head, he kept thinking of coping options. And Roger, looking at Luke again, was filled with amazed surprise. He could see that Luke might not be too strong, but he didn't expect it to be as uncommon as this. To be able to throw a punch against Garp and not be on par with him, such strength would never be that of a nobody. Luke, at this point, reached up and tugged on his hat. Make sure your face is not seen by anyone. Taking a deep breath, he said mentally. It has to come off in one blow. In order to travel back in time, so Luke never switched back to the rattling thunderfruit. Now the battle power is more or less discounted. Taking a deep breath, Luke's figure once again turned into a residual shadow and rushed towards the outside of the encirclement. Garp gritted his teeth and his figure instantly blocked again. The loud sounds of fists clashing kept coming, and in an instant, the two of them exchanged more than a dozen punches. As he kept exchanging blows, Garp's mind became less and less able to calm down. This mysterious fellow's strength completely exceeded his expectations. And Roger, who was watching the battle below, had his eyes narrowed slightly. Who the hell is such a strong guy? In the air, Luke, who had exchanged a few moves, suddenly let out a low roar. Hegemony! Instantly, a terrifying aura emanated from Luke's body. The energy carried in his fist caused the surrounding navy to stand unsteadily. Bang! The loud sound of fists colliding came as Garp's form stomped back several steps. And Luke saw the moment and his figure quickly fled towards the outside of the encirclement. A few of the faster reacting navy men immediately pulled the trigger on his back. But with the protection of a powerful overlord, it didn't pose any threat to Luke at all. At that moment, Garp suddenly spoke up. Stop! All naval forces ceased firing. Garp, who had taken a Baja nation, had his head much clearer. This mysterious and powerful figure did seem to be not in league with Roger. His purpose was only to escape, otherwise with his strength, if he teamed up with Roger. The Navy's plan for today is sure to fail. Looking at the escaping Luke, Roger's eyes showed extreme interest. If I had more time, a guy like that would be on my crew. Garp turned back to Roger. Unfortunately that guy is not part of your crew and isn't really going to help you. Roger spread his hands indifferently, then threw the longsword in his hand to the ground. I told you, I'm turning myself in. Bang! The longsword fell to the ground. Roger even raised his hands. Garp's brow furrowed deeply, and the navy around him looked on in disbelief. The muzzle of the gun in his hand, however, remained locked onto Roger's figure. That was the man who had no rivals across the entire ocean and was known as the Pirate King, who could believe that he would tie his hands so easily. For a moment, Roger, with his hands held high, and the Navy, who were standing by, formed a confrontational scene. After a moment of stalemate, Roger laughed out loud. What? No one's coming to get me from the capital? The group of people were deeply shocked by his powerful aura, and no one dared to make a move at all. Even though he no longer had a weapon in his hand, even though his hands were raised high in the air, Garp grunted softly and reached out to take a pair of special shackles from a subordinate's hand. Step by step, he approached Roger. He still couldn't believe that the pirate, who was recognized as the most powerful in the world, could turn himself in so easily. This is a big joke. Garp approached step by step, always on high alert. But until he came to Roger's side, Roger still held his hands high without a hint of resistance. Even offered to give his hands to Garp. Snap! Special shackles were placed on Roger's hands, and Garp remained incredulous. The most powerful pirate in the world, captured so easily? Looking at the controlled Roger, Garp frowned. What the hell are you playing at? Roger let out a harsh laugh, not answering Garp's question. Chapter 41, Luke's hometown. Inside the city of Pangaea in the Holy Land of Manhwa, one of the 5 Elder Stars, Peter Saint, stepped out of the Great Hall. The remaining 4 were waiting outside. Seeing Peter Saint come out, Satan Saint opened his mouth and asked, "What is it?" Pit St's face was serious. "It's about that kid." Satan St. "That kid? Didn't he just go to the Navy as an admiral?" Pit St. shook his head. "No, Lordin told us to go forward and find him. The boy may have escaped." Mercury Wachuli clasped his hands to his chest. "Escaped? What an ungrateful brat. How can someone who was being watched by Lord Emu escape?" Pit St. shook his head slightly. "Anyway, need to find that kid now." When he finished speaking, his gaze went to Satan Saint. "It's up to you and I to go forward and get the boy back." The Satan Saint looked slightly stunned. "2 of us to catch that kid? It's a bit too much to look down on him." Peter St. "This is what Lord M means." Hearing that it was Lord M's name, Sartan Saint couldn't say anything else, although he still felt that 2 people going to capture Luke was a bit too much of a fuss. Lord M's orders are not to be disobeyed. Several people's faces were a bit puzzled, obviously not understanding why Lord M was so attached to that boy. If it's something to worry about, just go out and obliterate it. Why even go through the trouble of making him an admiral? Naval headquarters, Mama Hare didn't realize that the first task that Marshal Akainu handed to him when he took office was for him to investigate and track down Admiral Luke of Naval Headquarters. One of our own investigating one of our own? Peach Bunny was slightly critical of the mission, but it was an order after all. After some poking around, she learns that Luke was last seen at Navy headquarters a day ago. He was seen alone, leaving in a small boat. As for where it went, no one knows. The only clue was the small boat he had left in. But trying to find a small boat on the ocean is like looking for a needle in a haystack. So the first place Peach Bunny chose to go was Luke's old neighborhood. It's a small town called Igri, and the town doesn't have a large population. There was a small army branch stationed here. It says it's an army branch, but there's only a staff of 10 men in it. The top general was an old corporal in his 60s. At the sight of the warship and the peach hair, the 60-year-old corporal who had never left the town of Igri in his life, leading 9 disheveled soldiers, he appeared in the doorway of the branch. In this world, the army is inherently a class below the navy. Not to mention a corporal in the army meeting a reserve admiral in the navy. The old corporal gave a less than standard military salute, trying to sound as grounded as possible. Corporal Dyson, head of the Igri Army Branch, CLT. General Mama Hare. Peach Hare's beautiful eyes swept over the unorthodox force, and she frowned slightly. As far as she knew, Luke had originally been an army man as well. Had he served here? It was unbelievable that he had come from such a place. Adjusting his expression, Peach Hare opened his mouth to ask, "Has Grand Admiral Luke returned recently?" When Luke's name came up along with the position of Grand Admiral, a strange look came over old Dyson's face. Even his voice was more breathy than it had been a moment ago. The one standing in front of him was nothing more than a reserve admiral of the Navy, and in the end, just a lieutenant general. But he, himself, was once Luke's immediate superior. Even though Luke was now an admiral in the Navy, it still didn't change the fact that he had served under him. How could he be cowed in front of a vice admiral when he had led the current admiral? So old Dyson exclaimed. Reporting to the Lord Lieutenant General, Luke was once a private under my command for 3 years, and served with dedication and without fail in his work. Luke also trains more than anyone else on a daily basis. Seeing that old Dyson was about to pontificate, Peach Hare hurriedly waved his hand. I was asking you if he's been back lately. Old Dyson coughed lightly. Reporting to the Lord Lieutenant General, no. Mama Hare looked at the branch behind a few people and spoke. Show me in. Her mind was filled with curiosity about Luke's hometown and past. That guy has that kind of strength at such a young age. What was he like in the past? Yes. Old Dyson replied, and with it he led Peach Rabbit into the army branch. The facilities in the branch were as Spartan as those of the old Dyson few. Weapons hung casually on the walls, and the implements of the training ground were worn out, even with rust on some of them. It had obviously not been used for a long time. Such an environment could allow him to awaken a strong hegemonic color hegemony? Peach Bunny clearly didn't believe it. Walking into the conference room, Peach Bunny saw that a few pieces of newspaper cut out of the wall were framed and hanging there. Walking over to the newspaper, it contained the very same report about Luke, the god of thunder, wreaking havoc on the battlefield of Marineford. Next to it, a report on the new Admiral of the Navy, Luke. Old Dyson explained in an aside. All in honor of Grand Admiral Luke. As he said this, the elder Dyson's tone was tinged with undisguised pride. When I first read about them in the newspaper, the whole town of Eggly thought there must be some mistake. Luke was the one they had watched grow up, and his old man and grandfather were all dead. They are the people who know Luke best in the world. Everyone couldn't connect the kid who cried when he lost a fight as a child with the man who made a big mess of Marineford and became an admiral. But then when Cap came to investigate Luke's life, all of them realized that it was all true. It's amazing that the kid Egri walked out on really made such a big deal out there. The day they learned the truth, the town's old friends who had once been Luke's neighbors and partners all swore by it. When Luke was still very young, they could see that the boy was going to do great things in the future. Peach Rabbit wandered around the branch for half a day and found little else. How did this humble environment produce a man as strong as Luke? Maybe the answer wasn't there, and turned to Dyson Sr. Where is Luke's house? Show me. Old Dyson said immediately. Please come with me. The group walked out of the branch and down the main street of the town for a short time before an ordinary house came into view. Dyson Sr. pointed to the house. That's it. Peach Bunny looked up and down. It was just an ordinary little house, only one story, with a red roof, and the outside fence was painted a creamy yellow. Suddenly, she saw a sign at the door. It says, Home of Grand Admiral Luke, 5,000 berries for one visit. Seeing Peach Hair opening the sign, old Dyson was busy explaining. Ever since some of the people out there found out about Grand Admiral Luke's life, there have been a lot of people who have come here to find out more about him. The sign was put up to prevent some insignificant person from destroying the place where Luke used to live. But absolutely no one has actually visited. Peach Bunny raised his head once. Open up and let me in. Chapter 42, Roger's impending execution. The door to the room was opened and Peach Bunny stepped inside. The interior of the house, simple, but not at all cozy. There is nothing extra except some necessary furniture. Walking into the bedroom on the left, it was obvious that this was where Luke used to live. There was nothing more in it than a bed and a desk. Above all the furniture, a thin layer of dust fell. On the desk, there was a picture of what must have been Luke as a child and his old man. Luke's home is just too simple to have anything that can be explored in depth. After surveying the area, Peach Rabbit was ready to turn around and leave. But just as he was about to walk out of the bedroom door, he suddenly saw in his afterglow that the desk in the corner seemed a little different. Taking a few steps over to the desk and reaching out to touch the desktop, Peach Hair was keenly aware of it. This desk has a tabletop that appears to be laminated. Reaching halfway around the room, he finally felt a mechanism on the side of the drawer. Pressing gently, the desktop was surprisingly opened. A dark compartment appeared in front of it. And in the dark compartment, there was only a diary. Reaching for the journal, he flipped it open. Just after reading a few pages, Peach Hair's face suddenly changed dramatically. With that, he slammed the diary shut and was about to leave the place without looking back. Behind him, the older Dyson couldn't help but wonder what was written in that journal that was supposed to be Luke's. It could make this lieutenant general suddenly lose his temper like that. Without looking back, Peach Rabbit walked out of the hut and headed straight for the town beyond. Old Dyson followed hurriedly, and Peach Hair never said another word on the way. All the way to the warship outside the town. Peach Hair was about to board the warship, and as she was about to do so, she suddenly turned back to look at old Dyson with a serious face. Listen, Corporal. Hearing the other man call his rank, the elder Dyson straightened his chest instantly. Yes, Lieutenant General. Peach Rabbit said in a hushed voice. I hope you'll keep what I've come here to do today, including the fact that I took this diary, a secret. That's an order. Old Dyson's face also became extremely serious. Yes, Lieutenant General. Peach Rabbit said no more and turned to walk up to the warship. On the ocean, a warship with the flag of the world government was slowly traveling on the sea. The figures of Sartan St. and Pit St. stood at the bow of the warship. Pit St. frowned and scanned around as Satan St. looked at him. Is this the neighborhood where that kid was last seen? Pietro St. nodded. Of course Sama can do no wrong. The two stopped speaking and their eyes swept around together. It didn't take long to hear Peter Saint suddenly speak. Look there. When he opened his mouth, Satan Saint saw it. Not far out to sea, a small boat was anchored. The huge warship began to slowly approach towards the small boat. Satan Saint moved his wrist slightly. What were Lorden directed to do? Just to capture him? Pietro St. gazed at the small boat. Lorden said it would be best to catch them alive. Satan Saint smiled cruelly. That means it's okay to die, right? The warship finally came to a stop close to the small boat, but the brows of the two Peter Saints frowned at the same time. For they all perceived that there was no Luke scent on the boat. The two of them looked at each other and leapt towards the small boat at the same time. The ship was silent. The two walked into the cabin, which was empty and unoccupied. But a Navy admiral's uniform was neatly folded aside. Pit St. reached for his uniform. It's his clothes. Satan Saint's face was puzzled. So where did he go? The boat was surrounded by an endless ocean, and he took off his clothes. Did he jump into the ocean? That's never going to happen. Luke is a fruit ability. Is definitely not going to touch the sea water voluntarily. Could it have been picked up? But why take off your clothes? Pit St. suddenly dropped the uniform in his hand and sat down on his knees. He'll be back. At his words, Satan Saint quickly realized what he meant. There was stored food and water in the cabin. And the fact that the clothes were still neatly folded all pointed to the fact that Luke would be back. So, they just need to wait here. With this thought, Satan Saint sat down on his knees as well. Log Town. Luke hadn't left his place since that day when he escaped from the cantina. Every day a waiter brought food to his room, along with a copy of the day's newspaper. Luke ate his food and looked at the newspaper. Almost all the headlines in the papers since Roger's capture have been about him. Justice will prevail. Roger is captured. The world's strongest pirate captured. Pirate King Gold Roger will be publicly executed in Rogue Town. Headline after headline, it's all about Roger. And in the latest papers, it has been announced when Roger is to be executed. 3 days from now, the King of Pirates, Gold Roger, will be publicly executed in Rogue Town. Luke swallowed the food in his mouth. In 3 days, he would have Roger's light cluster for himself. In the past few days, because the news that Roger was going to be executed here had spread, the entire town of Logan had become extremely lively. Countless people flocked to see Roger's execution with their own eyes. The hotels in the town were all full. If Luke hadn't come early, I'm afraid where to live would be a problem right now. Quietly waiting, 3 days passed quickly. Luke woke up early on the third morning. After washing up, the hoodie was pulled over his body. The brim of his hat was pulled low, blocking his face almost completely. Making sure he wouldn't be seen looking, Luke headed out the door. Throughout the town of Logan, the streets were very busy. The crowds filled almost all the streets. Originally, I was worried that my appearance would attract the attention of others. But after going out, Luke realized that he had been completely overthinking things. There were simply not a few people dressed like themselves in the crowded streets. It seems that a lot of the same people who don't want to be identified have shown up in Logtown. And all of them, they're moving towards the execution ground. Luke followed the crowd, slowly moving forward. Because of the need to pick up the light mass, Luke had to squeeze forward towards it. It was hard to squeeze to the front, and on the execution platform, there were only a few Navy men standing at this point. It doesn't look like it's time for an execution yet. Countless people were crowding and discussing, and the scene was chaotic. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly two familiar figures appeared on the execution platform. It was Sengoku, but right now, he wasn't the Marshal of the Navy, and was wearing, on his body, the uniform of an Admiral. And Garp followed him. Both of their faces were serious, their gazes constantly scanning the crowd at the scene. Everyone knew what Roger's position among the pirates meant. There is no guarantee that all will go well with today's execution. So, the Navy needs to be prepared for any trouble. Chapter 43, Roger's Light Cluster. After seeing Ace's execution, Luke probably had some idea of the Navy's execution process. The sun climbed up the sea a little bit, and in front of the execution platform, it was already crowded with people. Countless phone bugs are relaying footage of this place from every angle, all over the world. As the Navy representing justice, the execution of the world's #1 sea pirate naturally wants more people to come and watch and witness. It was a way for the Navy to declare victory. Finally, when the sun jumped completely out of sea level, two soldiers escorted Roger, who was wearing chains, from the back of the execution platform, and walked out. The crowd, which was still noisy and lively, fell into silence in a flash after Roger appeared. Countless pairs of eyes all looked there. Clank! Roger, in chains, knelt on the execution table. The crowd, which had been silent for a long time, only then had several small voices murmuring, "This is Roger, the world's #1 sea pirate? It doesn't seem to look any different. Do you think he has 3 heads and 6 arms? The man known as the Pirate King is all about to be executed. The Navy is so powerful it's scary. In the future, there shouldn't be such a powerful pirate on the sea anymore." Listening to the occasional words of praise or awe for the Navy from below, self-satisfaction and contentment appeared on the young warlord's face. Luke's eyes looked up through his hat. There was not a trace of fear on Roger's face, even with a smile full of concern, as he looked down at the execution platform. The eye schemes over a few places and will pause slightly. "See any of your former pals?" Warlord took a step out with a draft in his hand, phone bug in hand. The young man sounded confident. "Today is a day that means a lot to the Navy. Once rode the seas, doing no harm, even making people afraid of the sea pirate Gold Roger. Will be executed today." A pin dropped on the scene and Luke's eyes turned to the crowd. After a long search, a few familiar figures were seen. Young redheads and Bucky. At this point they were both still childlike. The tender red-haired Shanks, at this time, the tears in her eyes were like broken pearls constantly falling, and her teeth were biting her lips in an effort to keep herself from making a sound. A figure completely wrapped in white robes stood right next to Luke. The figure's fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly. After a brief moment's inspection, Luke recognized the man for what he was. It's none other than Riley. On the execution platform, Warlord kept telling Roger's crimes. A long time passed before Warlord stopped his voice. He kept his eyes alertly looking down, ready to deal with the unexpected at any time. Surprisingly, however, nothing unexpected happened. This strange calmness, on the contrary, unsettled Warlord's mind. Whether it was Roger's voluntary surrender or the calmness of the execution ground today, it all seems incredibly strange. As the Navy's top fighting force, and having fought the world's #1 sea pirate for so many years, Warlord dreamed of putting Roger in the guillotine himself. But when the day actually came, everything seemed so surreal. Push down the trepidation in your heart. Warlord took a step back and came to the executioner's side. Arms raised high. Begin the execution. Whatever the gimmick, it's time for it all to end. The two executioners raised their sharp blades high in their hands. Just then, suddenly someone below shouted, "Hey, Roger! The treasure you've scavenged for so many years, where have you hidden it?" In the silence of the crowd, the man's voice carried clearly to all ears. Countless people looked up at Roger curiously. Roger on the execution platform suddenly smiled boldly at the sound. "Wahahaha! Want my treasure? I can give you all of it if you want it. Go find it. I keep all my riches there." Hearing Roger's words, a flash of deep greed flashed through countless pairs of eyes at the scene. Countless people even clenched their fists in excitement. That's the lifelong fortune of the world's #1 pirate. Who could resist such a temptation? Warlord seemed to realize something as he yelled towards the executioner. "Hurry up with the execution." Under the blazing sun, two sharp blades emitted a cold aura. Raise it high and then drop it sharply. It turns out that even the King of Thieves has the exact same muffled sound as a normal person when his head is cut off. Countless people watched this scene. As if in a dream, the unrivaled world's #1 sea pirate was killed so easily. In the crowd, Shanks couldn't hold it back any longer and let out a howl. Exclaimed Bucky as he tried to cover his mouth with a nervous look on his face. "Are you crazy? Is it because you're afraid no one will notice us?" Bucky covers Shanks' mouth while dragging him about to leave the scene. And Riley, standing beside Luke, his body trembled constantly, his fists clenching and relaxing. A few times back and forth, and suddenly the whole figure went slack. Turning toward the outside of the crowd, his figure fell away. All of this, it's not about Luke anymore. His eyes, deadpan, were on the execution table, beside Roger's headless body. A bright red ball of light that seemed to be dripping blood. The light mass was surprisingly small, about the size of a billiard ball. It was lying quietly next to Roger's body at the moment. Warlord on the execution platform let out a long breath. It's over. It's all finally over. Garp took out a white cloth and covered Roger's body. His complicated relationship with Roger, who was also an enemy and a friend, didn't put much joy in Cap's heart for finally getting rid of the world's #1 sea pirate. Instead, there was a sense of frustrated loneliness. His body, let me handle it. Warlord nodded. Roger was dead, and the security of the scene was much relaxed. The crowd also turned around and prepared to leave the area, but all anyone was talking about were Roger's words before he died. Where exactly is his treasure hidden? The ocean, of course. The treasure of the former King of Thieves. Just thinking about it makes you gag. Tomorrow I'm going to call up a couple of mates and go sailing. Just you? There must be many who covet his treasure. That's for sure. Today Roger's execution was broadcast live to all corners of the world, and now the whole world knows that he hid his treasure somewhere in the ocean. Listening to the group's discussion, Warlord's brows furrowed slightly. This is not a good sign. Just as he and Garp were both staring off into the distance at the dispersing crowd, no one noticed that a figure was silently climbing up to the execution table from below. By the time Warlord spotted the figure, Luke's fingers had touched the tiny ball of light. "Where's the guy from? What are you doing?" Warlord let out a yell that drew everyone's attention. Luke's head was shrouded in a hoodie so no one could see what he looked like. Roger's light mass had arrived, and its purpose was accomplished. Hearing Warlord yell, Luke turned and fled. Chapter 44, Back to the Present. At Luke's falling figure, Warlord exclaimed, "Get him!" The surrounding area is heavily fortified with naval forces in case there are any accidents during today's execution. At that moment, hearing the order from Warlord, all the Navy pulled the trigger at Luke's back without hesitation. Powerful Overlord colors emanated from Luke's body. A volley of bullets landed powerlessly just a few meters away from Luke. Feeling the familiar powerful overpowering aura, Garp called out, "It's that guy from the tavern. What's he doing here?" Luke was extremely fast as he approached the dispersing throng, directly executing the moon steps to rise up in the air. "It's moonwalk!" Sengoku and Garp exclaimed at the same time. With that, the duo's figures quickly chased towards the fleeing Luke. The commotion here also caught the attention of the dispersing crowd, to the shocked stares of all. Luke's figure was rapidly moving away. Behind him, Sengoku and Garp came in hot pursuit. A voice kept ringing in the fleeing Luke's head. Ding, power plus 5 million. Ding, speed plus 5 million. Ding, divine evasion proficiency plus 100,000. Ding, the ability to listen to the voice of all things plus 100,000. Ding, overlord color buster plus 1 million. Ding, see the color of the hegemony plus 1 million. Ding, swordsmanship plus 5 million. Ding. Luke's speed skyrocketed in an instant as the constant voice inside his head rang out. And the powerful hegemonic aura on his body, the mad surge erupted into an even stronger aura than before. Garp and Warlord, who were in hot pursuit behind them, lurched. Hastily, he crossed his arms in front of him. However, the powerful hegemonic aura still forced the duo back a few steps. How is this possible? Warlord exclaimed through clenched teeth. He felt a strong and domineering aura that he had never seen in his life from that fleeing back. The strength of this dominance even surpassed that of Roger, who had just been executed. Garp's chest rose and fell violently. Is there a being in this world more powerful than Roger? Who the hell is he? In the time it took for the two of them to give a beat, Luke's figure had already quickly disappeared into the distance. It's completely impossible to catch up again. The dispersed crowd, except for a few super strong presences, most people still don't realize what's happening. All they saw was Warlord and Garp chasing a fleeing figure, and that figure suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, surprisingly forcing back the pursuing Sengoku and Garp directly, although most people didn't realize what a strong domineering aura that figure possessed. But the scene of just forcing back the Navy's two highest combatants with just their aura had made countless people's jaws drop. Riley, his head shrouded under a shirred hood, watched Luke's fleeing form with blazing eyes. After standing still and stopping for a long time, a smile suddenly appeared on Riley's face. The captain's death is not the end, a new era, just opened. After muttering a sentence, Riley's mood was suddenly less sad. Above the ocean, Luke stood on a ship that he had just looted at random when he left Logtown. The heart was beating wildly in his chest, totally because of the excitement. Everything was going well, and he got Roger's light group so easily by himself. This cluster of light provided a full 5 million in power and speed. The proficiency of divine avoidance, moreover, had directly increased by 100,000. Contrast that with the 1 million power of Whitebeard's light group. A little less pathetic. Roger and Whitebeard had almost equal power when they were younger, but by the time of the war at the top, Whitebeard was well into his old age and due to illness, battle power has shrunk considerably. If it's Whitebeard's light mass at his young peak, I'm sure it shouldn't be much worse than Roger's. The current version of himself, if he were to face the scenario of top war under siege again, would not be without a fight. Taking a deep breath, Luke clenched his fists. What's to be done is done, and it's time to go back. Walking into the cabin, he reached out towards the air in front of him. A dark hole appeared in front of them. Luke lifted his foot toward the black hole. A warship traveled slowly on the calm sea. On deck, Peach Rabbit held the notebook he had gotten from the town of Egri. The brow furrowed for a moment, then loosened. The face looked extremely torn and hesitant. The owner of this diary is, without a doubt, Luke. But what was written on it was just too appalling. When the diary was first obtained, Mama Hare's first reaction was to give the item to the Navy brass. But as the warship traveled the ocean for a day, Peach Hare realized, even if he handed it over himself, the Navy hierarchy didn't seem to have the ability to deal with it. So what to do? Perhaps it's better to find Luke himself first before everything can be explained. Peach Hare's brows furrowed together deeply. Just then, suddenly the caboose Navy came to her. Reporting to the Lieutenant General, a ship flying the flag of the world government has appeared in the sea ahead. At that, Mama Hare put away her journal and took a few steps to the front of the warship. Look up. A huge ship was anchored not far ahead. The flag of the world government on the ship fluttered gently in the wind. It's Marihoa's warships. What are they doing here? Peach Hare wondered, and suddenly, her eyes glanced over the side of the warship. There was a small boat parked, and there was something familiar about the look of that boat. Thinking for a moment, Peach Hare snapped to attention. Didn't that small boat look exactly like the one that the Navy, who had seen Luke leave that day, had described as the boat he was traveling in? I had heard that it was the intention of a certain great man in Marihoa that Grand Admiral Luke should serve. Now it all seems to be confirmed. In the small boat, Pit St. and Satan St. stood in the bow. Both of their gazes went to the naval warship not far away, and Satan Saint spoke up. Shall I tell them to leave? Pit St. pondered briefly and was just about to open his mouth. Suddenly, both men jerked back to look into the cabin of the small boat. In the next moment, the two's figures swept violently towards the cabin. And in the cabin at that moment, Luke took a step out of the black hole. Finally back. After the chant, Luke stretched hard. He was just about to bend down and pick up his own uniform from the floor when suddenly two huge shadows appeared in position outside the cabin. Luke looked up and saw the figures of Pit St. and Satan St. The three men's eyes intertwined. Satan Saint rubbed his wrist. Kid, I thought you'd never come back if you ran away. Escape? Luke wondered. Why would I run away? When it was in the way of Im-sama's orders, he couldn't take a swing at this obnoxious brat. Now it's clear that Lord Im means to capture Luke, dead or alive. That meant there was nothing to lose to teach this brat a lesson. Satan Saint hummed lightly, revealing a cruel smile as he spoke in a deep voice. I've long wanted to teach you, you obnoxious little brat, what attitude to assume when you meet us. In this world, there are rules for this world, and what is superior and what is inferior has been set in stone long ago. It's time I made you realize that inferior people are not even qualified to raise their heads when they meet a superior. Chapter 45, The Great Battle of the Satanic Saints. The scepter in the hands of the Satanic Saint, gently propped against the ground. A terrifying aura slowly brewed. Luke looked up and straight into his eyes. There was not even a hint of timidity visible on his face. The more he did, the more disgusted Satan Saint looked at him. What makes this little brat in front of him not fear and respect himself? If the world has such contempt for the rules, what is the hard work one has put in to climb so high up the ladder? The powerful aura finally surged out of Satan Saint's body with unreserved madness. Black flames coiled around his neck forming a circle, and the two horns on top of his head turned dark red at this moment. Several huge spider legs replaced his original legs, and the small boat underneath him was transformed suddenly because of the Satan Saint. It made an agonizing creaking sound. Kid, pay for your arrogance. With a low growl, a spider leg jabbed toward Luke. Snap. The expected blood splattering scene did not occur. The spider's leg, which had stabbed out violently, was held by a white palm. Luke's figure didn't even budge an inch, his right hand casually gripping the giant spider leg. Superior people? It's just a matter of whoever has the hardest fist has the right. But unfortunately, my fists seem to be harder than yours. Satan Saint's face changed dramatically as he struggled to draw back his leg, only to find that it couldn't shake Luke in the slightest. Luke grinned a smile and slowly raised his left hand. Finger guns. 2 words spat softly from his lips. In the next moment, countless muffled sounds came from the ghostly body of the sacred bull of Satan. Boom. Huge body, collapsed directly onto the deck. Luke raised his leg and kicked out, and Satan Saint's huge body flew towards the sea, splashing countless water splashes. On the side of Pit Este, looked at Luke, the ancient eyes were full of unbelief at this time. Satan Saint, who was one of the 5 elder stars with himself, had been killed in a single move. How is that possible? Luke's performance on the battlefield of Marineford had long since been compiled into an intelligence report. The world government has a clear perception of Luke's strength. He could never be that strong. Luke moved his neck slightly and turned his head to look at Pit Este. But at that moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the sea, and countless water splashed everywhere. Satan Saint's huge body violently leapt out of the seawater. Incarnated in the form of a bull ghost, his eyes were red at this moment. Unacceptable, just unacceptable. He himself was actually killed in seconds by this little kid who he completely despised. Anger made Satan Saint's eyes turn crimson. His body once again swelled and became a circle larger. The front ends of several spider legs glowed with an ebony sheen. Damnable brat! Die! With an angry roar, ebony liquid jetted out of the front of the giant spider's legs. Luke's form instantly left his spot as the black liquid hit the boat. As if the sound of sulfuric acid corrosion rang out, the small boat directly melted and sank to the bottom of the sea under the erosion of the black liquid. The 5 old stars seemed to be unkillable. Luke, who had jumped aside to the world government warship, muttered. In the original, it seems that all of the 5 elder stars, who were Im's minions, were given immortality and undead powers by Im. System, switch the rattling thunder fruit. Luke said darkly in his head. Instantly, countless tiny blue arcs of electricity surged out from his body. Let me see just how many times you can be resurrected. Luke shouted, and his body transformed into a shadow, leaving the warship. In an instant, he appeared behind Satan Saint. The spear transformed by lightning in his hand stabbed out fiercely. Put! With a muffled sound, a hole running back and forth appeared in Satan Saint's chest. Seek death! Satan Saint roared. His huge spider leg was like a sharp scythe, swinging towards Luke in front of him. Luke's figure disappeared as a stump once again. Relying on the speed of the rattling thunderfruit, Luke's figure was like an instantaneous movement around Satan Saint. Every time he disappeared and appeared, the lightning spear in his hand would leave terrifying wounds on the body of the Satan Saint. The fiery energy contained in the lightning caused the smell of burning to come from every wound. Ah! Satan Saint roared in anger, but Luke was too fast for him to catch, not to mention injuring him. Without a moment's effort, Satan Saint's gigantic body was already scarred and bruised, and not a single piece of intact skin could be found at all. Luke, who had disappeared again, appeared in front of Satan SA. In the next second, the Satan Saint, who was completely consumed by anger, was gasping for air at this moment with red eyes. Luke lifted his finger, and a dark purple lightning bolt popped up from his fingertip, aimed squarely at the massive head of the Satan Saint. Billions of volts, lightning strikes. With a whisper. In the next moment, the tiny but terrifyingly powerful lightning exploded at Luke's fingertips. Bang! Satan Saint's huge head turned into a cloud of blood mist, and his huge body fell into the seawater once again. Luke jumped back onto the warship. Seconds passed, the sea violently churned, and Satan Saint, in his cow ghost form, once again rushed out of the sea with countless splashes of water. Luke tapped his head. Can't you really kill it anyhow? The face of the reappeared Satan Saint was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. He yelled at Pietro St. Below. Still not making a move? There was little expression to be seen on Pit St's signature sad face, but there was no offer of assistance. The Satan Saint, consumed by anger, couldn't care less at all anymore. The huge body attacked towards Luke on the warship. The spider's legs appeared as stumps in the air and kept swinging towards Luke. Bang, bang, bang. The loud sounds of the two exchanging hands and colliding came out continuously. The huge spider legs were covered in a dark black liquid. Apparently it was a virulent poison. But it simply won't work in front of Luke's Overlord Color Buster. Put. There was a muffled thud and Luke had a huge spider leg in his hand. The pain of losing his leg caused Satan Saint to grimace and let out a cry of pain. Several muffled sounds came one after another, and several of Satan Saint's spider legs were all yanked down hard by Luke. Ah! Collapsed on the deck of the warship, Satan Saint kept letting out strange screams of pain. Lightning wrapped around Luke's palm, and the pale blue palm slapped fiercely towards Satan Saint's head. There was another muffled sound, and the huge head once again turned into a bloody mist. However, not waiting for Luke to take a breather, Satan Saint's body then recovered again and stood before him. Luke's brow furrowed at this point. In terms of battle power, he could completely crush Satan Saint, but in front of that perverted ability to recover and regenerate, even if it kills him as many times as possible, it also doesn't seem to work. With a clench of his teeth, Luke's face showed a flash of ruthlessness. As many times as you resurrect today, I'll kill you as many times as I can. Lightning wrapped around his hands, and Luke's form appeared in front of the recently resurrected Satan Saint. Both palms slapped down hard towards Satan Saint's head like clapping hands. A mist of blood appeared, and Satan Saint fell once again. Chapter 46, After the Calm. As Luke watched, the massive form of Satan St. stood up again. The head, which had turned into blood mist, also recovered a little bit. In his cow ghost form, he gasped for air and looked Luke dead in the eye with monstrous hatred. Without a single word of superfluous nonsense, Luke swept his body out. The lightning-wrapped fist smashed towards Satan Saint's head once again. Bang! The blood mist exploded. With the addition of the terrifying recovery ability, Satan Saint's head once again recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without hesitation, Luke's lightning fist swung out again. In this way, Satan St's head was broken and restored again and again. As he recovered over and over again, the look on the face of the Satan Saint slowly changed. From the beginning, when he was furious, to the gradual gloominess, and then later, when he appeared to be panicked, until a huge flash of fear spread completely in the depths of his eyes. Just as Luke was about to strike again to smash Satan St's head, suddenly, 3 huge black circles appeared out of nowhere. Black flames spread and flew within the circle that resembled a summoning formation. Luke stopped punching. Finally able to catch his breath, Satan Saint quickly pulled away from the two. At this time, there was no longer any arrogance on his face, much less any anger. The gaze that looked at Luke was completely devoid of any other emotion than fear. Monster! Totally a monster! Satan Saint's body trembled slightly. 3 figures that appeared within the black circle of flames. It was the other 3 of the 5 elders. On the battleship, the 5 old stars were all present. 5 figures stood in front of Luke, their appalling aura enveloping the surrounding waters. Except for the slightly trembling body of the satanic saint. The rest of the 4 looked at Luke with a calm gaze. Luke took a deep breath and looked at the 5 men in front of him. The blue arcs of electricity on the surface of his body flickered continuously. Since he had already chosen to do it, let's completely tear the world government apart. The original self hadn't gotten Roger's light cluster yet. Not the strength to fight the world government. But now that it has been given Roger's light mass, it is much stronger. Even if there was a complete falling out with the world government, you should also be able to defend yourself against him. The big deal is to run away, wait until no one is around, and then use the Tokiwa fruit ability to go back in time. Waiting to get Rock's light mass. His own self at that time was not without a fight even if he faced him. Besides, the next mission the system gave himself was to start his own pirate group. It was only a matter of time before it went against the world government. Just as Luke was ready to take on all 5 of the 5 elders by himself, the Mercury Wachuli saint in front of him suddenly spoke. Lord M gave the order. The world government and the navy shall not make an enemy of Luke. As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere of the scene, which was originally tense with swords, instantly froze. Luke blanched. What do you mean? One has just returned from the past, and the Sartaniste, and Pitiste, of the 5 elders are here to guard themselves. Then at the drop of a hat Sataniste took a shot at himself. It was also stated that he would take his escaped self back. One is ready to tear the world government apart. Now Wachuli St. Is saying that I'm ordering not to make an enemy of himself? Peter Saint and Satan Saint were also stunned. The one who was most stifled was Satan Saint, who twisted his head to look at Peter Saint. The eyes seemed to inquire. You play me? No wonder when he fought that brat just now, Peter Saint was slow to aid him. By striking out at Luke, not only did he fail to gain any advantage, but he also disobeyed Lord Im's orders. Peter Saint seemed to know what Satan Saint was thinking and spoke. Lord Im's orders at the time were indeed to bring him back, alive or dead. Mercury Wachuli Este looked at Luke and then spoke. It's better for you as an admiral to do your job. A light sentence with an obvious meaning. That means that today's incident will be ignored and you can go back to being your admiral. In Luke's impression, the celestial dragons of the pirate world and the top echelons of the world government were extremely condescending and arrogant existences. In their eyes, everyone else in this world is a molehill except themselves. But today, in the face of this matter of his own, there was so much softness in the way Im handled it. For a moment, Luke couldn't figure out what the hell he meant. Wachuli Este looked at Luke. Is it necessary for us to take you back? Luke shrugged, the arcs of electricity on his body naturally dissipating. Of course I don't need to trouble a few of you. Although it was unknown, Luke was naturally happy to accept such a result. After all, if you don't tear your face off, you'll still have the status of admiral at the very least. You don't have to run and hide in a mess in order to find an opportunity to utilize the fruit of the hour. With those words, Luke's form leapt toward Peach Hare's warship in the distance. When Luke had left, Satan Saint murmured to Peter Saint. What the hell is going on? Pietro St. was expressionless and had no intention of explaining. Instead, Mercury Wally Este spoke up. Sartan, Lord Im wants to see you. Hearing those words, Satan Saint's body shook violently. On the warship, Mama Hare stared in disbelief at what was happening in the distance. She saw the figure of the 5 Elder Stars and the image of Luke and Satan Este exchanging blows. As Luke blasted Satan Este's head with each strike, Peach Hare felt his heart go out to him. That's a 5 Elder Star at the highest level of the world government. Even the marshals have to be respectful when they see them. But Luke had the audacity to take a shot at the 5 Elders. What was most unacceptable was that Luke had blown Satan Este's head off so easily, over and over again. The opponent didn't even have the ability to fight back. The image of a Navy Admiral, smashing the head of the world government's highest-ranking 5 Elder Stars over and over again. It made Peach Hare feel like his world was rocking a little bit. And when the rest of the 5 Elders showed up, Peach Hare thought Luke was definitely in big trouble. But he didn't expect that in the next moment, Luke leapt towards his side as if nothing had happened. Until Luke jumped onto the warship and stood in front of Peach Bunny. Peach Bunny's mouth was wide open, associated with the contents of the journal. At this moment, Luke seemed to be shrouded in mystery in Peach Hare's mind. Luke waved his hand at the dumbfounded Peach Bunny as if nothing had happened. Lieutenant General Mama Hare, what a coincidence to meet you here. It took a great deal of effort for Peach Hare to come back to her senses, her voice a little dry. Luke, Grand Admiral Luke. At night, Luke lay in a recliner, letting the ocean breeze blow across the deck, caressing the crushed hair in front of his forehead. At this moment, he was pondering how to get Locus's light mass. If you want to get Locus's light mass, you have to go back in time and take part in the infamous Battle of the Valley of the Gods in pirate history. Although the original story never detailed the process of the Great Battle of the Valley of the Gods, but that battle changed the landscape of almost the entire world at that time. Naturally, there is no need to mention the extent of the tragedy. With his current strength, no one should be able to hurt him when he went to the Valley of the Gods. But the system had warned that one could not change any history. Otherwise it will be obliterated by the rules. Thinking back to the slightly ludicrous experience when he met Garp in Roguetown, Luke shook his head slightly. The battlefield in the Valley of the Gods will only get trickier. One must be prepared for anything. Rubbing his fingers together, Luke thought darkly. It won't be long before the main group comes out, I think. The good times for Kaido and Big Mom are coming to an end. Perhaps it would be safest to get Kaido's and Big Mom's light clusters and head to the Valley of the Gods. Chapter 47, Traveling to Hive Island. At Navy headquarters, everything seems to have slowed down for Sengoku since he chose to retire. No phone bugs suddenly ringing in the middle of the night, nor do you have to think about how to respond to something every day. All the burdens were lifted from his shoulders. He had plenty of time to lounge around in the sun and chat with old acquaintances from the Navy headquarters. If I had known it would be so cool not to be a marshal, I would have resigned a long time ago. And just as laid back as he was, there was Garp. These days, though, Garp's brow would instead furrow from time to time. Chewing on a piece of senbei in his mouth, Warlord turned his head to look aside at Garp. Is it worrying about Green Pheasant? Garp grunted softly and didn't say anything. Warlord looked into the distance, his tone as laid back and lazy as it could be. It would be exhausting to carry the whole of justice on your shoulders. If you ask me, instead of having free time to worry about Green Pheasant, why don't you think about your grandson who has become a difficult pirate? With a slight beat, Warlord added. I'm sorry, I almost forgot you have a son who has more to worry about. Munch D. Dragon, the headache-inducing leader of the Revolutionary Army, right? Garp's face darkened. Warlord laughed happily. Looking at the laughing warlord, Garp said leisurely, I heard that some time ago, you had Akainu order someone to investigate that Luke kid? What? You stepped down as a marshal and you still have to worry so much? This time it was Warlord's turn to blacken his face. Garp laughed out loud. At the mention of Luke, Warlord's heart would always feel uneasy. It's a feeling that has never gone away since Luke appeared on the battlefield in Malinvedo in the first place. Warlord muttered, you're going to suffer greatly if you take that kid lightly. Maybe the whole navy will fall on that kid. Garp rested his hands behind his head. I'm not underestimating that kid, speaking of which, he's been gone for almost a year. I wonder if Peach Bunny found him. Just as the two were talking, in the distance, two figures walked into the Navy headquarters. Luke returns on Peach Bunny's warship. All along the way, Peach Bunny had a look of lust for Luke. There seemed to be huge questions to ask, but they were reluctant to speak out of concern for something. This squirming continued until they returned to Navy headquarters. At the sight of Luke and Peach Hair, both Cap and Warlock instantly stood up from their recliners. Luke waved a hand at the duo. LT. General Garp, Warlord. What is your current position? Warlord didn't say anything with a cold grunt. Luke was puzzled that this old Dan would always have the stinky face of a man who had eaten a gun when he saw him. Have you ever offended him? Warlord stinks, and there's no need to put a hard-hot face on a cold ass himself. Shrugging, Luke walked himself inside the headquarters. Peach Hair's face still looked like he was hiding a big secret. Nodding slightly in greeting to the Warlord duo, he also walked into the Navy headquarters. Garp shouted to Peach Hair from behind. Where did that kid go when he disappeared for so long? Peach Hair's body stopped and turned back to look at the pair lustfully. At leisure. With that, he left without looking back. Garp wondered, why are you suddenly being secretive? To the side, Warlord narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. After disappearing for so long, the first thing he does when he returns is naturally to meet Akainu. After all, nominally, he was his superior. When he arrived at the marshal's office, Akainu was looking down at a document of some sort on her desk. Seeing Luke walk in, he closed the folder. After being in office for so long, the job of marshal wasn't so overwhelming for him anymore. Looking up at Luke, he wondered if it was an illusion. A feeling of growing impenetrability rose from Akainu's mind. After disappearing for so long, this kid has gotten stronger again? Lighting a cigar, Akainu spoke. Disappeared for so long, where did he go? Luke made it up as he went along. A deceased person died and I went to his funeral. Akainu, what funeral needs to be attended for close to a year? Luke didn't open his mouth to explain. Akainu exhaled a mouthful of smoke, despite being Luke's superior. But whether it was strength or background, it was as if Luke wouldn't be able to look like he could take orders from himself. After all, he was not in the least bit weaker than himself, and his appointment was a direct result of Manhwa's intentions. Leaning back in the chair behind him, Akainu decided not to pursue the matter of where Luke had gone. Pressing the butt out of his cigarette in the ashtray, he pulled a copy from a thick file on the side. Throw it to Luke. Now that you're back, do your part. I received a tip from the branch some time ago that the Blackbeard pirates, who had broken away from the 7 Martial Seas, seem to be making big moves recently. Intelligence indicates that Hive Island will be his next target. After Whitebeard's death, the Navy doesn't want a second scary pirate to appear on the sea. Luke took the folder, and after a quick glance through it probably understood the situation. It does seem to be worth the trip for yourself. The King Strait, once a member of the Locust Pirates, was on Hive Island, and in the original, he was eventually defeated by Blackbeard. Given Blackbeard's character, if he doesn't join in after being defeated, the odds are that he'll end up being obliterated. He himself has to go back in time to get Locust's light group, as the King Strait who was once a member of the Locust Pirates. Definitely give yourself some clues. Whether it's about Locust, or the Battle of the Valley of the Gods in the first place. With that in mind, Luke put away the folder. Okay, I'm getting ready to move. Akainu gave Luke a somewhat surprised look, expecting him to shrug it off in the face of this task. I didn't expect Luke to agree so readily. Rubbing his brow, Akainu waved his hand. There you go. Back in his office, he hadn't been sitting down for long when there was a knock on his office door. Luke called out to enter, and a figure that slightly surprised him appeared at the door. Kirby stood in the doorway of the office with pink hair and a look of consternation on her face. This ungrateful sanctimonious. Luke leaned back in his chair and crossed his feet in a double-legged position on the table. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Kirby in the doorway. Something? It was hard for Kirby to avoid being emboldened in the face of the figure that had once nearly killed him. Grand. Admiral Luke, Marshal Akainu has ordered me to follow you to Hive Island. Luke frowned slightly, wondering how he'd sent himself such a stinking piece of. The tone was slightly impatient. Got it. Kirby sensed that Luke didn't seem to like himself. Was it because he had tried to stop him on the battlefield in the first place? Kirby said carefully, so, is it okay to leave first thing in the morning? Luke lit a cigarette and held it to his mouth, humming vaguely. Kirby stood up straight and gave a military salute. Yes. Then he turned away in a huff. The immense pressure of facing Luke made him find it a little difficult to breathe. Chapter 48, It's My Secret. Kirby left and Luke made himself a cup of tea. Just as he was lighting his second cigarette, the office door was suddenly knocked on again. Luke frowned slightly. Was he this busy just getting back? The door was pushed open and the figure of Peach Rabbit appeared there. Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit, something wrong? Luke asked. Peach Bunny didn't wait for him to agree and walked right into the office, even closing the door behind her. Grand Admiral Luke, I think we need to talk. Luke looked puzzled. He and Peach Rabbit didn't seem to have any extra interactions. What does one need to talk about with her? But then it suddenly occurred to them that the two had returned to the Navy headquarters on a warship. All the way there Peach Bunny's face wore a look of desire, as if she had something to ask herself. So Luke pushed the hot tea he had brewed in front of him, which he hadn't even taken a sip of, in front of Peach Rabbit. Sure. Peach Rabbit sat down across the desk. The dense heat of hot tea rising separated the two faces. Her gaze, through the steam, held Luke's. Until it looked a little uncomfortable for Luke, Peach Hair remained silent. Luke could only cast an inquiring glance and spoke. Lieutenant General Peach Hair? At the sound of the voice, Peach Hair then took a deep breath and withdrew his gaze. After a few more moments of silence, he suddenly slipped his hand into his V-neck. Under Luke's dumbfounded gaze, a journal was pulled out. The moment he saw the cover of the journal, Luke realized. Peach Rabbit had gone to the town of Igri, and the contents of this journal had been left behind when he had first crossed over. In order to run down what he remembers of the Pirate King storyline, so Luke writes out what he remembers. The cigarette butt in his hand burned to the end. Luke asked without looking up as he pressed the butt of his cigarette into the ashtray. You read what's in there? Peach Rabbit nodded, though trying desperately to maintain her composure. But the heart was beating wildly in his chest. She had already seen Luke's strength, even if it was the 5 Elder Stars, they didn't even have a chance to resist in front of him. Himself was like an unarmed child in front of him. If he wanted to obliterate himself, it wouldn't take much effort at all. Anyone would be annoyed that a secret was discovered, right? Luke rolled his eyes and spoke. It's not polite to sneak a peek at someone's diary. Peach Hair took a deep breath and spoke. Don't you want to explain something? Luke, explain what? Peach Bunny, from the journal, of course. Luke, would you believe me if I said it was written blind? Peach Hair, those things written on it. Regardless of the deaths of Ace and Whitebeard on the battlefield of Marineford, or the resignation of Marshal Warring States, including the fact that Green Pheasant and Akainu would fight for 10 days and 10 nights for the marshalship. Even nowadays, the Navy headquarters is going to move to a new place, all of them are happening one by one in reality. What you mean, Grand Admiral, is that those were all coincidences? Luke crossed his fingers and leaned on the back of the chair behind him. Silence. Peach Bunny continued to press the issue. Who the hell are you? Luke stretched and spoke lazily. I'm Luke, an ordinary man born in the small town of Igri. As to why I know so much about it, it's certainly a secret I would never tell you. Peach Rabbit gritted his teeth. What is the purpose of your visit to Navy headquarters? There's no purpose to it. I don't really like being in the Navy, but it's just the best option at the moment. You're not afraid I'm going to take this diary of yours to someone else? Before Peach Hair could finish her sentence, the journal she was holding suddenly appeared in Luke's hand. Without waiting for Peach Rabbit to speak, blue arcs of electricity wrapped around the diary. The next moment the heat caused a flame, and the diary was almost instantly reduced to ashes. Luke clapped his hands. You don't have any proof, and even if you did people would just take it as gibberish, and I'm perfectly capable of denying it. Peach Rabbit's silver teeth were about to be clenched, even the mole at the corner of her mouth was trembling slightly. I remember what's on it, including what happens afterward. Luke looked at Peach Bunny. Should we kill her to silence her? The idea was dismissed as soon as it crossed his mind. Even if she tells, so what? There is no evidence of this and one will not admit it. And the journal doesn't record anything overly important. For now, killing a reserve admiral of the Navy headquarters would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. It's better to forget about this kind of gain and loss. The Peach Hair figure in front of her suddenly lurched. She had just keenly sensed that a killing intent had appeared on Luke's body. It was only for a mere moment, but the feeling of being stared at caused a fine layer of goosebumps to rise on her arms. Luke stood up and yawned. Well, that's the end of the matter, and if you want to tell someone, then go ahead and be bold. But be forewarned, I'm dead set against admitting it. Are other people going to believe your empty nonsense? Or am I the superbly battle-hardened, young and talented admiral? With that, Luke opened the office door and left. The only thing left in the empty office was Mama Hergione. Her face struggled a few times before her shoulders finally slumped in disheveled strength. Luke was right, people would surely just think they were crazy if they told this pie-in-the-sky thing to themselves. No one will believe in such outrageous things as predicting the future. Early the next morning, Luke hadn't even woken up when there was a knock at the door of his room. Then Kirby's voice rang out. Admiral Luke, the warships are ready for departure. In bed Luke opened his eyes and looked up to find that it wasn't even fully light outside. This desertion king is sick, right? A mental curse. The door to the room was opened and outside Kirby was fully dressed with an inexplicable excitement on his face. Luke spoke in a somber tone. "In 3 hours, if any more movement wakes me up, I'll rip your head off." Clang. With that thrown down, Luke slammed the door to his room. Kirby stood in the doorway, the knot in his throat surging hard. With that, like a faithful doorman, he stood in the doorway. He didn't dare bet if someone else woke Luke up, if they were going to rip their own head off too. A little over 2 hours later, the door to Luke's room was opened. Kirby in the doorway was already a little numb on his feet from standing. Walking out of the room, Luke just looked at Kirby. "Go." After saying that, he walked towards the outside without looking back. And Kirby, behind him, followed in a hurry. Outside the Navy headquarters, 3 huge warships were ready. Numerous navies stood on warships with weapons in hand, apparently the strength brought on this mission. Everyone was waiting for Luke, who was the overall commander of the mission. It was all sunrise before Luke's figure wobbled and finally appeared. Slowly boarding the warship as everyone watched, he stood on the deck and stretched. Luke spoke up, "Let's go." Chapter 49 Arrival in Rocky Harbor. 3 warships sailed in a zigzag pattern across the ocean. The middlemost warship was equipped with luxurious lounges and offices for Luke's use. As you can tell, this mission, led by Grand Admiral Luke, has a bit of an eerie atmosphere throughout the accompanying navy. Everyone looked at him with a hint of fear within their eyes. Before Luke had even become an admiral, there was a lot of talk within the navy about the terrifying thunder and lightning figure that had last appeared on the battlefield of Marineford in the first place. There are countless arguments and rumors. After all, that day's scene of a single person fighting all the top battle forces alone was too shocking. With the rumor mill adding to the mix, Luke's mystique rises infinitely in the navy. Besides, he hadn't served as an admiral for long, and had disappeared for so long before he was familiar with the people of the Navy headquarters. During the time he disappeared, the rumors grew stronger. There were even rumors that Luke was eating a prisoner alive every day while he was being held in the city of propulsion. So, during the days of the voyage, as soon as Luke's figure appears on the warship, it doesn't matter what a group of people were doing a second before. It would all suddenly go quiet and everyone would either keep their heads down or look around nervously. The crowd will only recover when Luke is gone. There was fear, but all the same, a great sense of security rose up in the hearts of all. With Grand Admiral Luke at the helm, it's just a matter of going on any mission and not failing. No one but Kirby dared to travel to the office to brief Luke, so for the past few days, only Kirby's figure has been in front of him. The shaking distracted Luke. After a week of sailing, early in the morning Kirby knocked on Luke's office door as usual. "Come in." At the door Kirby took a deep breath at the sound and adjusted himself. Although he had been in contact with Luke every day for the past few days, Kirby's heart was still filled with fear of Luke. Pushed the door and walked in. Reporting to Grand Admiral Luke, the warships will arrive in Rocky Harbor today. It's finally getting there, and it's been a very dull few days of boring sea voyages. Luke nodded. Good. Kirby didn't even have the courage to look up at Luke as he spoke, and he continued with his head down. That forerunner arrived in Rocky Harbor yesterday, do we need to contact him now? Luke raised an eyebrow. The advance army? We still have the advance army? Kirby mustered up the courage to glance up at Luke, then quickly lowered his head again and spoke. Not technically one of our navy, just one of the pirates who will be joining forces with us in this operation. His information is in the file I gave you on the first day. Luke coughed dryly, then remembered that Kirby did seem to have given himself a file on the first day of departure. It said it was about this mission, but I didn't even open it to read it myself. So Luke opened his mouth with a dry cough. That file can't be found, surely you remember it, and if you dare say you've forgotten it, then you'll be the only one on duty for tonight's shift. Cold sweat seeped from Kirby's forehead and he hurriedly said, reporting to the Grand Admiral, as I recall, that pirate's name was Trafalgaro, the captain of the Pirates of the Red Heart. Surgical fruit ability, 25 years old, born in Provence, North Sea. Surprisingly, it's Roe? Luke then vaguely remembered that Law had indeed been involved in the Rocky Harbor incident. It was after this incident that he was given the status of Shichibukai. Luke nodded slightly. The tiny gesture was caught by Kirby, who took it as Luke's affirmation of his work ethic. Mentally, he was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when Luke, sitting in his office chair, suddenly asked, "What was Roe's grandfather's sign?" Kirby looked up blankly. "Ha?" Luke grimaced. "Looks like your work skills leave a lot to be desired. Dock you a month's pay and get out." "But I..." Kirby was about to explain something when Luke's eyes glared. All he could do was shut up and leave the office. In the evening, the outline of a huge harbor loomed in the distance on the horizon. Luke stood right at the bow of the warship, behind him stood countless naval forces, and all of them looked at his back without daring to utter a single breath. After seeing the outline of the harbor, Luke suddenly reached out. All warships halt. No one dared to question his orders. The 3 warships immediately stopped in the sea a long way from the harbor. Luke then ordered, lower the naval flag and extinguish all light sources. Although some people were puzzled, this order was still swiftly carried out. Everyone looked at Luke, wondering what their great general was going to do. Luke had a small boat lowered and jumped in. Luke, who was standing on the boat, swept his eyes around and suddenly asked in confusion, "Where are the Kirbys?" A subordinate immediately replied, "Reporting to the Grand Admiral, Kirby is being punished by you for stepping into the office left foot first when he brought you your lunch at noon by brushing the bottom of the cabin." Luke raised his head once. "Get him here." Soon Kirby was called. Luke gave him a wave. "You, come with me." Kirby still had the brush for the boat in his hand, and when he heard Luke's words, he immediately jumped into the boat even though he didn't know what he was going to do. After the last few days with Luke, Kirby had sensed it. Grand Admiral Luke disliked himself and would often punish himself for minor mistakes. After Kirby jumped into the boat, Luke pointed to the oars. "Rowing." So Kirby paddled the boat and started sailing through the sea with Luke in tow. After sailing for a long time, Kirby couldn't help but ask, "Grand Admiral Luke, where are we going?" Luke didn't take it well. "Are you blind? Can't you see Rocky Harbor is right in front of you?" Being scolded, KB lowered his head and soldiered on to start rowing, and after a while, he still couldn't hold back and asked again, "Just the two of us going?" Luke said, "Of course, if everyone goes, 3 warships alone will alert Blackbeard. Our goal is to wipe out Blackbeard in one fell swoop." Listening to Luke's words, Kirby's eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out that he had been wrong about Grand Admiral Luke, who had never hated himself. All it does is test itself. If he didn't trust to see himself, why was he chosen to carry out such an important operation with him? Kirby had no doubt about Luke's strength. In Marineford, Luke would have been able to take on both Blackbeard and Redhead by himself. Nowadays it would only be easier if it was just Blackbeard Tichy alone. Kirby looked at Luke and suddenly said from the heart, "Thank you, Grand Admiral Luke." Luke was full of questions. What was with this sudden thanks? After another moment of sailing, Kirby couldn't help but speak again. "Admiral Luke, Hive Island is a famous pirate's den, if just the two of us traveled there." Seemingly afraid that Luke would misunderstand, Kirby immediately explained, "Of course, I'm not doubting your strength. I'm just afraid I'll hold you back." Luke grinned a big smile at Kirby. "How are you holding me back? You're the future hero of the Navy, the one who's going to take over from Vice Admiral Garp." Chapter 50, Entering the Hive Island. Luke's comment was clearly tongue-in-cheek, but the deserter King Kirby apparently didn't hear it, and he waved his hands in agitation. "You mustn't talk nonsense, Grand Admiral." Before Kirby could finish his sentence, Luke slapped him on the head. "Row the boat." "Yes." Kirby's hands, which had just stopped, immediately moved again with the oars in their hands. "And paddle harder." Luke narrowed his eyes and looked at Rocky Harbor in the distance. Just then, Kirby, who was rowing the oars, spoke again. "Admiral Luke, do you really think I'm qualified to take over from Lieutenant General Garp?" "Shut up!" Luke suddenly called out, and Kirby hurriedly shut his mouth at that. At this time, the small boat that the two of them were riding on had already arrived in front of the harbor. Night had completely fallen, and a number of pirate ships were parked outside the harbor, which was shrouded in black. Luke had Kirby moor the boat in a secluded spot and the two sneaked up to the harbor. Hive Island has always been the home base for pirates. Due to the long occupation by pirates, even the architectural style of the houses on the island is on the wild side. The one who ruled the entire Hive Island today was none other than Wang Naoto, a former member of the Locust Pirates. As a member of the Locust Pirates that once dominated the entire sea, Wang Ji has kept an excessively low profile for so many years. There isn't even much out there about him. Unlike Big Mom Kaido and Whitebeard, who were also former members of the Locust Pirates, both have dominated the sea as the 4 emperors. The two Lukes stood in the harbor, looking up and surveying the front. At night, the Hive Island was lit up. Just as Luke lifted his foot just as he was about to head toward the island, suddenly a gibbering sound rang out from Kirby's pocket. The sudden sound startled Luke. He turned back to look angrily at Kirby. Kirby hastily fumbled to pull a phone bug out of his pocket. After a quick glance, Kirby was busy whispering, "It's that pirate advance." Luke didn't take it well. "Whoever it is, can you make the damn noise stop first?" Kirby gave a panicked "oh," and then picked up the phone bug. Luke covered his face helplessly. Not only is this soldier deserter king an ungrateful White Lotus, but nowadays it seems as if he's also a bit mentally challenged. 2 high posts stood in Rocky Harbor. The movement of Luke's duo seemed to have caught the attention of the man on the sentry post. Only 2 drunken voices could be heard. "Is there something moving down there? You go down and look." "Why shouldn't you go?" "Same old rules, whoever loses goes." "Good." After a moment of silence, an angry curse came from the sentry platform, followed by a figure cursing and walking down the platform. Luke helplessly tugged Kirby into hiding behind a pirate ship, and a voice came from the phone bug in Kirby's hand. "Are you there yet?" That familiar voice, sure enough, it was Law. Kirby looked up at Luke, who nodded slightly. So Kirby whispered into the phone bug, "Here we are." Rose's puzzled voice came from over there. "I didn't see any sign of warships in the harbor," Kirby explained. "The warship was anchored in the distance, and we boarded the island in a small boat." There was a pause over there before Rose spoke. "How many of you have come?" 3 warships, but only Grand Admiral Luke and I have boarded the island so far." Ro on the other end of the line was silent for a long moment after hearing Luke's name. Ryoga spoke up. I'm at a tavern next to Rocky Harbor, the only one in the neighborhood. Just give my name directly when you come in, and someone will naturally bring you to me. Kirby hummed into the phone bug and hung up. He then turned his head to Luke. Grand Admiral Luke, he says he's at a tavern nearby and we can find him if we go in and say his name. Luke rolled his eyes. I'm not deaf. Kirby scratched his head, so we go over there now? Luke let out a long breath and pointed to the Navy uniform on Kirby. You mean to tell me you're going to waltz into a pirate's lair in this outfit? At that Kirby's face turned red, that he could make such a cheap mistake. The two men removed their uniforms from their bodies. Not far away, pirates coming down from their posts. With the bottle in his hand, he staggered around and checked the area. Luke's duo avoided him and headed toward the island. Sure enough, before we had gone too long, a tavern came into view. The duo walked into the tavern, which was exceptionally slow. Only a few drunken pirates sat at the bar. Without Luke having to step in, Kirby headed toward the bar. The tavern owner looked up at the unfamiliar face before him. We're looking for Trafalgaro. Kirby stood at the bar and spoke. The owner stopped wiping the cup in his hand and shot Kirby and Luke a few glances. Then he said, follow me. The two men followed the owner towards the back of the tavern. A staircase appeared in front of him, and he followed it up to the second floor and came to a door to a room. The owner knocked rhythmically on the door and it didn't take long for the door to the room to be opened. Ro's face peeked out from behind the door. He wasn't wearing that signature hat on his head. A large berry was placed in the tavern keeper's hand. The owner took the money and left. Ro stood in the doorway, his eyes sizing up the two Lukes. A flash of surprise clearly crossed the bottom of Luke's eyes at the sight of his young face. Come in. With that, Ro stepped aside. The two Lukes walked into the room. Three figures sat on three chairs in the room. Lo's eyes still glanced to Luke from time to time. Luke, on the other hand, had a cigarette in his hand and a calm expression on his face. After a long time, Law was the first to speak. After the Marineford War, Blackbeard annexed a large portion of Whitebeard's territory. I have it on good authority that Blackbeard's next target is here. With that said, Ro looked over at Luke. Luke puffed on his cigarette, not meaning to speak. Kirby, in a rare moment of good sense, spoke up. In that case, all we have to do is wait here quietly. Ro nodded. That's right, Blackbeard attacked Hive Island, so we can wait and see what happens first. Wait for them to lose both of them, then strike and kill them all in one fell swoop. Kirby, with some excitement in his eyes, clapped his hands together. That's right, when they're both defeated, I'll be able to. Just halfway through his sentence, Kirby stole a glance at Luke and then changed his tone. Admiral Luke can then notify the distant warships to come and wipe out all the pirates. Just as the two were about to continue their discussion, Luke suddenly yawned and spoke. The entire Hive Island is now ruled by Wang Ji, right? Law gave him a look and nodded. Exactly. Where is he? Upon hearing Luke's question, Ro revealed a thoughtful look, obviously not sure what Luke was doing asking this all of a sudden. Still, it was explained. He should be living in the depths of Hive Island, it's not clear exactly. Luke nodded, then stood up. In that case, wait. When he said this, Luke's tone was meaningful. For a moment it puzzled both Kirby and Law. Chapter 51, Law's Scheme. The only bed in the room, Luke naturally commandeered. Naturally Kirby had no complaints about this, and Ro obviously had nothing to say about it. He himself was just a pirate, but the other party was an admiral representing the Navy's top fighting force. And Luke's name had long been known to the world for his sick performance on the battlefield of Marineford. The night was silent, and the next morning, Luke was woken up by Kirby. Grand Admiral Luke. Grand Admiral Luke. Though Kirby tried his best to keep his voice soft, it was still hard to hide the panic. Luke yawned and was just about to open his mouth to curse. Kirby, however, snaps out of it. Not good. Grand Admiral Luke. Luke got up from the bed and Ro was standing in front of the window of the room against the street, with a look of panic on his face as well. Rubbing his eyes, Luke asked, what's wrong? Kirby blanched. We're surrounded by pirates from Hive Island, and it's all pirates out there now. I had expected something different on Luke's face when he heard the news, but he remained calm. Kirby thought he hadn't heard him and was busy trying to repeat himself, only to be interrupted by Luke. Shut up. Chortling, Luke came to Ro's side and lifted the curtains to look out through the window. Only the streets near Rocky Harbor were filled with pirates at that moment. Each of them had a weapon in their hands, and all of them were looking menacingly in the direction of the tavern. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Luke smacked his lips and lowered the curtains. What's going on? Upon hearing Luke's question, Lo's brow furrowed. I'm not sure exactly, but the most important thing right now is to hurry up and call the 3 distant warships for support. Luke yawned. On this mission, the Navy only has those 3 warships, and Hive Island is full of pirates. Seeing Luke's care-filled look, Kirby immediately became anxious. That will at least cover our retreat. Luke glared at him and Kirby shut up in a hurry. With that Luke turned his head to Ro and muttered. How could it suddenly be surrounded by so many pirates? I'm guessing. Could it be that someone has gotten wind of it? Under Luke's gaze, the knot in Ro's throat rolled slightly, and a fine layer of sweat unconsciously seethed on his forehead. Luke still mumbled to himself, "Who could have leaked it?" Ro's voice was a little dry. "Maybe it's the owner of this tavern." Without waiting for Ro to finish, Luke suddenly interrupted. "You should hate Doflamingo a lot, right?" Law's face froze. Luke continued, "If I were you, I'd be tempted to take revenge, too. But one is too weak. What must one do to take revenge?" Looking at Ro, Luke said slowly, "If we can become the 7 Musketeers, wouldn't we be a little closer to getting our revenge? And how does one become a Shichibukai?" Luke reached out and lifted the curtains again, looking out at the pirates and speaking, such as taking 100 pirate hearts to prove their worth, thus exchanging them with the world government for the status of the Shichibukai. With that, Luke pointed to the pirates below. "There are far more than 100 hearts here, aren't there?" Luo's face had been completely replaced by panic. "I thought I had a seamless plan, but was it so easily recognized?" As if he couldn't see Lo's expression, Luke continued to speak. "So the information that Blackbeard would attack Hive Island was provided by you, and the news that the Navy had entered Hive Island was revealed by you. For the sake of using the Navy's hand to help you accomplish the task of 100 pirate hearts." The panic on Ro's face suddenly dissipated into a sense of relief. He looked at Luke and sneered. "Even if we know now, so what? You've got no choice. Now that this place is surrounded by pirates, what choice do you have but to team up with me to kill your way out?" Before Ro could finish his words, suddenly his neck was choked by Luke's palm. Luke lifts Law up with one hand around his neck. "Speak slowly. A small Hive Island, there's no need to say such desperate general words as joining forces and killing your way out." Law's neck was in a death grip, trying to fight back but not having the slightest bit of strength. It was only at this moment that he finally realized just how terrifying the strength of the monster in front of him, who had once caused havoc on the battlefield of Marineford, was. The difference in strength between himself and him was as if there was a difference between clouds and mud. Kirby, who was on the side, looked at the situation in front of him with a face full of shock. Yelled at Law. "So everything was your plot?" Luke laughed softly and suddenly let go. Law fell to the ground and sat paralyzed, gasping for air. Luke hooked a hand to a side of Kirby. "Give me the phone bug." Kirby looked at Ro with an angry face and spoke after handing Luke the phone bug. "If we let 3 warships come to support us now, won't we be playing right into his hands?" Luke laughed softly. "Who said I was going to call for warship support?" Taking the phone bug and stowing it in his pocket, he then turned toward the door. After opening the door, Luke turned back to Roto in the room. "Whether or not you can get 100 pirate hearts depends on your strength." After saying that, he was about to turn and leave, and Kirby gave Lo a look of contempt and followed Luke as he was about to leave together. Luke, who had already walked out of the room, suddenly turned back to Kirby. "What are you doing?" Kirby looked puzzled. "Aren't we pulling out?" Luke shook his head. "No guys, I'm the only one who withdrew, and you stayed behind to take care of the extermination of the pirates on Hive Island." Luke, who had turned to leave, added, "Remember, you're a hero of the Navy and always will be." With those last words, Luke left without looking back, leaving a stunned Kirby alone. In the room, Kaby was like an ant on a hot pan, lifting the curtains from time to time to look outside. The bandana on his head was even wet with cold sweat. "It's over, it's over, it's over for both of us." Listening to Kirby's desperate chanting, Ro asked through clenched teeth, "Do you still have a way to contact those 3 warships?" Kirby cried out. "The phone bug was taken by Admiral Luke, or else would I have a way to contact the warship? Even if we could make contact, 3 warships, against so many pirates, wouldn't do much at all." Ro squeezed his hand indignantly, disgruntled. Knowing full well that it's going to be a dangerous place like Hive Island that we're coming to, and that there's the possibility of encountering the Blackbeard pirates. Why only 3 warships? Kirby was filled with helplessness. This mission is led by Grand Admiral Luke, and with his battle prowess, 3 warships will be enough. Ro lifted the curtains to look outside and gritted his teeth. "As things stand, we can only find a way to kill our way out." Kirby called out. "Both of us?" Lo took a deep breath. "Is there a third person in the room?" Luke, at that moment, was already heading towards the depths of Hive Island. He remembered, of course, the main purpose of his visit here. That is to find the King Strait, who was once a member of the Locust Pirates. One needed to know exactly what happened on the battlefield of the Valley of the Gods back then, which was important if one was going to travel to the Valley of the Gods to obtain Locust's light cluster. Chapter 52, The King of the Rocks Pirate Strait. Rocky Harbor is an important port to the Hive Islands. From here it's a short distance to the interior of Hive Island. Luke sneaks out the back door of the tavern. A group of pirates had surrounded the entire tavern, but luckily, there weren't many pirates at the back door location. The group of pirates all lay on the ground after a slight release of the Overlord color hegemony. Putting on a scavenged hat, Luke walked around the crowd toward the interior of Hive Island. The hierarchy of places long occupied by pirates seems to be quite distinct. The further you went towards the interior of Hive Island, the more luxurious the buildings became. It seems that the less powerful pirates all live on the outskirts, and the closer you get to the interior, the stronger the pirates that inhabit it. Then, as a ruler, it's natural to live in the innermost part. After walking for a short while, Luke suddenly heard a tussle behind him at the rocky harbor location. Looking back, he saw the figures of Law and Kirby, already surrounded by pirates. The two men fought desperately, shouting and killing all around them. None of this had anything to do with Luke, of course, as he continued toward the island on his own. It seems that the entire island's pirates have turned out in force in order to round up the navy. Luke made his way unimpeded to the interior of Hive Island. Half a day's wandering around and not a soul in sight. Finally, it was hard to find an old pirate who was already dying. Under the general tactics of Luke's incarnation of Thunderbolt Pharaoh Yan Yongshin, the old pirate finally spoke. We have it on good authority that the navy is going to wipe out the entire Hive Island. The 3 navy ships that went ahead last night have arrived, led by the navy's new Admiral Luke. You should have heard of his name, right? That's a monster who made a big mess on the battlefield of Marineford, and only later did many powerful people join forces to subdue him. To face this monster, everyone on the entire island has headed to Rocky Harbor for defense. Luke didn't realize he was so infamous now. Not only in the navy within the ferocious reputation of countless people fear, even the pirates have their own legend. Smacking his lips, Luke asked, "Where is your chief?" "Old pirate, you mean Captain Wang Ji?" Luke nodded. The old pirate said, facing that monster from the navy, of course Captain Wang Naoshi would have to do it himself. Luke's eyes went to the harbor location. "You mean Wang Ji went to the harbor too?" The old pirate looked at Luke, remembering the tactics he had just used, and nodded with some trepidation. "Running for nothing," Luke muttered, turned, and headed down the hill. Looking at Luke's departing back, the old pirate's heart palpitated. Returning to Rocky Harbor again, Luke was surprised to find the 3 warships that had been parked in the distance at his command. Surprisingly, it arrived at the harbor. All of the navy had landed by now and were fighting the pirates tooth and nail, led by Law and Kirby. On the ground around them, there were quite a few balls of light falling. Luke's eyes glanced around and did not see Wang Ji's figure. So once again, Luke was the king of pickups, constantly traveling back and forth across the battlefield and picking up clusters of light. Though these little clusters of light were now of little gain to themselves. But a fly's leg is meat. What Luke didn't know was that he was searching around the battlefield for Wang Ji. A tall figure covered in armor and holding a huge western sword was standing inside a house. A pair of eyes inside the armor was looking out at the battlefield through the windows of the house. "Captain Wang Ji, still not making a move?" a pirate off to the side asked. Wang Ji's eyes looked out to the battlefield, although the navy's numbers were not superior. But the overall strength is much stronger. Countless pirates were letting out a wail and falling at the feet of the navy. "Wait a little longer," Wang Ji said in a deep voice. As a member of the Locust Pirates, who once dominated the entire sea and even attempted to overthrow the Tenryujin and topple the rule of the world government, Wang Ji had seen too many big scenes in his life. But ever since the big battle years ago, he had chosen to live at a snail's pace within the Hive Island. Compare that to Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Lingling, who were also former members of the Locust Pirates. They have all become sea emperors ruling one side of the sea. One does kind of dishonor the members of the Locust Pirates. After all these years, there weren't even many rumors about him on the ocean. Outsiders might not be aware of it, but only Wang Ji himself knew. Whether it was age or the hidden dangers left behind by that horrible battle back then, the current self was not the same as it was back then. Nowadays, he has nothing but the honor of having once been a member of the Locust Pirates. There's nothing left. The riverine situation is actually quite obvious. The entire Hive Island was full of pirates, but most of their strength wasn't very impressive. When he got the news that the Navy was going to completely surround the entire Hive Island, he was like a scared bird. Especially to learn that the one leading the group was the same monster that had made a scene on the battlefield of Marineford. What are his chances of winning against him? Wang Ji's eyes kept searching the battlefield, trying to find Luke's figure. Last night he got himself a reliable tip that the scary guy was at the tavern in the harbor. But the only ones who came out from inside today were a small, unknown pirate and a navy man. That guy seems to have disappeared. Originally, he had planned to utilize the Sea of Men tactic to make that guy expend a little bit of his strength, but now it seems that the plan seems to have fallen through. Somewhat forlornly, he took a deep breath. Wang Ji gripped the hilt of the sword in his hand tighter. On the battlefield, Luke kept searching, but he still didn't see Wang Ji's figure. It was hard to catch a few pirates trying to get a little information, but he only slightly shot. Most of the pirates in his hands will directly not be able to hold out, 2 eyes rolled over and fainted. The strength of the pirates on the entire Hive Island was horribly weak. Just as Luke was about to continue arresting people for information, suddenly, a surprised yell came from behind him. "Grand Admiral Luke!" Luke turned his head to see Kirby, covered in blood, looking at himself with an excited expression. "Sure enough, it's you, Grand Admiral Luke. I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Kirby looked at Luke and exclaimed in surprise. Luke covered his face with a helpless one. Kirby suddenly raised the longsword in his hand and shouted, "Brothers, Grand Admiral Luke has been there all along. We will not lose." This shout caused almost all eyes on the battlefield to look over. The Navy's usual pressure that made them almost breathless at the sight of Luke's figure was now transformed into a great confidence. "It's Grand Admiral Luke. We're winning," a Navy man shouted in excitement. And fear welled up on countless faces of the pirates as they heard Luke's name. What's more, some of them directly threw down the weapons in their hands and started to run away with a yell. In a flash, the situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. The Hive Island pirates, who were already not very strong, were even more difficult to resist at this time. The Navy fought excitedly, and countless pirates fell. Kirby killed his way to Luke and wiped the blood from his face. "I have long guessed that you must have your plans, and leaving me behind is only part of your plan." Kirby was just halfway through his words when he suddenly looked behind Luke and his face changed. "Grand Admiral Luke, look out!" At the same time, a loud sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air came from behind Luke. Chapter 53 The Great Battle of the Valley of the Gods in History. Ding! The sound of gold and stone clashing came. Luke's palm was wrapped in a dark red overpowering aura, and 2 fingers cupped the sword that was sneaking towards him. Wang Ji's figure encased in armor stood right behind Luke, huge western sword in his hand. Luke slowly turned his head and looked at the tall armored figure. "You are Wang Ji?" As he spoke, Luke's fingers fired slightly. There was a toothsome crunching sound coming from the huge western sword. The next second, there was a crunching sound. The huge western sword was instantly reduced to pieces. With just one blow, Wang Ji understood. The current self and this terrifying admiral were not even on the same level of strength. The hilt of the sword in his hand slammed toward Luke, and he turned to flee the battlefield. The enemy who had fled so crisply after so many encounters. It was the first time Luke had seen it. But there was no rush. The finger flicked towards Wang Ji's escaping figure. Luke chanted softly, "Divine punishment." A blue lightning bolt appeared out of thin air and quickly fell towards Wang Ji's escaping figure. "Aha!" A muffled grunt of pain came. Wang Ji's tall figure fell heavily to the ground. The scene here was reflected in the eyes of everyone around. The pirates, who were already in a state of defeat, completely lost the idea of resistance at this time. That admiral of the Navy just casually struck, and their most battle-hardened captain Wang Ji collapsed. How could this make them, the group of pirates, resist? Hive Island is finished. I don't know who was the first to shout out. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague. The sound of weapons falling to the ground kept coming, and countless pirates began to flee towards the harbor. Of course, there were also quite a few pirates with a harder backbone, with a death-defying expression on their faces who chose to continue resisting. Luke walked slowly and leisurely toward the fallen King Strait. Many of the surrounding pirates with weapons in their hands shouted, "Protect the captain!" In a flash a group of pirates came towards Luke. Luke didn't go soft in the face of the group. The palm of his hand spread out, and countless thunderbolts spread violently towards the surroundings. The wailing continued. One by one, those pirates who killed Luke fell to the ground. The body hit by lightning twitched from time to time. Luke took a few steps in front of Wang Ji and raised his leg to kick his head armor. A pale face appeared before him. Surprisingly, it was a very standard Asian face. On the face, a pair of eyes looked at Luke. As if knowing that he was doomed today, fear and despair were instead overcome by candor. King looked straight at Luke. "Sure enough, it's that monster that made a big mess of Marineford, frighteningly strong." Luke smiled slightly. Wang Ji had a relieved expression on his face as he spoke blandly. "Come as you may, old man is ready to die gracefully." Luke picked at his fingers, casually. "Answer me a few questions and maybe I'll consider sparing your life." Hearing Luke's words, Wang Ji let out a disdainful scornful laugh. Although his own strength is long gone now, he was once a member of the Locust Pirates. This kid is a little underestimated, isn't he? When the pirates first disbanded, he himself was not worse than a few of the other crew members. Even the position of the 4 emperors is within reach. But ever since losing to a brat named Shanks, that heart, which belonged to a member of the Locust Pirates, grew cold. His heart already understood that even if he tried harder, it would be impossible to return to his former glory. That's why for so many years, it chose to hunker down on Hive Island and not ask questions. Otherwise, with his identity as a former member of the Locust Pirates, how could this great sea not leave his legend? He had lost to that brat named Shanks, and now he had lost in one move at the hands of this Navy brat. Time is such a relentless thing. Ha 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 ha. Wang Ji let out a loud laugh. Who do you think you are? I've stood at the top of this world before. Luke nodded softly in praise. Have a backbone, and I hope you stay that way. After saying that, Luke opened his palm and a small ball of lightning appeared in his palm. Flexing his fingers, the tiny ball of lightning bounced towards Wang Ji's chest. In the next moment, blue lightning spread all over Wang Ji's body. Ah! The collapsed Wang Ji was convulsing and constantly wailing. A long time passed before the lightning dissipated. Wang Ji took a big intake of breath. And in Luke's hand, a ball of lightning slightly larger than a moment ago had converged. Wang Ji's face twitched. Luke flexed his fingers again. Ah! Even more miserable screams than earlier came out from Wang Ji's mouth. After another long time, the lightning slowly dissipated. And at this time, Wang Ji was already covered in sweat. Luke spread his hands and a larger ball of lightning coalesced again. Where I come from there's an old saying that those who know what they're doing are the ones who know what they're doing. Luke tossed the ball of lightning in his hand and spoke. If you can live, why should you prefer death? Wang Ji gasped for air, his face changed several times, and finally squeezed out words from between his teeth. What questions do you have for me? Luke said slowly. It's not a big secret, I just want to know something about the great battle of the Valley of the Gods back then. The words Valley of the Gods seemed to have touched some nerve in him. Wang Ji's pupils shrunk violently. That's an old story from years ago, what can you do if you know about it? Luke said casually. I'm the one asking you questions now, you're in no position to ask them. Wang Ji gritted his teeth. This little kid from the Navy in front of him had a powerful pressure that he hadn't felt from anyone since the Valley of the Gods battle back then. What do you want to know? Simple, you just need to tell me everything you know. Wang Ji's mouth opened a few times for a long time before he spoke. It was a big battle. Luke rolled his eyes and said, isn't that crap? That war pretty much changed the landscape of the world at the time. With that, Wang Ji looked at Luke with an expression of scorn. You should be glad you weren't born in those days. Luke didn't say anything, only the ball of lightning in his palm grew violently larger by a circle. Wang Ji continued to speak with a dry cough. Almost every power was involved in that battle at the time. The world government had the Knights of God and the 5 Elders. You may not have heard of them, but here's who they are. Luke interrupted him. I know this better than you. Wang Ji hummed lightly and then spoke. That was supposed to be a hunting game for the Skrulls, but with our presence, that game changed flavor. The game became a real war, a war that cost countless lives. Unfortunately, Wang Ji's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence, murmuring as if he were speaking to himself. Unfortunately, just a little bit and we'd have made it. Luke thought to himself, not a little worse. Although the world government and navy had deployed almost all of their top fighting forces, Im probably didn't put up a fight. If you want to overthrow the world government, it's still hard enough to do it with just the Locust Pirates. Chapter 54, Killing Wang Ji. Luke interrupted Wang Ji's recollection. One didn't come here to hear him tell about the Locust Pirates and how great they were back in the day. So Luke asked the question that concerned him the most. How the hell did Locks, back then, die? By Cap and Roger teaming up? The question seemed poignant to Wang Ji. The words Valley of the Gods might have just made his pupils shrink, but the mention of Locust death. He even looked forlorn. Captain. Wang Ji's gaze looked into the distance. Roger and Cap teaming up? Ha ha ha. Wang Ji laughed a few times. Is that what Garp told you? It's ridiculous that the rights and wrongs of this world are changed by those who win and survive. Luke raised an eyebrow. It looked like there was something else going on with Rox's death. Wang Ji withdrew his gaze and looked at Luke. The captain is so powerful, even if Cap and Roger teamed up, how could they defeat him? What the captain suffered that day was a siege, with almost all of the world government coming at us. Said Wang Ji once again revealed a scornful smile. You think you're good? If you appear on that battlefield, you'll realize that you're actually that ridiculously strong. Luke frowned. It seemed that the battle in the Valley of the Gods was even more grueling than he had expected. Participating in that war were the 5 elder stars of the world government, the Knights of God, and on the Navy side, Cap, who was young and at the peak of his powers, and Sengoku. And on the pirate side, there was the world's strongest rocks pirates at the time. Then there's the newly emerging Roger pirates. Shortly after that big battle, Roger became recognized as the strongest pirate in the world. It seems that all the world's top combatants at the time participated in that war. And some of the characters who would make it big in the pirate world in the future appeared in that war. Locust died in the siege, which must have been the center of the battlefield. With his current strength, he traveled to the Valley of the Gods to battle to obtain Locust's light cluster. It's a bit of a struggle to face the top fighters in the entire world at the time. And there's the limitation of the rule that the system can't change history. It's not good for you. Luke mused inwardly. The figures of Kaido and Charlotte Lingling suddenly came to mind. If one obtained the light masses of the two of them, wouldn't it be more of a guarantee to travel to the Valley of the Gods? Luke's face was deep in thought, lost in his own thoughts. Wang Ji looked at the dazed Luke and carefully took a deep breath. A short sword quietly appeared in his hand. Luke, on the other hand, seemed oblivious and still looked like he was frowning. Suddenly, the short sword in Wang Ji's hand stabbed out violently towards Luke in front of him. The distance between the two was so close that they could never miss. Wang Ji roared. Kid, it's facing a dying old man like me. You still have to be vigilant. However, just when the sharp blade was less than 2 centimeters away from Luke's chest, it suddenly looked like it had touched an invisible barrier. It's hard to inch in any further. Luke looked down at Wang Ji and grinned. Actually, I was really going to spare your life. As the last word exited, a blue current suddenly followed the short sword that was about to stab into his chest. Towards Wang Ji surged violently. The violent current even caused a buzz to come from the air around them. Ah! A scream didn't even make it out of Wang Ji's throat in one piece. Then it came to an abrupt end as if the neck had been pinched. Wang Ji's pupils gradually laxed, and his entire figure was even more powerless and limp. A ball of light that appeared next to his body. Luke bent down to pick it up. Ding! Power plus 800,000. Ding! Agility plus 500,000. Ding! When Twilight Whitebeard's light mass had only increased its power by 1 million, he didn't expect Wang Ji's light mass to have 800,000 as well. All the surrounding pirates saw that Wang Ji, who was their captain and the highest combatant in the entire Hive Island, had become a corpse. It can already be declared that victory belongs to the Navy. Most of the disorganized pirates had already fled towards the harbor. The rest, even if they were barely able to fight, didn't have much of a mind to resist after Wang Ji's death. It was only a matter of time before the Navy won. On the battlefield, Law had long since disappeared after accomplishing his purpose of 100 hearts. The pirates in the harbor had either fled or died in battle, leaving only a small portion of them to escape into the interior of Hive Island. The Navy didn't bring a lot of troops this time. In the face of the scattered and fleeing pirates, it was impossible to continue the pursuit. Once inside the Hive Island, then the Navy's forces would inevitably be separated. The Navy would be at a great disadvantage against pirates who had the advantage of familiarizing themselves with the terrain. Kirby came to the front, and by now he was looking at Luke like he was looking at his absolute idol. Nothing but worship. Wang Ji was a member of the once famous Locust Pirates, only to be killed by Luke in a single move. This kind of strength, no matter whether it's the veteran Great General Yellow Saru or the newly promoted Great General Fujikyu, all of them can't be compared. With the Navy having such an admiral, all the pirates are going to be out of luck. Grand Admiral Luke, we have prevailed, Kirby said excitedly. Luke waved his hand perfunctorily. I see, now that we've won, let's withdraw. Yes, Kirby saluted. In front of Rocky Harbor, 3 warships prepare to depart. At this time on Hive Island, there were only a few scattered pirates left. It's no longer a climate. This mission was a big win, to say the least. Kirby stood at the bow of the boat, the excitement still fresh on his face. He looked at Luke and asked, Grand Admiral Luke, is it true that we don't need to send men to remain stationed here? Luke shook his head. According to the original storyline, it was supposed to be Kirby and Law fighting King Strait on Rocky Harbor. Then Blackbeard pops up to pick up the slack. Although he had changed the original plot, his intuition told him Blackbeard was hiding somewhere right now watching them. In Marineford, one casts a shadow over Blackbeard. He certainly wouldn't actively provoke himself. You'll just hide away from yourself. As long as he doesn't leave, Blackbeard will never show up. Though cocky and arrogant, caution is also a trait of his character. Though he won't show up now, Luke promises that once he's gone, Blackbeard would not hesitate to start attacking Hive Island, and he could be doing him a favor. Wang Ji, an opponent who was still powerful to him, was eradicated by himself. It would only make it easier for Blackbeard to take over Hive Island. Warship departs Rocky Harbor. A long time later, inside a narrow reef bay in Rocky Harbor, several figures appeared furtively. It was none other than a couple of Blackbeard's men. Blackbeard's eyes looked in the direction of the warship's distance, his gaze filled with scorn. Turning his head to Hive Island again, the look on his face was nothing but smug. Ha ha ha, this little brat, he's done me a great favor. Chapter 55, Thunder and Lightning figure from 800 years ago. The Holy Land of Manhwa, within the city of Pangaea. Im's figure, completely shrouded in robes, was standing in front of a huge stone monument. On the stone tablet, countless lines outlined a picture. The image depicts a war. Countless soldiers in armor stood in front of a thin figure. One of the thin figure's arms was stretched long, like rubber. It was swinging in one direction. The figure's hair, on the other hand, was outlined with a few lines of flame. Joey boy. Looking at the figure, Im's androgynous voice murmured intently. The whole picture is a simple one of Joey boy with a group of soldiers, fighting another side. After a moment, Im's gaze landed across from Joy boy. There stood an equally skinny figure, the entirety of the figure shrouded in a hoodie, is making a move to escape. But around the fleeing figure shrouded by the hoodie, there were lines outlining countless lightning bolts. It looked like electricity wrapped the figure in a giant. Joey boy's fist was clearly swung towards this lightning figure, and the lightning figure chose to wrap itself in lightning in order to return the favor. After staring at the thundering figure for a long moment, a soft intake of Imu's breath came from the empty hall. Why are you so weak now, my partner? With a softly murmured intimation, he turned around and left the great hall. The 5 elder stars knelt on the ground, and Im sat on top of the void throne. You mean, he's gotten stronger? Hearing Imun's inquiry, Satan Saint's body trembled slightly. He was unsure if this statement was a rebuke of his own incompetence. So he lowered his head and spoke carefully. Lord Im, compared to what he did on the battlefield of Malinvado, it's a lot stronger. Im got up from his throne. Looking down at Satan St. Are you saying that you have no chance of fighting back under him? Satan Saint's body trembled once again and his tone became more careful. Yes, I'm Sama. The rest of the 5 elder stars were silent. The atmosphere in the entire hall was oppressive to the extreme. Suddenly, a giggle came out of Im's mouth. It was a long time before Im stopped laughing and spoke. Okay. The 5 elder stars looked at each other with confusion within each of their eyes. At Navy headquarters, Luke sat leisurely in his office, a cup of tea steaming in front of him. He was holding a copy of today's newspaper in his hand. After a long time, Luke folded the newspaper in his hand and placed it on the desk in front of him. Having been back and recuperating for so long, Luke is constantly on the lookout for news from the outside world. Now, the news one has been waiting for has finally appeared. Before traveling to the Valley of the Gods, he needed to do two things. Before he acquired Roger's light mass, he was too weak. Im's gentle finger is still a bit of a heartbreaker. That's why there was only the option of submitting to him and serving as an admiral in the first place. But today, everything is different. He had obtained Roger's light cluster himself, and had sort of poked around a bit in the Valley of the Gods back then. Everything has been stabilized. Now even if they encountered him, and couldn't beat them, there should always be a chance of escape. It was time to complete the quest issued by the system to break away from the Navy and form his own pirate group. Since we're starting a pirate group, we'll definitely need crew. It was time to harvest the fruit that had been planted at Green Pheasant. And Luke's eyes went to the newspaper, and the second crewman he had been waiting for was finally in sight. It's time to tear it up with the world government, with the Navy, with him. Complete the system's quests and get rewards. One's strength will rise again. Traveling to the Valley of the Gods is one more safeguard. Shaking his neck slightly, Luke removed the cloak representing the Admiral from his body. With that, he opened the door to his office and walked out of the Navy headquarters building to the plaza outside. At this time a group of soldiers from the headquarters were training in the square. Sengoku, who was a retired old marshal, was lying with Garp watching the soldiers train. Luke was the first thing Warlord saw when he appeared in the plaza. And Luke, too, was looking at the warring nations. The two of them locked gazes, and suddenly a sense of foreboding surged through Warlord's mind. A group of training soldiers, too, noticed Luke's figure. Though the general is basically rarely seen on weekdays. But if everyone were to vote for the strongest admiral in the Navy, Luke would be elected without a doubt. Kid, what are you doing? Warlord sat up from his recliner. Luke was very confused as to why exactly the Warlord had been wary, even hostile, towards himself. He was also the one who gave the order to lock himself up in Propulsion City in the first place. Obviously he was helping the Navy on the battlefield of Marineford and ended up in jail. Letting out a long sigh, Luke flashed a wide smile at Warlock. Suddenly, both Warlord and Garp snapped their heads up to the sky, only to see that the originally clear blue sky was suddenly cloudy at this moment. Luke in the square pointed one finger to the sky and spoke softly. Trillions of volts, the god of thunder descends. A thunderclap rang out violently, and in the next moment, a tall mountain-like figure of terrifying thunder and lightning. Silently, he stood in the plaza of the Navy headquarters. At this moment, everyone's memories were pulled back to the battlefield of Marineford. The terrifying lightning figure on the battlefield that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth appeared in front of everyone once again. Warlord gritted his teeth, his eyes looking dead at the lightning figure that seemed to be destroying the sky and the earth. I told you the Navy would fall on this little brat's ass. As the words fell, golden light appeared from Warlord's body. A giant golden Buddha appeared. Luke in the guise of Thor laughed softly. Back in the days of Marineford, the Warlord wasn't necessarily a match for himself, let alone now. Divine punishment. The voice of the huge lightning figure was like a bell. Two words exited, and a thick lightning bolt struck towards the Warlord. Lightning and the golden giant Buddha collided, and a huge sound came out. A large portion of the buildings around the warren were destroyed. A deep crater even appeared on the ground as if it had been hit by a meteorite. Warlord lay dying at the bottom of the pit. Kid! Garp let out a roar, and his entire body shot out from the ground like an arrow off a string. The hegemonic color hegemony wrapped his fist and slammed it hard towards Luke. The huge lightning figure that Luke had incarnated just flexed his fingers. Garp slammed into the ground faster than he jumped up. The moment Luke transformed into Thor, the entire Navy headquarters was startled. Countless figures rushed out from the headquarters building. Upon seeing the figure in the square that looked like a thunder god descending into the world, almost everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Yellow Sara's face wasn't as relaxed as it usually was. Frowning and muttering, "This little brat, who messed with him again?" Chapter 56, Disengagement from the Navy. Akainu, who was the current Marshal of the Navy, also rushed out of the Navy building at the first opportunity. Looking at the figure of Raiden in the center of the square, and then at the dying Warlord, Akainu asked with a frown towards Yellow Sara, who had arrived a bit earlier at her side. "What's going on?" Yellow Sara smacked his lips. "I don't know, maybe it's whoever messed with that kid." With that, his gaze was directed, if anything, to the Warlord at the bottom of the huge pit. When the battlefield of Marineford was in progress, almost all of the Navy's war power took a shot at Luke. Later the warring states even ordered him to be imprisoned in the city of Propulsion. Luke and the Navy, it seems, were at odds from the beginning. That's why all of them were surprised when they first got the news that he was serving as an admiral. Akainu shouted as she looked at Luke in his Thor guise. "Hey, kiddo, what are you doing?" The huge green-faced, fanged Raiden head turned slowly to look at Akainu. A thunderous voice then resounded throughout the Navy headquarters. "Do what?" "Do what I have to do, of course." Akainu frowned. "Have you forgotten your status as an admiral?" Luke let out a loud laugh. Loud laughter made everyone's ears perk up. I'm sorry, but as of today, my status is no longer that of an admiral. After saying that, the eyes of the thunder god that Luke had transformed into narrowed slightly. The huge stone pillar-like fingers spread out towards the entire Navy headquarters. Divine punishment. Thunder net. A few words were exited, and the thick dark clouds across the sky suddenly violently churned. Muffled thunder that sounded like bells kept ringing, and terrifying lightning was brewing within the clouds. All of them sensed that a terrifying pressure was about to be released from within the clouds. Akainu yelled in a huff. Everyone, prepare for defense. Not long ago, the Navy headquarters had just been moved here because of the destruction of Marineford. Today, is it going to be ruined again? Wouldn't that make the Navy a joke? Almost all of the war power of the entire headquarters appeared in the square. The two reserve generals, Peach Hare and T Dolphin, also looked at the black clouds and huge thunder and lightning figures that were churning in the sky. Peach Rabbit's frown deepened. She still remembers the contents of that diary. Luke's identity had always been a mystery to her. Rumble. A thunderclap as if the sky was about to split open. Immediately afterward, dense lightning violently descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Navy headquarters. Lightning bombarded the ground and countless cracked deep pits appeared. The entire Navy headquarters was shaken. Despite the desperate resistance of a few top combatants, the heavenly thunder that fell from the sky was simply difficult to block. Countless people were instantly fainted by the lightning hits. The entire Navy headquarters was reduced to a scorched earth, with none of the buildings left in ruins. A long time passed before the lightning finally stopped. Those who survived looked up and around. Aside from the unconscious figures all over the ground and the charred land after being struck by lightning, Luke's huge Thor figure had disappeared. The Navy headquarters, which had just been newly constructed, was once again reduced to rubble. Even more disastrous than the original Marineford. You have to realize that when Marineford was destroyed, it took several strikes by Whitebeard and countless other great battles to cause it. But today, Luke was only one man with only one move. The newly constructed Navy headquarters was transformed into an even more tragic sight than Marineford. Akainu blacked out, having just assumed the position of Marshal herself. Just this kind of thing happened, and how would this make him accountable to Manhwa? But then it occurred to Luke that Luke's tenure as Admiral wasn't exactly what the Holy Land of Manhwa was all about. Garp was also in a sorry state at this point, his clothes in tatters. The hair on his head looked like it had obviously been struck by lightning. Yellow Sorrow possesses the shining fruit, which is known for its speed, no less, and everyone is woefully out of control. And he looked completely unaffected. TSK. There seems to be a great deal of resentment for destroying the entire Navy headquarters like this. Yellow Monkey Sked. Upon hearing his words, everyone then remembered where the warlord was. I searched through the ruins, and soon enough, they saw Warlord lying there completely unaware of life or death. Garp rushed to his side and reached up to touch his neck. Take a long breath. I thought your old bones were going to die at the hands of that brat. Smoggy, who had luckily just dodged a bullet by relying on his devil fruit powers, now patted the dust off his body and walked over to Akainu. Marshal, that brat escaped, should we pursue? Akainu gave him a hard stare. Are you kidding me? With what Luke has shown, how do you chase? Going after them to get killed? Save the wounded first. Yes. Akainu took a deep breath and looked at the Navy headquarters, which was once again in ruins. Why did he do that? On the side, Yellow Ape's face was thoughtful. If anything, it's because the warlord has done something very excessive to him. There's absolutely no need to hold back until today. Akainu rubbed her chin as she thought about how the warlord usually treated Luke. Remember when Luke said he was going to disappear for a while, and the warlord's first reaction was to send someone to track him down? It seemed that from the beginning, he was uneasy about Luke. Luke's last words to himself. I'm sorry, but as of today, my status is no longer that of an admiral. Akainu muttered. Sentenced out of the Navy? For some reason, Green Pheasant's figure unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Shaking his head slightly, Akainu pulled out the phone bug. There is a situation here that needs to be reported to Manhwa. After all, when all was said and done, Luke was considered one of theirs. The Holy Land of Manhwa. The 5 Elder Stars sat at the round table in the conference room. The faces of all 5 were a bit heavy. Just now, they received a message from the Navy headquarters. That little brat Luke had gone rogue after destroying the Navy headquarters. Satan Saint was disgruntled. So much battle power in the Navy headquarters, and they can't stop a single brat? Pietro St. gave him a slight look. I think you know better than anyone what kind of strength he possesses. Mars Mazzy St. tapped her fingers lightly on the tabletop. I've heard that the entire Navy headquarters was reduced to rubble with a single blow from him. Such strength seems far more terrifying than on the battlefield of Marineford. Satan Saint grunted lightly. I've been saying for a while now that kid's strength is growing at a bit of an odd rate. Pietro St. leaned his body against the back of the chair. It would be better to report this matter to Lord Im. After saying that, the 5 people got up together and walked towards the outside of the conference room. It seemed that ever since that little brat had appeared so far, he had been giving them constant trouble. Luke, at that moment, was standing on the bow of a warship. The one who piloted the warship for him turned out to be a pink-haired Kirby. Kirby watched Luke's figure with trepidation. At the time, when Luke dropped the thunderbolt, Ben thought he was going to be done for. Unexpectedly, he was taken out of the Navy headquarters, after which the two piloted a warship and left the location of the Navy headquarters. Luke had only said one thing to him along the way. That's, take me to Hive Island and when you're done you can roll. Kirby was afraid to ask any questions. The current Luke, and the one who had taken himself on the mission to Hive Island, seemed to have become two people. Chapter 57, Looking for Green Pheasant. In front of Rocky Harbor, the warship slowly docked and stopped. When they were still a long distance away from the harbor, some pirates had already spotted the warship that suddenly appeared. Hive Island had just been captured by the Navy a few months earlier. The former ruler, King Naoto, died in battle, and many pirates died in that battle as well. Blackbeard's ascent to the island was almost certainly unimpeded. Just easily took over the entire Hive Island. Those remaining remnants of the old army on the island were also taken under their command. Now in charge of sentry duty at Loki's harbor are the original Hive Islanders who converted to Blackbeard's service. He had binoculars in his hand, after scrutinizing the distance. A puzzled look on his face. There's only one warship, and on the warship, there's only two people? Seemingly thinking that he had misread the situation, the pirate rubbed his eyes and looked more closely. That confirmed it, there were really only two of them. Beside him stood a pirate who was blind in one eye. The blind pirate gritted his teeth, his eyes, which were blinded in that battle with the Navy not too long ago. Is it because you think that you can take the entire Hive Island seriously because you defeated us so easily last time? If it wasn't for that damn Admiral from the Navy last time, how could we have lost so badly? Just after his words, the pirate holding the binoculars suddenly turned pale and put down the binoculars in his hand. The blind pirate looked at him quizzically. What the hell with it? That pirate's lips trembled slightly as he handed the binoculars in his hand to the blind pirate. The blind pirate muttered in disbelief, and then looked through the binoculars into the distance with that intact eye. In the next moment, his face also turned white. The hell with it! It's really a ghost! He exclaimed in horror, then immediately pulled the alarm on his head, then pulled out the phone bug. Yelled at the inside. Not good. That Navy monster is at it again. Alarm bells ring throughout the harbor. Since Blackbeard took over Hive Island, there have been a number of recruitment orders issued to the outside world. Many pirates have caught wind of the situation, and it's a great addition to the war effort. At this time several new faces in the vicinity of Rocky Harbor immediately came to the harbor when they heard the alarm bell. When they saw the warship parked outside the harbor, they all looked panicked. Pirates have a natural fear of the Navy in their bones. But soon, everyone's faces calmed down again. After all, there was only one warship in the harbor and there didn't seem to be many of them. The entire warship was silent. A disgruntled pirate muttered as he looked toward the guardhouse. It's just a warship, what's all the fuss about? Looking at the silent warship, another pirate spoke up. And it seems to be a warship that doesn't carry any people. Soon, a pirate squinted at the warship and spoke. It's not that there's no one, there are two figures on the warship. Only then did all the pirates see that there were indeed two figures standing on the deck of the huge warship. What's wrong with you? One warship and two navies, and they dare to come to Beehive Island and clamor? Could it be that they lost so badly at the hands of the Navy last time that it gave the Navy such an undercurrent? A pirate drew his waist lance and said angrily, "Are you kidding me? Still think this is the old Hive Island?" With that, he pulled the trigger on the figure in front of the warship. After a gunshot, only one of the two figures on the deck could be seen looking over his head. Then, in the eyes of all the pirates who were shocked, that figure disappeared into the bow of the ship as a stump. In the next second, there was a figure in front of the group of pirates. Luke held a projectile between his fingers, apparently the same one he had just shot. He swept his gaze over the group of pirates and opened his mouth. Is Green Pheasant here? All the pirates looked at him. So fast. So fast. Someone spoke in a trembling voice. Suddenly, a pirate looked at Luke's face and exclaimed, "It's him!" Apparently, a pirate recognized Luke. There was a loud cry. "It's that Admiral from the Navy! It's that monster!" Immediately after that, many pirates who had seen Luke in the first place all recognized him. They were as if they had seen a ghost, their faces were pale and trembling. The pirates who didn't recognize Luke's identity, on the other hand, were filled with confusion. The more courageous ones raised their weapons at Luke. Disdain exclaimed, "A monster of the Navy? Even if it's some kind of monster, he's only one person." Bang, bang, bang. Several shots rang out and countless bullets were fired at Luke. However, all the projectiles were easily bounced away by Luke using his Overlord aura when they were a few meters away from him. Fingers flicked down towards a group of pirates. A bolt of lightning exploded instantly within the crowd. Countless pirates fell to the ground in convulsions without even uttering a single wail. It was only at this time, too, that someone finally shouted Luke's name out loud. "It's him! It's that monster Admiral Luke from the Navy!" The yell was like a drop of water entering a boiling frying pan. It caused a furor within the crowd. Just then, suddenly a figure came quickly from the interior of Hive Island to Rocky Harbor. The visitor wore a hat and had a cigar in his mouth. A long knife was slung around his waist. Luke looked up at the figure and licked his lips. Rain no Hiryu. Rain Hiryu, who had quickly arrived from the island upon hearing the news, had his face sink the moment he saw Luke. He had suffered a great loss at the hands of Luke when he was on the battlefield of Marineford. Without even having the chance to fight back, he was defeated. It's been a long time, kiddo. Rain no Hiryu said grimly. Though he knew he was no match for him, Rain Hiryu thought Luke was just as strong as he could be. Is it still possible for one person to take on all the pirates of the entire Hive Island? Luke just swept him off his feet. Just look inside the Hive Island. At this moment, several figures were rapidly coming towards this place from the island. It didn't take long for several figures to arrive in front of Luke. It was the other members of the Blackbeard pirates. All of them looked at Luke with wary faces. Every single person knew in their heart how terrifying Luke's strength really was. In the original battlefield of Marineford, Blackbeard's pirates were almost completely wiped out at his hands. Van Oka looked at Luke, his face showing little expression, but his tone held a touch of fear. Grand Admiral Luke, I wonder what the business of coming to Hive Island is? Luke's eyes scanned the crowd, but there was no sign of Green Pheasant. No sign of Blackbeard either. Retracting his gaze, Luke looked at Van Oka and spoke. I'm here to find someone and borrow something in the meantime. Hearing Luke's words, several people secretly sighed in relief. As long as you're not looking for trouble, everything's fine. After all, no one wanted to fight him until it was absolutely necessary. Van Oka said, is it for our captain? Luke shook his head. What I'm looking for is the former Admiral, Green Pheasant. Several people looked at each other when they heard Luke's words. It was no secret that Green Pheasant had rebelled against the Navy. What does Luke, as the current Admiral, want with Green Pheasant? Could it be that the Navy is trying to clean house? Chapter 58 Establishment of the Pirates. Inside Hive Island, Luke sat in his chair with his legs crossed. Crossing his fingers, he waited quietly. Blackbeard and Green Pheasant are in the nearby waters and will be back soon. Outside the room where Luke was, the other members of Blackbeard's pirates were, at that moment, gathered together. Poison Q still had that sickly look as he spoke breathlessly. If we sneak in together, we don't have no chance of winning. Van Oka gripped the lance in his hand. What if you lose? Rain no Shiro gave a cruel smile. If we lose, perhaps all must perish. The rest of the group didn't say anything, and Lafayette turned his gaze to the harbor location, wondering when Blackbeard and Green Pheasant would be back. The situation here had been communicated to Blackbeard by Van Oka through a phone bug. Just as several people kept looking at the harbor location. Suddenly, Bosch's, who had just said he was heading to the harbor to wait for the captain, returned. In his hand, he was holding something else. Several people looked at him and Lafayette asked, the captain's back? Bosch shook his head, but raised the object in his hand towards the crowd. It's a newspaper. Lafitte frowned in confusion with her scepter in hand. You guys, aren't you going to pick up the captain? What are you doing back here with a newspaper? Bosch's laughed a few times and threw the newspaper towards Lafitte. Check it out, very interesting news. Lafitte took the paper, and several people around him gathered around curiously. Opening the newspaper and just reading a few times, a group of people's faces suddenly became strange. After a long time had passed, Lafitte closed the paper. There was a moment of silence before he spoke. So it's not the Admiral sitting in there anymore. Rain no Hiryu laughed a few sorrowful laughs. That was unexpected and really interesting. Van Oka fumbled with the lance in his hand and muttered. In contrast, the news that the entire Navy headquarters was reduced to rubble in a single move is even more surprising, isn't it? The newspaper ran a gimmicky story. Almost everything that could catch the eye was written. The monster that made a big mess of Marineford. A move that reduced the Navy headquarters to rubble. Admiral 4 Luke rebels against the Navy. The simple title mentions almost everything that blew up. Vadakar spoke up as he stared at the paper. If he's no longer in the Navy now, he's not much of a threat to us, is he? Lafitte rubbed his chin. And what is the purpose of his visit to Green Pheasant? What could two traitors to the Navy be up to when they get together? Rain no Shiro chuckled softly. If you don't become a Navy man, will you become a pirate? If two guys like that become pirates, they'll be a big threat to the Navy. The rest of the few people sniffed and said no more. A pirate ship with both Blackbeard and Green Pheasant standing at the bow. Blackbeard's hand held a newspaper, and the look on his face couldn't be described as excitement or surprise. Ha 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 ha. That's interesting. Beside him, Green Pheasant was silent. Blackbeard continued to himself. He actually rebelled against the Navy because he couldn't take the Navy's bull **** justice anymore? Green Pheasant looked at the sea and spoke faintly. Navy or not, it doesn't take away from the fact that he could easily beat you to the punch. A move that made the Navy headquarters a ruin, it should be easy to make Hive Island a ruin as well. At those words, Blackbeard's face suddenly gave a start, but then laughed out loud. I don't have anything against him, do I? It was just a little misunderstanding back in Marineford, and he came to Hive Island looking for you. You, as a former colleague of his, should have no end of things to say. Green Pheasant said no more, and the pirate ship traveled slowly towards Hive Island. Half a day later, it finally reached Rocky Harbor. Baucis has long been waiting. With that, the few people headed towards the interior of the Hive Island. The sun was setting, and one of the largest ships in the entire Blackbeard's pirates stood the figures of Luke and Green Pheasant. And in the harbor, Blackbeard and his party. Several faces twitched slightly as they looked at Luke. For all of them to join forces and not last a single move at Luke's hands seems reasonable, but a bit overwhelming. Go! Luke on the ship spoke to Green Pheasant. The next moment the huge pirate ship set sail and slowly left Rocky Harbor. With the departure of the pirate ship, Blackbeard and his party were finally relieved. Rain's hairy face was defiant. Just let him go? Blackbeard's face grew somber as Luke left. Or what? Do we let the entire Hive Island end up like Navy headquarters? With that, Blackbeard took a deep breath and continued. It's unexpected that he has that kind of strength. He seems stronger than on the battlefield of Marineford. The remaining few didn't feel anything special. After all, Marineford was one-trick pony on the battlefield, and he was still one-trick pony just now. There's no difference at all. Go! Looking at the departing pirate ship, Blackbeard ordered. The group left the harbor and headed inside Hive Island. Sailing a pirate ship, Luke is struggling to design his own pirate flag. The system is tasked with creating its own pirate group, and now that the ship is available, the crew is only Green Pheasant though. But it's kind of there. All that was missing was a flag representing Luke's own pirate group. Thinking hard for a long time, Luke finally simply drew a lightning bolt on the huge blank banner. Sort of barely fits my profile, Luke thought. Then took the flag and went to the clipboard. Green Pheasant was slumped in a chair when he saw Luke come out with a new flag in his hand. Eyes shifted to the side. Even the individual was a former admiral. It's a bit indefinably bizarre that they've come together to form a pirate group nowadays. Luke climbed up the flagpole in a few steps and ripped off the flag that originally represented the Blackbeard pirates. Turning to the banner he had just painted, he hung it up. After doing everything, jumped off the flagpole. The white flag with a lightning bolt fluttering in the wind looked simple, but Luke was quite pleased with it. Well, now the ship is there, the crew is there. The exclusive flag of his own pirate group is also available. Sure enough, the next moment, a voice sounded within Luke's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the Create Your Own Pirate Group quest. The reward has been issued. Is it claimed now? Luke licked his lips, and without a moment's hesitation, murmured in his mind. Pick up. Chapter 59 PPO Fruit. A beautiful mechanical voice sounded within Luke's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-level armed color hegemony. Listening to the voice inside his head, Luke thought to himself that he had been right in his prediction. The third time he completed the system quest, the reward was none other than the armed color hegemony. The current self, no matter if it is armed color hegemony, or seeing color hegemony, or overlord color hegemony, all top-notch. Relying on the hegemony alone, there weren't many people in this great sea who were their opponents anymore. The mechanical voice of the system continued to ring in his head. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the puffy fruit. Luke's eyebrows snapped up. PPO fruit? If I remember correctly, it should be the devil fruit possessed by the Golden Lion Sky, a member of the Rocks Pirates. Rubbing his chin, Luke wondered darkly. The Golden Lion Sky once used the floating fruit, which could make dozens of islands float in the air. And the PPO fruit also has the ability to manipulate seawater. This is a godly skill for fruit power users. Think about the power of controlling an island or a sea and smashing it over in battle. That power can simply be called destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Luke, now, has 3 devil fruits. They are the Toki fruit, the rattling thunder fruit and the newly obtained puffy fruit. The fruit of the hour is a functional fruit that is virtually useless for strength enhancement. As for the rattling thunder fruit, the single attack and speed are unbeatable. The newly acquired puffy fruit, on the other hand, is a group attack ceiling. The 3 colors of top-tier hegemony, combined with the almost invincible single attack of the rattling thunder fruit, and the terrifying group attack of the puffy fruit. Now himself, he is simply a hexagonal warrior. The moody Luke whistled easily. Below, Green Pheasant, still lying in his recliner with an eye patch on, appears to be sleeping. It had only been a few days of sailing, but Luke already knew it well. No wonder King Luffy went to sea and needed to find so many partners. There's no way to run a pirate group if it's just the two of you, yourself and Green Pheasant. Green Pheasant's lazy character, often he would only move once he had given himself a whip. Right now on the ship, there's a shortage of people who can work. Luke tapped his fingers lightly on the sails, his second crew member, already in place. In the past few days, one has been following the news in the newspaper. After being destroyed by Luke, the Navy headquarters had to choose to relocate once again. This time the site was chosen, still one of the original branches. Aside from moving some of the original stuff in, there was almost no new construction on this one. After all, 2 headquarters were destroyed in quick succession. It's already casting a shadow over everyone. The Navy, which represents absolute justice, has become less powerful in the minds of some. Inside a new office, there were some papers on the table in front of him, and after looking down at them for a moment, Akainu sat up straight. The look on his face held a hint of impatience. As Sengoku said in the beginning, the position of naval marshal was not as glamorous as it appeared to be. It hadn't been long since the Luke thing had ended. The Straw Hat Boys gang, which has been gone for 2 years, has resurfaced. And for once, there was a lot of trouble. Fujitaka, one of the Navy's 3 newest admirals, has traveled to deal with it. I just don't know what the outcome will be. Rubbing his brow, Akainu lit a cigar. Just then, suddenly the office door was pushed right open. In the entire Navy headquarters, there were only a few people who could just come in without knocking. Akainu looked up and it was Yellow Sara who entered. Exhaling a thick puff of smoke, Akainu sounded a bit weary. Anything? Yellow Sara had a teasing look on his face. It looks really tired nah. Akainu let out a long breath. Yellow Sara sat straight across the desk and spoke. I'm really afraid that what I'm about to say will make you feel even more headstrong. Akainu's brow knit into a Chuan shape. Look at Yellow Monkey. Who is it about? Yellow Sara said, it's from those 2 most mind-numbing guys. Luke? Yellow Sara nodded, that's right, and Straw Hat Boy. Akainu took a large drag on her cigar and exhaled a thick fog of silence as she waited for what Yellow Sara was going to say. Then I'll tell you about the Straw Hat Kid first. Doflamingo worships at his hands, After a pause Yellow Sara continued, to be precise, it was defeated by the combination of Straw Hat Boy and Trafalgaro. Akainu frowned in silence as Yellow Sara continued. In contrast to the second piece of news, this one could even be called good news. Yellow Sara smacked his lips and continued to speak. The second piece of news is that a new pirate group has recently appeared, and the captain of that group is none other than Luke. Blinking at Akainu, Yellow Sara said, that guy becoming a pirate, that's going to give the entire Navy, and even the entire world government, a headache, isn't it? Akainu pressed the burned-out cigar into the ashtray. The end was sealed the moment he struck to destroy the headquarters. That's not exactly surprising news. Yellow Sara shrugged. It's also true that a lot of amazing brats have appeared since the Marineford War. It seems like they all want to become pirates and find the so-called treasure. The Navy is really a bit of a powerhouse by comparison. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. With that said, Yellow Sara was about to turn around and leave, just as he was about to walk out of the office door. Suddenly it stopped. By the way, there's one more interesting thing. Akainu looked up at him. Yellow Sara said, you know, Luke's pirate crew, there's another crew, an unexpected crew. Who? Yellow Ape spoke slowly. Green Pheasant. Akainu's body lurched slightly, and there was a long silence before she spoke. I know. 2 former admirals, now all rebelled against the Navy, and colluded to form a pirate group. What's wrong with the world? In the harbor of the new Navy headquarters, Sengoku and Garp stood in front of a warship. To the side stood Lieutenant General Crane. Warlord's face was a little deeper, since the last time he was injured at Luke's hands. It took him months of recuperation to recover. That kid becoming a pirate isn't something surprising at all, Warlord said. Garp frowned. But why did that kid, Green Pheasant, choose to collude with him? Warlord said in a deep voice. 2 admirals who rebelled from the Navy and colluded to become pirates is a real laugh. LT. Jen. Crane didn't say a word from the sidelines. A long time later, the battleship behind them was ready, just waiting for Warlord and Lieutenant General Tsuru to get on board. Garp turned to Warlock. It's already too much of an unsettled world out there right now. With the Navy headquarters destroyed twice in a row, those damned pirates aren't so fearful of us anymore. You must be careful nah. Warlord snorted softly through his nose, his hair almost completely gray from the time he had spent recuperating. Lieutenant General Tsuru's face was a smirk. We'll be back soon, escorting Doflamingo to Propulsion City. There will be no surprises. Chapter 60, Bring the boat over. The night is low. The sky was pouring with rain, the wind was whipping up the waves, and the whole ship was lurching. Luke turned out all the lights on the ship and looked off into the distance with binoculars in his hand. Green Pheasant stood right beside him, watching him in silence. I wonder what Luke is really up to. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a few warships appeared in the sea in the distance. Seeing the warship appear, Luke lowered his binoculars and licked his lips. Green Pheasant also saw the warships in the distance and tightened the raincoat on his body and opened his mouth. What are we going to do? Hijack a warship? Luke turned around and grinned. Sort of. There was a hint of disbelief within Green Pheasant's gaze. He didn't understand what was on that warship that could make Luke covet it. Not long after that warship appeared, suddenly another pirate ship appeared in the distance. At the head of the pirate ship was a huge elephant head with 2 long tusks that were piercing a wave. The ship's flag waved from side to side in the gale, and the logo of the 100 Beasts Pirates could be vaguely seen. A huge figure stood at the bow of the ship. An iron gag shrouded half of his face, and 2 exaggeratedly long ivory tusks radiated sharpness. The figure stood in the rain, which beat down on his burly body. Beside him stood a pirate who was holding binoculars to look at the warship in the distance. After a moment, the pirate turned back. Captain Jack, it's impossible to hijack Doflamingo, isn't it? On that warship, there are several of the Navy's top fighters. The tall, burly figure was none other than Drought Jack, the Grand Watchman under Kaido of the 100 Beasts Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Jack's eyes snapped open at the words of his men. The sleek muscle lines on his body suddenly tightened. The powerful aura made his men's bodies shiver. Asshole! Are you kidding me? Who do you think I am? The men were frightened at the sight of Jack's anger. And on the distant warship, Warlord was also standing on the bow with binoculars in his hand looking at the pirate ship in the distance. Upon seeing the flag on the pirate ship, Warlord put away his binoculars. It's the 100 Beast Pirates. By his side stood Fujitaka. Fujitsugu held his long sword in his hand, his blind eyes were in a closed state. The vicissitudes of his voice rang out. Only one ship? Warlord didn't care if Fujitaka could see it or not, and nodded to himself. On the distant pirate ship, Jack stood extremely arrogantly at the bow. Open arms seemed to embrace the stormy winds and rain. Pull the boat over. As he yelled, his men hurriedly leaned the pirate ship towards the warship. From a distance Luke watched the commotion and grinned. I thought to myself that even if Kaido himself came, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to give the order to pull the ship over. The pirate ship headed towards the warship at breakneck speed. Eyes were getting closer and closer. Jack exclaimed. Fire! Bang, bang, bang. Numerous sounds of artillery fire were heard. Standing at the bow of the ship, Sengoku had his hands behind his back, while Toho, on the side, had his hand on the hilt of his sword. Lieutenant General Crane, on the other hand, didn't even try to make a move. Click! A soft thud surprisingly drowned out the sound of the surrounding artillery fire and reached Jack's ears clearly. It's the sound of a knife being sheathed. Suddenly, a powerful sense of crisis wrapped around Jack. For a moment he felt as if he couldn't even move. Cold sweat instantly crept up his forehead. In the sky, several huge meteorites suddenly fell from the sky. It was Fujitaka who struck. Before the entire pirate ship even had time to react, it was hit by the meteorite that sped down. There was a panicked wail from the pirates on board. Instantly the entire pirate ship was in pieces, and Drought Jack, who was the big watchman of the 100 Beasts Pirates, without even a chance to struggle a bit, he sank to the bottom of the sea along with the pirate ship. Click! Fujitsugu sheathed his long sword in his hand and spoke in a deep voice. I thought Kaido himself had come. Just as Warlord and Fujitsugu were about to turn around and go back inside the warship, suddenly, a few people on the boat seemed to sense something. All turned back to look violently into the distance. Only a pirate ship with no lights on was approaching. Fujitsugu gripped the hilt of his blade once again. Who is it? Warlord's brow furrowed, and he hastily picked up the binoculars in his hand to look into the distance. The flag on the pirate ship in the distance was a simple lightning bolt. Warlord mused, the banner didn't seem to have seen itself before. In the middle of his contemplation, the pirate ship had already approached at great speed, and in an instant it came to a distance that could be seen without binoculars. Suddenly, Warlord's face suddenly changed. It's him! Fujitsugu heard the panic in Warlord's tone and asked in a deep voice. Who is it? Before Warlord could say anything, Lieutenant General Tsuru had come along to the bow with a heavy face. It's Luke's pirates, isn't it? At the sound of Luke's name, Fujitaka's grip on the hilt of his sword tightened. For so long, one had heard Luke's name and legends about him, but have never met him in person. The big mess on the battlefield of Marineford, destroying the entire Navy headquarters in one move. All sorts of rumors have been circulating about how powerful Luke is, but I've never seen him in person. Lieutenant General Crane's face was serious and his tone was calm. What's he doing here? Warlord didn't say anything, but just looked warily at the pirate ship in the distance. He'd suffered too many losses at Luke's hands. In the distance on the pirate ship, both Luke and Green Pheasant stood at the bow. Green Pheasant's face, a little unnatural. After all, the people on the boat across the river now were his own associates from back in the day. Even he worked under Warlord for a long time. Now that they had become rivals, the feeling was too weird. Luke spoke to Green Pheasant at his side. Pull the boat over. Without a word, Green Pheasant stepped inside the cabin. The pirate ship kept approaching towards the warship. At this point on the warship, most of the people saw Luke's figure. Some bad memories came flooding back to all of them. Finally, the pirate ship came to the front of the warship, and Green Pheasant came to Luke's side once again. On the warship, LT. Admiral Crane stepped forward, his eyes scanning Luke and Green Pheasant's faces for a few moments. The expression was a bit complicated. The strength of these two people were all not simple. Obviously once all admirals of the Navy, now they all chose to rebel against the Navy and become pirates. Lieutenant General Tsuru spoke in a complicated tone. What are you doing here? Luke had a relaxed look on his face. I came to ask you for one. Hearing Luke's words, several people on the ship froze. Luke pointed behind a few people and spoke. Doflamingo. LT. General Tsuru was clearly a little confused that Luke didn't seem to have much of a relationship with Doflamingo at all. Now Doflamingo has been arrested and is about to be sent to Propulsion City. And Luke suddenly wants to save him? Lieutenant General Crane asked in a deep voice. Why? Lou bristled. Where's the why? Saving him was of course to get him to join my pirate group. Lieutenant General Crane took a long breath. 2 former admirals of the Navy, plus a former Shichibukai. 3 people like that forming a pirate group gave one a headache just thinking about it. Luke's strength, moreover, was far beyond the level of a great general. Is there going to be another Emperor of the Sea, on the Great Sea? Chapter 61. Click. It was the sound of a long knife being sheathed. A small portion of the blade popped out of the long sword in Fujitsugu's hand. A frown filled the tightly closed eyes. Maybe it won't be an opponent, but it can't even have the courage to fight back. The vicissitudes of Fujitsu's voice rang out. In the sky, several huge meteorites fell from the sky. The target was none other than the pirate ship that Luke and Green Pheasant were on. Facing the meteorite that fell from the sky, Green Pheasant slowly raised his head. Is this the strength of the new Admiral of the Navy? With that, Green Pheasant turned his head to Luke. He didn't think an attack like that would be hard on Luke. Sure enough, Luke's fingers lifted gently. It was raining heavily in a cloudy sky when a bolt of lightning broke through the clouds. Rumble. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, several meteorites were instantly wrapped in lightning and turned into pieces in an instant. Luke's face was relaxed as he looked at the few people on the warship. So that means there's no talk? As he spoke, a small ball of lightning slowly coalesced at his fingertips. Although it was small, anyone could feel the terrifying power contained within the ball of lightning. Palm outstretched, the thunderbolt was aimed squarely at the warship in front of him. Fujitsu's face grew heavier and heavier. Although he knew that his opponent's strength would be very strong, he didn't expect it to be as strong as this. Defusing one's attack was as simple as crushing a grain of earth. Warlord's body was tense, ready to strike at a moment's notice. But just then, Lieutenant General Crane let out a long sigh and exclaimed, "Go and bring in Doflamingo." A few of the weapon-wielding navies around them were visibly flabbergasted at the words of Lieutenant General Tsuru. Fujitsugu and Warlord also stiffened their expressions. Warlord looked at Lieutenant General Tsuru and spoke in a deep voice. "Lieutenant General Tsuru, what do you mean?" Lieutenant General Crane's face held a hint of helplessness as he spoke in a tired tone. "Is there any better way?" Warlord was filled with rage. "This will only make that boy more pleased." Lieutenant General Tsuru, not wanting to argue with Warlord anymore, spoke to the Navy aside. "What are you waiting for?" A few of the Navy snapped back to their senses and immediately said, "Yes." With that, he turned and walked into the interior of the warship. Luke smiled softly as the lightning at his fingertips disappeared. Warlord and Fujitsugu wanted to say something else, but their mouths opened a few times but no words came out. Perhaps LT. General Crane was right about facing an opponent as powerful as Luke. It's just that killing all of them today and then snatching Doflamingo would be doable. Since the other side just wanted to take people away, there was no other way but to compromise. It didn't take long for a sound of chains rubbing together to ring out. Dovercroft, dressed in a prison uniform, was brought on deck by 2 Navy men. Doflamingo laughed openly. "What? Do even you guys fear Kaido?" Halfway through his sentence, Doflamingo paused. The expected figure of Kaido did not appear in his gaze. Having met Luke a few times, Doflamingo naturally recognized him. However, his face showed doubt. He didn't understand why this person was here. Luke touched the rainwater on his face and shifted, appearing on the warship in an instant. Everyone was on the edge of their seats at Luke's sudden boarding. Luke held out his hand. "Well, the people can be handed over to me." The 2 Navy men in charge of escorting Doflamingo trembled and handed Luke the chain in his hand. "Go." In the next second, Luke and Doflamingo's forms disappeared, instantly returning to the pirate ship. "Withdraw." With a word to Green Pheasant, Luke turned back to the cabin. Green Pheasant just gave Doflamingo a faint look before returning to the bridge and piloting the pirate ship away from the warship. Doflamingo at the bow still looked puzzled. The pirate ship slowly pulled away from the warship. Looking at the departing Luke's men, Warlord's palms gripped the guardrail on the deck in a death grip. The Navy put out so much power just to bring back Doflamingo. The original ones were ready to go to war with the 100 Beasts pirates. But I didn't realize that in the end, it was Luke who broke all the plans. So many people, but they didn't even have the ability to fight back against that kid. There was not much other mood that could describe what was going on inside the warring nations right now other than suffocating. Fujitsu put away the long sword in his hand and spoke in a deep voice. "It's inconceivable that such a monster ever served the Navy. That would be a disaster for all pirates." After a pause, Fujitaka continued. "Now that he's a pirate, that would be a disaster for all of the Navy as well." Lieutenant General Crane did not speak. With Luke now, only the world government may be able to step in and stop it. But on the side of the world government, it seems that there has been no movement. A mission that sent out a lieutenant general, a grand admiral, plus the former martial warlord. It failed just because Luke was alone. In the cabin, Doflamingo sat in a chair. Across the room were a seated Luke and a standing Green Pheasant. Leaning back in his chair, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, Doflamingo still had that arrogant look about him. I surveyed Luke's duo through sunglasses that would never come off. After a moment, it spoke. "I didn't expect that, I really didn't. The 2 great admirals of the Navy at one time have both chosen to betray the Navy and become pirates. There's something interesting about that combination." Luke touched his lips, a thoughtful look on his face. Doflamingo continued to speak. I can't believe it's going to be you two who save me. Pheasant took a deep breath and looked at Luke. If there's nothing else, I'll go rest. With him being so arrogant, I'm really afraid I won't be able to resist punching him. As soon as Green Pheasant finished speaking, Doflamingo suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. I heard that you chose to betray the Navy after losing a battle with Akainu for the position of Marshal. After that it was in Blackbeard's pirates, right? And now it's here again. What a standoffish guy. Suddenly, there was the sound of ice condensing in the air. White frost wrapped around Green Pheasant's body, and a white frost crawled along the ground towards the arrogant-faced Doflamingo. Luke rose from his chair and reached out his foot to stomp on the frost that was spreading across the floor. White frost can't go any further. Luke waved a hand at Green Pheasant. You go ahead and rest. The white frost cleared from Pheasant's body, and with a soft glance at Doflamingo, he turned and walked out. Luke stepped in front of Doflamingo. Reaching down, he helped him untie the chains from his body. Doflamingo watched Luke's movements and laughed a few times. When I first met you on the battlefields of Marineford, you were just a small navy man. You were really majestic that day, but the way you were surrounded afterwards was really wretched. I wasn't too surprised to hear later that you became an admiral in the navy. You have that kind of power. Now that we meet again, you've become a pirate. Ha ha ha. It was Kaido's orders to come to my rescue, wasn't it? Now that the mission is complete, is it time to let me go? Clunk. The chains on Doflamingo were untied and fell to the ground. Chapter 62 Doflamingo joins. Unlocking the chains on Doflamingo, Luke stood up straight. Looking at Doflamingo, he smiled and opened his mouth. No, unchain you for fear of disobedience. Before Doflamingo's puzzled expression could fully surface on his face, the next second, a sharp pain came from his chest then, and it felt like he had hit a big mountain. Put. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and Doflamingo fell hard to the ground. Luke moved his wrist slightly. Doflamingo's experiences as a child inevitably created his untamed character. If one wanted to make such a person submit, there was no other choice but to display absolute crushing power. Once a Tenryou man, he carries Muchang in his character. Ahem. The fallen Doflamingo covered his chest and coughed a few times before wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. With that, he slowly stood up from the ground. Looking at Luke, a rare serious look on his face. He knew that he would never be a match for Luke. But I just don't know how big the gap will really be. Luke, with little expression on his face, looked at him faintly. Just Kaido can order me around? Doflamingo didn't say a word, and in Luke's body he felt a hint of the immense pressure that was no less than Kaido's. Dark red hegemony surged out from his body. Doflamingo stretched out his hands and countless transparent lines appeared in the air. Luke snorted. Playing bully in front of yourself, class act. In an instant, a domineering aura that was unknown how many times more powerful blossomed violently from Luke's body. This overlord color hegemony, compared to Doflamingo's overlord color hegemony, was simply crushing. Almost defenseless, Doflamingo let out a muffled grunt. Almost fell to his knees with his legs weak. Luke gently extended his hand and electricity bloomed across his body. A transparent line, as if it had become a prepared wire. 10 million volts. Luke let out a soft intimation. Countless electric lights surged towards Doflamingo along the lines that covered the entire room. Ah! A scream of being electrocuted came from Doflamingo's mouth. Luke had no intention of stopping. Electricity kept appearing from him and kept surging towards Doflamingo. The fallen Doflamingo was wrapped in electricity and convulsed violently. A long time passed before the electric light that filled the room disappeared. And Doflamingo, who had collapsed on the ground, was scorched black and his limbs were twitching. Luke turned in his chair. Wait quietly for Doflamingo to wake up. I don't know how long it took before the unconscious Doflamingo woke up leisurely. And within the gaze that looked up at Luke again, there had been almost nothing but fear. It was a fear that surpassed even the state he was in when facing Kaido. Even though he had witnessed Luke's horrors on the battlefield of Marineford, he now faced them in person. It was then that he truly felt what it meant to be desperate. What does it mean to be crushed by strength? What does it mean to have no power to fight back? Luke crossed his legs and looked down at Doflamingo. Well, now you can talk properly. Doflamingo breathed heavily and slowly lowered his head. Luke stood up, his hands behind his back. Still want to be your Shichibukai? The world government meeting is about to begin, and I have it on good authority that the Shichibukai system is about to be abolished. Even if I let you go now, what you're going to face will be the fate of being wanted by the world government. Hearing Luke's words, Doflamingo's heart shook. The 7 musketeers are being abolished? Luke continued. Having lost your Shichibukai status, you're just a pirate, and not even remotely powerful. Doflamingo's palms clenched and he bowed his head in a deep voice. What exactly do you need me to do? Luke pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it before speaking. Be my crew. Doflamingo snapped his head up. Though currently Luke's pirates are only Green Pheasant, but as a former admiral, Green Pheasant's own strength is not to be underestimated. Together with the powerful and perverted Luke, such strength has already gained weight in the entire sea. But is he stronger or weaker than Kaido? As strong as Luke is, after all, he's pretty much going it alone at the moment. Kaido, as one of the 4 emperors, has a lot of territory and power under his belt that should not be underestimated. I hold too many of Kaido's secrets, and Kaido won't take it easy by joining your pirate group. Luke took a deep drag on his cigarette and spoke. Worried about Kaido? Doflamingo didn't say anything. Luke then spoke faintly. I'm about to take a trip to the land of peace. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, savoring the meaning of Luke's statement. It was a long time before he spoke. You want to be the new 4th emperor? Luke snorted and shook his head gently. The 4 emperors? The redhead was no match for me on the battlefield of Marineford. Being the 4th emperor is a bit too insulting, isn't it? The scene on the battlefield of Marineford where Luke in the guise of Thor chased down the redhead and Blackbeard and beat them up comes to mind. Doflamingo murmured. What the hell do you want? Luke puffed on his cigarette and gazed off into the distance. I want to do things, that's a lot. If you want to know, just follow my lead and watch carefully. On the ocean, Luke's pirate ship traveled slowly. Doflamingo sat in the cab with his legs crossed. Green Pheasant was still lying on one of the recliners, soaking up the sun. Luke can finally clear his head. With Doflamingo on board, most of the chores of the entire pirate group could be left to him. There was nothing much to say about that either, Doflamingo. After all, Green Pheasant was not weaker than him in any way. Not to mention Luke. It was a beautiful day, and Luke lay down on the deck and followed Green Pheasant's example of soaking up the sun. The pirate group is now primed and solidified in its own right. Luffy has already made a big mess on Cake Island, and the next step is to form an alliance to crusade against Kaido and is about to head to Ghost Island. Big Mom and Kaido will lose to Luffy. The next thing you need to do for yourself is to get Kaido and Big Mom's light clusters. After that, it's time to head to the Valley of the Gods. Just how powerful would one be after obtaining Locus's light cluster? The Holy Land of Manhwa. The Quadrennial World Conference is a major event for the entire world. 2 of the Navy's newest admirals, Green Ox and Fujitsugu, also traveled to the Holy Land of Manhwa. On the warship, the Green Ox held a cigarette in his mouth and muttered as he looked at the sea in front of him. Is his strength really so terrifying? As a replacement for Luke, the Green Bull who ended up being the big general. All he knew about Luke was what he'd heard from others and through news reports. Upon getting the news that Luke, alone, had snatched the felon Doflamingo from Sengoku and Fujitsugu and Lieutenant General Tsuru, he was a little incredulous for a moment. But then it came to mind, someone who could make a scene on the battlefield of Marineford and destroy the Navy headquarters in one move. It doesn't seem like there's anything surprising about doing that. Clutching his long sword, Fujitsugu stood right next to Green Ox. Chapter 63, Arrival in the Land of Peace. Luke's pirate ship, which had arrived in the territory of the Land of Peace a few days ago. None of the 3 had gotten off the ship in the past few days, except to go down and pick up some supplies. Luke didn't say anything, and neither did Green Pheasant or Doflamingo ask. All they knew was that Luke seemed to be waiting for someone. Every day when he gets off the ship to pick up supplies, Luke asks Doflamingo to bring back a copy of the day's newspaper. Much of what has been reported in the newspapers in the last few days has been about the World Government Conference. Luke also saw something about the Revolutionary Army. Rolling the paper up, Luke tapped his head slightly in a thoughtful manner. Luffy, already known as the 5th Emperor of the New World. But newspapers have always liked to exaggerate. His own pirate group hadn't done much of anything major since its inception. But still, not long ago, I read about myself in the newspaper. The outside world nowadays calls his title, Luke the God of Thunder, and the newspapers claim that he is a being beyond the 4 emperors. What once happened on the battlefield of Marineford when he fought Redhead and Blackbeard alone was brought out and reported again. The pirates are joined by Green Pheasant, also a Navy renegade and former Grand Admiral, plus Doflamingo, once one of the 7 Musketeers. Newspapers claimed that such a force was enough to shake the world government. Luke just smiled and didn't say anything at that statement. Whether it's the Revolutionary Army, or the Straw Hat Pirates, trying to shake up the world government is a joke. Even Luffy's impending awakening of his Nika form is not even close. Yawning slightly, Luke turned around in the recliner. So far on the ship, Doflamingo has adapted perfectly to the awakening of being part of Luke's crew. At the moment he was sitting on the side of the boat with a fishing rod in his hand. Originally, he thought that Luke's coming to the Land of Peace would inevitably lead to a big battle with Kaido. But I didn't realize that after so many days of arriving in the territory of Kazunokuni, Luke just parked his ship here. Seems to be waiting for something. For once in his rare diligence, Green Pheasant was repairing a gaping hole in the ship, mallet in hand. A few whacks and a glance up at Luke. There seemed to be a look of wanting to say something. Finally, after another 3 days, Luke had an impatient look on his face. He stood up from the recliner and both Green Pheasant and Doflamingo looked over at him. Lighting a cigarette and looking at the ocean in the distance, Luke then spoke. Park the ship and let's enter the Land of Peace. Green Pheasant and Doflamingo looked at each other. The 2 couldn't guess as to what their mysterious captain was thinking. But since it's the captain's orders, just do it. So the 2 men parked the boat, and the 3 of them stepped into the country of Kazuno. Luke's trio walks through the territory of Kazunokuni, and all they see along the way are abandoned fields and contaminated water sources. Occasionally, I saw a few figures, most of them with yellow faces, deep-set eyes, and a look of malnutrition. Doflamingo's pace remains arrogant and hexagonal. Both he and Green Pheasant were around 3 meters tall, and Luke, who was 6'6", looked like a dwarf when he walked between the two. Doflamingo didn't seem to think anything of the miserable scene around him, and from time to time, he'd give Luke an introduction to the land of wabi-sabi. Green Pheasant, on the other hand, frowned and said nothing. The trio's destination was none other than the flower capital of Kazunokuni. Inside the flower capital, a tavern. Compared to the barren misery of the rest of the world, this is like another world altogether. Orochi Karatsuchi was sitting in a private room, watching a geisha perform in front of him and drinking a large amount of wine. At this time, a scarlet-red color had surfaced on his cheeks, and it was obvious that he had already had a little too much to drink. Just then, suddenly the door to the private room was pushed open by someone. Inside, the music of the geisha's dance is interrupted. The visitor's face was flustered, and the black and tan serpent looked at him with displeasure as he held his glass of wine. The man couldn't care less, and went straight to the big black and tan snake, bending down and whispering a few words in his ear. As the man finished whispering, bang! There was a sound, and the glass of wine in the black charcoal serpent's hand fell to the ground. He exclaimed, "When did you find out?" The man bent over and tensed. "Just now, they're coming toward Huadu." The black charcoal Orobaro's face, which originally revealed a scarlet-red color, turned deathly white at this moment. The wine also sobered up instantly. Only to see him get up in a panic, he headed outside. On top of Ghost Island, Kaido was holding a bowl of wine ready to drink. Suddenly there was a rush of footsteps outside. When he looked up, he saw the black charcoal serpent walking in with a panicked and hurried face. "Something's wrong." Before he even walked into the great hall, the black and charcoal serpent exclaimed. Kaido put down the bowl of wine in his hand. During the weekdays when there was no major event, the black charcoal serpent seldom came to Ghost Island. For his hurried appearance, Kaido was much more composed. "What happened?" The black and tan serpent stopped. "That Navy kid came to Wakuni." "A Navy brat?" Kaido looked puzzled. The black and tan serpent exclaimed. "That's the kid who chased and beat up Redhead and Blackbeard all by himself on the Marineford battlefield, became an admiral afterward, and rebelled against the Navy by destroying the entire Navy headquarters with a single move." With a sound of miso, Kaido stood up from his chair. There was a pause, and then he sat down again. "What's he doing in the land of peace?" Black charcoal Orochi, he didn't come alone, he came with his entire pirate group. Kaido was puzzled, the entire pirate group? The black and charcoal serpent's face showed anger, and he shouted in dissatisfaction. "Do you even care what's out there? That boy has formed his own pirate group, with the former Admiral of the Navy, and Green Pheasant, who also rebelled from the Navy, as members. There's another one." The black and tan serpent paused before continuing. "And then there's Doflamingo." Upon hearing Doflamingo's name, Kaido's face fell. "Didn't that kid get captured by the Navy?" The black and tan serpent covered his face once. "Do you really never care about anything else but drinking every day?" Kaido leaned back in his chair, his face thoughtful. "So, what was the purpose of his coming to Kazunokuni?" The black and tan serpent anxiously said. "Doflamingo used to work with us a lot, didn't he? Now that he's a member of that kid's crew, the first thing he does is come to the land of peace. Do you think he can hold any good intentions?" Kaido rubbed his brow at Luke. He hadn't really cared too much. After all, the two hadn't crossed paths at all. All that is known is that it is rumored that he is so strong that he can even take on both Redhead and Blackbeard on his own. Nonetheless, Kaido didn't have much fear in his heart for Luke. He lifted the bowl of wine again. "If you come, so what?" The black and tan serpent exclaimed. "Aren't you afraid he'll make a move against Kazunoki? It's been rumored that he's in existence beyond the four emperors, and the land of Wabi-Sabi might be his goal to prove himself." Kaido chuckled lightly. "Then let me meet him." Chapter 64, War of the Ashes. Doflamingo seems to be familiar with the land of peace. With him leading the way, the three of them soon arrived at Huadu. This is the capital city of Kazunokuni, not far from Onigashima, where Kaido lives, and it's guarded by the black and tan Orochi. That's why this place is so prosperous, far beyond other places. The three of them walked into the city, and the streets around them were bustling with activity. For the appearance of the three unfamiliar figures, especially Doflamingo's arrogant and conspicuous appearance, many sideways glances were given. Just as Luke was planning to find a random place to stay first, suddenly a figure appeared in front of the trio. The figure was extremely tall, and his entire body, including his face, was wrapped in black clothing. There was a fire burning in the back of his head. A long sword was slung around his waist, and a pair of huge black wings stood out. Luke struggled to lift his head enough to see it. "Damn, aren't there many normal heights in the pirate world?" Luke mentally cursed. Even though Doflamingo's stature was already considered tall, it barely reached his waist in front of the visitor. "It's the Inferno Plague Ashes, the top of the three watchers under Kaido." Doflamingo spoke to Luke. Luke nodded. Of course he recognized it. The eyes behind Ash's mask scanned Luke and then spoke. "The captain wants to see you." Luke had both arms wrapped around his chest and a cigarette in his mouth. Looks like you were noticed as soon as you entered the land of peace, Captain? Kaido, right? Ashes is more subdued and doesn't talk much. Facing Luke's words didn't choose to speak. So Luke went on. I haven't shopped enough yet, and I don't want to see Cater just yet. With that said, Luke waved at Green Pheasant and Doflamingo and prepared to leave around Ashes. Seeing the three of them about to leave, Ash's tall figure gently moved and blocked in front of them. Spoke in a deep voice. It's not a notice, it's an order. Luke threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground and stomped it out with his foot. Looking up, orders? One of Ash's hands rested on the hilt of the knife. In the next moment, the long knife was sheathed and slashed violently towards Luke. But just as the blade was about to touch Luke, it suddenly stopped in the air. A few transparent threads that held onto Ashes. Doflamingo stood in front of Luke, arms crossed and fingers crossed. Countless threads spread out through the fingers. Ashes looked at Doflamingo and spoke. Already a loyal traitor to him? Doflamingo had his signature evil grin on his face. Each other, and aren't you a traitor to Kaido as well? Ash's gaze went through his mask, his red eyes looking dead at Doflamingo. Your words are not yet my match. Doflamingo's 10 fingers snapped together and Ash's tall figure stomped back a few steps. Hey, if it's a rival or not, try it to find out. When the two men struck, the residents of the surrounding streets had already let out shrieks and all fled. At that moment, Green Pheasant, who had been silent, took a step forward. The people of Kazunokuni are pathetic enough, go to the outskirts of the city. Luke gave Green Pheasant a look and thought to himself that he was worthy of being the original Admiral. Awareness is just high. He waved his hand indifferently. Make it quick, I'll shop around some more. After saying that, he lifted his foot to go around a few people and left the battlefield. Green Pheasant and Doflamingo teamed up if they couldn't beat in Ashes. Then they can both go home and plow the fields. Outside the flower capital, white frost filled Green Pheasant's body, and a shocking cold aura enveloped the surroundings. Doflamingo's 10 fingers spread out, and countless threads had enveloped Ash's figure. A former Admiral of the Navy and a former 7 Musketeers. Facing both of them at the same time, Ashes took a deep breath and slowly drew his long sword. There was little suspense in this fight. It's that facing Green Pheasant alone, Ash's chances of winning are almost zero. Not to mention the fact that he's facing 2 people at once, even though he's the leader of Kaido's 3 plagues. Doflamingo's silk threads hold him. Green Pheasant's furious frost attack came crashing down. It was only a few moves before Ashes collapsed without moving. Doflamingo arrogantly stepped forward and planted one foot on Ash's face. Let out a maniacal laugh. Although the previous him and Kaido were clearly trading and cooperating, he actually had more fear in his heart. Now he can step on Ash's head. It was as if the heart was out of its mouth. He held out his index finger and a transparent silk thread wrapped around Ash's neck. Apparently, he wanted Ashes dead. Just then, Green Pheasant, who had already faded into a frosty body, spoke up. The captain's orders didn't include killing him, did they? At that, Doflamingo's finger lurched. Smiling slightly at Ashes. Count yourself lucky, be careful next time. With that, he stood up and left with Green Pheasant with an arrogant stride. The fallen Ashes coughed up a mouthful of blood and took a long time to get up from the ground. He didn't think that Luke's group would really dare to strike at him in the land of peace. Could it be that they were really running towards the 100 Beasts pirates? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, now, he was going back to resume his duties. In the flower capital, Luke is standing in a group of people who have gathered around him. Eyes on the center of the crowd. There, a figure was selling his stuff. This pill, although it may look plain and ordinary, you must not underestimate it. It's called the Vitality Pill, and it has the effect of boosting fighting ability, increasing stamina, and curing various terminal illnesses. Out there, it's something that's very sought after, and a lot of people just don't always get it even with the money. Everyone around them was bluffed by the man's mouthy sales pitch. At that moment, Green Pheasant and Doflamingo appeared behind Luke. Luke turned back. Things work out? Doflamingo had a smug grin on his face. It was an easy fix. Luke nodded, and suddenly both Green Pheasant's eyes were drawn to the figure in the center of the crowd selling pills. Green Pheasant frowned slightly. Is it someone from the Straw Hat Kids gang? Luke smiled slightly. Right. In the crowd, Usopp, who was selling fake medicines, suddenly looked out from his afterglow and saw 2 figures in the crowd. The man who had been mouthing off a second before suddenly stiffened. Sweat just broke out from his forehead. Naturally, he recognized Green Pheasant and Doflamingo who hadn't made any disguises. Especially when he realized that the 2 were also looking at him, cold sweat dampened his back in an instant. These 2 people, in his mind, were both extremely terrifying existences. What are they? What are they doing here? And why are these 2 entangled? Usopp's mind screamed. He hastily gathered up the things in front of him and turned to the people around him. That's enough business for today, goodbye. With that said, Usopp clutched his things and fled in a hurry. Watching his fleeing back, Luke had no intention of chasing after him. Green Pheasant spoke slowly. Could it be that Straw Hat Boy and the others are also in Wakumi? Luke shrugged, who knew? Doflamingo's eyes behind his sunglasses, on the other hand, narrowed slightly. He was the one who lost to the combination of Luffy and Law in the first place. Chapter 65, Three Plagues Under the Emperor. Above Ghost Island, Kaido's face was a bit grim. In front of him was the badly injured Ashes. Ashes had reported to him what was going on at the time, already. The black and charcoal serpent was also on the sidelines, looking at the injured Ashes, while his face had an expression of "I knew this would happen." Suddenly, the bowl of wine in Kaido's hand slammed hard on the table. It's been a long time since someone dared to be so reckless in the land of peace. The words, practically squeezed out of Kaido's teeth. The black and tan serpent rolled his eyes. The two had worked together for so many years. Kaido's character he knew too well. At the moment, he was thinking about it. Based on Ash's words, the other party clearly had a chance to kill him at that time. But it didn't make a move. Does this mean that the other side doesn't want to make things too difficult either? So what exactly is the purpose of that brat's visit to the land of peace? Or is that brat a little afraid of Kaido too? Countless thoughts crossed the black and charcoal serpent's mind, looking up at Kaido, who was in the throes of anger. In fact, Ghost Island doesn't care who inhabits it, whether it's Kaido or that little brat named Luke. If that brat's goal was to defeat Kaido and take his place, then Black Charcoal Orochi might even help him at the last minute. He doesn't care who the governor is, he just wants to be the governor's wife. Just as the black and charcoal serpent's brain continued to ponder, Drought Jack, who had not yet healed from his serious injuries, stepped forward with a bandage wrapped around his body. "Might as well let me go." Kaido gave him a look. Jack continued, "Isn't that just a navy brat? This is the land of wabi-sabi." Judging by the courage of those who still dared to lean their ships over in the first place, knowing that they had the Navy's top fighting force on board, Drought Jack is absolutely reckless. Black and Tan Orochi suddenly stood up and turned to Kaido. "At the moment, we don't know the purpose of the other party's visit to Wakuni, so perhaps we shouldn't make things too difficult. Why don't we just let the three of them go together, and remember to be polite in your attitude this time? After all, we invited them over. If he's still afraid to come, doesn't that just show that he's a cowardly coward? If he comes, we are even less afraid of him on Ghost Island." Listening to Black Charcoal Orochi's words, a thoughtful look appeared on Kaido's face. After a long time, it seemed that his words did make sense. If the other guy doesn't come, then he's a cowardly coward who has nothing to fear. If the other party came, then when they reached Ghost Island, they would have even less need to fear him. So, whether the other side comes or not, the odds are in your favor. So Kaido nodded, speaking to the three main watchers. "In that case, the three of you will go along for the ride." The three men led the way out, and Kaido looked in the direction of Hanadu, his palm slowly stroking his chin. What reckless brats, how dare they barge into their own territory with just those two people? Hanadu, Luke's trio resides in a tavern. Having just arranged for a place to stay, Luke headed out the door. Green Pheasant and Doflamingo, on the other hand, stayed at the residence. Walking through the streets of Huadu, Luke's eyes kept scanning around. I wonder if Luffy, now, has come to the land of wabi-sabi. After walking for a while, Luke unknowingly came to a remote place. This place seems to have left the confines of Watu. Not far ahead, there was a small village. There were a few other withered-faced figures standing at the entrance to the village, a few at the sight of Luke. The eyes were a little wary, with a hint of caution. It seems that the entire country of Kazunokuni, with the exception of Hanadu, all of them are in a very downtrodden state. It has become the norm for people to not have enough to eat. A hand went into his pocket, where it held a burrito he had just bought on the street. Luke took a step toward the figures at the entrance of the village. Several people lowered their heads when they saw Luke approaching. Taking a few steps in front of a few people, Luke reached down and pulled out the burrito in his arms. Several yellow-faced figures looked at the burrito in Luke's hand, and the knots in their throats welled up, eyes full of desperately restrained longing. Luke gave what he thought was a fairly amiable smile and raised the burrito. "I'd like to ask you guys about something." A woman, probably in her 30s, looked at Luke and spoke cautiously. "What is it?" Luke gave a look of trying to remember, and after a moment he said, "Do you guys know of a little village? I think it's called something like Braided Hat Village?" A few people looked at each other, and still the woman spoke. "You mean the Braided Hats village of 9 Mile? Luke nodded. Yeah, that's the village, you know?" The woman nodded slightly. Luke handed over the burrito in his hand. "Can you take me there?" The woman looked at the burrito and swallowed hard. But instead of taking it at first, he gave Luke a slightly wary look. Asked, "Are you going there for something?" Luke gave a smile. "I was looking for a girl named Jade, she's a friend of mine." The woman still had a wary look within her eyes, though her expression relaxed slightly. "The village of Braided Casa is some distance away and requires you to keep going west. There are a few rivers to cross on the way, some distance yet." Luke nodded and smiled, handing the woman the burrito in his hand. The woman hesitated for a moment, and in the end it was clear that hunger had taken over. Taking the burrito, he tore off a few pieces and gave them to the people next to him, and then the group gobbled them down. After saying his thanks, Luke headed west toward where the woman had indicated. He had just been walking for a while when suddenly Luke heard, not far from the roadside, a loud noise coming from a grove of trees. Luke stopped and looked at the woods. There was a rustling sound, and then a tall figure stepped out of the woods. Luke rubbed his fingers together. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of him was none other than one of the three main watchmen under Kaido, Drought Jack. It's really hard to meet someone in the world of the Pirate King who's about the same size as you. Drought Jack looked down at Luke. You're the brat, aren't you? As he spoke, a sardonic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, two equally tall figures stepped out of the bushes behind Luke. The three main watchmen under Kaido are all here. Just seen not long ago, Inferno Plague Ashes still had the marks of the bandage on his arm. It should be left behind by Green Pheasant and Doflamingo. Three men, surrounding Luke. Drought Jack's eyes scanned around, and then he spoke. Looks like your bodyguard didn't bring it out. Luke looked at the three of them, his tone flirty. You three, you don't need anyone else yet. Jack grunted coldly. Just then, the extremely obese epidemic Quinn spoke up. The captain told us to be polite. Jack grunted softly, his fingers crunching in both fists. If you're not polite, my fist is already in his face. Chapter 66, The Great Black Anthracite Snake. Ashes spoke at that moment. Our captain would like to see you and would like you to come with us. At this point, Ash's tone was no longer as overbearing as it had been in the morning. Luke spread his hands helplessly. I said I don't want to see Kados just yet, and when I do want to see him, I'll naturally go. As soon as Luke's words were out of his mouth, Jack, who had been leaping to the side, leapt to his feet. Suddenly clenching his fists, he exclaimed. No one in the land of peace has yet dared to withhold face from our captain. As he was speaking, a loud elephant sound came. Drought Jack, in the guise of a giant mammoth. It was his devil fruit ability. Ashes twisted his head to look at Jack, knowing it was too late to stop him. But there's nothing to stop it. There were three of them, and the opponent was just one. What's to fear? Epidemic Quinn had a teasing look on his obese face. Since we've decided to do it, let's go together. The other party is not a small person. As he spoke, he also transformed into a giant brachiosaurus. Luke shook his head helplessly. In the next moment, the body transformed into a residual shadow. The three Ashes let out a shriek. So fast. The three gazes tried to find Luke's figure, yet the next second, Luke's form then appeared in front of the giant mammoth that Jack had taken on. A small ball of lightning appeared in his palm. With that, Luke held the tiny ball of lightning in his hand and slapped it fiercely towards the mammoth's head. Drought Jack had little chance to resist, just one move. The giant mammoth figure disappeared. Returning to his human form, he flew out viciously backwards and smashed into a forest. Splash of dust and smoke. There's no way to stop it. Quinn, disguised as a brachiosaurus, yelled. Within Ash's eyes, they were also filled with shock. Luke is surprisingly strong. Even if it was Green Pheasant and Doflamingo teaming up, it wouldn't make him feel so threatened. Strike together! Ashes yelled towards Quinn, but the eyes of the two men couldn't catch up with Luke's form. After knocking down Jack, Luke once again transformed into a stump. Not waiting for Quinn and Ashes to react, Luke's form then appeared between the two of them. Opening his arms, two thick streaks of purple lightning erupted from Luke's arms. The targets were none other than Quinn and Ashes. Boom! Two loud bangs sounded at the same time. The two couldn't even put up a little resistance. Purple lightning wrapped around the figures of the duo, and it didn't take more than a moment. Both men then fell to the ground convulsing and lost consciousness. Defeating three men, Luke didn't even take a ragged breath. Looking as usual, he clapped his hands, bypassed Quinn and Ashes and went on his way. It was as if solving the three main watchmen under Kaido was like crushing three ants. Ghost Island. The three Ashes barely managed to make it back by holding each other up. The black and tan serpent looked at the severely injured trio. Inside, the plan was already in place. So he stood up. I have a few things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Kaido's face was grim as water. He didn't expect, by any means, that Luke, that little brat, would actually dare to tear himself apart within the territory of the Kazoku. It was equally inwardly shocking that Luke actually had that kind of strength. Seeing that the black and charcoal serpent was about to leave, Kaido called out to him. Wait, you're just going to walk away when Kazunokuni is faced with something like this? The great black and tan serpent stopped and looked back at Kaido. I don't really think this is something that Kazunokuni needs to face. The other party hasn't shown much malice since they appeared. Kaido's fist slammed down hard on the table in front of him, and the table fell to pieces. No malice? The injuries on the three of them don't count as malice? The Black Coal Ouroboros spoke in a calm tone. Don't they always reach out to them? And for the second time I've already said we should be polite. But these three idiots obviously didn't listen to me. Hearing the black and charcoal serpent call them stupid, the faces of the three Ashes people all chilled. They may not be a match for Luke, but the great black and tan serpent was not yet in a position to call them stupid. Kaido sulked and didn't say anything. The black and tan serpent continued. Right now, no matter what, the other side is at the very least not acting like they're trying to start a war. Just wait and see. Of course, if you let those fools get themselves killed again, that's between you and him, and has nothing to do with the kingdom. After saying that, the black charcoal serpent turned around and left. Only Kaido, who was almost chomping his teeth together, was left behind. After Luke finished with the Ashes trio, he continued toward the west. But the size of Kazunokuni far exceeded his expectations. and everywhere they passed, all of them were barren lands and downtrodden people. It's nowhere near as prosperous as the flower capital. Forget it, let's go back first. With that in mind, Luke turned back. When he came to the outskirts of Huadu City, far away, Luke suddenly saw several figures standing there. Several figures all gathered their gazes over as they saw themselves. Moving a little closer, Luke then got a better look. Standing outside of Hanadu, surprisingly, was the black and charcoal Orochi and a few servants. Luke rubbed his chin. First Kaido, now black and tan Orochi? Seeing Luke, a warm smile immediately appeared on the face of the black charcoal serpent. Captain Luke. Since the establishment of the pirates, this was the first time someone had called themselves that. Not knowing exactly what the other man had in mind, Luke just nodded slightly. The black and tan serpent continued to speak. I have set a feast in the city, just waiting for you to come. Luke looked at the black and charcoal serpent, and it was clear that the other man's attitude was a sign of goodwill. At the moment he needed to pry some information himself, and he was just the man for the job. So Luke smiled back. A few pleasantries were exchanged, and the black and tan serpent led Luke toward the flower capital. Along the way, his mouth was almost full of words of extreme flattery. What the youngest admiral? Luke just says he's no longer in the navy. Black charcoal Orochi then praises it again, saying that Luke is a pirate who will definitely make the entire world tremble in the future. Luke smiled without saying a word. By the time he arrived at a swanky tavern, Luke realized that Green Pheasant and Doflamingo had actually been invited. It seemed that the black charcoal serpent, for being able to invite himself to the banquet, had complete certainty. The entire country of Kazunoki is ruled by Orochi Black and Tanaka and Kaido. On the surface the two are partners and their personalities complement each other greatly. Kaido is as strong as he is, but in some ways. The black and tan serpent, however, was far stronger than him. A civil servant and a military general would be appropriate. Once seated, the black and tan serpent poured Luke a glass of sake. With that, he poured another cup for both Green Pheasant and Doflamingo. The stance was put extremely low. As he set the glass down for Doflamingo, the black and tan Orochi had a smile on his face. Ming, the two of us are sort of old friends. Doflamingo's gaze skimmed Luke's face and saw that he didn't show much. Only then did he take the glass of wine and bantered with the big black charcoal snake for a few moments. Geisha danced in front of them, and several musicians played music around them. Only after a few cups of wine had been consumed did the black charcoal serpent roll his eyes and speak slowly. I wonder if Captain Luke, coming to the land of peace is. Chapter 67, Luffy's Trail. The latter half of the sentence was not uttered by the black charcoal serpent. Luke looked at him with an inquiring face and put down the glass in his hand. A little thought was given before he spoke languidly. I'm here to find someone. Hearing Luke's words, an amused expression appeared on the face of the black charcoal serpent. It seemed to be a secret relief and a bit of a disappointment. I wonder who it's for. I'm fairly well informed in the land of peace. At that, Luke pulled a long-prepared bounty from his pocket. After handing it to the black charcoal serpent, he spoke. It's not really a matter of having to find him, just wondering if he's in Kazunokuni territory right now. Receiving the bounty order, black charcoal Ouroboros first saw the bounty on it. 1.5 billion berries. It was only then that I saw the message on it. Munched Luffy, Straw Hat Pirates. Naturally, black charcoal Orochi had heard of Luffy's group, but in his mind, that group was at best a small group of pirates with a bit of guts, even with the previous rumor that they had made a big mess on Cake Island. But that's about it. Compared to Luke, that crowd was a bunch of brats. After all, Luke wreaked havoc on the battlefield of Marineford, taking on both Redhead and Blackbeard by himself without losing a fight. And when he first rebelled from the Navy, he even destroyed the entire Navy headquarters in one move. Today he also personally witnessed that Luke alone easily killed the 3 major watchmen under Kaido. In front of such a battle record, Luffy's group could only be considered a small fight. So the black and tan serpent put away the wanted notice in his hand. Turning to Luke. Don't worry, I'll have someone look into it. Above Ghost Island, Kaido had several jars of wine in front of him. I could tell he was in a bit of a sullen mood. Kazunokuni, which has always been quiet, has suddenly been buzzing with activity lately. It's not just the sudden arrival of Luke's pirates. The Straw Hat Kid gang seems to be coming towards the Kazunokuni as well. The more he thought about it, the more depressed Kaido became, and he swallowed another large bowl of wine. Luke is fine, but what gives the Straw Hat Kid the right? Bowl after bowl of wine was down and Kaido's eyes became mesmerized. Suddenly, he rose from his chair. Stumbled outside of Ghost Island. The sky is a bit overcast. Kaido gazed in the direction of Hanadu and then into the distance. Suddenly the whole person swept towards the air. In a flash, it transformed into a huge green dragon. The dragon's body twisted and headed off into the distance. After a full meal, Luke left the tavern where the black and tan serpent had entertained him. Behind them followed Green Pheasant and Doflamingo towards their quarters. But not long afterward, suddenly all 3 of them saw the sky in the distance, where there seemed to be movement. Luke narrowed his eyes. You guys go back first. After saying that, Luke's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning and swept towards the distance. Some distance away from Hanadu, Luke came to the place where the disturbance was rumored. Only a huge green dragon was seen coiled in the sky, and on the ground, a town was reduced to rubble. Apparently, it was from Kaido in the guise of a giant green dragon. Luke rubbed his chin, trying to think if there was this episode in the original. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, the green dragon in the sky let out a roar, then opened his mouth wide, and a fierce fiery light was spat out from within his mouth. Wherever it passed, everything was reduced to pieces. That last giant dragon spit hit a city built on a hill. Under the spitting breath, half of the entire mountain was missing. Luke scanned the scene. Suddenly, a tiny figure appeared within his sight. The moment he saw the tiny figure, Luke narrowed his eyes. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. Luffy, who had been thinking of going in search of it, had appeared right in front of him. After casting a spit, Kaido's huge dragon body twisted as if he was planning to leave. And at that moment, Luffy's figure appeared. Only his tiny figure was seen leaping high towards the dragon body that Kaido had transformed into. A huge fist snapped into existence, and on it was the very same black color that Luffy showed when he turned on his third block. Elephant gun. With a roar, the giant black fist then slammed towards Kaido. Bang! A loud clanging sound slammed out. The black fist slammed into Kaido's faucet, sending him hard into the ground. For a while the scene was filled with flying sand and smoke. The powerful impact made it impossible for those around to open their eyes. Luke said darkly as he watched the striking Luffy. Compared to the battlefield of the original Top War, he's gotten stronger by more than a little bit. After a long time, the smoke dissipated. The giant green dragon that Kaido had incarnated appeared unharmed in the middle of a ruin. He slowly stood up again. Dark purple lightning enveloped his entire body. And Luffy's tiny figure stood in front of the green dragon. Instead of a hint of fear, his face was all anger. Luke, in the distance, was also finally remembering. Now corresponds to the very first encounter between Luffy and Kaido in the original. On the battlefield, Luffy, who was angrily staring at Kaido, suddenly shouted, and then his entire body leapt high into the air. At the same time the entire fist once again grew larger, becoming black. Rubber. Elephant gun. With a loud roar, the huge black fist slammed towards Kaido once again. Kaido seemed to freeze in place in the face of Luffy's attack. Dragonhead knuckled down and took the blow to the elephant gun. Luffy connects with a single shot that doesn't faze him in the slightest. Yelled again. Giant seal. As he yelled, his right leg quickly grew larger, also turning black. Kaido still has no intention of dodging. The huge dragon's body sturdily resisted Luffy's move. 2 moves to get it. Luffy's self-confidence was bursting at the seams. Roaring, his entire body rapidly expanded. Both arms were violently facing backward, and then swung out fiercely. The 2 black fists that were giganticized slammed towards Kaido. Rubber. Grizzly Sinjijin. The blow, still solid, hit Kaido in the head. The huge green dragon's body was pressed by Luffy and slammed hard into the ground. Tremors came from the earth, and many people around them dodged in panic. Fear of being smashed by the huge green dragon. After smashing a large hole in the ground, the huge green dragon's body suddenly disappeared. In turn, Kaido's main body appeared in the pit. He wobbled to his feet, a hangover-like look on his face. A huge wolf's tooth rod appeared in his hand. Upon seeing Luffy in front of him, Kaido hiccuped. Kids. All kids. As if still sober, Kaido's speech was slurred. Luffy looked at Kaido, all of his attacks just now all hit. But the other party was now simply unharmed. Gritting his teeth, a hot aura suddenly emanated from Luffy's body. Instantly, his body changed. The entire body rapidly expanded as if it were an inflated balloon. A dark red color enveloped his legs and hands. Swollen, he kept jumping up and down in place. There came a sound as if an air-filled basketball, slapping the floor. In the distance Luke stretched. He knew that this was Luffy's strongest state right now. 4th block. Chapter 68 Luffy Kaido's first encounter. Seeing Luffy transform, Kaido still had a drunken look on his face. This completely enraged Luffy. Only to see him let out a roar, his black fists were like rain, frantically smashing towards Kaido's body. Loud noises kept coming. This time Luffy's attack was finally something. Kaido's drunken eyes gradually sobered up under Luffy's fist. Only his eyes snapped open. A rumble of thunder came from the sky at the same time. A thick bolt of purple lightning slammed down and enveloped Kaido's body. And by now, Luffy had clenched his fists. Rubber. Great Ape King Gun. The black fist was like a taut spring with a terrifying force stored in it. This move was the strongest strike that Luffy could currently perform. Facing the Great Ape King Gun, Kaido also raised the Wolfsbane in his hand. Thundering 8 trigrams. With a roar, the Wolfsbane in his hand slammed towards Luffy. 2 people with moves that completely abandoned defense. Both chose to ignore the other's attacks. The only thought in his mind was to hit his opponent. Eventually, the Great Ape King Gun smashed into Kaido's chest. And Kaido's thundering Bagua hits Luffy. But the 2 men are in a completely different situation. After eating a Great Ape King Gun, Kaido didn't even shake his form. And on the flip side, Luffy is hit by a huge Wolfsbane. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth. The pupils were even knocked lax. In the end, the entire body was knocked away and hit hard on a boulder, losing consciousness. So far in the opening battle, facing Luffy's attacks, that was the only time Kaido fought back. With just one move, Luffy was finished. In the distance, Luke smacked his lips. With the way things are going, the difference in strength between Luffy and Kaido, it's like the difference between a cloud and a sea. Kaido came over to the unconscious Luffy with a giant wolfsbane in hand. The wolf tooth stick in his hand fell heavily to the ground, smashing the ground out of cracks. A brat like you still wants to try to become the Pirate King? With a snort, one of Kaido's men immediately tied Luffy up. Kaido shouldered the huge wolfsbane and turned to leave. But after just a few steps, the huge body stopped. His gaze, fixed in the distance. That's where Luke is. Luke looked at Kaido with his hands between his sleeves and a calm expression on his face. The two men locked eyes. One of the two brats who had offended the Kazoku had already lost to him. Then let's take the opportunity to eradicate the other brat along with it. Kaido's hand crunched as he gripped his wolfsbane, though his instincts told him that Luke was in no way a brat like Luffy. Despite repeated warnings from Black and Tan Orochi, Luke was a being capable of fighting Redhead and Blackbeard alone. But Kaido didn't want that much at this point. A terrifying aura was brewing in his body. Luke remained calm, speaking faintly towards Kaido. I just find your death at my hands too boring, that's all. And killing you would cause a lot of unwanted chain reactions, which would cause me to lose my ability to foresee the future. A vein rippled across Kaido's forehead. Kill yourself? It had been a long time since anyone had dared to say something so arrogant. Thud. Kaido took one step, and a loud noise came from the ground, accompanied by a trembling of the earth. He took a step toward Luke. Luke's face remained calm, just as Kaido was about to come before him. His eyes, which had been narrowed, suddenly opened. Beyond the top level of the hegemony color hegemony, it instantly poured out. The speeding Kaido suddenly lurched, his feet stopping sharply, causing two deep craters to appear in the ground. Just a moment ago, Kaido felt a surge in Luke's body, one that was foreign to himself. That's death. Luke remained still. Neither of the hands straightened out from between the sleeves. For some reason, Kaido suddenly thought of someone. Rocks. The oppression Luke brought upon himself at this moment was too similar to when he first met the captain. Cold sweat broke out from Kaido's head. Luke gave Kaido a calm look. Without another word, he turned directly away. Kaido, on the other hand, who was in place, was breathing heavily. It wasn't until Luke was long gone that he came back to his senses. That brat! That brat! Kaido kept mumbling. When they returned to their lodgings, Green Pheasant and Doflamingo, one was reading a book and the other was looking out the window, wondering what they were thinking. Luke came back and sat straight down in a chair in the room. With three people together, silence seemed to be the norm. After a long time, Doflamingo asked sullenly, "What do we need to do now?" Luke lit a cigarette, now that he knew where Luffy was. So he took a deep drag on his cigarette and then spoke. Wait, just a simple word. Doflamingo stroked his sunglasses. I thought we came to the land of peace to do something. Luke said calmly. Kaido won't live long. Hearing Luke's words, a hint of bloodthirsty excitement appeared on Doflamingo's face. You're going to kill him? Doflamingo didn't have much doubt that Luke had the strength to kill Kaido. Only saw Luke strike that time in Marineford though. Green Pheasant, who heard Luke's words, also put down the book he was holding and looked up at him. Luke shook his head slightly. I'm not really interested in killing Kaido, but I am interested in his death. Doubt showed on Doflamingo's face. The meaning of Luke's words seemed like he wasn't going to do it himself. Can anyone else kill Kaido? Green Pheasant suddenly frowned and spoke. There's news that Big Mom, who is also the fourth emperor, is also coming towards the land of peace. Luke still shook his head. She won't live much longer. Hearing Luke's words, a hint of surprise appeared on both Green Pheasant's faces. Big Mom and Kaido, both characters that have been four kings for a long time. Strength naturally needs no introduction. Could someone have killed them both at the same time? Who else in the world has that kind of power besides Luke? Luke smiled, not meaning to explain anything. Doflamingo's long tongue licked his lips. I really can't think of anyone who could have such an ability to obliterate two long-famous fourth emperors at the same time. Luke suddenly smiled. You lost to that one back in the day. Hearing Luke's words, Doflamingo's face suddenly froze. Then he exclaimed. You mean Straw Hat Boy? Luke didn't affirm, but he didn't deny either. At once, Doflamingo's face looked like he had seen a ghost. Yelled. How is that possible? I fought with that kid, I know his strength very well. Trying to defeat both Kaido and Big Mom at the same time, it's simply impossible. Luke smiled. Whether it will or not, we'll just have to wait and see. Soon. Chapter 69, Death of Toya Yasushi. For the next few days, things were quiet. The Black and Tan Serpent did come a couple times. The first time, it was to deliver a message from Luffy, though he wasn't sure why Luke cared to hear from that brat. Along with Luffy's message came an invitation. It's an invitation to a lavish banquet. In response, Luke had little interest and instead tossed the invitation directly to Doflamingo. Before Doflamingo was defeated by Luffy, he had been the middleman between Black and Tan Orochi and the world government. Many of the world government's weapons were purchased through Doflamingo, a middleman. So, he and Black Charcoal Orochi were sort of old acquaintances. It was only fitting that he should be present at this banquet. Luke, who was idle, drank tea and read the newspaper every day, keeping an eye on the outside world. Recently, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates have been causing quite a stir within the territory of Kazunokuni. Black and Tan Orochi's men, and Kaido's men, crossed paths with all of them. And Big Mom, who is also one of the 4 emperors, has come to the Land of Peace. However, due to being struck down to the bottom of the ocean by Inferno Calamity Ashes, Big Mom has lost his memory. Everything is going according to the original plot. Luffy, the quarry, is also grinding to get stronger. That morning, Luke got up and opened the window. Outside, the streets are busier than ever today. It seemed like something big was about to happen, and countless silhouettes were surging in one direction. Luke stepped out of his quarters and into the street, moving along with the crowd. It didn't take long to come to a wide street, and there was a stake standing in front of the street at that moment. On the stake, a figure was bound. The figure looked familiar, and it took Luke a long time to think about it. This person, Tanamori Yasushi, who was executed by the Black Charcoal Orochi, was also an important person who used to follow Mitsuki Goten, the Frost Moon Yasushi family. At this moment, he was being chained to death to a wooden stake, and all around, a large number of guards watched. The great Black and Tan Serpent was also present. The moment he saw Luke, the Black and Tan Serpent greeted him eagerly. Captain Luke. Luke nodded slightly. So far, Orochi Black Coal still hadn't quite figured out Luke's purpose for coming to the Land of Peace. If it was a search for Luffy's trail, it had now been reached. But he still had no intention of leaving the Land of Peace. Luke walked over to the big black charcoal snake. The Black Coal Ouroboros looked at the scene below, and his face seemed slightly embarrassed. It's some of our family business in Kazunokuni that makes you laugh. Luke smiled to indicate that it was nothing. After that, he stood quietly beside the Black and Charcoal Serpent. For a while, the Black Charcoal Serpent couldn't figure out what he meant. Simply go on about your business. He spoke out loud to all the people at the scene about Tanamayasu's sins. Finally, a sardonic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a person doesn't deserve to continue surviving in Kazunokuni anymore. Shoot! At the command of the Black and Tan Serpent, the guards who had been ready all around them, all raised the guns in their hands and pulled the triggers. Numerous gunshots were heard. Tanamayasu on the stake, with a smile on his face as he went to his death with ease. Of course, because of the consumption of pirated devil fruit, he couldn't show any expression other than a smile. A cascade of blood bloomed on his body. In the distance, a group of people suddenly erupted into laughter. The group, Luke knew, were villagers who had consumed pirated devil fruit, just like Tano Yasushi. And Tono Yasushi's daughter, Totoko, was in the crowd. Also in the crowd was a green head. It's none other than Sauron. Luke pulled out a cigarette and lit it, took a deep drag and then went over to Tanamayasu's body. Seeing Luke coming forward, the Black and Charcoal Serpent hurriedly told everyone to stop shooting. A small ball of light landed right next to Tanamayasu's feet. Luke bends down and reaches out, only to touch the mass of light. Ding, strength plus 5,000. Ding, speed plus 5,000. Ding, swordsmanship plus 5,000. Ding. Inside his head, the system's voice came. This minuscule increase is completely optional for Luke right now. Just as Luke was picking up the ball of light, suddenly a small figure burst in towards the execution ground. It's none other than Tashiko, daughter of Tanamayasu. She, who also consumes pirated devil fruit, can't make any expression at all at this point in the face of her father's death, except for a big smile. Seeing Tashiko appear, a look of violent anger suddenly appeared on the face of the Black Charcoal Ouroboros. Grabbing the gun from one of his men, he raised it at Tashiko. Captain Luke, please also stay away from this criminal's daughter. Let me dispose of her myself. Luke sighed slightly as he looked at the tearful but still laughing Tashiko. Looking up at the Black and Tan Serpent, he said, "Where I come from, there's a saying that you have to be forgiving. Just give me face today." The Black and Tan Serpent held up the gun in his hand, his eyes rolling. Inwardly, he pondered whether it was worth offending Luke for a little girl or not. Just then, two figures also suddenly jumped to Luke's side. It is the sword-wielding Sauron and Sanji, who has donned a combat suit and taken on the guise of Buckwheat Mask. Intense anger radiated from the two men. And at that moment, the Black Charcoal Serpent suddenly lowered the gun in his hand. Because he was entrusted to Luke earlier, he investigated the Straw Hat Boys gang. So for Sanji and Sauron, natural recognition. At the moment he didn't know if Luke and the Straw Hat Boys gang were friend or foe. Now that he saw that the three of them were actually standing together, he subconsciously assumed that these two were in league with Luke. So he smiled at Luke. Of course, Captain Luke's face, surely. Although Black and Tan Orochi put away his weapons, Sauron and Sanji clearly didn't want to let him go so easily. Seek death. Sanji suddenly yelled. Fire erupted from his feet and instantly attacked towards the Black Charcoal Serpent. Luke took a deep breath and tossed the butt out of his mouth. And beside him, Sauron looked at Sanji, who had already rushed up. Suddenly, he turned to Luke. Don't know who you are, but thanks. After saying that, Sauron drew the sword at his waist and rushed into the battlefield. The black and tan Orochi didn't think that someone would dare to take a shot at him in Hanadu, and for a moment he didn't understand what Luke's attitude was at this point. He could only keep defending against Sanji and Sauron's attacks. At that moment, Luke waved his hand at the black and tan serpent that was exchanging blows. "See you some other time." When he finished, he left the street on his own. Seeing Luke leave, the black and charcoal serpent instantly understood. Turns out Luke wasn't even in league with these two, and had no intention of getting involved in this at all. An instant burst of anger. Two little brats. What a way to get killed. After saying that, black charcoal Orochi instantly unleashed his devil fruit ability. A huge Yomaji Orochi appeared in front of Sanji and Sauron, and the surrounding black charcoal serpents men also rushed out to help. Chapter 70, Kaido and Big Mom Alliance. The sounds of fighting in the streets spread throughout the flower capital. As Luke returns, he encounters Doflamingo and Green Pheasant, who are preparing to rush over. The two men's faces were relieved to see Luke, though Luke's strength was definitely nothing for them to worry about. But after all, it was their captain, and if they were in an accident, they weren't around as a crew. That's more or less a no-brainer. Back at his place, Luke opened the window and looked out. The battle didn't last long, and the outcome was already predetermined. This was just the first head-to-head encounter between Orochi Black and the Straw Hat Gang. The best is yet to come. Early the next morning, the black and tan serpent had his men come to Luke's place. Along with the expression of yesterday's apology, an invitation was sent. The invitation was about the Fire Festival day in a few days. Luke responded and dismissed the man. Above Ghost Island. At this moment, everyone dared not breathe and looked up at the top of the Great Hall. Big Mom, who was originally kicked out of his memory by Ashes, was now standing with Kaido at the top of the temple. The two had just exchanged blows, and there was a mess all around. At this moment, the two men glared angrily at each other, and the atmosphere around them was tense with swords. It was such a long stalemate that suddenly, a loud laugh escaped from the duo's mouths. Both seemed to be in the midst of something extremely delightful. Kaido even had tears in his eyes from laughing. As crew members who had once spent time together under locks, the two men would have actually been old acquaintances. After the exchange just now, Kaido was pleasantly surprised. Big Mom hasn't dropped much. Not even close to myself. An idea that gradually surfaced in his mind. Laughing out loud for a long time, both men stopped laughing at the same time. A wine gourd was taken out by Kaido and two bowls of wine appeared in front of him. Kaido picks up his bowl of wine and Big Mom does the same. The two men looked at each other and smiled, then took a big gulp of their bowls. A tacit understanding, as if returning to the Locust Pirates, spread between the two. Any interest in taking down the whole world with me? Kaido is the first to speak, and while he speaks, he fills Big Mom's bowl once again. Big Mom, who is also a Emperor, has been developing his power all these years. His own daughters, one by one, have all become objects of marriage. And the marriage to Sanji not long ago was an attempt to draw closer to the family behind him. Now, hearing Kaido's words, the two men had the same idea of taking down the whole world. It's exciting to think about. So Big Mom picks up the bowl of wine and takes another drink. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Kaido laughed out loud and downed another bowl of wine. Throwing the empty bowl on the table, he exclaimed, "We, the 100 Beast Pirates, and..." The Big Mom on the sidelines immediately said, "Big Mom Pirates, decide to form a pirate alliance." Quinn and Ashes, standing below, all let out a gasp. Keep in mind that Kaido and Big Mom are the same four emperors who have dominated the entire ocean for many years. The strength and depth are extraordinary. What a terrifying force such two terrifying existences would become when they join forces. It's unimaginable. Kaido and Big Mom, above, begin to drink freely. Everyone didn't expect that the two people who had been at sword's length not long ago had suddenly formed an alliance. A few large bowls of wine went down, and immediately a drunken blush appeared on both of their faces. Putting down the wine gourd, Kaido's face suddenly deepened. Big Mom looks at him. "What's wrong? Is there anything else that worries you about our two pirate groups joining forces?" Kaido cupped his palm around the wine gourd. "Now that we've decided to join forces, before taking the entire world, our first enemy is now in the Hanadu of Kazunokuni." Big Mom looks at Kaido. "Isn't the land of peace under your rule?" Kaido sulked. "That's right, but recently there was an unexpected guest in the country of Akainu." "Who? Have you ever heard of Luke, the god of thunder?" Big Mom's face suddenly lurched, then recovered, and spoke. "For Luke, the admiral who defected from the navy?" Kaido nodded. "That's right, after he left the navy, he set up his own pirate group, and Green Pheasant, who was also a traitor to the navy, as well as Doflamingo, who was once the Seven Martial Seas, have all become his subordinates now. Today, they're in the flower capital of the Kazunokuni." Big Mom lets out a slightly mocking laugh. "Just blatantly came into your territory and you did nothing?" At those words Kaido's face suddenly became somber. Inside his head, he recalled that stare down with Luke back then. The other party had only given a single look, and he himself had actually lost the courage to even make a move at that time. When I think about it today, I have nothing but fear. And anger at my own cowardice. Lifting the wine gourd, several large gulps of wine were poured down before Kaido spoke in a deep voice. That kid's strength is extraordinary, There was a pause before Kaido continued. He reminds me of the captain. There was only one man who could be called captain by Kaido. Big Mom stalled, then suddenly laughed out loud. Don't joke, how can someone as powerful as Captain Locust still exist in the world today? Kaido looked serious and shook his head slightly. No, you haven't met the boy. Big Mom suddenly rises from his chair. He's in Wakuni, isn't he? Kaido nodded. Big Mom continued. Since that's the case, then today is the first day of our alliance, let's go and meet him. A look of deliberation crossed Kaido's face. Luke is strong, if you add in Green Pheasant and that little brat Doflamingo. Seeing Kaido surprisingly hesitate, Big Mom exclaimed. In your current state, you're still talking about taking down the whole world with me? At those words, a look of anger appeared on Kaido's face. Facing Luke again, he surprises himself with another display of cowardice. Bang! The wine gourd in his hand was thrown to the ground by Kaido, and his tall figure stood up at once. What kind of joke? As long as you and I join forces, taking in the entire world as the goal, for Luke, is nothing more than a ridiculous joke. Big Mom laughs a few times. That's right, since he's in Huadu, let's go and meet him now. Yes. The two men's huge bodies walked towards the outside of Ghost Island. One in the guise of a green dragon, the other with one foot on a cloud. Both figures were heading towards Huadu. Luke, meanwhile, was sitting on the balcony of his residence. In front of me was a boiling hot pot. A little hiatus, it won't suck, thanks to all the readers who read this, and Happy New Year.